Jobless. Awakening failed. Lin Ye class rating below, F, no initial attribute bonus, no class talent. On the awakening platform, the white pillar of light faded away. The teacher in charge of recording adjusted his glasses and spoke in a low voice that nonetheless exploded across the playground like a thunderclap. Laughter burst out. Jobless. Isn't that basically a failed class transfer? I thought after mooching for 3 years he'd at least awaken as some kind of kept man war god. Don't slander him unfairly. It's not a failed transfer, he just literally has no class at all. Now he can continue being a rich lady's accessory in peace. Lin Ye, when you enter a dungeon later, forget bringing a sword, bring a bowl. Kneel there and wait for your goddess to feed you, wouldn't that be sweet? The sunlight was dazzling. At the center of the playground, several thousand third-year students about to transfer classes stood in orderly formations. Today was the annual awakening day of Jiangxing First Vocational Academy affiliated high school. 100 years after the abyss descended, the world had long since been rewritten by game-like rules. At 18, one awakened their class. Warrior, mage, assassin, priest, summoner. As long as the awakening succeeded, one could level up, clear dungeons, seize resources, and become someone who stood above the masses. A jobless one, however, was pure cannon fodder. No class bonuses, no class talents. Even entering a rookie dungeon, they could easily be gored to death by a wild boar monster. Lin Ye stood on the awakening platform, his school uniform pressed tightly to his body by the wind. Not only did he show no disappointment, he actually smiled. Smile. Below the platform, a tall, broad-shouldered boy folded his arms and let out a derisive snort. This was Zhao Yang from a collateral branch of the Zhao family in Jiangxing, who had just awakened a rank berserker class with a full 20-point initial strength bonus. He stared at Lin Ye, deliberately raising his voice. Lin Ye, you don't actually think you're funny, do you? A jobless failure can still laugh. If I were you, I'd find a crack in the ground and crawl into it right now, save myself the embarrassment. Several lackeys beside him immediately chimed in. Zhaga, don't say that he's got a rich woman feeding him. Yeah, Lin Ye's parents are both gone, he couldn't survive on his own. I heard 3 years ago he almost starved to death and was picked up by some older sister driving a supercar. TSK tisk, what a life. We grind levels for dear life, he just clings to a leg for dear life. At those words, the laughter around them became even more unrestrained. Lin Ye's gaze cooled slightly. The words, parents both gone, were something he had been hearing for 3 years, yet they still pricked at his ears. 3 years ago his parents had suddenly disappeared. Because their life or death could not be confirmed, no compensation process could be initiated, and he could only survive by clinging to the most basic welfare. That period had been the hardest time in the 18 years since Lin Ye had transmigrated. Later, by a twist of fate, he saved a cat on the roadside that was being chased by a demonic hound. The cat's owner was Su Wanqing, a famous rich woman in Jiangxing. A 20-year-old SS rank ice-type mage, she was a key trainee at the Longjing Vocational Academy. She had simply bundled Lin Ye up and taken him home. Room and board and tuition all fully covered. Her entire approach was full coverage care with no blind spots. From then on, a new label clung to Lin Ye, kept man. At first, Lin Ye had tried to struggle and explain. Later he realized that explanations were useless and only attracted more attention. So eventually he simply gave up resisting. So I eat off someone, so what? You wanna, but you don't have the conditions. But today was different. Looking at the transparent panel before his eyes that only he could see, Lin Ye's heart was already bursting with joy. Name Lin Ye. Class jobless. Level 1. Strength 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Spirit 10. Talent god of all classes divine. Effect: when you learn any skill that does not belong to your own class, it will be automatically enhanced to the divine level. Skill slots 0-5. 5 skill slots. This was an instant, overwhelming win. That Zhao Yang with his rank berserker had only one pitiful starting skill slot. And a rank class might have at most 2. Yet as a mere jobless one, he started with 5 right out of the gate. Most heaven-defying of all was this divine talent, god of all classes. A jobless one had no class-specific skills. In other words, whatever he learned would count as a non-class skill. As long as he learned it, it would instantly ascend on the spot and become a divine-level skill. Lin Ye almost threw back his head and laughed right there. He was finally going to rise up. Over these 3 years, how much had he eaten from a rich woman? How many disdainful looks had he endured? When Su Wanqing bought him a set of clothes, people called him a pretty boy. When Su Wanqing sent him to school, people said he was hugging a rich woman's thigh. When Su Wanqing had her driver bring him meals, people said he was being kept. Now things were different. With a divine talent in hand, the world was his. From today on, even dogs would turn their noses up at this kept man life. Lin Ye. Beside the awakening platform, homeroom teacher Zhou Hai frowned and urged him on. Your awakening result has been recorded, come down. Just as Lin Ye was about to step off the platform, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Awakening of host detected. Binding supreme kept man system. Lin Ye's footsteps halt. What the hell? A kept man system. Binding successful. This system is dedicated to helping the host become the strongest kept man across all worlds. As long as the host accepts acts of feeding, gifting protection, power leveling, or being kept by females, kept man rewards will be triggered. Rewards may crit up to 10,000 times. The smile on Lin Ye's face froze. He stood there silently for a full 2 seconds. Then in his heart, he cursed furiously. Seriously, man. I just awakened a divine talent and was ready to wreak havoc, and now you want me to keep eating off women. The system gave no response. Lin Ye took a deep breath. Before, mooching had been forced on him by survival. Now he had a divine talent and 5 skill slots. The future was bright before him. Lin swore that in this life, he would never again live off others. Lin Ye would level up by slaying monsters with his own 2 hands. He would use his strength to slap to pieces the faces of all who mocked him. Lin Ye, are your ears deaf? Seeing him stand motionless on the platform, Zhao Yang let out a cold laugh and strode up. Awakening failed, and you're still hogging the stage. What, waiting for some rich woman to come change your fate? Zhao Yang raised his hand and reached for Lin Ye's shoulder. Having just awakened Berserker, his strength had skyrocketed, and he intended to publicly shove Lin Ye so hard he fell flat on his face. Lin Ye's gaze turned slightly colder. Right now he was still a level 1 rookie, all attributes stuck at a measly 10 points. Taking the hit he'd in would be sheer stupidity. But he had a divine talent. As long as he got his hands on a skill book, he could teach Zhao Yang a lesson on the spot. After the awakening ceremony ended, the school would grant each student 1 chance to draw an initial skill book. Even if he drew the most trashy common Waitire skill for him, it would turn into a divine technique in a second. So for now he would endure. Lin Ye moved his body with nimble ease to one side, and Zhao Yang's big hand met only empty air. Zhao Yang's face darkened. You dare dodge. Lin Ye lazily brushed at non-existent dust on his shoulder. Don't touch me. This custom-tailored uniform of mine. If you dirty it, you can't afford to pay for it. The field fell silent for a brief instant. Then an even louder roar of laughter erupted. Zhao Yang's face went black. You're just a kept piece of trash. What are you pretending at? Lin Ye looked at him as, correction. In the past I was forced to live off others. From today on, I, Lin Ye, will carve out my own dominion with these 2 hands. Zhao Yang assumed Lin Ye was being sarcastic and instantly flew into a rage. What did you say? Homeroom teacher Zhou Hai shouted angrily. Zhao Yang. Fighting is forbidden on the awakening platform. Do you take me for air? Only then did Zhao Yang force down his temper. He jabbed a finger at Lin Ye's nose, a cold smile on his lip. Fine, you've got guts. When it's time to draw skill books, I want to see what kind of scrap metal a combat weak trash like you can. Even if you draw healing, no one will want you in their party. With your pathetic mana, you'll be drained after 2 casts. Lin Ye didn't bother to respond to this jumping clown at all. He strolled leisurely off the awakening platform and joined the line at the skill book drawing area. In the skill drawing zone stood an ancient black stone dais. Suspended above the stone dais was a faintly glowing ball of blue light. Students only had to place their hand upon it to randomly obtain an initial skill book matching their current level. Of course, most people drew the most commonplace Waitire skills. A lucky few favored by fortune could get an excellent tier 1. An extremely small number whose ancestors clearly blessed them might draw a rare tier skill. As for epic tier, Jiangxing no. One Hai had not seen so much as a shadow of one in nearly a century. Soon it was Zhao Yang's turn. Swaggering, he strode forward and slammed his hand down on the orb. A low hum sounded. Red light flared. A skill book, glowing with crimson radiance, dropped steadily into his hands. The recording teacher's eyes suddenly lit up. Excellent tier skill book, Berserk, / Gasps rippled through the crowd. Damn worthy of. His luck is off the charts. Berserker plus Berserk / His early game grinding is going to be pure fireworks. Zhao Yang proudly raised the skill book high and deliberately took a detour to pass right in front of Lin Ye. Get a good look. This is what a real class holder looks like. Got it. Lin Ye yawned in boredom. Excellent tier. That was it. Once he casually drew some Waitire skill and enhanced it, he would scare Zhao Yang so badly he'd barely be able to function. Striding up to the stone dais, Lin Ye, under a field full of contemptuous and gawking stares, placed his hand on the orb with utter confidence. Lin Ye pressed his hand steadily onto the glowing orb embedded in the black stone pedestal. A muffled grinding of gears rumbled from within the platform. The surface of the orb flickered a few times before reluctantly squeezing out an extremely faint gray light. With a soft thud, a dusty book with torn frayed edges was spat out from the orb and fell onto the stone platform. Its surface carried not the slightest ripple of magic, the texture crude and rough to the extreme. The teacher in charge of recording pushed up his glasses and announced the result with a blank expression. Lin Ye blank skill book, heavy strike. The training field fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Heavy strike. Isn't that just the move the blacksmith at the village entrance uses when hammering iron? Adds 5 points of physical damage, costs 10 mana, and you can't even smash a slime to death with it in the wild. I'm dying of laughter. Even drawing a blank fireball would be better than this. Even a stray dog in the novice village would shake its head and walk away after seeing that book. Lin Ye picked up the grayish-white skill book. Skill name Heavy Strike blank. Class restriction none. Skill effect infuse your strength into your weapon. Your next normal attack deals an additional 5 points of physical damage. Cost 10 mana. Cooldown 5 seconds. Looking at this pitiful, unsightly panel, Lin Ye felt no ripple in his heart at all. He even felt a faint urge to laugh. In everyone else's eyes, this was nothing but trash. But he was a man with a god-tier talent at his back. As long as he shattered the book to learn the skill of blank ability, might not be unable to be directly strengthened into a world-shattering, god-level ultimate move. Gripping the skill book in one hand, Lin Ye turned ready to leave the awakening area and find a secluded place to learn it. He had barely taken a step when a tall figure suddenly blocked his path. Zhao Yang approached with 3 lackeys in tow surrounding him with faces full of scorn. In his hand, he flaunted an excellent grade skill book, furious/radiating a faint red glow. Well, our little kept man only drew this piece of trash. He glanced down at the gray-covered book in Lin Ye's hand, the corner of his mouth stretching into an exaggerated grin as his shoulders shook with laughter. Even if you used this garbage skill to pound a rich lady's back for a massage, she'd probably complain you hadn't eaten enough. Zhao Yang deliberately raised his voice, making sure every student and teacher on campus could hear him clearly. His lackeys instantly chimed in with loud jeers. Brother Zhao, backpounding is a craft too. Who knows, if the rich lady's in a good mood, she might reward him with 2 bottles of low-grade health potion. Take Heavy Strike into a dungeon, and you'll probably get pinned to the ground and rubbed by goblins. Zhao Yang leaned forward slightly, his gaze filled with undisguised brutality. Lin Ye, I'll leave my words here today. He raised a finger and jabbed it hard into Lin Ye's shoulder. Trash like you living off women doesn't deserve the dignity of a professional at all. The moment you dare step half a step beyond the city walls, dare to go grind mobs in the novice zone outside Jiang City. Zhao Yang suddenly withdrew his hand and clenched it into a fist, his knuckles cracking loudly. I'll be out there in the wild to personally stomp both your legs to pieces, so you'll spend the rest of your life kneeling on the ground begging for food. The surrounding third-year students gasped sharply at these ruthless words. The wilderness outside Jiang City was beyond the protection of the state. Every year, there were transfer students who died out there. Zhao Yang was not only a rank berserker, but also had the Zhao family behind him. When he said he would break Lin Ye's legs, it was no idle threat. All eyes turned toward Lin Ye in unison, filled with both pity and schadenfreude. A combat weakling with no class holding the most worthless skill book, and he had offended a berserker with boundless prospects. Lin Ye's future was not only ruined, even his personal safety was no longer guaranteed. Under Zhao Yang's stamping, coercive posturing, Lin Ye's eyes chilled in an instant. He could not even be bothered to look at Zhao Yang directly, ignoring his provocation. He raised his right hand, fingers pinching the pages of Heavy Strike. Reasoning with a mutt that only knew how to bark was a complete waste of time. Crushing the skill book outright and slapping a god-tier skill in his face would be the most effective reply. Strength gathered at Lin Ye's fingertips. Just as the skill book was about to shatter, the temperature above the training field plummeted off a cliff without warning. A moment ago the sun had been blazing overhead, the next white frost visible to the naked eye condensed in the air. The stone tiles underfoot were rapidly coated in a thick sheath of ice, while crystalline frost blossoms spiraled and danced through midair. Thousands of students in thin school uniforms were caught off guard, shivering violently as their teeth chattered uncontrollably. A terrifying pressure of magic belonging to a high-tier professional, carrying intense, piercing cold, crashed straight down over the entire field. The once clamorous, mocking training field was instantly frozen into dead silence by this extreme chill. Everyone's breathing became agonizingly difficult, as though a boulder pressed on their chests. They could not so much as move a single finger. This was the natural suppression of a high-tier professional over low-tier awakeners. Following the direction of the crowd's terrified gaze, Lin Ye looked up. Suspended in midair above them, a crystalline staircase of frost had unfolded out of nothingness. The steps were condensed from pure ice element, refracting a dazzling blue radiance under the sunlight as they stretched from the heights of the sky all the way down to the front of the awakening platform. A tall, slender figure descended step by step upon the icy stairs. It was an astonishingly young woman. She wore a perfectly tailored mage's robe custom-made by Longjing Vocational Academy, intricate silver magic patterns embroidered along the hem. Her waist-length hair was loosely tied back with an ice-blue ribbon. With every single step she took, the frost beneath her feet spread outward another degree. The utterly resplendent elemental control of an SS-rank ice mage all but blinded under the disbelieving stares of the entire faculty and student body. This key protege of Longjing Vocational Academy, Jiang City's famously wealthy top-tier heiress, walked straight up to Lin Ye. Su Wanqing came to a halt. A faint cool fragrance slipped into Lin Ye's nose. With practiced ease and utter naturalness, she extended a fair slender hand and pressed down on the wrist with which he held the heavy strike skill book. Her touch was icy cold, yet carried an unquestionable force. The fingers with which Lin Ye had been exerting strength were forcibly pressed back, leaving the skill book intact in his grasp. His motion to learn through destruction had been interrupted. The entire field burst at once into poorly restrained exclamations. Holy crap, that's Su Wanqing, the youngest S-rank ice mage in Jiang City. Why would she come to a mere affiliated high school like ours? Are you blind? Didn't you see her grabbing Lin Ye's hand? The rumors were true. Lin Ye really is the pretty boy she's keeping. For someone at the absolute pinnacle to personally come all this way for a man with no class. Just how much ancestral blessing is piled on Lin Ye's grave? The shock in the crowd erupted like thunder. The recording teacher and homeroom teacher, Zhou Hai, did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Su Wanqing completely ignored the uproar around her. She did not so much as spare a single glance at the blank skill book clutched in Lin Ye's hand. She merely tilted her head ever so slightly. Her eyes shimmering with an ice-blue glow locked coldly onto Zhao Yang, who stood just a few paces away. She made no move and spoke not a single word. With nothing but that one look accompanied by the unconscious surge of magic leaking from an S-rank mage. The grotesquely exaggerated grin on Zhao Yang's face froze in an instant. The fresh berserker blood he had only just awakened was forced to shrink back into his body under this soul-freezing chill. His legs began to tremble violently. Emisu. The words scraped out of Zhao Yang's throat in broken fragments as the strength went out of his knees completely. With a heavy thump, Zhao Yang, who a second ago had been boasting about breaking Lin Ye's legs, dropped to his knees on the ice-slick stone tiles. His hands slapped against the ground as cold sweat mixed with frost dripped from his forehead in heavy beads, his entire body collapsing into a boneless heap. His lackeys were even more terrified, stumbling backward and landing hard on their backsides, not daring to lift their heads. Lin Ye glanced at the kneeling Zhao Yang, the corner of his mouth twitching. He had originally planned to make a move himself. Just then, from the depths of his mind, a string of harsh mechanical chimes suddenly rang out. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully received public protection from an SS rank opposite sex powerhouse. Soft rice behavior confirmed. Soft rice reward acquired. The expression on Lin Ye's face froze completely. His gaze slid past Su Wanqing's breathtaking profile to the blue panel flickering wildly in the air. A panel only he could see, as a roar of impotent fury echoed in his heart. No, he really had never planned on living off a woman's favor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the kept man crit reward, all attributes 20. A pale blue virtual panel flickered wildly before Lin Ye's eyes. Almost at the very instant the notification sound fell silent, an incomparably violent torrent of heat surged out of nowhere through Lin Ye's limbs and bones. He could clearly hear a dense series of popping cracks coming from his bones, while his muscle fibers grew tougher at a speed that defied all common sense. The originally thin body now seemed packed with power sufficient to tear rock apart with ease. His vision became razor-sharp to the point that he could even distinguish the hexagonal shape of frost crystals drifting down through the air. All five senses sharpened, and his neural reaction speed was enhanced on every front. Lin Ye opened his personal status panel and glanced at it. Strength 30. Agility 30, Constitution 30, Spirit 30, a perfectly neat row of 30s. He lowered his head and swept a glance at Zhao Yang, who was still kneeling on the frost-covered ground shivering. Just a few minutes ago this brank berserker had been bragging madly about his 20-point initial strength bonus, his tail practically cocked up to the heavens. Yet now, just because Su Wanqing had casually stepped in to defend him, all four of his attributes had been straight-up increased by 20 points. Purely in terms of naked base stats, he could already stand shoulder to shoulder with, or even surpass, a level 1 SS rank profession holder. Lin Ye swallowed hard. 3 seconds ago he had still been vowing in his heart that he would never live off a woman again in this lifetime. Now he had to admit that he'd spoken a bit too loudly just now. Self-reliance. Could self-reliance make all his total attributes soar by 80 points in a single second while he just stood there? Grinding monsters for levels meant exhausting himself half to death and risking being gored into the air by a wild boar. But now all he had to do was stand here and let a rich lady shield him for a moment, and attribute points would be hurled straight into his face. This kept man lifestyle seemed oddly tempting. Su Wanqing completely ignored the strange look on Lin Ye's face. Her eyes were lowered slightly, her gaze still locked on Zhao Yang, who was kneeling on the ground ahead. The magical pressure of the high-ranked mage did not dissipate just because Zhao Yang had knelt. Instead it pressed down even more heavily, almost as if it had taken solid form. Crack. The layer of ice beneath Zhao Yang's knees let out a scalp-numbing snap as countless spiderweb-like fissures spread out in an instant. Under this extremely frigid oppression, Zhao Yang looked as though he had just been fished out of an ice hole, his body shaking uncontrollably. The berserker blood energy he had always been so proud of was frozen so thoroughly, he could not mobilize a single thread of it. The muscles on his face twisted with fierce snot, and tears mixing with ice chips, and smearing his entire face. He finally realized what level of existence he had provoked. Zhao Yang's teeth chattered as he forced his stiff neck to turn, looking toward homeroom teacher Zhou Hai in the distance, with eyes filled with terror and supplication. Zhou Hai was himself a mage over level 30, considered a figure of some standing at Jiangxing No. 1 high school. Yet cold sweat streamed down his forehead, gathered at his temples, and formed beads of ice that dropped to the ground one after another. Seeing Zhao Yang's plea for help and driven by a teacher's duty, Zhou Hai gritted his teeth and forced himself to take half a step forward. Miss Su, this is merely a matter between students. He did not even finish the sentence. Buzz! The air let out a short piercing bang. 3 ice spikes over a meter long, each exuding a terrifying chill, condensed out of thin air right before Zhou Hai's brow, without any warning. The tips of the ice spikes were less than half a finger's breadth from Zhou Hai's skin, the bone-piercing cold drilling straight through his scalp. If he dared to move forward even half a millimeter, these 3 spikes would instantly turn his head into a honeycomb. The foot Zhou Hai had raised stiffened in midair. His breath caught. He quickly drew his leg back, raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, and retreated 3 large steps, clamping his mouth shut so tightly not even a punctuation mark dared escape. The entire field fell deathly silent. Several thousand senior students and teachers had witnessed the scene with their own eyes, and in each gaze surged an extreme, speechless fright. The Zhao family young master, who usually strutted around the school relying on his family background and rampant arrogance, was now pinned to the ground, like an ant, unable even to lift his head. And the homeroom teacher, whose strength ranked among the very top in the school, did not even have the qualification to approach, and had been forced to retreat again and again. This was the dominance of a top-tier SS-rank professional. This was the utterly overbearing, completely unreasonable protectiveness of this favored daughter of Longjing. After delivering a warning that was silent, yet lethal in the extreme, Su Wanqing finally withdrew her gaze. The surrounding temperature rose ever so slightly. Zhao Yang felt as if he had received a royal pardon. He collapsed bonelessly onto the shattered ice, gasping for breath in great gulps, without even the strength to roll and crawl away. Su Wanqing turned her head, and her gaze fell upon Lin Ye. More precisely, it fell upon the dull gray blank grade skill book titled Heavy Strike, clutched in Lin Ye's hand. Her delicate brows knit ever so slightly, and open disgust flashed unabashedly through her cool eyes. Following her gaze, Lin Ye looked down, and an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Wait a moment. That was his hope of truly standing back up. Sister Wanqing, listen to me, I can expel. Lin Ye hadn't finished speaking. Su Wanqing lifted her slender finger and lightly tapped Lin Ye's wrist with her fingertip. A wisp of extremely pure cold surged forth. Crack. The plain skill book in Lin Ye's grasp did not even have a second to struggle. In an instant, it was frozen into a solid, transparent ice sculpture. Then, bang! With a soft report, the entire book exploded right in Lin Ye's palm, turning into a skyful of fine ice shards that were carried away on the wind and completely scattered into the air, not even leaving behind a book cover. Lin Ye's hand froze in midair, still in a gripping posture, his entire being numb. Damn it! That was his skill book, his capital to take off as a future god of all professions. And she had just scattered it to the wind like that. Su Wanqing completely ignored Lin Ye's heart-wrenching expression and could not be bothered with the jaws dropping all around them. She turned her wrist casually. A dazzling silver magical halo swept out, instantly dispelling the lingering chill in the vicinity. Su Wanqing took out a thick skill book from her storage space, its cover traced with intricate flowing silver runes, and gently placed it into Lin Ye's arms. Do not let that kind of trash skill occupy your precious skill slots. Her voice was cool and brooked no refusal. Silver light flickered piercingly bright. Not far away, the teacher in charge of recording suddenly opened his eyes wide. His hand, halfway through pushing up his glasses, trembled so hard he snapped the frame in two. He did not even spare a glance for the fallen half of his glasses, his gaze glued to the book in Lin Ye's arms. A silver halo. That's a top-grade, excellent tier skill book. Absolute bulwark. As these words fell, the previously silent leading teachers instantly boiled over, completely losing their composure. What a absolute bulwark. That passive life-saving miracle skill. Damn. That book is a strategic resource with a price, but no market. It can forcibly trigger a 3-second invincible shield upon suffering lethal damage. Although it's only an excellent tier skill because it's an extremely rare passive life-saving mechanism, its actual black market price is several times higher than that of ordinary epic tier attack skills. Does Longjing Vocational Academy have so much money to burn? They're just handing out such a top-grade skill book like it's nothing. The teacher's exclamations were not restrained in the least, carrying clearly across the entire field. The eyes of several thousand senior students all flushed red at this moment. Envy flared across the field like an epidemic. When Zhao Yang had drawn an ordinary excellent tier skill book, Berserk / his tail had already been wagging to the sky, and he had practically wanted to broadcast it to the entire school. Yet now, without so much as blinking, Su Wanqing had pulled out a top-grade life-saving miracle skill worth as much as an epic tier skill and forcibly stuffed it into Lin Ye's arms. A rich lady force-feeding him the kept man lifestyle. Who on earth could withstand that? Why, he's a complete combat weakling without even a profession. What use does he have for such a divine skill? That's 3 seconds of invincibility. Something that gives you an extra life at the critical moment in a deep abyss dungeon run, and they've just given it to a guy living off a woman. I don't get it. I really can't accept this. I'm fully limbed and decent looking. Why isn't there an SS Shrank rich lady who takes a fancy to me and stuffs a top-grade skill book into my hands? Brother, go take a good hard look in the mirror. That face of Lin Ye's on its own could rank among the very best in all of Jiangqing. What are you competing with him for in terms of winning favor? Gazes filled with jealousy, resentment, fanaticism, and even a hint of hatred converged on Lin Ye like several thousand high-energy laser beams. If looks could kill Lin, you would already have been torn apart and scattered to the winds tens of thousands of times over by these high school students. Lin Ye lowered his head to look at the heavy silver glowing absolute bulwark in his arms. Then he raised his head to look at Su Wanqing's calm expression. He finally understood what it meant to eat hard food in a soft way. No matter how hard the food, Su Wanqing could soften it and personally deliver it straight to his mouth. Just as envy flared across the field and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, the mechanical voice of the system in the depths of Lin Ye's mind chimed in right on cue, sounding incomparably cheerful. Ding! Forced feeding of the host detected. Successfully received a top-grade resource gift from its Shrank female powerhouse. Kept man behavior successfully confirmed. Because the gifted item is extremely precious, a crit reward has been triggered. Staring at the golden reward pop-up windows exploding across his panel, Lin Ye roared inwardly in his mind. No, I really don't want to live off a woman this way. Lin Ye stared fixedly at the crazily flickering golden pop-up windows on his retina, his breath pausing for half a second. Ding! Reward critical hit triggered. Excellent grade Absolute Bastion has advanced into legendary grade Holy Shield Bastion. Dark golden characters exploded across the interface. Legendary grade. In the centuries-long history of awakenings in Jiangqing, legendary grade skill books could be counted on one hand. Every time one appeared in the world, it would trigger a bloody frenzy among the top guilds and conglomerates. Lin Ye did not hesitate. He swiftly opened the item details. Skill name Holy Shield Bastion. Legendary passive skill class restriction, none skill effect. When the host suffers damage sufficient to cause death, the skill forcibly activates, immediately clearing all negative statuses and generating an invincible shield lasting 10 seconds. Additional effect: while the shield persists, automatically restore 10 of maximum HP per second. Cooldown 24 hours. Lin Ye drew in a sharp breath in his heart. 3 seconds of invincibility had become 10. What had been a simple damage mitigation mechanic now had an utterly monstrous 10-second full heal effect layered onto it. It was equivalent to gaining 1 extra free resurrection opportunity every day. Just moments ago on the awakening platform, he had sworn to himself that in this life, he would rely on his own strength and never live off anyone else. But now as he looked at this legendary skill book radiating a dark golden glow, Lin Ye felt that perhaps living off someone was not entirely unacceptable. No matter how many monsters he slaughtered or how many dungeons he cleared, he might never have exploded a single legendary skill book. Su Wanqing had tossed it to him casually, and the system's reward critical hit had delivered it as a bonus. He was soaring. Lin Ye had to admit that this mouthful of soft rice had brutally shattered his so-called backbone. This soft rice was delicious indeed. What are you spacing out for? A cool voice sounded at his ear, dragging Lin Ye's thoughts back. Su Wanqing was standing in front of him. She lifted her slender right hand, her index finger tapping lightly on Lin Ye's forehead, neither too hard nor too soft. The force was slight, carrying a trace of icy coolness. Hurry up and learn it, Su Wanqing said, tilting her chin slightly, a commanding tone in her voice that allowed no argument. Or are you planning to brood over it? The way she spoke to Lin Ye had none of that aloof, unapproachable superiority she showed to others. Instead, it brimmed with a naturally intimate and domineering familiarity. The thousands of teachers and students on the sports field took in the scene in its entirety. From the deathly silent crowd, heavy, ragged breaths broke out one after another. A male student clenched his back teeth so hard they almost cracked his eyes red as though they were about to bleed. A top-tier skill book being slapped onto someone's face was bad enough. Yet this ice element made so cold and distant that the entire upper class of Jiangchang hesitated to approach her, had actually displayed such an intimate gesture in public. This was no longer merely feeding him resources. This was like chewing the food for you, then asking whether it was too hot. Jealousy spread madly over the sports field like a gale. Lin Ye completely shut out those murderous gazes. He raised his right hand, pressing his palm flat against the heavy cover of absolute bastion. He fixed his intent and silently recited the learning command. A deep hum sounded. The hefty book instantly shattered, transforming into countless brilliant silver streams of light that surged up along his palm and plunged straight into his brow. At the instant the skill was engraved into his soul, that strange power which had always lain dormant within Lin Ye's body erupted awake. Ding. Non-class skill detected in host learning process. God-tier talent all-class deity has been passively triggered, forcibly intervening in skill restructuring channel. Lin Ye felt as if a violent energy storm had swept through his mind. The system interface popped up automatically, and the information in the skill bar began to flash crazily. The original Holy Shield Bastion text turned blurry, its characters forcefully dismantled by an invisible power, then rearranged along a more complex and arcane trajectory. The process was extremely fast, lasting no more than 2 or 3 breaths. The storm subsided. Brand new skill information lay quietly in the first skill slot. Lin Ye focused his gaze. Skill name: Holy Light Bastion. God-tier passive class restriction: none. Skill effect: when suffering lethal damage, forcibly activates, clearing all negative and control statuses and entering a 30-second state of absolute invincibility. During invincibility, restore 20 of maximum HP per second. God-tier trait: any overheal beyond maximum HP is converted at 100 ratio into holy damage, dealing indiscriminate strikes to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius around the host. Cost: none. Cooldown: 8 hours. Lin Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. His heart pounded wildly beyond his control. 30 seconds of absolute invincibility. 20% HP restored every second. The most outrageous part was that God-tier trait. Overflow healing converting into true damage. What did that mean? As long as he remained at full HP, the true damage he unleashed every second would be equivalent to 20 of his maximum HP. Within 10 meters, indiscriminate AoE true damage strikes. This completely overturned the logic of a defensive skill. It was nothing less than a human-shaped nuclear warhead detonation device wrapped in a defensive disguise. Anyone daring to empty his HP bar would have to face a 30-second storm of invincible reflected damage. An assassin trying to cut him down would be melted by true damage in 2 seconds. A warrior trying to hack at him would not even withstand the first wave of true damage eruption. The Soft-Dry system's 10,000-fold critical hit had raised an excellent skill all the way up to legendary. And the all-class deity talent had forcefully twisted this legendary skill into a god-tier forbidden curse. The two stacked together to forge this ultimate life-saving and counterkill divine skill with no weaknesses at all. Lin Ye swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the urge to burst out laughing. Perverse. It was simply too perverse. The only regret was that this world-destroying mechanism was merely a passive triggered by taking hits. If it could be actively released, he could charge into a horde of monsters, tap his skill key, and clear the entire screen with his eyes closed. But Lin Ye quickly let go of that thought. With 30 points to all attributes as a foundation, plus this god-tier passive as a safety net, he, a jobless rookie, only one day awakened, already surpassed 99% of his peers in Jiangcheng in terms of survivability. Finished? Su Wanqing asked calmly as she watched the last wisp of silver light fade from Lin Ye's palm. I'm done learning it, Lin Ye replied, closing his interface as his expression returned to calm. Let's go. Su Wanqing wasted no words. She reached back and firmly grasped Lin Ye's wrist. Her touch was still icy cold, yet her grip was immensely strong. Su Wanqing dragged Lin Ye with her as she turned and headed toward the edge of the sports field. The cluster of students ahead blocking their way erupted into panicked commotion. Everyone scattered to either side, as if avoiding the plague, tumbling and scrambling away, forcibly opening up a straight passage nearly 3 meters wide. No one dared to speak out and stop them. Homeroom teacher Zhou Hai stood rooted in place, his mouth opening and closing before he finally swallowed back the words. According to regulations, students are not allowed to leave campus without permission. Regulations existed to restrain the weak. To speak of rules before this SS-grade ice element powerhouse, he feared even the remaining lens of his glasses would not survive. Zhao Yang was still kneeling and sprawled on the ice-covered stone slabs, his entire body stiff. He did not even dare raise his head to glimpse Su Wanqing's departing back, praying only that this great Buddha would leave quickly so he could cling to his small life. Dragged forward by her, Lin Ye's steps were slightly hurried. Wanqingji, the school still has follow-up registration procedures, he said, glancing at Su Wanqing's exquisite profile. Knowing he could not resist, he lowered his voice and asked, "Where are we going?" Su Wanqing's steps did not falter, her high heels striking the stone slabs with crisp clicks. Her gaze stayed fixed ahead, no ripple in her ice-blue eyes. Her red lips parted, and two words fell clearly into Lin Ye's ears. "Get a room." The sound of the wind over the sports field gradually faded into the distance. Su Wanqing gripped Lin Ye's wrist tightly and strode toward the school gate with him. Behind them, the jealous gazes of thousands of students practically burned a hole into his back. The words "open a room" replayed over and over in Lin Ye's mind. He recalled the casual joke the two of them had made half a month ago while having dinner at home. Back then, Su Wanqing had said that once he awakened his class in his third year of high school, she would take him to the best hotel in Jiangxing, book the top-floor suite, and celebrate. Now it seemed this SS-rank powerhouse was prepared to fulfill that promise. Lin Ye lowered his head and glanced at their interlocked hands. Su Wanqing's fingers were icy cold, yet contained a force that brooked no escape. He swallowed his throat, suddenly feeling parched. The hot blood belonging to an 18-year-old youth began unreasonably surging downward into his lower abdomen. As they stepped out of the school gate, a silver-white limited-edition supercar was parked by the roadside. The car door popped upward, and Su Wanqing unceremoniously shoved Lin Ye into the passenger seat before sliding into the driver's seat herself. The engine let out a deafening roar, the tires scorching two black streaks across the asphalt as the supercar shot forward. The force of acceleration pinned Lin Ye firmly against the leather seat. He turned his head toward the driver's side. Su Wanqing was steering one-handed, her gaze fixed intently on the road ahead. Her voluminous mage's robe fluttered lightly in the wind pouring in from the window, revealing fleeting glimpses of fair skin. Lin Ye drew in a deep breath, quietly adjusted his posture, and pressed his body lower in the seat. The car sped along, racing all the way. 20 minutes later, the supercar screeched to a halt and stopped steadily before a magnificent black building. Lin Ye looked out through the windshield. At the top of the building, several enormous, glowing alloy characters were strikingly eye-catching. Jiangxing Instance Hall. Lin Ye glanced at those characters, then lowered his head to look at his own crotch. The heat that had been pooling in his lower abdomen instantly turned cold. So this was the kind of room they were opening. "Let's go." Su Wanqing pushed open the car door. Lin Ye unfastened his seatbelt and followed her out. The interior of the Instance Hall was vast and open, a roaring sea of voices filling the space. Professionals of all levels, clad in a bewildering variety of equipment, gathered here to form parties, trade, and enter instances. The moment Su Wanqing stepped into the hall, the originally clamorous environment fell briefly silent. This young SS-rank ice mage possessed an extremely high degree of recognition in Jiangxing. The crowd instinctively parted to either side, opening up a broad path. Why did Su Wanqing come to the low-level area? Isn't she usually stationed at the high-tier abyss in Longjing? Look at the guy next to her. He's still wearing one high school uniform. Damn, that's the kid from my brother's class. I heard he failed his awakening. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. He really latched onto Su Wanqing's thigh. All kinds of murmurs drifted in from every direction. Lin Ye kept his hands tucked in his uniform pockets, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His current bear attribute panel already reached 30 points, and with that absurd god-tier passive in his backpack added on. The vast majority of low-level professionals in this hall didn't even qualify to break through his defenses. He did not spare their gazes a single thought. Su Wanqing led Lin Ye straight through the crowd toward the VIP section at the deepest part of the hall. Ordinary students needed a school guarantee letter and a teacher's signature to enter an instance. But at the VIP counter, such regulations were little more than empty words. Su Wanqing slapped a black gold card onto the counter. The staff member, seeing the magical patterns on its surface, immediately straightened up. He did not even ask Lin Ye to present his student ID, instead grabbing a seal and rapidly stamping several documents. In less than 3 minutes, a highest authority instance admission permit was placed in Lin Ye's hand. The two of them turned and headed to the VIP lounge. They had barely sat down when a series of heavy metallic clanks approached from afar, drawing nearer. 5 fully armed professionals strode toward the lounge. At their head was a burly man clad in a suit of heavy refined steel armor, a tower shield, as tall as a person strapped to his back. The surface of his armor shimmered with the faint blue glow unique to top-grade low-level equipment. This was Bloodblade, a power-leveling party of some renown in Jiangxing's low-level area. Captain Zhang Meng came to a sudden halt before Su Wanqing. He stood ramrod straight, lowered his head slightly, and spoke with utmost respect. "Miss Su, the Bloodblade party is assembled in full. May I ask which instance is the objective of this commission?" Su Wanqing leaned back on the sofa and lifted the teacup on the table, taking a light sip. Setting it down, she raised her hand and casually pointed at Lin Ye seated beside her. "Take him into an instance. Farm experience." Zhang Meng turned his head, his gaze landing on Lin Ye. His eyes lingered for 2 seconds on Lin Ye's school uniform, which showed no trace of magical fluctuation, and his brows knit slightly. As a professional who had licked blood off the blade in the wild for years, he saw through Lin Ye's lack of any professional traits at a glance. A jobless one who did not even possess a basic starting skill. A trace of extremely well-hidden contempt flickered deep within Zhang Meng's eyes. The three party members standing behind him swept their gazes toward Lin Ye in unison. The party's mage did not even bother to disguise his feelings, openly curling his lip. They exchanged a glance. Trash like this, even if power leveled to a higher rank, would possess no real combat strength at all. Understood. Zhang Meng swiftly withdrew his gaze and looked back to Su Wanqing. He patted the armor on his chest, producing a dull metallic thud. Rest assured, Miss Su Bloodblade takes money to do the job. We will absolutely guarantee this little brother's safety. Our efficiency is the highest in the entire city. Su Wanqing did not waste words. She directly took out a crystal card from her storage space and swiped it across the card reader Zhang Meng handed over. Beep. A deposit of 100,000. If his level rises quickly enough, your final payment will be doubled. Su Wanqing's tone was indifferent. Zhang Meng stared at the 6 zeros that appeared on the reader's display, his eyes lighting up at once. He immediately turned and sent a party invitation to Lin Ye. Lin Ye, join the party, Su Wanqing said, turning her head toward him. Lin Ye opened the translucent panel before his eyes and pressed accept. Light flashed, and Lin Ye's name appeared on Bloodblade's party list. The instant the party was successfully formed, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the depths of Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Host has been detected successfully accepting an SS rank opposites X powerhouses, high-value power leveling arrangement. Soft rise behavior confirmed. Exclusive power leveling reward triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the buff tenfold experience gain. Duration until leaving the party. Lin Ye stared at the golden characters scrolling across the panel, his pupils slightly dilated. Tenfold experience. Such an outrageous surge in numbers completely shattered the existing leveling system. Forcing down the upward curl of his lips, Lin Ye closed the panel. He lifted his head and met Zhang Meng's gaze just as the captain turned back toward him. Zhang Meng looked at Lin Ye, his expression returning to a cold, businesslike stiffness. Little brother, let me put the ugly words up front, he began in a condescending tone. Once we're inside the instance, find a safe corner and stay there. Don't run around and don't touch anything at random. If you draw aggro on your own, once this formation of ours gets disrupted, we might not have time to save you. The mage beside him snorted coldly, toying with his staff without saying a word. Lin Ye sneered inwardly. A few wage earners taking a rich woman's money to do a job, and they really thought themselves lords of the place. In terms of survival ability within this hall, who could compare to the god-tier passive he carried on him? If he truly wished to run wild, these 5 wouldn't even qualify to choke on the dust kicked up at his heels. Fine. I'll try not to run around, Lin Ye replied casually. Zhang Meng no longer bothered with him and turned to signal his teammates. Let's move. Su Wanqing rose to her feet, smoothing the hem of her long robe. She looked at Lin Ye. Go on. I'll be waiting for you here in the hall. Lin Ye nodded and turned to follow Bloodblade's stride toward the massive instance teleportation area at the center of the hall. Within the zone, dozens of light gates stood upright, each radiating a different hue. Zhang Meng led the party to a halt before a dim blue gate. A line of information hovered above it: gloomy dark forest, difficulty normal. Recommended level 79. One after another, the Bloodblade members stepped through the gate and vanished into the blue ripples. Zhang Meng went last. With 1 foot already through the gate, he turned his head, shooting Lin Ye a cold glance, his tone edged with impatience. What are you standing there for? Get in here. And once inside, don't speak out of turn. Lin Ye ignored his urging entirely. One hand in his pocket, he lifted his leg and stepped into the teleportation gate. Lin Ye stepped out of the teleportation portal, his feet landing on a carpet of damp, rotten leaves. The light was dim, and towering ancient trees blocked out nearly all of the sunlight. The air was thick with the heavy scent of wet earth and rotting flesh. This was the novice dungeon on normal difficulty, the gloomy dark forest. The 5 members of the Bloodblade squad had already snapped into combat readiness. Captain Zhang Meng pulled the heavy, refined steel tower shield from his back and slammed it down into the muddy ground with a resounding clang, sending up a spray of filthy water. He turned his head and pointed at a huge moss-covered boulder near the entrance. Lin Ye, go wait over there. Zhang Meng's tone was stiff as he issued the order. No matter what you hear or see, do not leave a 3-meter radius around that rock. We don't have the attention to spare to protect a burden who doesn't even have a single skill. The tall, lanky mage in the team spun the wooden staff in his hand and let out a derisive chuckle. Miss Su is just too kind. Anyone else would never spend 100,000 to drag a complete freeloader through a dungeon. You'd better behave yourself and not cause us trouble. Lin Ye could not even be bothered to argue. One hand in his pocket, he obediently walked behind the boulder and found a relatively clean spot to lean against in comfort. If someone was willing to power level him for free, he could not have asked for more. Seeing that Lin Ye knew his place, Zhang Meng no longer paid him any mind. With a gesture, Bloodblade squad immediately formed a standard defensive assault formation and advanced toward the depths of the gloomy dark forest. Watching the 5 figures disappear into the dense fog, Lin Ye called up his personal status panel. On his retina, a line of golden text shimmered softly. Buff status: tenfold experience gain. Duration: until leaving the party. The buff was still active. Lin Ye completely relaxed his body, folded his arms across his chest, and prepared to peacefully enjoy being an idle AFK boss. Less than 100 meters ahead, the sharp clamor of weapons clashing rang out. Watch the left flank. The gray wolves are lunging in. Zhang Meng's rough bellow tore through the thick fog. Flames then roared skyward as the mage's rapid-fire fireballs exploded in the depths of the forest, accompanied by a few shrill wolf howls. Almost the instant the first gray wolf of the dark forest fell, a line of blue text popped up at the bottom of Lin Ye's vision. Party has slain LV. 7 dark forest gray wolf experience gained 15. Tenfold experience buff active. Actual experience gained 150. Lin Ye glanced at his previously empty experience bar. It only took 500 experience points to go from level 1 to level 2. With just a single monster, the bar visibly shot up by a large chunk. Tenfold experience, this is pure profit. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The battle deep in the forest was growing ever more intense. In order to earn that doubled final payment as quickly as possible, Bloodblade squad fought, as if injected with stimulants, unleashing their skills in a frenzy ahead of him. Zhang Meng's tower shield braced firmly against the monster horde, while the mage and archer poured out full firepower from the rear, pushing forward at a rapid pace. Behind the boulder, Lin Ye did not so much as move a finger. Yet the notification panel before his eyes had completely gone berserk. Experience gained 150. Experience gained 150. Experience gained 280. Elite monster bonus. The amount of experience pouring in under the tenfold buff was downright terrifying. Notifications cascaded like a waterfall, lines of numbers jumping one after another. In less than 10 minutes, a warm current suddenly surged through Lin Ye's body. A resonant hum sounded as a dazzling milky white pillar of light burst up from beneath his feet, shooting straight toward the canopy. In this murky forest, that leveling glow was brighter than a searchlight. On the front line, Zhang Meng was raising his tower shield to take a heat and pounce from a massive gray wolf when the corner of his eye was suddenly stabbed by the glare behind him. He glanced back on instinct. That single look made his movements freeze for a split second, and the tower shield in his hands tilted half an inch out of position. With a heavy boom, the giant wolf's claws smashed into the edge of the shield. The massive impact forced Zhang Meng back 2 steps, nearly raking its claws across his face. "Captain, what are you doing?" The mage shouted in alarm from the rear, hastily casting a freezing spell to lock the wolf in place. Zhang Meng steadied himself and felled the beast with a heavy cleaving strike. He did not even spare the corpse a glance, his eyes fixed instead on the entrance behind them. The other members of Bloodblade squad followed his gaze. They saw Lin Ye still lazily leaning against that mossy boulder, his posture unchanged. The white glow of leveling on his body was slowly fading away. All 5 of them were stunned. "You've got to be kidding me." The mage's eyes were wide, his staff hanging forgotten at his side. "We've only been fighting for less than 10 minutes. We haven't even cleared 1/10 of the route, and that AFK slacker, who's doing nothing, just hit level 2. Under normal circumstances, when people team up to clear a dungeon, experience is shared equally. At their current pace, a level 1 newcomer would need to grind alongside them for at least 3 hours to possibly scrape together enough experience to level up." After a brief moment of shock, jealousy flashed in the mage's eyes. Damn it, Su Wanqing must have burned a high-grade experience scroll on him. Those ultra-rare scrolls that let one person monopolize multiplied experience, even in a party, a single one costs tens of thousands. Using it on a jobless leech who lives off women is a complete waste. Zhang Meng's expression was equally ugly. As bottom-rung grunts like them, they risked their lives in dungeons, and it still took 10 days to half a month to gain a single level. That guy just had to lean against a rock while burning a scroll worth tens of thousands, and he leveled up in 10 minutes. The crushing sense of disparity nearly broke the mindset of everyone in Bloodblade squad. "Quit staring. Get to work." Zhang Meng snapped, cutting off his teammates' grumbling. "He's lucky with a rich lady willing to burn money on him. If we want our pay, we'd better clear this map fast." The mood in the party grew heavy. They channeled their pent-up frustration and jealousy into rage, venting it madly on the monsters before them. Their clearing speed miraculously increased by a noticeable margin. Lin Ye completely ignored the sour looks coming from the front line. All his attention was focused on his personal panel. His level had jumped from 1 to 2. But when he saw the changes in his 4 core attributes, his brow furrowed slightly. Strength 31, agility 31, constitution 31, spirit 31. Each attribute had increased by a pitiful single point. No wonder everyone looks down on the jobless. Lin Ye grumbled inwardly. A normal brain combat class would gain at least 3 to 5 points in their main attribute per level, and even their secondary stats would increase by 1 to 2 points. As a jobless class, he had received a total of only 4 attribute points. Without his god of all professions talent, even if he reached the level cap, he would be nothing but a complete combat weakling. Just as Lin Ye was about to close the panel, that cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind right on cue. Ding. Host level increase detected. System assessment. The experience for this level up originates 100 from a power leveling squad hired by an SS rank opposite sex powerhouse who paid out of pocket. Soft rice behavior confirmed. Upgrade attribute crit mechanism triggered. Lin Ye watched in stunned silence as the numbers on the panel, which had just stabilized, twisted wildly, as if electrified. The original 31 figures jumped straight to 40 in less than a second. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soft rice critical bonus. Attribute growth for this level has been forcibly corrected to 10 to all stats. Lin Ye's breath halted for a moment. 10 points to each of the 4 attributes per level. That meant a total attribute gain of 40 points for a single level up. Even the strongest rank hidden class ever awakened at Jiangxing No. One high school would absolutely not exceed a total attribute increase of 15 points per level. He had gained in 1 level what others had to gain in 3. They were not even on the same playing field. Violent power surged through his body again, his bones growing denser and his muscles filled with explosive force. Lin Ye clenched his fists, savoring the flood of vitality in his body. With just his bare 40-point attribute panel, he could now solo that giant gray wolf from before and nearly come out unscathed. Keep it up, my diligent workers. Lin Ye gazed at the Bloodblade squad fighting tooth and nail ahead, his eyes blazing with fervor. What followed was an incredibly bizarre scene in the gloomy dark forest. Bloodblade squad hacked their way forward at the front, advancing over heaps of monster corpses. Each of them was panting heavily, their refined steel armor smeared with filth and blood. Meanwhile, Lin Ye stood in the safe zone near the entrance, not even getting any extra mud on his boots. After 20 minutes, another resonant hum sounded as a second pillar of leveling light flared around him. After 35 minutes, a third pillar of white light shot into the sky. After 50 minutes, the fourth pillar arrived right on schedule. Zhang Meng smashed a goblin skull with a hammer blow and leaned on his tower shield, gasping for breath. He turned his head and looked back at Lin Ye, who kept erupting with white light again and again, feeling as if his own heart were spasming. Captain, he's already level 5. The mage's voice trembled, not only from exhaustion, but from sheer psychological shock. How many scrolls did he burn? That must have cost at least 1 million by now, right? Shut it. Zhang Meng snarled, through gritted teeth, bloodshot eyes glaring ahead. Clear the monsters. Get the money and get out. At this point, they did not want to stay in this dungeon a second longer than necessary. Watching Lin Ye level up while standing still was more painful than death. Lin Ye looked at the power leveling squad ahead, readied and working themselves to the bone for free, and could not stop the corners of his mouth from lifting. He summoned his panel. Level 5 strength, 70 agility, 70 constitution, 70 spirit, 70. In less than an hour, all his attributes had reached 70. It was an utterly terrifying figure. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary level 15 class holder might barely manage to get their main attribute to around 70. Their other attributes would likely still be stuck in single digits. Lin Ye, a level 5 jobless class, had all 4 attributes maxed out at the same level. He was a humanoid monster without a single weakness. On top of that, there was the god tier passive in his skill bar, Holy Light Bulwark, which granted 30 seconds of absolute invincibility with true damage reflection. In this novice village, he could rampage without restraint. Lin Ye took a deep breath and closed his panel. He looked up at a shaft of light filtering through the canopy, his gaze incomparably resolute. The old Lin Ye, who had dreamed of leveling up by grinding monsters on his own, was dead. Now he watched others toil while he sipped tea and leveled up. By simply standing still, his stats skyrocketed by dozens of points. This soft rice route was not only sweet, it was filling. Lin Ye silently swore to himself from this day on, if something could be solved by living off others, he would never lift a hand. He would devour this bowl of soft rice and forge a Tao that belonged to him alone. Just as Lin Ye was immersed in the intoxicating surge of his power, the ground of the entire gloomy dark forest suddenly began to quake violently. Trees toppled in the distance in swathes as a violent magical fluctuation far beyond the limits of a normal dungeon swept in like a tsunami. Zhang Meng's face changed drastically. He whipped his head toward the depths of the forest, his voice cracking with fear. Shit! It's a hidden mutant boss. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted deep within the dense forest. The ground trembled violently. Ancient trees as thick as 5 men could embrace snapped like rotten wood, and wood chips mixed with the foul-smelling mud flew across the sky. A surge of rich, almost tangible scarlet magical energy forcefully broke through the dark mist. Roar! A soul-shaking wolf howl reverberated throughout the dungeon. A mutated dark wolf king as large as a 2-story building and covered in sharp dark red bone spikes stepped out, treading on the bodies of its kind. With each step it took, the pooled water on the ground was instantly evaporated by the intense heat. Its nostrils exhaled a pungent sulfurous scent, while its two blood-red vertical pupils locked onto its prey ahead. Zhang Meng held a heavy steel tower shield positioned at the very front of the team. The magical energy wave emitted by the Wolf King crashed fiercely against the shield, emitting a long string of metallic wails that grated on the teeth. Zhang Meng's arms bulged with muscle instantly, yet he could not suppress the violent trembling. The immense impact directly shattered his tiger's mouth, and blood dripped from his forearm onto the muddy ground. Hidden mutated leader. Attributes completely overpowered. Zhang Meng's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints, and a distorted roar escaped his throat. Retreat. Abandon the mission. Everyone retreat, immediately. This Wolf King's level was at least 15 or higher, and it was an extremely violent mutated species. With just a few of them deliberately keeping their levels at 9, the leveling squad had no chance but to meet a dead end. The moment Zhang Meng's command was issued, the formation of the Bloodblade team instantly collapsed. The tall and thin mage couldn't even cancel the fireball spell he had been chanting halfway through, allowing the backlash of magic to cause blood to seep from the corner of his mouth as he turned and ran. The archer was even more straightforward, directly tossing aside the troublesome longbow in his hands, wishing he could sprout wings. Those bloodied monsters that Zhang Meng had mocked were now merely background scenery. The four of them didn't even glance back, madly sprinting toward the light gate at the dungeon entrance. Lin Ye leaned against a moss-covered boulder, his hands still tucked in his school uniform pockets. He watched these professional levelers who had been so high and mighty just moments ago now scattering like ducks scalded by boiling water, a slight lift in his brow. Running away. Here I am enjoying a hot pot with 10 times the experience, and you just tossed out the base ingredients. What frustrated Lin Ye even more was that these five had no intention of notifying him as they fled. Zhang Meng rushed past the boulder, his gaze firmly fixed on the exit of the teleportation portal, treating Lin Ye as if he were air. Lin Ye, we can't take this quest. Zhang Meng dashed to the azure light gate, wiping the cold sweat off his face. He quickly opened the virtual system panel in front of him, his fingers sliding rapidly across the interface. You just stay here to feed the wolves. The team is forcibly disbanded. Just as Zhang Meng's finger was about to press the disband button, Lin Ye moved. He squared his shoulders and directly blocked the center of the teleportation light gate. The mutated Wolf King indeed looked fierce, but as long as the God-level passive was triggered, it couldn't escape being instantly killed. The problem was that if he took action himself, it wouldn't count as eating soft rice. He would at least lose a level of attribute points. That was a full 36 attribute points, and even in class profession would have to level up twice. Zhang Meng's finger hovered in midair, unable to press down. Because Lin Ye's face, calm, yet laced with a hint of mockery, was already right in front of him. Wanna leave? Lin Ye kept his hands in his pockets, tilting his chin slightly. He perfectly grasped the arrogance of Jiang Cheng's top soft rice king, and that kind of insufferable confidence. The contract has been signed, and the money has been received. When the monster appears, you leave your boss behind and run away. The spirit of the Bloodblade team's contract is quite unique. Get out of my way. Zhang Meng's eyes turned red, and he reached out to push Lin Ye's shoulder. He was fully equipped with attributes comparable to a heavy armored warrior above level 15. With this push filled with anger and panic, an ordinary person would have been sent flying. However, the moment his palm touched Lin Ye's shoulder, Zhang Meng felt as if he were pushing against a pure steel tower welded into the rock layers, not a person. Lin Ye remained completely still. Not even a step faltered. After reaching level 5 with all attributes surpassing 70 points, the stability of Lin Ye's base was far beyond Zhang Meng's imagination. Zhang Meng stared blankly for half a second, but he had no time to think about why a person without a profession couldn't be pushed. The stench behind him had already reached his neck, and the roar of the mutated Wolf King made his eardrums ache. Get out of the way. You want to die? Stay here to feed the monsters. Zhang Meng roared loudly, exerting himself once more. Unilateral forced breach of contract according to the rules of the Jiangcheng Professional Association, tenfold penalty. Lin Ye stood straight, leisurely raising a finger and shaking it. That's just 1 million. Are you sure you can afford the penalty? 1 million. Are you out of your mind? The mage who had caught up screamed. He waved his staff agitatedly, pointing at Lin Ye's nose. That's a mutated leader. Who can defeat it? At worst, well, just forfeit the final payment and the deposit can be refunded. You, a useless soft rice eater, what right do you have to demand compensation from us? What right? Lin Ye scoffed, his gaze coldly sweeping over the terrified faces of the Bloodblade team. Because the one paying you is named Su Wanqing. His tone was calm, but the name he uttered struck like a heavy hammer, precisely hitting the spine of each member of the Bloodblade team. Do you think that the SS-level ice mage, who is a key talent nurtured by Longjing, has a good temper? Lin Ye deliberately paused, watching the cold sweat the size of soybeans quickly bead on Zhang Meng's forehead. She paid to have you level me up. And when you encounter a little danger, you throw me to feed the wolves in the dungeon and run away. Lin Ye stepped forward half a pace, his eyes radiating pressure. When the sun rises tomorrow, will the name Bloodblade team still exist in Jiangcheng? No, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. Lin Ye pointed at the light gate behind him. Do you guess that after she hears about your act of fleeing during the final battle, will she in a fit of rage freeze all 5 of you into ice statues and throw you outside the city wall as decorations? The scene fell into silence. Only the roar of the mutated demon wolf drew closer. The mage's lips trembled violently, his throat felt like it had a thick phlegm lodged in it, unable to utter a single curse. The archer's legs softened, and he fell directly into the muddy pit, rolling back 2 steps. Although the mutated Wolf King was terrifying, they were not without the strength to fight back. Moreover, they could certainly use the mutated Wolf King's attacks to intimidate Lin Ye, this pretty boy. If he got scared and left the dungeon on his own accord, it wouldn't count as their breach of contract. But to offend Su Wanqing, that would mean a dual obliteration, both in a physical and social sense. In the entire professional circle of Jiangcheng, they would be utterly banned. Even the task of cleaning slimes in the sewers would not be assigned to them. Roar! The furious howl of the wolf was close at hand. The mutated Wolf King had already pounced within 50 meters, its enormous claws shattering the last patch of shrubbery ahead. Zhang Meng stared intensely at Lin Ye's face, which showed no intention of retreating, breathing heavily like a broken bellows. The veins on his forehead bulged, almost ready to burst. He finally understood. This battle trash hiding behind a rich woman was using their lives to exchange for experience, and in an extremely overbearing and unreasonable manner. Yet they had no room to resist. You're ruthless. Zhang Meng's eyes turned red, his mental defenses completely collapsed. Between being completely banned by the top bosses and fighting for his life, he could only choose the latter. He suddenly turned around, slamming the steel tower shield heavily onto the muddy ground, creating a large pit. All Bloodblade members, listen up. Zhang Meng's throat squeezed out a blood-curdling roar like a beast forced to a dead end. Formation spread out. Shield wall cover. Mages, slow them down. They were going to fight this beast to the death. The cornered leveling squad erupted with combat power far exceeding their usual levels. The mage painfully took out a scroll and unleashed it, binding the Wolf King's 4 limbs with 3 frost chains. The archer picked up the longbow from the ground, drew out the expensive explosive armor-piercing arrows from his quiver that he usually wouldn't dare to use, and crazily unleashed firepower. Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction. Now this is the correct attitude of getting paid for work. He was determined to enjoy this soft rice. Even the abyssal demon god couldn't stop him. Up ahead, the battlefield was extremely brutal. Zhang Meng's tower shield had already been severely dented by the Wolf King, and piercing friction sounds echoed continuously. He constantly poured expensive red potions into his mouth, relying on the archer and the mage to distract him, desperately holding on under the Wolf King's minions. The mutated Wolf King had an extremely thick health bar, decreasing at an incredibly slow rate. This was an excruciating tug-of-war. The Bloodblade team faced the risk of complete annihilation with the slightest mistake. Lin Ye stood at the edge of the mutated Wolf King's attack range, stroking his chin. It was clearly unrealistic to rely on Wang Meng and the others to kill the mutated Wolf King. If he were to accidentally get swept by the mutated Wolf King's attack, triggering the Holy Light Barrier, it shouldn't count as actively leveling up. In the Jiangxing Instance Hall, the highest level VIP lounge, special glass completely isolates the noise from outside. Su Wanqing lazily leaned on the genuine leather sofa. A faint buzzing sound filled the air. The space rippled like water, and a holographic projection rapidly constructed itself. A tall woman dressed in a black tight-fitting combat suit appeared out of nowhere. Xin Yue, an SS-level shadow assassin from Longjing Vocational College. As soon as she appeared, Xin Yue crossed her arms and unleashed her fury. Su Wanqing, has your brain been eaten by a zombie? Without a word of greeting, her best friend launched into a tirade. You gave away the life-saving skill Absolute Barrier, which can't even be bought at 3 times the black market price, to a useless person. Do you know how furious the old geezers at the academy were today? Xin Yue paced back and forth in the projection, the sound of her high-heeled boots echoing on the floor. Usually when you use resources to support him, I assumed you were just raising a good-looking electronic pet in Jiangxing, which is fine. But what you did today is simply over the top. What kind of potion did that guy named Lin Ye feed you? Xin Yue asked incredulously. What is he, the reincarnation of a male Daji? Or does he have some extraordinary talent that has you infatuated? Level or below. No talent, no skills. And you spent 100,000 to hire someone to carry him through low-level dungeons. This is just throwing money away. Do you plan to hang yourself on this tree of a parasite? Xin Yu's rapid-fire complaints kept coming. Su Wanqing didn't even furrow her brow. She picked up the bone china teacup on the table and took a gentle sip of black tea. Ding! She placed the teacup back in its original position. 3 years ago, Outside Longjing Abyss Rift No. 7. Su Wanqing spat out a place name. Xin Yu's expression froze instantly. She recognized that place. It was the site of near demise for Su Wanqing during her second transition. At that time I had just killed the boss at a higher level, exhausting my magical energy. 3 raging magical beasts approached, drawn by the scent of blood. Su Wanqing spoke in a calm voice, as if recounting someone else's story. 2 mid-level investigators passing by, barely in their 30s. They could have run for it. Those magical beasts were far beyond their capabilities. Su Wanqing met Xin Yu's gaze directly. But they didn't retreat. They used their lives to draw the aggro of the 3 magical beasts away. Su Wanqing's tone turned somber. In the end they vanished without a trace, and their fate remains unknown. The lounge fell into a deathly silence. Xin Yu dropped her arms from her chest. Those 2 people were Lin Ye's parents, Su Wanqing added. The anger on Xin Yu's face instantly solidified her disdain, turning into shock. At that moment, she finally connected the missing investigator couple from 3 years ago with the boy Su Wanqing had taken in. So, Xin Yu swallowed hard. Unable to confirm their deaths, there will be no official compensation, Su Wanqing stated firmly. This life I owe him. Xin Yu fell silent for a moment. Taking a deep breath, the previously tense atmosphere began to relax. All right, you have feelings, and know how to repay kindness. I accept that this situation has opened up for you. You brought him back to Jiangqing, covered his food and lodging for 3 years. Now that he has failed to awaken, you gift him an expensive skill, and even pay for someone to level him up. Kindness has to be measured and have its limits. An absolute barrier, and supporting him in school today, should be enough to settle the debt. Xin Yu looked at Su Wanqing with extreme seriousness. Now is the time to cut ties. A useless person and an SS-level individual are destined to be from different worlds. Tomorrow you should return to Longjing to prepare for the 3rd transition trial, and have him stay in Jiangsheng as an ordinary person. You will both be clear of each other. After hearing this, Su Wanqing not only disagreed, but also chuckled lightly. That smile sent chills down Xin Yu's spine. Cut ties. Su Wanqing interlocked her fingers casually. Who told you I wanted to cut ties, hey? Xin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. After 3 years I've gotten used to it now. Su Wanqing's voice carried a hint of twisted delight. He eats my cooking, wears the clothes I buy, and everything he uses is my resource. Watching him gradually bear my mark, he can only obediently stay by my side. This feeling is truly wonderful. Su Wanqing tilted her head slightly. The term male dodgy is quite nice. I really enjoy this feeling of infatuation. Xin Yu gasped. Looking at the holographic projection of the recognized ice-cold beauty of Longjing, she felt a wave of unease wash over her. This is not gratitude. This is clearly a complete downfall, turning herself into a twisted, obsessive caretaker. You've lost it. You're truly insane. Xin Yu laughed in anger. Su Wanqing, you are now a pure love big brother under a curse. Alright, I want to see what kind of miraculous ability this pretty boy has that can make you in SS level lose your way. Xin Yu punched the virtual desktop. I'm buying a ticket to Jiangqing tonight. I have to meet this exceptional soft rice man in person. Just as her words fell, the cold white lights in the VIP lounge flickered violently. With a loud bang, the lights instantly shifted to a blinding crimson. Woo! Woo! The deafening highest-level air defense alarm blared. The piercing sound threatened to penetrate the ceiling, tearing through the entire hall. In the center of the hall, the giant display screen instantly cleared all scrolling tasks. On the screen, dense blood-red dots were flashing wildly. Abyss energy anomaly is running rampant. The shrill electronic synthesized voice echoed throughout the hall. Warning. The Jiangqing primary instance area has encountered the overlapping of high-level abyss rifts. The spatial barrier has been completely breached. All non-combat personnel must evacuate immediately. Outside the lounge, the orderly hall erupted into chaos. Thousands of low-level professionals like headless flies frantically rushed toward the exit in terror. Panic screams and cries melded into a chaotic cacophony. Su Wanqing suddenly stood up, and in a moment of lost control, the extreme cold magic leaked out, freezing the expensive solid wood coffee table in front of her into a heap of ice chips. She fixed her gaze on the central display screen in the hall. Among dozens of red-hot dungeon coordinates, one coordinate emitted a despairing black-red glow. The Dark Forest. That newbie dungeon with a max level of only 9 was now experiencing a surge in energy levels, skyrocketing at a rocket-like speed. In Su Wanqing's eyes, which had been as calm as a still pond, a great wave of panic suddenly surged, filled with unprecedented disorder. Lin Ye. She turned and rushed out, unleashing the full pressure of an SS-level ice mage. The crowded throng was forcefully pushed aside by the overwhelming frost energy, clearing a wide path straight to the teleportation portal amidst the chaos. The holographic projection began to warp violently under the interference of the raging spatial energy. Shen Yu stood amidst the flickering projection, watching the death coordinates of black and red on the screen. The anger on her face dissipated instantly. A hint of cold, cruel glee appeared in her eyes. You really don't believe it until you see it. The heavens spare no one. Shen Yu crossed her arms, watching Su Wangqing's anxious back. Aeon seen a century overlapping abyss rift, and he managed to trigger it perfectly. Watching this isn't me being unsympathetic. Even heaven can't stand it anymore, stepping in to force a cut for you. In the face of a crisis-level energy surge, the monsters in the newbie village will all be mutated into high-level magical beasts right on the spot. Shen Yu's lips curled into a cold smile as she issued a death sentence. That useless one is done. The crimson alarm light spun wildly in the hall. The piercing alarm drowned out all chaos. In the center of the hall, the once safe azure teleportation portal for newbies at this moment had transformed into a bloodthirsty demonic eye, wide open like a deep abyss, entirely turned into a horrifying crimson. In the hall of Jiang City, the highest level anti-aircraft alarm light spun wildly. The entire hall was drenched in a blinding crimson hue, while the shrill electronic synthesized voice continuously broadcasted evacuation orders. Su Wangqing stood in the center of the hall as the temperature around her plummeted drastically. Thick layers of ice suddenly formed on the ground, sharp ice spikes rising from the earth with crisp cracking sounds. The crowd in the hall felt the lethal pressure and erupted in terrified screams, desperately shoving each other as they fled toward the exit. Ignoring everyone around her, Su Wangqing's figure flickered, transforming into a blue afterimage as she charged toward the dark forest portal that had turned a deep crimson. She raised her hand, her fingertips exuding an icy chill that could freeze everything. Just as she was about to touch the light gate, a voice called out, "Miss Su, stop." The hall supervisor rushed out, recklessly blocking the portal with his body. His face turned pale as the high-level ice magic directly froze the low-level protective gear he wore, coating his skin in a layer of white frost. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, instantly crystallizing into ice beads. "Get out of the way." Su Wangqing's voice was as cold as ice, leaving no room for negotiation. "You can't go in." The supervisor shouted loudly, spreading his arms to firmly block the way. "This is the beginner dungeon area. Your level far exceeds the limit of this spatial barrier." His voice trembled, but he knew he had to stop her. "If you force your way in, the fragile novice barrier will collapse. At that time, not only you but everyone inside the dungeon will be completely shredded by the spatial turbulence, leaving no trace behind." The supervisor swallowed hard, steeling himself to continue persuading her. When faced with a catastrophic surge of energy, all creatures in the beginner dungeon would mutate into high-level monsters. Those novice players under level 10 had no chance of survival. This was common sense. Yet he dared not speak the truth in front of this illustrious lady from Longjing. "As long as you don't go in," the supervisor slightly softened his tone, striving to convey some comfort. "If the team inside reacts quickly and escapes in time, there may still be a glimmer of hope. If you step in, they will truly be finished." Su Wangqing slowly withdrew her hand. She fixed her gaze on the crimson portal, her eyelids drooping, concealing all emotions. Deep down, she understood that such a level of spatial turbulence would interfere with and disable even the teleportation scrolls. But she had no means to counter it. For the first time since becoming a top-tier professional, she felt utterly powerless. "I will wait for him to come out here," Su Wangqing said calmly, stepping back 2 paces to stand in front of the door. The magical pressure capable of freezing souls not only did not weaken, but grew increasingly oppressive. Everyone could see that if the person inside did not come out, Jiang City was destined to face upheaval today. In the depths of the dark forest, the air was filled with a pungent sulfur smell mingled with a nauseating stench of blood. The mutated Wolf King opened its massive jaws, its dark red bone spikes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. It raised its gigantic paw and struck down with tremendous force. Crack! The piercing sound of metal breaking echoed. Zhang Meng's steel tower shield, covered in cracks, could no longer withstand the blow and shattered on the spot. Sharp metal shards pierced into his forearm under the massive impact, and blood instantly gushed out. Zhang Meng was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the muddy ground and splattering a large amount of murky water. The other 3 team members were swept back by the violent magical backlash, all staggering and spitting out blood. The barely maintained defense line collapsed completely. "Captain!" the mage exclaimed, dropping his staff. Zhang Meng knelt on one knee, coughing up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. He gasped heavily, turning to look back. Lin Ye was still leaning against a large boulder covered in moss, unharmed, with his hands in the pockets of his school uniform, appearing relaxed. Watching this scene, Zhang Meng's anger and fear intertwined violently. $1 million in breach of contract fees, completely blacklisted by top-tier bigwigs. If they survived today, these 2 mountains would crush the Bloodblade team to death. But what if Lin Ye died here? A catastrophic surge of energy leading to total annihilation of the novices. That was the most reasonable script. As long as Lin Ye died at the hands of the mutated Wolf King, it wouldn't be a unilateral breach of contract, but an act of force majeure. No evidence left behind. Zhang Meng's eyes gradually turned cold. The extreme oppression of despair fully awakened the dark side within him. He intended to kill with a borrowed knife. Seizing the brief moment when the mutated Wolf King paused its attack, Zhang Meng quickly raised his hand. He signaled to the other 3 team members with tactical gestures that only those in the leveling circle would understand. Abandon defense. Divert aggro. Sell the boss. The mage and archer saw the gestures, their hearts racing as they instantly grasped the captain's intent. At this crucial moment, who cared about professional ethics? If the friend dies, the priest won't. In the next moment, the mage immediately interrupted the freezing spell. He was chanting the light at the tip of his staff, extinguishing in an instant. His body swayed slightly as he pretended to be weak from magic exhaustion, stepping back repeatedly while shouting loudly, "I can't do it anymore." The archer cooperated seamlessly, kneeling on one knee and panting heavily, feigning a state of physical exhaustion. Their acting was nothing short of perfect. Without the constraint of ranged firepower, the mutated Wolf King became even more rampant. Zhang Meng clutched his bleeding arms, stumbling backward and deliberately creating a gap in the front line. He used his positioning and the inertia of the Wolf King's pounce to precisely direct the massive beast's body and attack trajectory toward Lin Ye. "Sorry, little pretty boy, blame your bad luck," Zhang Meng vowed inwardly. The mutated Wolf King let out a deafening roar, its hind leg muscles bulging as its massive body leaped into the air. In that instant, when the mutated Wolf King leaped, the 4 members of the Bloodblade team unhesitatingly threw themselves heavily into the mud on either side. The last barrier protecting Lin Ye was completely pulled away. A violent crimson wave surged forward. The mutated Wolf King, carrying the force to crush everything, lunged toward the unprotected Lin Ye. Lying in the muddy water, Zhang Meng wiped his face and grinned. As long as Lin Ye died, they could retreat immediately. Su Wanqing wouldn't uncover the truth, and they could shift the blame entirely. Lin Ye stood in place, watching the enormous shadow rushing toward him, and couldn't help but laugh. They were starting to sell the boss already. This gang of boosters had some dirty tricks, taking the money without fulfilling their duties and fleeing while dragging others down. If it were an ordinary level 1 layman, they would probably have wet themselves by now. But Lin Ye was different. He was worried he wouldn't have a suitable reason for this beast to encounter him. When it rains, it pours, and this was an absolute steal. He would play along. Lin Ye intentionally concealed his calm expression, widening his eyes and stiffening his body to feign being completely stunned by the scene before him. "Scared, huh? Useless freeloader," the tall, thin mage muttered under his breath, watching Lin Ye's reaction from the muddy water. A twisted sense of pleasure surged within him. What good is being handsome? What good is being a freeloader? When faced with life and death, he was still just a pathetic loser waiting for death. "Stop looking, hurry up and retreat," Zhang Meng urged in a low voice. The 4 scrambled to their feet from the mud and dashed away, not looking back as they sprinted toward the exit of the dungeon. The mutated Wolf King's sharp teeth drew near, the pungent stench assaulting Lin Ye's senses as the wind whipped his bangs into disarray. Lin Ye looked at the gaping. The mutated Wolf King's sharp teeth drew near, the pungent stench assaulting Lin Ye's senses as the wind whipped his bangs into disarray. Lin Ye looked at the gaping maw inches away, not retreating a single step. He even slightly raised his chin, revealing a hint of a happy smile. "Come on, baby, you'll soon know what the highest realm of countering is." A wave of crimson energy surged forth, carrying the acrid scent of sulfur. The mutated Wolf King, with a body comparable to a 2-story building, completely obscured the meager light above. With claws the size of a door, accompanied by a deathly whistling sound, it smashed toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye stood still, hands still tucked in his school uniform pockets, not flinching or avoiding. The howling wind tousled his hair, but he didn't even blink. In a mud pit several dozen meters away, the Bloodblade team, who had already reached safety, lay in the sewage, turning to look back at Lin Ye. Zhang Meng snorted coldly in his heart, while the mage was grinning from ear to ear, eagerly awaiting the moment this soft rice king would be smashed into a pulp. Once this kid died, they could not only run off with the deposit, but also absolve themselves of any breach of contract. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted in the heart of the dense forest. The Wolf King's claws landed squarely where Lin Ye stood. Mud and splintered wood shot up into the sky, and the shockwave flattened the surrounding shrubs in an instant. Zhang Meng's tense nerves completely relaxed. The mage let out a long breath, propping himself up on the muddy ground to prepare to flee. This tactic of using a knife to kill someone was simply flawless. But before they could even laugh, at the very center of the swirling dust, a dazzling silver light shot up into the sky. This light, carrying an aura of divine inviolability, directly tore through the dark forest, instantly clearing the thick fog. The Wolf King's overwhelming crimson magical power upon contact with the light melted away like remnants of snow under the blazing sun. The radiance faded. Lin Ye maintained his posture with hands in his pockets, not even wrinkling the hem of his clothes. A spherical shield adorned with intricate divine runes securely enveloped him. The Wolf King's massive claw capable of crushing armored vehicles was now firmly pressed against the shield in midair. No matter how it roared and exerted force, it could not push down even a millimeter. The absolute invincibility state lasted for a full 30 seconds, officially activating. Lin Ye even had the leisure to glance at his system panel. Level 5, Constitution 70, maximum HP 800, initially 100. The healing mechanism of the Holy Light Barrier providing 20 HP recovery per second instantly activated. Since Lin Ye was already at full health, this immense healing rate of 160 HP per second overflowed. The divine trait took effect, causing the overflowed healing to be converted entirely into true holy damage. In his lifetime, he never cultivated good deeds, only loved to watch monsters self-immolate. An invisible wave of energy emanated from Lin Ye, covering a 10-meter radius precisely. Pure true damage did not adhere to any logic. Regardless of high armor or exceptional magic resistance, all was equivalent to running naked before true damage directly exploding within the Wolf King. Ah! The mutated Wolf King let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, its massive body convulsing violently as if electrocuted. The impenetrable dark red bone spikes on its surface shattered inch by inch, filthy blood gushing out like it was free, staining the ground's muddy water a dark crimson. In Lin Ye's view, the monster's health bar was performing a brutally violent disappearance act. This ultimate-level boss felt the genuine fear of death, completely descending into madness. It frantically stomped the ground, opening its massive maw to unleash all its advanced magical power, attempting to counterattack. However, these earth-shattering attacks fell upon the divine shield without even causing a splash. Absolute invincibility is absolute invincibility, no matter how fancy it is. I remain unmoved. Lin Ye stood within the shield, watching its performance. In the first second, the Wolf King's forelegs snapped. In the second second, its torso exploded with a terrifying blood hole. In the third second, its internal organs turned into mush under the shock of true damage. In the fourth second, the magic core shattered on the spot. In just the fifth second, this mutated boss, which had everyone gasping for breath, directly disintegrated. It didn't even leave behind a complete last word, turning into a sky of flying charred ashes scattering all over the ground. The vast forest was so silent that one could hear a needle drop. At the edge of the distant mud pit, Zhang Meng, who had just half-risen, froze like a clay figurine. His eyes were about to pop out, staring at the pile of ashes, his brain completely crashing. The mage who had just picked up his staff dropped it back into the muck with a thud, his upper and lower jaws clashing wildly. Was it haunted? A level 15 or higher ultimate-level boss, not even brushing against that weak outfit, ascended to heaven in less than 5 seconds. What was most absurd was that the so-called Soft Rice King really didn't raise a hand throughout the entire process. Yet before these few could piece together their shattered worldview, the vast amount of experience from the mutated Wolf King exploded, transforming into a golden torrent that rushed wildly into Lin Ye's body. Buzz. A white light of leveling up rose. Buzz. The second wave. Buzz. Buzz. The white light flashed consecutively, illuminating this dark forest as bright as day. Lin Ye's level soared from 5 to a staggering 9. The Bloodblade team lying in the mud pit was directly stunned by the sight of this stationary monster being killed instantly and leveling up 4 times. The archer's legs went weak, and he immediately wet his pants. After years of fighting monsters, today was truly an eye-opener. Which good person uses the boss as fireworks? What kind of monster is that Soft Rice King? At this moment, Lin Ye had no time to pay attention to the few panic-stricken soldiers. He was fixated on his system panel, heart racing. The thrill of a counterattack was merely an illusion. What he cared about most now was, did this passive defense leading to the boss's demise count as eating soft rice? If it were a normal kill, a mere Soft Rice King leveling up 4 times would result in a tear-inducing attribute boost. But if the system deemed this as soft rice, ding, detected host level surge. System determination. During this battle, the training team actively transferred the boss aggro to the host, with the host showing no subjective intent to attack throughout. Experience source 100 credited to the SS level rich lady who funded the training team. Soft rice behavior determination absolutely established. Triggered leveling up critical hit. Lin Ye looked at this line of prompts, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. This system is quite something. The conspiracy of using others to kill was forcibly reinterpreted as the diligent service of the training team, essentially chewing the boss up and feeding it to him. Though this bowl of soft rice was hard enough to shatter teeth, consuming it was truly a tremendous boost. The golden critical hit light exploded on the panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a soft rice critical hit bonus, leveling up 4 times in this phase with all attributes forcibly corrected to 40. The raging power surged through his limbs and bones like a flood breaking through a dam. His bones cracked in a series of explosive sounds. Muscle fibers were forcibly torn apart and reassembled, filled with a sense of explosive power. Lin Ye decisively opened the latest attribute panel. Name: Lin Ye Soft Rice King, level 9, HP 1100, attribute Strength 110, Agility 110, Constitution 110, Spirit 110, Talent God of all trades, Divine Skill, Holy Light Barrier, Divine Passive, all attributes exceed 100. Lin Ye stretched comfortably, feeling the terrible power within him that was almost overflowing. His bare panel now could easily crush all professionals under level 20 in Jiang City. He didn't even need to use skills. With a casual swing, he could turn a regular magical creature into a spinning top. He slowly closed the panel and lifted his head. His profound gaze pierced through the night, accurately locking onto the 4 members of the Bloodblade team, still trembling in the mud pit. The system has completed the settlement. Now we should calculate the account for your sudden escape and the betrayal of your employer. Lin Ye trod upon the scorched ashes scattered on the ground, his steps leisurely, as if strolling through his own backyard. His gaze was firmly locked onto the 4 individuals in the mud, resembling lost dogs. Zhang Ming shuddered violently, his mind finally rebooting from a state of paralysis. Run! He squeezed out a hoarse scream from his throat. The 4 scrambled to rise from the muck, using both hands and feet. They didn't even have the courage to glance back at Lin Ye, exerting all their strength to dash towards the light gate at the exit of the dungeon. Zhang Ming was at the forefront. The eerie blue light gate was right before him, and he could almost smell the safe air of the hall. Without a second thought, he charged headlong into the light gate. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Zhang Ming's large frame was sent flying back faster than a sprint, crashing heavily into a puddle like a pile of rotten mud. He clutched his chest and looked up, his heart sinking. The originally eerie blue portal was now sealed shut by a thick layer of crimson crystal, exuding a suffocating stench of the abyss. The retreat was cut off. The surging abyssal energy had completely sealed this novice space. The mage and archer rushed to the light gate, desperately pounding on the crimson crystal with their fists, their faces filled with despair. Zhang Ming crawled up from the muddy water. He turned around to see Lin Ye walking towards him leisurely from 100 meters away. It was a dead end either way. Zhang Ming's eyes turned completely frantic as his mind raced. That brat had indeed just leveled up 4 times, but he was a blank slate without a profession. Lacking any occupational talent or skills, he had only pitiful attributes. Didn't that make him a pure target? As long as they coordinated properly, they could wear this pretty boy down like flying a kite. Stop hitting him. Just kill him. Zhang Ming spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his anger surging. Otherwise, when we get out, Su Wanxing will kill us. The mage and archer suddenly turned around, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The inherent desperation of the substitute team was fully ignited in the face of crisis. The 4 instantly spread out, forming a standard hunting formation. The mage raised his mud-covered staff, unleashing 2 frost spikes that soared along the ground, aimed at Lin Ye's legs, attempting to cripple his movement. The archer pulled back his bowstring. The last 3 armor-piercing arrows, arranged in a triangular formation, aimed straight at Lin Ye's face and throat. Die for me. Zhang Ming gripped the battered steel tower shield tightly, his muscles bulging as he charged towards Lin Ye like a mud truck. Spells, arrows, and a charge all came at once. The combined assault sealed off all of Lin Ye's options. Lin Ye watched this skilled combination of attacks without even lifting his eyelids. With 110 points of agility, this was a dimensional strike at this stage. Lin Ye drew out his right hand, which had been resting in his pocket, and lightly tapped the ground with his toes. Bang! The muddy ground exploded into a shallow pit, and Lin Ye's figure vanished into thin air. This was not teleportation, but a pure physical explosion that surpassed the dynamic vision of an ordinary person. The 3 armor-piercing arrows plunged into the mud, and the frost spikes froze a mass of air. Zhang Ming raised a shield only to see the target he had locked onto vanish in an instant. Before he could even break, a terrifying gust of wind grazed past his side. Lin Ye had directly leaped over the front row, appearing right in front of the mage in the back. The tall, thin mage was just about to utter the incantation for his next spell, his throat barely producing half of the syllables before he froze completely. Lin Ye's expressionless face was less than half a meter away from him. You. The mage could only manage a breathy sound. His initial magical shield instantly activated, bursting into brilliant blue light. Lin Ye raised his right hand, fingers casually splayed, and reached forward. The absolute pressure brought by 110 points of strength was overwhelming. The moment his fingers touched the shield, the energy barrier, which could withstand several strikes from blades, couldn't even hold for a fraction of a second. Crack! It shattered like a cheap soap bubble. Lin Ye's hand clamped down on the mage's neck like a vice. His fingers tightened suddenly. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed crisply in the dead silence of the forest. The mage's eyes rolled back and the staff in his hands fell into the mud. Lin Ye released his grip casually, and the mage flopped to the ground like a broken sack, physically exorcised on the spot. The archer who was preparing to knock an arrow nearby trembled at this sight, and dropped his longbow. His legs gave way, and with a thud he knelt in the muddy water. Don't kill me. It was all the captain's doing. Lin Ye paid no heed to his ramblings, lifting his right leg for a swift, decisive low sweep. The whip kick, bolstered by over 100 points of strength, was akin to a hydraulic press. A loud crack echoed as his sternum shattered. The archer flew horizontally for over 10 meters, crashing into the trunk of an ancient tree before falling into the mud completely motionless. The last team member witnessing this let out a scream that was more beastly than human. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Lin Ye stepped forward and crushed his throat underfoot. All suffering, all beings are ferried across. But Lin Ye only believed in one principle: eradicate the roots of the grass. The entire clearing process took less than 5 seconds. Zhang Ming barely managed to halt his charge. He turned around just in time to see Lin Ye stomp down on the last team member. The strings of reason snapped completely. He'll kill you. Zhang Ming's eyes turned bloodshot as he threw aside the cumbersome broken tower shield. He drew out the broad-bladed greatsword from his waist, raising it high above his head as violent fighting spirit gathered frantically at the blade's edge. This was his most powerful finishing move, the heavy strike. Zhang Ming charged at Lin Ye like a frenzied beast, pouring all his strength into the downward swing. Lin Ye stood his ground, lacking even the interest to dodge. He looked at the sword descending upon him and slowly raised his right fist. There were no flashy skills or magical fluctuations, only pure and extreme aesthetic violence. His fist met the broad blade heated. Clang! The steel-forged greatsword snapped in half upon contact with Lin Ye's fist. Half of the sword whirled away into the forest. Lin Ye's fist continued its momentum, landing a solid punch on Zhang Ming's chest. Bang! After a sound that made teeth ache, Zhang Ming's proud steel armor was rendered more fragile than paper in the face of this punch. The fist punched through the breastplate, the terrifying dark force piercing through, exploding into a dazzling cloud of blood at his back. Zhang Ming's hand, still raised with the broken sword, froze in midair. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at his completely caved-in chest, torrents of blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. You! How could? Zhang Ming's throat emitted a wheezing sound. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how a mere no-skill fighter could break through the defenses of a heavily armored warrior with just a simple punch. Lin Ye calmly retracted his fist. Zhang Ming fell backward into the muddy water, eyes wide open, lifeless. The forest returned to its deathly silence. Lin Ye took out a wet tissue from his pocket, carefully wiping the blood splatters off his hand. Fighting monsters by oneself is just too dirty. He disdainfully tossed the tissue aside. If you're already living off others, such dirty work must be strictly prohibited in the future. He turned around and walked towards the spot where the mutated Wolf King had turned to ash. In the center of the ashes lay several pieces of loot, emitting an enticing glow. The Abyssal Elite boss had a drop rate that could only be described as luxurious. Lin Ye bent down, too lazy to even check the attributes, and with a wave of his sleeve swept all the glowing orbs into his storage space. This round they had hit the jackpot. With the Wolf King's death and the loot taken away, the abyssal energy surging within the dungeon lost its core, beginning to ebb away like a receding tide, and the acrid smell of sulfur in the air gradually dissipated. Not far away, a slight spatial fluctuation came from the direction of the exit. Lin Ye looked up. The crimson crystal that had sealed the light gate had melted away, and the portal returned to its safe, eerie blue wave. Finally off work. Lin Ye adjusted his slightly wrinkled school uniform jacket, slipping his hands back into his pockets. Then he walked leisurely into the eerie blue teleportation gate. At the top of the Jiangxing dungeon hall, blood-red air raid lights flashed, inducing a sense of panic. The harsh synthetic electronic voice repeatedly scraped against everyone's eardrums. The hall supervisor gripped the energy monitor tightly as the screen displayed a deep abyss energy index, which finally began to plummet dramatically. Seconds later, the value dropped to 0. The supervisor's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with trembling hands and frantically gestured to the fully armed guards around the hall. Deactivate the alarm. He raised the energy monitor high and pointed the screen at everyone present. The peak value of abyss energy has receded. The crisis-level rampage has ended. The spatial barrier has stabilized. A deathly silence enveloped the hall. No one cheered. Instead, the atmosphere was suffocatingly still. Although the space had stabilized, not a single shadow emerged from the portal. At that moment, the temperature in the hall plummeted. Su Wanqing stood quietly 10 meters in front of the portal, her previously restrained extreme, cold magic now completely out of control. Lin Ye swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the urge to burst out laughing. Perverse. It was simply too perverse. The only regret was that this world-destroying mechanism was merely a passive trigger. The several teleportation platforms in the center of the hall, the metallic railings on the ground, and even the electronic displays on the walls were instantly frozen solid. Several high-ranking guards responsible for maintaining order were forced to retreat repeatedly by this SS-level pressure. Thick frost quickly formed on the surface of their basic protective suits, and the fabric at the joints froze and cracked. Everyone's faces were filled with horror. The entire dungeon hall fell into a panic more terrifying than when the alarm sounded. No one dared to speak, let alone approach the 10-meter radius around Su Wanqing. This top genius of Longjing was truly on the verge of madness. Su Wanqing slowly raised her delicate wrist. The ice blue magic in her palm compressed violently, creating an extremely cold light ball that radiated a terrifying aura. Since no one could come out, she would personally shatter the spatial barrier of this broken dungeon. Even if it caused spatial turbulence that destroyed half of Jiangxing, she would still go in and find someone. The hall supervisor watched this scene, nearly wetting his pants. It was just a job that shouldn't come to this. Just as the light ball was about to leave her hand, a faint, ghostly blue ripple suddenly appeared on the surface of the completely frozen dark forest portal. The ripple was light, yet carried an irresistible force that melted the ice crystals at the edges of the doorframe. Several high-ranking professionals who were originally ready to flee first sensed this spatial fluctuation. They all turned their heads in unison, their eyes locking onto the light gate. The energy monitor in the supervisor's hand lit up with a faint glow again, leaving him frozen in place with a ghostly expression on his face. How could this be possible? How could there be any living beings activating the teleportation mechanism in the dungeon after a crisis-level rampage? The ghostly blue light grew brighter, ultimately piercing through the thick ice covering the door, accompanied by a crisp sound of space tearing. A foot clad in classic Jiangxing No. 1 middle school canvas shoes stepped out from the light gate, firmly landing on the ground of crushed ice with a crunch. Following that, Lin Ye stepped fully out of the portal. He maintained the same posture he had when entering, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. His school uniform jacket was spotless, not a wrinkle in sight. The hall fell into a deeper silence than before. Thousands of eyes fixated on the young man who emerged, in scathed jaws dropping in disbelief. Thud! The energy monitor slipped from the supervisor's hand and fell to the ground. At that moment, everyone felt as if their brains had stopped functioning. A wealthy individual without even a profession. How could he just stroll out of a crisis-level mutated dungeon as if he had just finished shopping at a market? This was no longer defying common sense. This was rubbing the entire professional system's common knowledge into the ground. The extremely cold light ball in Su Wanqing's palm, capable of destroying the hull, suddenly froze upon seeing Lin Ye. Then the light ball transformed into a mist of water vapor and dissipated on the spot. The violent magic pressure surrounding her receded like a tide. Su Wanqing in high heels quickly walked up to Lin Ye. Her usually cold and proud eyes held an unmistakable urgency, scanning Lin Ye from head to toe, confirming that Lin Ye was not missing any limbs and even had not lost a single hair. Su Wanqing disregarded the murderous gazes around her and directly pulled Lin Ye into her embrace. A faint cold fragrance enveloped Lin Ye in an instant. A synchronized gasp resonated through the hall. Those high-ranking professionals, usually full of pride, were now green with envy. This SS-level ice queen, who typically looked down on even the presidents of major guilds in Longjing, was now hugging a non-professional in such a public setting. The strength of her embrace was so fierce that it felt as if she wanted to meld him into her very being. Lin Ye was caught in Su Wanqing's tight embrace with his hands still in his pockets, unable to pull away. He could only lean against Su Wanqing's shoulder, feeling the astonishing softness and the rapid heartbeat. Lin Ye silently lamented in his heart. Even if all his attributes were over 100 now, this suffocating embrace was indeed a bit overwhelming. This soft meal was physically suffocating. "I'm fine," Lin Ye said in a low voice, his tone relaxed. "Didn't you just give me an excellent skill book? The effects are quite good." Su Wanqing said nothing. She merely tightened her arms around him a little more. The surrounding crowd gradually regained their composure, and whispers of jealousy began to spread. The hall supervisor swallowed several times, finally gathering the courage to approach. He stepped on the scattered ice fragments, bracing himself as he walked up to the two. "Miss Su." The supervisor wiped his sweat, his voice trembling as if he had a terminal illness. Su Wanqing slowly released Lin Ye and turned her head. Her ice blue eyes regained their usual cold indifference, casting a chilling glance at the supervisor. He trembled and hurriedly shifted his gaze to Lin Ye, fearing that a single glance too many would turn him into an ice sculpture. "Classmate Lin Ye." The supervisor forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. It's truly a miracle that you emerged safely. May I ask, what exactly happened in the dungeon? Where are the other 5 members of the Bloodblade team? Are there any survivors? Upon hearing this question, every ear in the hall perked up in unison. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow in his heart. It was time to showcase my Oscar-worthy acting skills for you all. Lin Ye took a step back, finally breaking free from Su Wongking's suffocating embrace. He quickly calmed his rapid breathing with the motion of lowering his head. The hall was silent. Thousands of gazes locked onto Lin Ye like searchlights. Everyone was waiting for him to speak, eager to hear the strange tale that had unfolded in the dark forest. The hall supervisor held the energy monitor with both hands, the screen's light illuminating his pale face. He struggled to swallow, inching forward, his voice hoarse. Lin Ye, what exactly happened in the instance? What about the others from the Bloodblade team? Lin Ye instantly transformed into a master of acting. He quickly adjusted his facial muscles, hunched his shoulders, and began to tremble his legs in perfect synchronization. His previously calm expression suddenly shattered, revealing a face marked with weakness, pity, and helplessness. He even bit his tongue hard, forcing his voice to quiver. I don't know. Lin Ye stammered, clutching the hem of his school uniform tightly. Red light. Everywhere was red light. The portal was suddenly sealed off by red stones. He gasped for breath, his gaze darting among the crowd, portraying the scene of a rookie who had just escaped death with remarkable depth. A monster. A massive monster. As tall as 2 stories. Covered in spikes. Lin Ye pieced together his words in a halting manner. It was terrifying. I hid behind the stone at the entrance and couldn't move at all. The supervisor listened to these descriptions, contrasting them with the abnormal readings on the device, his brows furrowing deeply. He glanced at Su Wongking, who was coldly staring at him like an ice-cold Buddha, and quickly turned his head back to Lin Ye. What about Zhang Meng and the others? What happened to the 4 members of the Bloodblade team? The supervisor continued to probe. Lin Ye took a deep breath, his eyes reddening, struggling to hold back tears. They. Lin Ye raised his head, his tone filled with emotion and reverence. They are true heroes. As soon as he said this, the guards in the hall were left dumbfounded. When that monster charged at us, Captain Zhang raised his shield and shouted for me not to move. Lin Ye's voice choked. He led the other 4 and charged right in. Captain Zhang said that if they took the money, they had to do the job, and I absolutely couldn't lose a single hair. A suppressed gasp erupted from the crowd. Nearby in the resting area, a few veteran players accustomed to scraping by in the low-level zones exchanged glances. Are you kidding me? A scruffy player couldn't hold back and muttered under his breath. Nearby in the resting area, a few veteran players accustomed to scraping by in the low-level zones exchanged glances. Are you kidding me? Exactly. A person like him, can he really say something so righteous as doing the job for the money? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Another archer nodded vigorously. Lin Ye clearly heard these fragmented discussions, but he felt calm inside. After all, he was currently just an unprofessional pure rookie. Then how do you explain that he survived unscathed? A tall, thin assassin pointed at Lin Ye, who was untouched. An unprofessional player can outrun a crisis-level boss. Unless Zhang Meng and the others held the aggro, can you find me another possibility? The surrounding players fell silent instantly. They had no objections. Lin Ye, as a rookie with no self-defense ability, could only survive because someone else took the hits for him. Just then the scruffy player suddenly brightened up and slapped his thigh. Oh crap, I get it. He lowered his voice, but in the quiet hall, it was still clearly audible. All eyes turned towards him in unison. The scruffy player pointed at Su Wongking, who stood beside Lin Ye and exuded an aura of menace, speaking in a low voice. Everyone, brought in your perspective and think from Zhang Meng's position. In a crisis-level berserk scenario, the door was sealed. There was absolutely no chance to escape. What would happen if Lin Ye died inside? The crowd glanced at the ice layer beneath Su Wongking's feet, collectively shivering. Miss Su spent 100,000 hiring them for training. If the boss died in the instance, would Miss Su let them off? The scruffy player's speed of speech increased as he analyzed, feeling he was touching on the truth. Not only would they be turned to ashes after clearing the instance, but even their families back in Jiang City would probably suffer the same fate. The crowd suddenly realized. The scruffy player continued, either way it's death. Zhang Meng is a ruthless person. He definitely calculated this clearly. He had to protect Lin Ye, withstand the mutated leader, and hold out until the instance's energy receded, allowing the portal to reopen. This was their only glimmer of hope. That makes sense. Zhang Meng was forced into a corner. It's desperate survival. No wonder he fought so hard to hold the aggro. It was all to save his own life. The case is solved. Zhang Meng had no choice but to gamble his life. In just a few minutes, this group of onlookers, powered by their incredible imagination, had seamlessly welded the logical loop. No one doubted Lin Ye. Because a rookie without even a profession had no qualifications to fabricate anything. The root of all this was attributed to Su Wongking's suffocating pressure. This was the dominance of a big shot. The hall supervisor listened to these discussions, his expression serious, as he nodded. So what happened in the end? The supervisor looked at Lin Ye. How did the monster die? Lin Ye lowered his head slowly, pulling out something from his school uniform pocket and handing it to the supervisor. It was a small twisted piece of steel fragment. The fragment was covered in mud with charred edges, showing signs of high-temperature burning. This was a piece of Zhang Meng's tower shield that Lin Ye had casually picked up from the ground just before leaving. I don't know. Lin Ye shook his head, his tone still filled with confusion. They fought fiercely against the monster. Later I heard a loud bang, and a shockwave knocked me over. When I got up, the monster was gone. The captain and the others were also gone, and all that was left was flying dust along with this. The supervisor took the fragment and examined it closely. The material was indeed that of the tower shield often used by Zhang Meng. The energy monitor shows that the peak of the crisis-level energy mysteriously dissipated at that moment. The supervisor raised his head and announced loudly, based on this student's description and the physical evidence, the official preliminary judgment is that the Bloodblade team triggered a high-level self-destruct item when they were unable to resist the mutated leader. A wave of sighs echoed throughout the hall. Some lamented the misfortune of Zhang Meng's team, but more stared intensely at Lin Ye's jealousy, making them grind their teeth. An unprofessional player who did nothing throughout, relying solely on the reputation of a wealthy benefactor, had forced a team of elite players to take the hits for him. Not only did he walk out unscathed from the crisis, but he didn't even get his shoes dirty. What kind of outrageous luck? The guards quickly approached with the recording device, completing the final documentation. Throughout, Su Wanqing had not uttered a single word. She quietly listened to Lin Ye's performance, a peculiar glimmer flashing in her ice-blue eyes. She was well aware of the Bloodblade team's true nature and felt that the official conclusion was untenable. But she didn't care about any of that. As long as Lin Ye stood here unharmed, the fate of others, even what had happened in this instance, was none of her business. Let's go, Su Wanqing said indifferently. She stepped forward, naturally reaching for Lin Ye's hand, that familiar icy touch returning once more. Sister Wanqing, are we going home? Lin Ye obediently let her pull him, tentatively asking. Su Wanqing didn't stop, her high heels tapping a crisp rhythm on the floor. She didn't look back, her stunning profile exuding an irresistible dominance. Let's go to a hotel. Lin Ye wailed inwardly. No way, another hotel. My skills are still on cooldown. Outside the dungeon lobby of Jiang City, the night breeze was slightly chilly. Lin Ye followed Su Wanqing to the roadside, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat of the limited edition silver sports car. The car door closed upwards and the dark bulletproof windows rose automatically, completely isolating the prying and envious gazes from the outside. The interior of the car fell into an absolute silence. Lin Ye leaned against the leather seat, about to say something. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the driver's seat and sharply sensed that something was amiss. Su Wanqing gripped the leather steering wheel tightly. Those hands, capable of easily conjuring extremely cold energy balls and freezing the entire lobby, were now trembling uncontrollably. The frost aura that had dominated the dungeon lobby and kept people at bay vanished completely the moment the sports car did not start immediately. In the next moment, Su Wanqing suddenly turned sideways, crossing the central armrest, and hugged Lin Ye tightly. This embrace was entirely different from the one in the lobby that carried a sense of asserting dominance. Lin Ye could even feel Su Wanqing's body trembling slightly. She buried her face in Lin Ye's neck, breathing rapidly and irregularly. Soon Lin Ye distinctly felt the fabric of his school uniform at his shoulder becoming warm and damp. This SS-level ice mage, a key talent of Longjing Vocational College known as the Ice Queen, who could control everything in Jiang City, was crying. Lin Ye's body stiffened, his hands hanging in the air, feeling somewhat at a loss. He truly experienced Su Wanqing's rare vulnerability after shedding her aloof facade and the extreme fear of almost losing him. I thought you wouldn't make it out. Su Wanqing's voice was thick with nasal congestion, muffled as it reached Lin Ye's ears. I thought I would lose your life too. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. He retracted his suspended hand and gently patted Su Wanqing's back. Sister Wanqing, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Lin Ye's tone was light. I'm tough. Even goblins look down on me. That big gray wolf would definitely find me unworthy. Su Wanqing did not respond, only held him tightly for 5 full minutes before slowly letting go. She straightened her body, pulled out a tissue, and dabbed the corners of her eyes. When she raised her head again, the vulnerability in her gaze had completely retreated, replaced by an unchallengeable dominance. Lin Ye, you must come with me to Longjing. Su Wanqing stared directly into Lin Ye's eyes, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. It's too dangerous to stay in Jiang City. Oh, I can't keep an eye on you all the time. You need to take the national vocational examination and must get into Longjing University. Lin Ye's mouth twitched violently. Oh, what kind of international joke was this? If he participated in the college entrance examination and got into Longjing University, wouldn't his real combat power be completely exposed? How could he continue to live off others and farm system critical rewards? The rich girl must have seen him play the role of a pretty boy too well and was forcing him to take on a challenge. Just as Lin Ye was frantically cursing in his mind, contemplating how to politely decline this proposal. I know you don't have a profession and you can't pass the practical test of the regular unified examination. Su Wanqing immediately threw out her complete future plan. She lightly tapped the steering wheel with her fingers, her gaze focused. But I will use all my connections in Longjing to find a way to secure a special admission quota for you at Longjing University. As long as you get into Longjing University, I will do whatever it takes to provide for you, ensuring you possess strength that rivals ordinary professionals. Su Wanqing finished in one breath and stared intently at Lin Ye. Lin Ye's mind went blank for a second. A guaranteed admission to Longjing University. Such a level of soft support would surely be exhilarating if triggered. This was an opportunity he had to seize. All right, I will follow Sister Wanqing's arrangements without hesitation. Lin Ye answered decisively and firmly. He leaned back against the leather seat of the passenger side, sitting up straight, displaying an extreme form of obedience and compliance. What dignity of a full-time god, what vow of not living off others. In the face of absolute rewards, everything was just clouds. This top-tier soft support for his future, Lin Ye was determined to take it. Not even Jesus could stop him. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Ye's obedient demeanor, satisfied, as she ruffled his hair. Beep, beep, beep. The in-car communication device suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeping sounds. Su Wanqing casually pressed the answer button. A holographic projection was instantly constructed in front of the windshield. In the image, Shen Yue, dressed in a tight black combat suit, appeared in the driver's seat. Her background was noisy, seemingly standing at a train station. Just as Shen Yue was about to speak, her gaze swiftly swept across the driver's seat and abruptly froze at the passenger seat. Upon seeing Lin Ye's clean face, the holographic Shen Yue completely lost her expression management. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, as if an apple could fit in it, her face displaying extreme horror. You are still alive. Shen Yue pointed at Lin Ye, her voice cracking, vibrating the car's speaker. Lin Ye looked at the astonished woman in the projection and politely waved his hand. Good evening, Sister Shen Yue. Good evening, my foot. This is completely unreasonable. Shen Yue went into a frenzy. You survived the abyss-level energy explosion with no profession. How did you come out unscathed? Shen Yue jumped up in the projection, declaring strongly, Su Wanqing, don't be deceived by his pretty boy facade. I have already bought a ticket to Jiang City, I will arrive early tomorrow morning. I swear to uncover Lin Ye's true nature, to see what kind of monster he really is. Su Wanqing's expression instantly darkened. She raised her hand and pressed the disconnection button on the communication device. If you dare to lay a finger on him. Su Wanqing's voice was as cold as ice, revealing her protective stance without reservation. You can find your own hotel. When you come to Jiang City, don't bother us. The communication was unilaterally cut off, and Shen Yu's holographic projection instantly vanished into light particles. The interior of the car fell silent again. Lin Ye silently gave Su Wanqing a big thumbs up in his heart. To completely divert Su Wanqing's attention and dispel her lingering fears about what had happened in the dungeon, Lin Ye flipped his palm and directly pulled out several items, emitting a dark gold glow from his storage space. The interior of the car was instantly illuminated by the unique light of high-level equipment. Sister Wanqing, I found some things in the dungeon just now. Lin Ye handed over the glowing items, maintaining a calm demeanor as he began to weave his story. After the mutated Wolf King perished together with the team leader, it inexplicably turned to ash. I dug these out from the ashes and brought them back casually. Take a look and see if they're useful. Su Wanqing glanced at the items in Lin Ye's hands. The next second her gaze froze. Among the items lay a short dagger with a sinister design, its blade swirling with dark red, demonic patterns. Shadow Wolf Fong Dagger. Su Wanqing immediately recognized the origin of this equipment, a level 10 epic weapon. An ultimate drop from a crisis-level boss, but the probability of obtaining an epic weapon was still shockingly low. The level is too low, I can't use it. Su Wanqing withdrew her gaze, her tone casual. You keep it for self. Although you have no profession, the passive attribute bonus of an epic weapon is enough for you to dominate in low-level areas. If it were an ordinary person, getting an epic weapon would probably make them ecstatic. But Lin Ye decisively shoved the dagger along with the other materials into Su Wanqing's hands. I don't want it, Lin Ye refused outright. Su Wanqing frowned, about to persuade him again. Lin Ye directly interrupted her. Sister Wanqing, the training was paid for by you, and the ticket was arranged by someone you found. According to the rules, all the loot from this dungeon should belong to you. Lin Ye leaned back in his seat, looking at Su Wanqing, and said earnestly, moreover, you just mentioned that securing the admission quota for Longjing would require a lot of connections and resources, which will certainly cost a lot of money. Right now is the National Awakening season for high school seniors, and this level 10 epic weapon would definitely fetch a sky-high price on the black market, perfectly compensating for your losses. Lin Ye paused, revealing a naturally confident smile. Besides, what use do I have for such an excellent weapon as someone living off others, eh? With you protecting me, do I even need it? Su Wanqing looked at the epic dagger emitting a dark gold glow in her hand, and then back at the calm Lin Ye in the passenger seat. Her heart, long wrapped in extreme cold magic, felt as if it had been tightly squeezed by a warm hand. This boy, who had been alone and helpless since childhood after experiencing life and death in a crisis, the first thing he thought of was helping her save money and gather funds for the admission process. He even willingly gave up an epic piece of equipment that could change an ordinary person's fate. The frost in Su Wanqing's eyes melted, completely replaced by an almost obsessive fervor and gratitude. All right, I will accept it. Su Wanqing stored the loot in her storage space. She took a deep breath and gripped the steering wheel again. Boom. The silver limited edition sports car let out a deafening roar like a waking beast, directly shooting onto the main road of Jiang City. The intense force pushed Lin Ye firmly against the seat. Sister Wanqing, where are we going now? Lin Ye asked casually as he looked at the rapidly retreating street view outside the window. Su Wanqing stared ahead, her foot pressing the gas pedal to the floor. Her red lips parted slightly, uttering 4 words to fulfill the promise. Get a room. Lin Ye's eyes widened, his hands gripping the seatbelt tightly. No way, Sister Wanqing, are you serious? The top-tier panoramic suite in Jiang City is located at the very peak of the Twin Towers. As soon as the door closed, the sensor lights hadn't even had the chance to turn on. Su Wanqing completely tore off the layer of cold facade she maintained in front of others. She suddenly turned around, wrapping her arms tightly around Lin Ye's neck, using her forward momentum to push him against the mahogany door. The scent of cold fragrance pressed against him without reservation. The suppressed fear from the abyss transformed into the most primal outpouring in that moment. Lin Ye's back slammed against the door with a muffled sound. Feeling the fervor in front of him, his breath gradually quickened, yet a flicker of a smile flashed in his eyes. In the past, his attributes had been a pitiful 10 points, and he had no means to defend against the direct assault of an SS-class powerhouse. But now times had changed. Lin Ye was finally able to stand his ground confidently. His gaze darkened as his hands moved down, firmly gripping Su Wanqing's waist. A terrifying power that exceeded 100 burst forth in an instant. He exerted force with his arms, his waist and abdomen thrusting forward, and in the blink of an eye their positions exchanged. Lin Ye took the initiative, firmly pinning the proud daughter of Longjing against the wall, completely seizing the lead in this confrontation. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes. She clearly hadn't anticipated that Lin Ye, who usually allowed her to take the lead, would be so domineering today. But this astonishment didn't last half a second before it transformed into deeper surrender. You? She murmured, actively tilting her neck, closing her eyes, and yielding to Lin Ye's increasingly forceful advance. Meanwhile, a fierce fire raged within the suite. In the dark corner of the corridor outside, a shadow was slowly writhing. Xinyu had lied during her phone call. When she was furious, she had already arrived in Jiang City. As an SS-class shadow assassin, she had stealthily made her way here, using her top-tier stealth skills. She had only one goal: to catch Lin Ye's foxtail. She wanted to slap ironclad evidence in Su Wanqing's face, hoping to awaken her friend who had been blinded by male allure. You pretty boy, today I must expose all your secrets. The power of shadows flowed. Xun Yu's body transformed into a wisp of black light, silently slipping through the crack of the door into the suite. The living room was dark, illuminated only by the neon lights outside, barely lighting the carpet. Xun Yu reformed her body, crouching like a night owl behind the sofa. She had just taken out a high-definition recorder and hadn't had the chance to find a place to stick it. Suddenly, a sound of water echoed from the direction of the master bedroom's bathroom. Accompanying the sound of water were extremely clear sounds of bodies colliding, along with Su Wanqing's uncontrollable gasps. Xun Yu's hand holding the recorder froze in midair. She struggled to swallow, mechanically turning her neck to look at the half-transparent frosted glass door. On the door, 2 intertwined figures were reflected. Boom. Xun Yu felt her blood rush to the top of her head, even as a battle-hardened assassin, her face turned red with shame. The shadow magic within her almost collapsed from the intense emotional fluctuations. Can't you just calm down at this hour of the night? Xun Yu cursed wildly in her heart, gritting her teeth. Just as she was about to close her eyes to shield herself from the eye-wrenching scene, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. A wave of warmth mixed with the scent of body wash and hormones rushed towards her. Lin Ye, bare-chested with droplets of water cascading down his 8-pack abs, strode towards the living room sofa, carrying Su Wanqing, who was clinging to him like an octopus. With every step Lin Ye took, Su Wanqing let out a muffled moan, her usually icy eyes now filled with confusion. Where was the chilling demeanor of the Ice Queen? She was completely a lovesick fool. Shen Yu was less than 5 meters away, watching helplessly as Su Wanqing was manipulated into various positions by Lin Ye. The distance was simply too close. Shen Yu could even see the tears welling in the corners of Su Wanqing's eyes in the dim light. This top assassin from Longjing was forced to occupy the best VIP viewing seat of the entire scene, wishing she could gouge her own eyes out. Her worldview had suffered a nuclear strike. That was Su Wanqing, a woman who could freeze anyone who dared to look at her for too long. Now she was actively fawning over a weak little pretty boy. It's hopeless. She's definitely the reincarnation of a male Daji, a true fox spirit. Shen Yu clenched her fists, silently diagnosing her friend in her heart. The battle in the living room escalated, ultimately transferring to the large bed in the master bedroom. To avoid being discovered, Shen Yu had no choice but to use stealth and awkwardly squeeze into the double-door wardrobe in the master bedroom. Hiding among the piles of clothes like a turtle, she endured the involuntary mental torment through the slats of the louvered doors. The night grew deeper. Shen Yu's expression shifted from initial anger to a gradually numbed despair. However, by the late night, this numbness had transformed into a horrifying shock. The commotion on the bed showed no signs of stopping. Lin Ye displayed a terrifying level of stamina and endurance. His steady breathing and relentless strength were akin to an unyielding machine. Shen Yu crouched in the wardrobe, her legs already numb. She stared intently at the vigorous silhouette outside, her brain completely crashing. Is this really a no-job whiteboard? Shen Yu let out a silent scream in her heart. She understood human limits all too well. Even a berserker who had consumed the top-tier stamina potion would collapse after a night of exertion. What on earth did this kid eat to grow up? This pure physical strength was beyond what a carbon-based life form should possess. It's outrageous. Shen Yu was forced to listen to the whole night from her hiding spot. She could feel her understanding of the combat power system being ruthlessly rubbed into the ground. Until the next morning. The sun poured into the master bedroom, and the room finally fell silent. Lin Ye, full of energy, got up, stretched, and walked towards the bathroom, his steps steady. In stark contrast, the once lofty Su Wanqing was now like a pool of spring water wrapped in blankets, soundly asleep, clearly completely drained. Shen Yu felt as if she had been pardoned. Seizing the opportunity, she transformed into a shadow, moving at more than twice her usual speed, and awkwardly slipped out through the crack of the door. At the corner of the corridor, Shen Yu staggered into view. She sported dark circles under her eyes, her legs weak, and her complexion pale, resembling a paper figure that had just crawled out of a morgue. So much suffering, all beings cross. What on earth have I done to deserve this? Purely occupational injuries. She wanted to cry without tears, vigorously rubbing her stiff cheeks that had endured the night. She hurriedly straightened out the awkward wrinkles in her clothes. After taking several deep breaths of cold air, Shen Yu forcefully expelled the yellow thoughts from her mind and adjusted her breathing. She put on an anxious facade, as if she had just rushed from the Longjing train station. After mentally preparing herself, Shen Yu stepped back toward the suite's door. She raised her hand and knocked heavily on the door, bang, bang, bang. Lin Ye refreshingly pushed open the heavy wooden door of the panoramic suite. Outside stood a woman who seemed drained of all her vitality. Shen Yu had 2 large dark circles under her eyes, her hands gripping the door frame tightly, her legs her once neat black battle suit was now riddled with strange creases, exuding an overwhelming scent. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing this SS-level shadow assassin from Longjing with a discerning gaze. Did this woman go to the construction site to carry cement in the middle of the night? How could a top-tier advanced assassin be reduced to such a state of weakness? Wrapped in a loose silk bathrobe, Lin Ye's complexion remained rosy and his spirit high even after a night of intense physical labor. Not a single hair on him lacked vitality. Shen Yu lifted her head, meeting Lin Ye's radiant face. She felt a wave of darkness engulf her as the painful memory of being forced to huddle in the wardrobe for 5 hours the night before assaulted her mind like a tide. The heart-stopping sounds of collision and Su Wanqing's shameless compliance sent her blood pressure soaring. What are you staring at? Get out of the way. Shen Yu gritted her teeth, forcing herself to straighten up, shoving past Lin Ye's shoulder and forcing her way into the suite. Today she must kick this disaster of a man who was a calamity for the nation out. In the living room, Su Wanqing emerged from the master bedroom, wearing a silk nightgown. Unlike Lin Ye's vitality, this cold queen of Jiangqing now displayed a hint of lazy spring warmth in her eyes, her steps revealing a distinct frailty. Upon seeing Shen Yu force her way in, her delicate brows knitted together and the temperature in the room began to. Shen Yu ignored her friend's cold glare and plopped down onto the sofa. As soon as she sat down, the muscles in her thighs, which had been stiff all night, nearly cramped, causing her to gasp in surprise while trying to maintain an accusatory posture. Su Wanqing, you've completely lost it. Shen Yu crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye in an attempt to reclaim the initiative with the pressure of a high-level professional. Do you have any idea what you did last night in the hall? For a jobless man like him, you forcibly condensed an extreme cold light sphere, almost shattering the space barrier of the dark forest. If the barrier collapses and triggers spatial turbulence, thousands of low-level professionals in the hall. She turned sharply, her gaze slicing towards Lin Ye. You are nothing but a worthless burden. Besides living off others, what else can you do? If Wanqing gets stripped of her core training qualifications at Longjing University because of you, or even ends up in the Supreme Court, what will you do to compensate? Lin Ye stood by, keenly catching the key information in Shen Yu's words, forcibly smashing the space barrier. His heart suddenly raced. He had thought Su Wanqing was merely sulking outside, but little did he know that this sickly rich woman had almost blown up Jiangqing's novice area for him. The benefits of this soft meal were simply off the charts. Internally delighted, Lin Ye's external demeanor remained flawless. He quickly reined in his nonchalant demeanor, slightly lowered his eyelids, and naturally shrugged his shoulders, gripping the edges of his bathrobe tightly, his knuckles turning white. Sister Shen Yu is right. Lin Ye's voice was low, laced with a noticeable hoarseness and a touch of perfectly timed tremor. He raised his head, his eyes filled with deep self-reproach and pain, resembling a little dog abandoned in the rain. I am useless, lacking even the ability to protect myself, only causing trouble for Sister Wanqing. Shen Yu was momentarily taken aback. She had prepared a torrent of harsh words intending to lambaste this, but just as she was about to start, the other party instantly knelt and admitted fault at lightning speed. Why was this guy not playing by the rules? Before Shen Yu could react, Lin Ye effortlessly launched into a smooth tea ceremony maneuver. He suddenly took a half step back, creating distance from Su Wanqing, his eyes red. Sister Wanqing's future is worth 1,000 times more than my life. If I cause her to face disciplinary action from Longjing University, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Lin Ye took a deep breath, his tone resolute. I'll pack my things and leave right now. I would rather beg outside the city than become the sinner who destroys Sister Wanqing. For the debts I owe you over the years, I will repay you in my next life as a servant. With that, Lin Ye acted as if he was about to turn and head back to his bedroom to change clothes. The flow was seamless and incredibly smooth. Shen Yu sat on the sofa, completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this top-notch green tea doing? Playing retreat as an advance so expertly. She felt an extreme sense of frustration, like a punch hitting cotton, rising straight to her head. She wanted to curse, but found that Lin Ye had snatched all her lines, even establishing a deep emotional persona of painful sacrifice and great foresight for himself. Stop right there. A voice as cold as ice erupted in the suite. Su Wanqing stepped forward, firmly protecting Lin Ye behind her. Shen Yu, you have crossed the line. Su Wanqing looked down at her friend on the sofa, her tone carrying undeniable. My future is my own to decide. If the inspection team dares to cause trouble, let them come to Longjing University to find me. As for Lin Ye, she tightly clasped Lin Ye's fingers. His life is one I salvaged, and he is mine. For this lifetime, he is not allowed to leave my side. Su Wanqing spoke slowly, each word striking like a hammer against ice, resounding firmly. Anyone who dares to force him away, I will ensure they cannot leave Jiangqing. No one has the right to judge him. This fervent declaration of protection struck Shen Yu like a heavy blow. Shen Yu trembled with anger, her chest heaving violently. She glared at Lin Ye, who was hiding behind Su Wanqing, wearing an innocent expression. At this moment, he was peeking out, half his head, seemingly submissive, but Shen Yu swore she saw a fleeting glimmer of mockery in those deep eyes. He was provoking her. He was definitely provoking her. Shen Yu stood up abruptly, her blood rushing, her legs weakening as she nearly stumbled over the coffee table. She pointed at Lin Ye's nose, her lips trembling for a long time. A burden. Useless. Shen Yu's mind flashed back to the inhuman sounds she was forced to overhear in the wardrobe last night. And glass jobless person, even if he drank top-tier stamina potions like water every day, could not possibly endure for 5 whole hours without even catching his breath. Look at his rosy complexion and abundant vitality now, and then at the SS-level ice mage beside him, who could barely stand straight. Is this something a blank slate with no attributes could accomplish? If he is a burden, then who on earth was the monster that pressed Su Wanqing down on the bed and went wild last night? The massive cognitive dissonance shattered Shen Yu's worldview entirely. She wanted to expose this liar, but she couldn't bring herself to speak of the eavesdropping incident that would haunt her. At the entrance of Jiangqing No. 1 High School, the roar of the engine shattered the morning tranquility. A silver limited edition supercar executed a perfect drift and came to a steady stop outside the school gate. Students passing by halted in their tracks, their eyes fixated on this expensive mechanical beast. The car door swung open and the bulletproof window rolled down. Lin Ye sat comfortably in the passenger seat, dressed in a brand new school uniform. At the driver's seat, Su Wanqing rested her hands on the steering wheel. She looked at Lin Ye, her ice blue eyes revealing unreserved seriousness. I must set off for Longjing. Su Wanqing's tone was resolute, The special quota for Longjing University is not easy to obtain. Those old fossils in the academy are hard to deal with. I need to personally go back and work on it. Lin Ye nodded, his expression obedient. Sister Wanqing, you can go with peace of mind. I will wait for your news in Jiangxia. Su Wanqing couldn't help but smile at his compliant demeanor. Suddenly, she leaned over, grabbed the collar of Lin Ye's uniform, and pulled him towards herself. A faint cool fragrance filled Lin Ye's nostrils as his back was forced against the seat. Outside the school gate, gasps of surprise echoed one after another. Hundreds of eyes were glued to the blushing scene inside the supercar. Those boys who had a crush on Su Wanqing felt as if their world had collapsed. The kiss ended. Su Wanqing released Lin Ye's collar and casually pulled out a parchment scroll emanating a strong aura of spatial magic from the storage compartment, stuffing it directly into Lin Ye's arms. A top-notch fixed-point teleportation scroll. If you encounter danger, just tear it open. It can ignore most spatial restrictions and pull me to your side. Su Wanqing tidied her long hair and resumed her icy queen demeanor. Whoever dares to touch you, I will kill them. Go ahead. The moment the scroll was in his hands, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Detected host receiving an SS-level defensive item, gifted by a powerful opposite sex. Soft rice behavior assessment successful, triggering a 100-fold critical reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top-notch fixed-point teleportation scroll 100. Lin Ye's hand trembled, almost losing grip on the scroll. 100 scrolls. This item could fetch an exorbitant price on the black market, and it was a sought-after item with a price, but no market. Su Wanqing gave one, and the system directly bulked it to 100. This is not just a defensive item, it's practically a strategic reserve for waging localized war. This is truly a win. Thank you, Sister Wanqing. Lin Ye suppressed his overwhelming joy, placing the scroll and the other 99 in his storage space. He pushed open the car door and stepped out. Boom. The silver supercar let out a roar, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the distance. Lin Ye turned around, hands leisurely tucked in his pockets, strolling into the senior year teaching building under the envious gazes that could pierce through him like lasers. As he reached the back door of the classroom, the noise inside was deafening. The entire class was gathered together, animatedly discussing. Did you see the Jiangxing news last night? I heard. The abyss energy went berserk, and all the professionals who entered the instance yesterday were wiped out. The Bloodblade team really suffered this time. I heard that they detonated a self-destruct item to prevent that useless boss from dying inside, blowing up with... What kind of luck does that Lin Ye kid have? 4 senior power levelers acted as meat shields for him, keeping him completely unscathed. What can we do? Who told him to have Su Wanqing backing him? If Zhang Meng and the others dared to abandon him, they'd end up as ashes scattered by the rich lady. Lin Ye stood outside, listening for a few seconds, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The nonsense he fabricated in the instance hall had fermented overnight, and had now become the truth acknowledged in Jiangxing. His image as a useless person who survived solely by relying on power levelers had been thoroughly solidified. Lin Ye stepped through the back door, and the boisterous classroom fell into instantaneous silence. All eyes turned towards him, filled with disdain, jealousy, and unwillingness. Zhao Yang sat in the front row, finally finding an outlet for the frustration he felt yesterday. He stood up with his arms crossed, his voice loud. Oh, isn't this our soft rice king? Zhao Yang scoffed, a mocking expression on his face. How does it feel to survive by stepping on the corpses of power levelers? Don't you have nightmares at night? Several of his cronies immediately chimed in. Exactly, a pure blood-sucking leech. Others risked their lives fighting monsters while he hides in the back. If I were him, I would have been so ashamed I would drop out. How can he still have the face to come to school? The entire class was staring at Lin Ye, waiting to see him break down. After all, being publicly exposed as a bottomless, useless person is unbearable for any man. However, Lin Ye not only did not get angry, but instead nodded in agreement. He strolled over to his desk, pulled out the chair, and sat down, spreading his hands in a relaxed posture. Zhao Yang, you are absolutely right. I am just a pure freeloader. The classroom was so quiet that only breathing could be heard. Zhao Yang was stunned, all his prepared sarcastic remarks stuck in his throat, turning his face pale. He threw a punch, but it made no sound, hitting a pile of soft cotton instead. Walking the path of a green tea, directly leaving the green tea with no way out. Lin Ye dusted off non-existent dust from his cuff side and revealed an expression of lingering fear. Last night in the instance, that monster was huge. I was so scared I hid behind a rock, not daring to move at all. Lin Ye looked at Zhao Yang, his eyes sincere enough to make one want to punch him twice. Actually, the captain and the others could have escaped. But what could they do? Who told Sister Wanqing's name to be too famous? If I lost a single hair, Sister Wanqing would definitely make their whole family unable to stay in Jiangxing. So they had no choice but to willingly act as scapegoats. I can stand here unscathed, all thanks to Sister Wanqing's formidable reputation. He leaned forward slightly, looking at Zhao Yang, smiling innocently. Zhao Yang, you should understand this feeling, right? You bastard. Zhao Yang recalled the humiliation of being forced to kneel on the ice yesterday, and seeing Lin Ye now unscathed and flaunting made him turn red with anger. Two surges of anger collided violently in his chest. His face turned purplured, veins bulging on his neck, and his chest heaved violently. Unable to catch his breath, Zhao Yang's legs suddenly went weak, stumbling back 2 steps, heavily crashing into the desk, nearly passing out on the spot. Several cronies hurriedly stepped forward to support him, not daring to say a word. Lin Ye leaned back in his chair, watching Zhao Yang's near blood-spitting appearance, feeling quite pleased. With over 100 in all attributes combined with this morally bankrupt psychological attack, living like this, taking advantage without any cost, is simply too enjoyable. Just as the class resentment was about to reach a breaking point, potentially sparking a group fight. Bang! The class teacher Zhou Hai entered the classroom quickly, holding a thick stack of documents with a grim expression. Lin Ye sat calmly in his seat, gazing at the podium. The homeroom teacher Zhou Hai had a grim expression. He opened the heavy file that he had just slammed onto the desk, his finger pressing forcefully on the pages, producing a dull sound. Zhou Hai's gaze swept quickly across the entire class, finally locking onto Lin Ye in the back row. His eyes were filled with unmistakable helplessness, regret, and even a hint of pity. Everyone quiet down. Zhou Hai's voice was deep as he suppressed the whispers in the classroom. I have an urgent announcement. The National Education Committee issued new regulations for the college entrance examination early this morning. This year's National Vocational College Entrance Examination has undergone unprecedented significant changes. The students straightened up instantly. The change in the examination rules is a major matter that concerns everyone's future and livelihood. Zhou Hai took a deep breath and raised the red-headed file in his hand. This year, before the regular practical test, a mandatory individual qualification assessment has been added. All registered candidates must enter a specific official artificial dungeon, face off against, and defeat a monster that matches their own level. Only by successfully defeating the monster and exiting the dungeon alive can you prove your basic combat abilities and thereby obtain a ticket for the college entrance examination. Otherwise, you will be directly eliminated. As soon as Zhou Hai finished speaking, the classroom fell into a brief silence. The next second, a deafening uproar erupted, almost lifting the roof off. Completely closed off. Fighting monsters of the same level. What kind of anti-addiction dimensional strike is this? The official has really backstabbed us this time. This is obviously aimed at precisely eliminating those who rely on money to hire helpers and just coast. Amidst these exclamations, dozens of gazes in the classroom converged on Lin Ye in the back row, as if they were equipped with automatic tracking systems. In everyone's perception, Lin Ye was the #1 freeloader in Jiangqing. A person without any occupational talent, not even possessing the initial skills. He had no practical combat ability and relied entirely on Su Wangqing's money to hire someone to help him level up. With the new regulations in place, the completely closed-off unknown assessment means Su Wangqing's financial support is rendered utterly ineffective. No one could shield him from the blows, and no one could help him fight monsters. Now he wouldn't even qualify for the college entrance examination and might even end up dying in the assessment dungeon. In the front row, Zhao Yang abruptly turned around. Bang! He slammed both hands on the desk, so excited that he sprang up from his chair. The internal injuries that Lin Ye had inflicted on him moments earlier were swept away in an instant. What replaced it was an extreme, twisted joy. The heavens do reward those who deserve it. Zhao Yang pointed at Lin Ye, his features contorted in exaggerated laughter. Lin Ye, your retribution has come. Single combat with monsters of the same level. Your rich sister can help you eat, but can she help you in the specific examination room to kill monsters? Exactly. A blank slate who can't even defeat a goblin. This will reveal his true nature, won't it? If he dares to enter the examination room, he will definitely be pressed to the ground and torn to pieces by the monsters. If I were him, I would roll up my things and leave Jiangsheng right now to avoid embarrassing myself here. Zhou Hai sighed from the podium. As a teacher, although he disdained Lin Ye for being a freeloader, he certainly did not want to watch his student walk to his death. Zhou Hai pulled out a document printed in black from the bottom of the folder and pushed it to the edge of the podium. Lin Ye, come up. Zhou Hai's tone was heavy. This is the consent form for voluntarily giving up the assessment. Listen to your teacher. Your life is more important than your future. With your current situation, forcibly participating in the individual assessment would be tantamount to walking into the jaws of death. Lin Ye leaned against the back of his chair, slowly lowering his head, his shoulders slumping. His hands clenched tightly around the hem of his uniform, gripping it so hard that his knuckles turned white. He bit his lower lip, perfectly displaying a hint of struggle and despair, fully embodying the image of a useless person trapped in a deadlock after losing his support. But deep down, Lin Ye could hardly suppress a laugh. Completely closed off. Unknown. Lin Ye thought wildly. The new rules from the Education Committee are simply too considerate. If it's a closed-off fight, then I can finish it however I want. Zhou Hai looked at Lin Ye, who was silent with his head down, thinking he was engaged in a final internal struggle. Since you are still not giving up, I will wake you up with the data. Zhou Hai turned around and operated a few things on the control panel at the podium. I will now pull up the real-time assessment data for the entire class to see what you will be facing. The big screen flickered. The system automatically synchronized the latest settlement level database of the Jiangqing Dungeon Hall. The whole class quieted down and looked up at the screen. The list scrolled down to the very bottom. Lin Ye. Occupation none. Level 9. The classroom fell silent again. Immediately after, the sound of gasps filled the air. What the hell? Level 9. He was only level 1 on the awakening platform yesterday. How did he level up to 9 overnight? This is insane. How many monsters did that team of hired helpers have to kill for him? How many premium experience scrolls did they burn? Zhao Yang was stunned for a moment before bursting into even more reckless laughter. Huh. A textbook-level case of overreaching. Zhao Yang laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, pounding his thigh and shouting they leveled him up to level 9. This means, according to the new rules, he will have to face an independent monster with complete level 9 strength in the individual assessment. Zhao Yang's eyes glinted maliciously as he fixed his gaze on Lin Ye, a level 9 dungeon monster, tough and durable. How could you, a blank slate without any skills, possibly fight it? Are you trying to die faster by deliberately making it harder for yourself? The gazes of the entire class toward Lin Ye were now completely like that of looking at a corpse. Relying on money to forcibly elevate his level had turned into a death sentence under these new rules that focused solely on real combat power. Zhou Hai's expression darkened further. He slammed his palm on the podium. Lin Ye, do you see? Level 9 monster. Even a novice practitioner encountering a monster of the same level has a high risk of failure. You, as a non-professional, are just walking into death. Don't be foolish. Come up right now and sign the withdrawal statement. Lin Ye slowly loosened his grip on the hem of his clothes. He stood up, the sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating his profile, casting a near-heroic sacrifice aura around him. Under the shocked gazes of the entire class, Lin Ye took a step forward, walking slowly to the front of the podium. He raised his hand not to take the withdrawal statement, but to push it aside. Lin Ye grabbed the qualification assessment confirmation document next to Zhou Hai. Taking a pen, he showed no hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the pen tearing through the paper was piercingly loud in the quiet classroom. After signing, Lin Ye put down the pen and turned around. He looked at Zhou Hai, who was dumbfounded, and then glanced at Zhao Yang, whose jaw seemed ready to drop to the floor, his tone firm and filled with an inexplicable depth of emotion. Sister Wanxing is still waiting for me in Longjing. Lin Ye leaned on the podium, unleashing those shameless green tea words to the fullest. She spent so much money hiring helpers for me, consuming so many resources to secure a recommendation slot. Lin Ye may be a freeloader, but I have my dignity. Even if I die, I will die in the assessment dungeon, and I will absolutely not be a coward. The students in the class looked at Lin Ye as if he were crazy. Reaching this level of obsession with being a freeloader to the point of disregarding his own life was beyond their understanding. This guy must have completely lost his mind from the rich woman's money. You are simply unreasonable. Zhou Hai pointed at Lin Ye, trembling with anger, unable to utter a second word. Lin Ye slightly inclined his body, politely nodded, and turned back to his seat. He sat down steadily, his hands leisurely slipping into the pockets of his uniform. A level 9 monster, huh? Lin Ye looked at his data on the big screen and chuckled coldly in his heart. I hope the little cutie arranged by the officials tomorrow has tough bones. Just don't let me punch it into dust, otherwise this will be really hard to explain. In room 1 of Jiangqing No. 1 High School, the practical examination venue was illuminated by cold white spotlights from the dome above. 50 silver-white fully enclosed artificial test pods were arranged in a circular formation. The low hum of machinery filled the entire venue, creating an atmosphere so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Lin Ye stood at the very end of the senior year reference team with his hands in his uniform pockets. Around him, the other students looked pale and were trembling. He appeared like a bystander waiting for a bus, his eyelids slightly lowered, utterly unfazed inside. On the massive holographic screen in the center of the exam room, new rigid regulations from the Education Committee were being displayed in white text on a red background. Absolute isolation, solo combat, mandatory grade matching. With a slight mental movement, Lin Ye summoned a personal panel that only he could see. Level 9 strength, 110 agility, 110 constitution, 110 spirit, 110, all stats neatly above 100. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Ye's mouth. His 4-dimensional bear panel was more than sufficient to take on novice monsters of the same level, let alone tear apart a first-tier magical beast. The new anti-addiction regulations from the authorities felt tailor-made for his solo power fantasy. Class 1 Zhaoyang. The electronic synthesized voice resonated throughout the examination hall. As the top student representative of Class 1 Zhaoyang was called first. Clad in an expensive set of beginner-grade steel armor and wielding a broad-bladed sword, he strode out of the line with his chest held high. Passing by the end of the line, Zhao Yang deliberately halted. He turned his head, fixing Lin Ye with a gaze full of provocation and mockery, sneering as he strode towards test pod No. 1. Card swipe verification. Immediately matching information popped up on the holographic screen. Candidate Zhao Yang, B-Class Berserker level 3, matched opponent common, Class Mighty Minotaur level 3. Click. Thud. The heavy alloy door closed, and the indicator lights outside the test pod instantly switched from standby green to glaring battle red. The completely sealed pod transmitted no visuals or sounds. However, the display screen above the pod was scrolling the candidate's physiological data in real time. Blood pressure skyrocketed, and the heart rate surged past 180 beats per minute within a short time. Watching the heart monitor's erratic fluctuations, the entire audience collectively gasped. The oppressive feeling of facing a monster of the same level was vividly etched on everyone's faces through those few sets of fluctuating data. Time ticked away minute by minute. 5 full minutes passed. Beep. The indicator light finally turned green, the pressure valve released, and the alloy door slowly opened. A strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of the monster's sweat rushed out of the pod. Zhao Yang staggered out from the white mist. His steel armor was shattered in several places, and his chest plate was severely dented. A deep, bone-revealing tear on his left arm caused blood to drip steadily onto the non-slip floor. The broad-bladed sword he took pride in was now dulled and bent like a piece of scrap metal. Although it was a pitiful sight, he had indeed survived. The audience of teachers and students was stunned for 2 seconds before erupting into thunderous applause and astonishment. In light of the Education Committee's extreme new regulations, his first battle was a resounding success with great significance. Several followers rushed forward with medical spray and bandages. Zhao Yang pushed them away, panting heavily. Borrowing the attention of the crowd, he dragged his sword deliberately, making a detour to stand in front of Lin Ye. He raised his bloodied left arm, nearly thrusting it into Lin Ye's face. Did you see that clearly? Zhao Yang's face contorted in rage, his eyes gleaming with unmasked malice. This is the power of a level 3 monster. One hit nearly took off my arm. He took a breath and laughed maniacally. I, a B-Class Berserker, nearly flipped out against a level 3 monster. You, a blank slate with no profession, going in to face a level 9 monster. Zhao Yang surveyed Lin Ye with a deathly gaze. How long do you think you can last before being torn to shreds? I estimate that once the door opens there will only be a pile of meat paste left inside. Lin Ye looked at Zhao Yang's pitiful state, feeling no disturbance within, even wanting to laugh. You made such a fuss over a level 3 Minotaur looking like you just returned from a battlefield in Syria. You really have the nerve to show it off. But on the surface Lin Ye played along perfectly. He suddenly took a half step back, frowning and avoiding eye contact, putting on an appearance of being frightened by the strong smell of blood, even covering his nose with a hand. Seeing this, Zhao Yang's pent-up malice burst forth, laughing wildly as he walked towards the rest area with the help of his followers. As the list progressed, students were occasionally carried out severely injured, and 2 even pressed the forced withdrawal button, losing their qualification for the exam on the spot. The atmosphere in the examination hall had become extremely oppressive. Class 9 Senior Year Lin Ye. The announcement rang out again, and thousands of eyes in the audience instantly focused on him. Filled with derision, mockery, and schadenfreude, the gazes were like countless searchlights shining directly on Lin Ye. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Ye stepped out from the crowd. He walked steadily, bypassing the multitude of scrutinizing eyes, heading straight toward the central examination platform. The head examiner was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man, a high-tier knight of his 2nd rank. He glanced down at the electronic panel displaying the candidate data, just flashed. Name Lin Ye, professional talent none, level 9. The head examiner's brow immediately furrowed into a tight knot. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze cutting through Lin Ye's expressionless face like a blade. As Lin Ye was about to approach the test pod, the head examiner stepped forward, a heavy arm blocking the entrance with a sound like a thunderous barrier. Wait a moment. The head examiner sighed, gently placing his hand in front of the pod's entrance. Lin Ye halted, calmly looking at him. The stats of a level 9 dungeon monster are already dangerously close to the limits of a beginner professional. The head examiner looked at Lin Ye, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Child, you have no skills or talents, but it's too dangerous to go in. Life is only one, there's no need to risk it for a qualification. The audience fell silent. Lin Ye's heart stirred slightly. This examiner was indeed a kind-hearted person. However, to secure the reserved spot orchestrated by Sister Wanqing, he had to enter this dungeon. He timely lowered his eyelids, slightly hunching his shoulders, putting on an appearance of gratitude, yet extreme struggle. Thank you for your kindness, examiner. I truly appreciate it. Lin Ye raised his head, his eyes slightly reddening, his tone imbued with an inexplicable determination. But Sister Wanqing is still waiting for me in Longjing. She has expended so many resources for me, I cannot just give up without even trying. I have signed the death liability waiver, and the school has registered it. Though I fear death, I will never be a coward who retreats without a fight. What is the point of this? The head examiner looked at the determined glint in Lin Ye's eyes, realizing he could not be dissuaded. He shook his head helplessly, letting out a long sigh, withdrawing his arm, a look of deep regret in his gaze as he unlocked the controls. Go ahead. Thank you, examiner. Lin Ye politely bowed. The hall fell into silence. Thousands of students stared at Lin Ye as if he were a monster. To be so obsessed with eating soft rice to this extent was truly sickening. Lin Ye ignored the dead-eyed stares around him and walked unemotionally towards the unlocked test pod. The identity card was placed on the sensing area. Beep. Verification successful. The heavy alloy door slowly opened. Lin Ye, hands still in his pockets, stepped inside without a moment's pause. Click. The door sealed shut completely. The pressure valve locked, cutting off all external views. The massive holographic projection screen in the center of the examination hall flickered violently. The system began to frantically retrieve Lin Ye's level 9 data and forcibly extract monster models from the same level database. 3 seconds later, a line of glaring crimson text appeared on the screen, accompanied by a grotesque, three-dimensional holographic image of a monster. Candidate Lin Ye, no profession, level 9, matched opponent, berserk, mutated beast, hidden variant, level 9. In the holographic image, it was a monstrous beast covered in pitch-black scales with crimson eyes and a spiked tail. Just the projected sense of oppression made the students in the front row instinctively take 2 steps back. The vast indoor examination hall was engulfed in a suffocating silence that lasted 10 seconds. Then a sudden uproar erupted as thousands of voices screamed in horror. Berserk, mutated beast. No way. This is the most dangerous hidden variant among all novice monsters. Its attack power is entirely 2 times higher than that of elite monsters of the same level. It's over. Completely over. This kind of variant goes berserk as soon as it spawns. In the rest area, Zhao Yang watched the red text on the big screen, his eyes wide with disbelief, then burst into maniacal laughter. Even heaven is against him. A level 9 variant. Lin Ye, this time I doubt you'll even leave in one piece. The head examiner looked at the screen, his face pale, his hands gripping the edge of the control panel, tightly, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Prepare rescue equipment. No, prepare body bags. The head examiner closed his eyes in despair, issuing commands in agony. A no-occupation blank slate, facing a level 9 variant. This assessment had transformed from a test into an indisputable one-sided slaughter. At this moment, inside the fully enclosed test pod, a cold blue light illuminated the space, rapidly transforming it into a desolate coliseum. Lin Ye stood in the center of the arena, listening to the low growls of beasts coming from ahead. He slowly drew his hands from his pockets, stretching his neck, the bones cracking audibly. A mutated variant, huh? Lin Ye gazed at the 2 crimson lights glowing in the darkness, a wildly excited smile spreading across his face. I hope you can take a beating, it don't make it too boring for me. The light in the testing chamber dimmed, and a cold blue holographic data stream quickly wove together. Within less than 2 seconds, a desolate and enclosed gladiatorial arena was instantaneously constructed. On the gray-brown stone floor, a raging demonic beast over 3 meters long crouched low, emitting a series of deep, menacing growls from its throat. Its pitch-black scales stood on end, radiating an indestructible metallic, cold light. A thick tail covered in barbs lashed wildly against the virtual ground. The beast's crimson eyes were locked onto Lin Ye 10 meters away, its nostrils flaring, expelling foul breaths tinged with a strong sulfur scent. A nauseating gale rushed toward him. However, Lin Ye did not even adopt a defensive stance. He stood calmly in place, hands casually tucked into his school uniform pockets, exuding an air of relaxation. Roar! The demonic beast let out a furious roar, its hind leg muscles suddenly tensing. The hard virtual stone floor instantly cracked like a spider's web, with debris scattering everywhere. Its massive body transformed into a black shadow, charging towards Lin Ye like a cannonball. The fierce wind caused Lin Ye's hair to whip back. Yet under the dynamic vision afforded by a staggering 110 agility attribute, this aggressive assault seemed as slow as a PowerPoint presentation. Lin Ye even had the leisure to count the few yellowed fangs in its mouth, and he could clearly see the gaps in the scales on its belly as they opened and closed. The monster's bloody maw filled with fangs was merely half an inch away from Lin Ye's throat. Lin Ye's right shoulder sank slightly as his right hand, like a flash of lightning, shot out from his pants pocket, fingers coiling into a fist. There were no flashy skill effects or magical fluctuations. Relying solely on his overwhelming strength that exceeded 100 points, he delivered a plain, yet powerful straight punch. Bang! A heavy explosion of air erupted. The punch landed squarely on the thickest scales of the demonic beast's chest. The collision of flesh and muscle generated a visible white shockwave centered on his fist, wildly spreading outwards. The massive body of the furious demonic beast was abruptly paused in midair. Its claws, capable of tearing through steel, remained frozen in front of Lin Ye. This level 9 mutated boss, capable of wiping out novice teams, didn't even have time to scream before its impenetrable chest scales disintegrated into dust within half a second. The extreme violence pierced through. The demonic beast began to disintegrate inch by inch, starting from its head. Its colossal body exploded in midair, transforming into a flurry of blue data fragments that scattered across the ground. Ding! Target eliminated. Single-person assessment perfectly cleared. Time taken 3.1 seconds. A blinding green light illuminated the top of the testing chamber, and the system's mechanical voice reported steadily. Lin Ye casually dusted off non-existent dirt from his cuffs and returned his hand to his pocket. He leisurely turned around and walked toward the chamber door. What kind of monster fighting was this? This was pure physical dominance. At that moment outside the testing chamber, the examination hall was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Thousands of eyes were fixed intently on the countdown displayed on the big screen. Only just over 3 seconds had passed since the assessment began. The head examiner suddenly shuddered, pressing his palm firmly against the control panel. His fingers had been poised above the emergency stop button. Having seen so many novices being killed in an instant, he was prepared to summon the medical team to retrieve the corpses. Beep. The indicator light directly switched to green, representing a successful clearance. The pressure valve emitted a long, deflating sound. The entire hall fell silent. Zhao Yang, standing at the front, had his wild laughter caught in his throat, as if he had swallowed a dead fly. Just as he was about to mock Lin Ye for being turned into minced meat, his voice was abruptly choked in his throat. The heavy alloy door slowly swung open. As the white mist dissipated, Lin Ye stepped out of the chamber with his hands in his pockets, moving leisurely. Not a single scrape marred his uniform, which remained pristine, and not even his breathing was out of rhythm. The examination hall remained quiet for a full 10 seconds. Thousands of students prepared to witness some intense action were utterly dumbfounded, jaws dropped. How is this possible? Zhao Yang screamed, his face turning red. It's only been 3 seconds. He must have triggered the death protection mechanism and was forcibly ejected. Yes. The system must have determined he was about to die and forcibly ended the assessment. 3 seconds, and he didn't even have time to finish casting his skill. How could he clear the assessment? Absolutely a machine malfunction. 0 points. He must be eliminated for scoring 0. Zhao Yang, clutching at straws, pointed at Lin Ye and shouted, "Chief Examiner, this is definitely a machine oversight. How could a novice clear so quickly? It must be retaken." The chief examiner paid no heed to the ruckus from these little brats. He was fixated on the settlement data on the control panel, swallowing hard, feeling as if his mind was overloaded. Candidate Lin Ye. Clearance status perfect. Target killed, level 9, mutated raging demonic beast. Combat duration 3.1 seconds. Comprehensive rating SSS. The chief examiner's mind went blank as he stared at Lin Ye, who appeared unfazed, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Examiner, I refuse to accept this. Zhao Yang continued to rage impotently. Lin Ye glanced at him and burst into laughter, his expression as calm as could be. He leisurely pulled out a charred piece of parchment from his storage space. This was refuse he had casually picked up in a dungeon, still bearing a faint trace of magical energy. Lin Ye held up the tattered piece of parchment for all to see. Sister Wanxin was worried I might get into trouble and insisted on giving me a few top-tier attack scrolls for protection. Lin Ye sighed dramatically, his acting skills soaring, his tone filled with exaggerated helplessness. I just tore one up inside and the monster evaporated instantly. How is this my fault? The entire crowd of thousands collectively fell silent in disbelief. Using top-tier magical scrolls in a high school qualification test. This was akin to using an intercontinental missile to swat a mosquito. Insane. Outrageously lavish. Zhao Yang's face turned pale, infuriated, retreating repeatedly. You're cheating. Relying on high-level props to clear the assessment, what kind of real skill is that? Lin Ye pointed at Zhao Yang's heavily dented armor and the dull blade he wielded. So you think it's skill to go in wearing top-tier armor and take a beating? Lin Ye shrugged, raising his hands. Which rule in the new committee regulation states that props are not allowed. A scroll is surely part of one's strength. Zhao Yang opened his mouth, his face turning beet red, unable to refute a single word. Indeed, the committee only stipulated single-level matching and did not restrict equipment. After all, which normal high school student could afford a top-tier scroll capable of defeating a level 9 monster? The authorities hadn't patched this loophole at all. But behind Lin Ye stood an SS-level rich heiress who treated money as if it were nothing. The surrounding students looked at Lin Ye's "I am proud to live off others" expressions, their ridicule morphing into extreme envy. This was pure financial dominance, achieving a dimensional strike. The chief examiner stood dark-faced behind the control panel, ignoring the farce below. A top-tier scroll killing a monster would inevitably leave behind a massive chaotic surge of magical data. He was eager to see what level of scroll this kid had used. He quickly input the highest authority password, retrieving the battle log and holographic playback from Cabin 1. On the screen, a stream of green code rapidly scrolled by. In the next moment, the chief examiner's eyes widened in shock, his pupils quaking wildly. The chief examiner's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his fingers flying over the control panel. On the screen, lines of green code scrolled past rapidly. He stared intently at the back-end battle log, trying to extract the energy residue of the supreme magic scroll from the vast data stream. The explosion of a supreme scroll would inevitably trigger violent elemental fluctuations. Zhao Yang shouted for a retest from below the stage. Thousands of students craned their necks, eager to see Lin Ye being kicked out of the examination hall. The chief examiner's eyes remained fixed, directly adjusting the energy monitoring bar to the highest precision. The progress bar rolled from start to finish. Nothing. There was nothing. The magic fluctuation index on the screen displayed a bizarrely straight, horizontal line. Absolute zero magic fluctuations. This proved that within those brief 3.1 seconds, a no scroll had been released in the testing chamber. Not even the most basic magic fireball had appeared. The chief examiner's brows knitted tightly, cold sweat breaking out on his palms. Without using, this kid was talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. The chief examiner's brows knitted tightly, cold sweat breaking out on his palms. Without using a scroll, how did the level 9 mutated berserk demon beast die? He immediately changed direction following the kill node and opened the damage composition model. At the moment the demon beast died, a red three-dimensional data body popped up. This level 9 mutated leader with tough skin and high magic resistance had its source of disintegration come from a pure, untainted physical kinetic impact. The chief examiner swallowed hard, trembling as he clicked to bring up the detailed analysis of the hit location. Right in the center of the chest, scales, shattered bones crushed, and internal organs reduced to mush. This was the mark of a blunt force strike. More accurately, it was damage inflicted by a fist. The chief examiner's CPU nearly overheated. He frantically performed a reverse calculation of the combat values in his mind. The armor value of the level 9 mutated berserk demon beast was around 20, with a health value of 800. To penetrate this armored shell with a plain normal attack and cause an instant lethal overflow damage. The chief examiner silently calculated a number in his mind, his heart twitching violently. Over 100. At least 110 points. To achieve such an outrageous instant kill effect, the attacker's strength attribute must have absolutely surpassed 100. What does 100 points of strength mean? To put it into perspective, a class berserker focused on strength even after reaching level 20 for the first promotion would barely have over 80 points. Yet Lin Ye, a level 9 blank class individual, astonishingly possessed at least 110 points of strength. The chief examiner gazed at Lin Ye, who stood innocently below the stage, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. This kid appeared to be a fifth-rate warrior relying on a wealthy woman for training, but in reality, he very likely awakened some unheard-of hidden god-level growth talent. This was a monster. A humanoid tyrannosaurus disguised as a blank class. In Jiangxing No, one high school No in the entire Jiangnan province, they might have stumbled upon a living treasure. The chief examiner took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his wildly beating heart. This matter involved too much. Until Lin Ye's specific background was clarified, it must not be publicized. Once such unprecedented data leaked, it would definitely attract the envy and assassination attempts of opposing forces. The chief examiner abruptly cut off the back-end holographic projection on the control panel. He stood up, his previously tense expression instantly returning to its cold hardness. Chief examiner. Zhao Yang jumped up from below, anxious. Lin Ye definitely cheated. Hurry up and cancel his score. Zero score. Zero score, shouted the surrounding students in a frenzy. The chief examiner's gaze was frosty as he scanned the group of crazed candidates below. Shut up. A roar echoed throughout the venue. The chief examiner unreservedly released the heavy pressure of a second-tier high-level knight. An invisible force field expanded with the examination platform as its center. The students in the front row suddenly felt their shoulders weighed down, their legs turning weak. Zhao Yang was pushed back 3 steps, his face pale, unable to utter a word. The entire venue fell into an instant silence. The chief examiner withdrew his pressure, picked up the microphone, and his voice echoed through every corner of the hall. The back-end data detection is complete. The testing chamber's equipment is operating normally with no malfunctions. Candidate Lin Ye did not trigger any violations during the testing process. The chief examiner picked up the official seal on the table and heavily stamped it on Lin Ye's score sheet. This examiner hereby gives the final official ruling. Candidate Lin Ye, having killed the level 9 mutated berserk demon beast, his passing score is authentic and valid. A national vocational examination qualification is officially granted. As the words fell, the venue plunged into absolute silence for half a minute. Then an uproar erupted among the crowd, overturning the roof with their commotion. What the hell? Why does a freeloader get to do this? What kind of godly scroll can kill a berserk demon beast under level 10 in one hit? I regret it. Why didn't I cling to this SS-level wealthy woman? The candidates, under the nightly pressure of the chief examiner, dared not protest loudly, but suppressed bitterness still splashed around. Everyone's eyes on Lin Ye were so sour they could brew vinegar. In their eyes, Lin Ye had no such strength. All of this absurd outcome stemmed solely from Su Wanking's financial capability. A freeloader relying on a wealthy woman's resources had forcefully broken through the official assessment threshold. This was pure dimensional suppression, disregarding martial ethics. In the rest area, Zhao Yang was furious, trembling like a quail having a seizure. His nails dug into his palms, and his knuckles turned white. He nearly risked his life to pass, while Lin Ye stood for 3 seconds and effortlessly obtained the same qualification. He was indignant, but faced with the chief examiner's cold gaze, he could only swallow his anger. Lin Ye stood there unfazed by the protests and jealousy from the crowd. He raised his hand and casually tossed the piece of parchment debris used to fool others. The debris arced through the air and precisely landed in the trash can 10 meters away. Since the examiner said there were no violations, he'll take my leave. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively towards the chief examiner's platform. He turned around, hands in pockets, striding towards the examination hall's exit with an extremely arrogant and nonchalant demeanor. As he passed by Zhao Yang, Lin Ye didn't even glance at him, treating him as if he were air. The candidates on either side instinctively made way for him. Lin Ye swaggered out of the examination hall under the envious gazes of thousands, embodying the essence of a freeloader, taking full advantage of the situation. Bang! The heavy doors of the examination hall slowly closed behind Lin Ye. The chief examiner watched Lin Ye's disappearing figure, his tense back finally relaxing. He immediately turned to his several assistants. Cut off all external physical connections to testing chamber No. 1 immediately. The chief examiner lowered his voice, his tone extremely severe. No one is allowed to privately review the testing records regarding Lin Ye nor leak a single word. Anyone who dares to leak even a word will be treated as treason. Several assistants were startled by this sudden strict order and quickly nodded in agreement. You all go organize the subsequent examinations. I will take over here personally. The chief examiner waved off everyone. When only he remained on the examination platform, he quickly activated the highest level of confidentiality mode on the control panel. He rapidly typed on the keyboard, extracting that absurd battle log in full from the local database. Then he opened an encrypted document, typing with haste, urgently, drafting a report titled Discovery Report on Suspected High-Level Hidden Talent Awakeners. In the report, he detailed the process of deducing Lin Ye's strength attribute, exceeding 100, and provided suggestions for utmost priority. The chief examiner bundled the battle log and this report together, marking it with a top-secret seal. He did not send this document to the Jiangxing Education Bureau nor to the Jiangnan Provincial Examination Office. Instead, he directly bypassed all intermediate levels and input a series of extremely complex and lengthy codes, sending it directly to the highest management office of Longjing Admissions. After finishing all this, the chief examiner leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long breath. The hidden dragon in the abyss must soar to the 9 heavens. Jiangxing is about to give birth to a true dragon. He gazed at the green light on the screen, indicating successful, sending whispering softly. The examination below continued, screams and the sounds of weapon clashes echoing incessantly. But the chief examiner's thoughts had already flown far away to Longjing. He was well aware that when the high-ranking big shots in Longjing saw this data, it would undoubtedly spark an unprecedented scramble for talent. As for whether Lin Ye was a freeloader with no skills, the chief examiner sneered. To hell with being a blank class. This was an ancestor. A living ancestor that must be supported. Thousands of miles away from Jiang City, in the underground data center of the Enrollment Management Division in Longjing City, the cold mechanical sounds operated incessantly day and night. Suddenly, the massive central holographic projection screen flickered violently. The originally deep blue data stream was abruptly replaced by blinding crimson, and the highest level red air raid alarm echoed frantically throughout the hall. The duty officer sprang from his leather chair, as if propelled by springs, tumbling to the control console. It's not an abyss warning. The information officer typed out ghostly remnants on the virtual keyboard, cold sweat trickling down as he stared at the screen. It's a top-secret assessment report sent from the Jiang City Examination Office. It triggered the main brain's underlying anomaly threshold. The officer shoved the information officer aside and personally called up the encrypted battle log. The mouse moved frantically. Rows of glaring green code popped up on the screen, accompanied by a 3-dimensional human kinetic simulation diagram. Immediately activate the central main brain and conduct a secondary cross-verification. The officer stared fixedly at the data, his breath quickening like a broken bellows. Beep. Main brain is calculating. The progress bar filled up rapidly. The mechanical, synthesized voice steadily announced in the hall, calculation complete. Candidate Lin Ye level 9. No traces of skill release, no residual magic from scrolls. Target kill time 3.1 seconds. Damage composition 100 pure physical kinetic impact. Strength attribute reverse deduction, result breakthrough 110 points. Data authenticity rate 100. The data center fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The high-ranking officer stared intently at the red text on the screen that read, breakthrough 110 points, feeling as if a high-voltage current surged from his soul straight to the crown of his head. Level 9. No profession. Pure naked panel strength exceeding 100. What kind of hellish joke is this? This is akin to an ancient ferocious beast draped in human skin pretending to be weak in a newbie village. A monster. Jiang City has produced a true monster. The officer swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He suddenly turned around and shouted, immediately seal off the file of candidate Lin Ye. Permissions directly raised to National SS level top secret. Yes. The information officer hurriedly operated, and the file was instantly heavily encrypted. However, just a tenth of a second before the permissions were locked down, the super brains distributed across different positions in Longjing City simultaneously lit up with a faint glow. Although the top secret files of the Enrollment Management Division were sealed off from the lower levels, they had always been unprotected for the highest institutions tasked with cultivating humanity's top combat capabilities, such as Longjing University and Qingbei Military Academy. In the enrollment office of Longjing University, a minter sipping goji berry tea from a thermos casually glanced at the intercepted information automatically captured by the smart brain. A mouthful of scalding tea sprayed across the screen. Quick! Immediately contact the dean. Intercept all the reserved spots from Jiang City. This ancestral treasure, we must secure it for Longjing University. Even Jesus couldn't stop us. At the same time, the encrypted channels of Qingbei Military Academy and Magic Capital War Academy erupted in chaos. A mad scramble for Lin Ye had started grandly, completely unbeknownst to this freeloader. Returning to Longjing University in the highest conference room of the Academic Affairs Office, the heavy rosewood door was tightly shut. The air pressure inside was so low it was hard to breathe. Su Wanqing, dressed in a long black trench coat, stood upright and solitary before the oval conference table. Opposite her sat 4 elderly high-ranking members of the academy. A thick dark blue application for recommendation was pushed directly to the center of the table by Su Wanqing. The head of the Academic Affairs Office, Wang Chonglin, darkened his face and reached out to flip open the application. After just a glance at the basic information on the first page, his originally ruddy complexion turned ashen. Bang! Wang Chonglin slammed the document shut, striking it down onto the table like a brick. It emitted a muffled sound that sent shivers down the spine. Su Wanqing, do you take Longjing University for a shelter? Wang Chonglin stood up abruptly, pointing accusingly at Su Wanqing. What ridiculous thing have you submitted? Lin Ye, not profession. You dare to request a core recommendation spot from Longjing University for such a waste? That's absurd. It's simply laughable. Su Wanqing remained unfazed, her ice blue eyes cold as stagnant water. Her tone was frigid, leaving no room for rebuttal. The Academy promised me that as long as I won the Abyss battlefield, I would be granted a privilege. I have merely come to collect on this debt. Privileges must be used within a reasonable scope, not to raise a pure freeloader. A vice dean sitting next to Wang Chonglin scoffed. He raised his hand to activate the light brain, and a brilliant blue holographic projection sprang forth, suspended in midair. It was an extremely glaring resource consumption and cultivation progress comparison chart. Su Wanqing, look at this clearly. The vice dean pointed at the sharply plunging red line on the screen, anger causing him to pound his thigh. With your SS level talent, you should have long since broken through to the third transition and be carrying the weight on the front lines of the Abyss. But what have you done? In these 3 years you have poured all the massive resources the Academy provided, the finest potions from the black market, and even the spoils of war you fought for, all into that little white face named Lin Ye. He is nothing but a pure vampire, only dragging you down as a weakling. The vice dean slammed his palm on the table, causing the holographic projection to flicker wildly. You have dumped so much money into him, and not even a bubble has surfaced. Su Wanqing, what kind of charm have you been fed? Su Wanqing quietly gazed at the curve graph. Flashes of Lin Ye's obedient acceptance of resources crossed her mind. This is my private matter. My resources, I can give them to whoever I wish, and nothing can buy my happiness. Su Wanqing slightly lifted her chin. I must take the recommendation spot today. Audacious. Wang Chonglin turned livid. He pressed his hands heavily on the edge of the table, the pressure of a high-level third transition mage unleashed without reserve looming over Su Wanqing like a mountain. Longjing University's resources will never support a freeloading idler, nor will I allow you to ruin your future for a little white face. Wang Changlin suppressed his voice, delivering a final ultimatum. Su Wanqing, the school offers you two paths now. First, immediately withdraw this absurd application, and cut all ties with that Lin Ye. As long as you nod, the academy will act as if nothing happened, and next month will directly open a special secret realm for you, granting you a recommendation for the third transition mission. Second, if you are determined to protect this good for nothing, the school will now freeze all your privileges, completely depriving you of your SS-level core resources. Choose between your future and that man. The entire conference room fell into silence. The four high-ranking members gazed down at Su Wanqing, waiting for her to bow her head in apology. In their eyes, no practitioner could withstand the cliff-like threat of losing core resources. Su Wanqing looked at the faces of these elders trying to assert their authority and suddenly burst into laughter. That smile was radiant and captivating, yet it carried an intense chill that could freeze marrow. She leisurely took out a badge shimmering with purple gold light from her trenchcoat pocket. It was an exclusive token of the SS-level core seed of Longjing University, a proof of ultimate privilege that countless people would kill to obtain. Under the astonished gazes of the four high-ranking members, clatter, Su Wanqing casually tossed the purple gold badge, which rolled twice on the rosewood table, and came to a steady stop in front of Wang Changlin. You think you can pressure me with resources? Su Wanqing slammed her hands on the table, leaning forward to meet Wang Changlin's gaze. You are not even worthy to use my future as a lesson for me. If the quota is not granted, I will withdraw from Longjing University today. As for Lin Ye, he is my man, and I can afford to support him. Even if I have to grind slimes outside the city for a lifetime, I can feed him to max level. The temperature in the conference room plummeted to sub-zero. Su Wanqing decisively turned around, striding away without looking back, leaving the four high-ranking members with an utterly arrogant back. The heavy redwood door slammed shut behind Su Wanqing. With a dull thud, the water in the teacup on the table splashed everywhere. Wang Changlin stared intensely at the purple gold badge on the table, his face dark like a moldy pot bottom. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The vice president trembled with rage, slamming his palm on the solid wood table. For a good for nothing who lives off a woman, you dare to throw away the core badge of Long University. Does she really think the earth would stop turning without her? The vice president's chest heaved violently, spitting out words. Principal, I suggest we immediately freeze all of Su Wanqing's resources on campus. Terminate all her secret realm permissions. She must be severely punished. This is lawlessness. The other two high-ranking officials nodded frantically, their faces full of fury. In our 100 years of Long University, when have we ever encountered such a joke? An SS-grade seed disregarding their future for a useless person. If this gets out, those from the Qingbei Military Academy will break our backs. That Lin Ye, a complete leech, is clearly sucking our blood. Such a person must never be allowed into Long University. Wang Changlin snorted coldly, roughly tugging at his tie, pulling up the brain operation panel. Since she is determined to tie herself to that worthless fighter, then let her be. His fingers struck the virtual keyboard with thunderous force, directly calling up the school's disciplinary interface. Issue a school-wide reprimand for Su Wanqing. At the same time, permanently blacklist Lin Ye from Long University admissions. Wang Changlin's gaze was as cold as ice. I want this pretty boy from Jiangxing to know that the threshold of Long University cannot be crossed with a woman. His finger hovered over the final confirmation key, ready to press down hard. Beep whoop. The piercing sound of an air raid alarm instantly tore through the atmosphere of the conference room. The originally blue holographic projection was engulfed by a sea of crimson. The highest level of alarm flashed red wildly on the ceiling, illuminating the four old men in a flickering light. The system forcibly interrupted the operation, instantly clearing all disciplinary windows. The four high officials froze in place as if they had springs installed, bouncing up from their chairs. What happened? Has the Abyss defense line been breached? The vice president was startled, suddenly turning to look at the main screen. In the center of the screen, a huge prompt box appeared, flashing with a dark golden glow. National SS level top secret stamp. And the source code of the document showed clearly: Jiangxing Admissions Examination Office, Jiangnan Province. Jiangxing. How can an examination office in a prefecture-level city have the authority to directly trigger the highest alarm of Long University? Wang Changlin's brow furrowed into a tight knot. But he did not dare to delay. Concerning national fortunes, even a second's delay could lead to a military court. Wang Changlin immediately rushed forward, placing his eyes on the scanner and pressing his right thumb. Retina verification passed. Fingerprint verification passed. Decoding permissions. The crimson alarm receded like a tide. On the big screen, a detailed battle log poured down like a waterfall. Following this, a visually striking three-dimensional data reverse deduction model unfolded. In the center of the model, a ferocious ninth-level, hidden, mutated feral beast was in its prime state. In the next second, a pure physical kinetic energy devoid of any elemental impurities slammed into the beast's chest like a heavy hydraulic press. The indestructible scales shattered, its internal organs instantly turned to mush, and the massive body exploded into countless data fragments. Time taken for battle 3. 1 seconds. What? What level of power caused this damage? The vice president's eyes nearly bulged out, his entire body clinging desperately to the edge of the table. Wang Changlin stared at the damage composition analysis in the bottom right corner, his back drenched in cold sweat. There were no skill readings, no residual magic from high-tier scrolls. Purely relying on a basic attack. Quick look at the deduction conclusion at the bottom. A high-ranking official pointed at the screen, his voice cracking. The bold red text deeply pierced the eyes of the 4 men. Pure raw power reverse deduction result, exceeding 110 points. In the conference room, a chorus of gulping sounds echoed. 110 points. The vice president's legs went weak and his body swayed. A 9th-level novice exceeding 100 in strength. What kind of hellish joke is this? Even a level 20 class berserker decked out in the finest strength-enhancing gear wouldn't reach this value. Another high-ranking official held his head in disbelief, seriously questioning if he had woken up today. Wang Changlin breathed rapidly like a broken bellows. He understood better than anyone the terrifying implications behind this data. This was definitely not an ordinary awakened one. A purely physical panel reaching such absurd levels at the 9th level was undoubtedly indicative of some SS-level power talent awakened. As long as this kid was recruited into Long University and all resources were tilted towards his training, he would undoubtedly become an invincible human-shaped nuclear bomb on the Abyss battlefield. Quick! Immediately pull up this candidate's basic information page. Wang Changlin shouted hoarsely, urgently pounding the table. Let's see which examination area this came from. His palms were sweaty and his fingers swiftly scrolled on the screen, flipping to the last page of the classified file. A high-definition ID photo popped up. In the photo was a handsome youth with clean eyes wearing an old-style school uniform from Jiangxing One high school. Next to the photo, several lines of tags that were painfully familiar to them were clearly listed: school, Jiangxing One high school, occupation, unemployed, level 9. The 4 high officials' gazes followed these lines of text upward, finally fixing on the name at the very top. There lay 2 glaringly bright characters, Lin Ye. The vast conference room fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of a needle dropping seemed deafening. The 4 top authorities of Longjing, who had just been indignant and pounding the table to call for the boys' online ban, were now collectively petrified. They stared at the face on the big screen, their CPUs completely fried. Wang Changlin's finger froze in midair, his expression twisting from arrogance to sheer farce. Lin Ye. The vice president struggled to open his mouth, a wheezing sound escaping his throat. Jiangxing One high school. Unemployed. This combination of tags felt like an invisible slap hitting their faces hard. Who said he was a good for nothing living off a woman? Who said he was a blood-sucking leech dragging everyone down? A pure physical power exceeding 101 punch, killing a 9th-level hidden mutated boss. This is what they called a worthless fighter. If this human-shaped Trex was considered a worthless fighter, then what about the so-called talented individuals that Long University was focusing on cultivating? A bunch of disabled children learning to walk. What have we just done? The vice president felt darkness clouding his vision, his heart skipping a beat. Did we almost blacklist a peerless genius for life? Just thinking about the fact that they were about to kick out such a god-level talent, who could change Long University's pattern for a century, made the 4 old men want to find a block of tofu to crash into. If those old foxes from the Qingbei Military Academy found out Long University turned Lin Ye away, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. After the huge upheaval, extreme panic instantly consumed the vice president. No, Su Wanxing must not be allowed to run away with someone. Long University must personally feed this bowl of soft rice. Not only must it be fed, but with the best resources. It must be served in a pure gold bowl. The vice president was the first to regain his senses, abruptly pushing away the genuine leather chair he was sitting on. Bang! The chair toppled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. He couldn't care less about his image. His eyes reddened as he rushed towards the redwood door, without regard for anything. Su girl, don't go. Wanxing girl, let me explain. It was all a misunderstanding. There are slots available. All of them. Long University's resources are at your disposal. He just wanted to catch up with Su Wanxing, who hadn't gone far, and reveal this astonishing turnaround. Even if it meant losing face, he had to bring this living ancestor back. As the vice president's hand was about to touch the doorknob, whoosh. Wang Chonglin transformed into a blurry shadow, instantly crossing a distance of over 10 meters. He forcefully grabbed the vice president's shoulder, stopping his already frenzied colleague. Wang Chonglin's fingers gripped the vice dean's shoulder like iron claws. "Calm down." Wang Chonglin snapped in a low voice, his knuckles heavily pounding against the flickering imprint of National SS Level Confidential on the large screen, producing a dull thud. Are you trying to let him be targeted by foreign intelligence agencies by calling him a genius, or do you want him to be intercepted by those bandits from Qingbei Military Academy? The vice dean was momentarily stunned by the shout. His struggling ceased instantly. Yet his bloodshot eyes remained fixed on the screen, displaying the terrifying data capable of overturning the entire professional system. Wang Chonglin swiped his finger across the console, projecting Lin Ye's three-dimensional simulation of breaking 100 strength alongside the unemployed whiteboard student file, reported by Jiangxing No. 1 High School. The comparison was extremely tragic, yet bizarre. Think oldly. Wang Chonglin pressed his hands against the table, his gaze sweeping across the other three senior executives like a hawk, his tone grave. Don't you feel a strong sense of incongruity in this matter? He heavily tapped on the student file on the table. Before his awakening, he relied on Su Wangqing's support, essentially a commoner forced by circumstances. But now, his physical panel strength has surpassed 110 points. One punch could turn a level 9 hidden mutated boss into data fragments. This kid clearly awakened a terrifying talent comparable to SS level strength, yet he continues to pretend to be a weakling and live off others. Wang Chonglin's voice echoed in the spacious conference room. Faced with ridicule, he not only refrains from rebuttal, but also seems content to live off others, unchanged in his initial intent. Is this reasonable? The conference room fell into a dead silence. Only the faint buzzing of the central air conditioning could be heard. The four seasoned high-ranking officials of Long Day exchanged glances, their brows furrowed into tight knots. Is it to feign weakness to catch a tiger by pretending to be a pig, waiting for a chance to stun everyone? A Mediterranean senior tentatively spoke. Nonsense. The vice dean exploded in a curse, mercilessly rebutting. With his kind of extraordinary foundation, as soon as he reveals his panel, the top universities, military, and elite guilds would definitely swarm like rabid dogs, shoving the best resources straight into his mouth. What does he want? To be a waste, ridiculed daily in that broken place of Jiangxing. The crowd felt, indeed, in this day and age, geniuses are all arrogant. Even the most low-key among them wouldn't want to wear the disgraceful label of living off others. This fundamentally contradicts the basic logic of a peerless genius. Wait, look at this. The vice dean Zhang Fuhai suddenly brought up another incident report that had just synchronized from Jiangnan province. Previously, in the Jiangxing Dark Forest instance, there was an abyss energy surge, and Lin Ye was the only survivor. Wang Chonglin pointed at a line of small text in the report. The official judgment from Jiangxing is that the carry team detonated a high-level item to protect the boss, resulting in a mutual destruction with the mutated leader. Zhang Fuhai sneered, suddenly slapping the seconds monster video on the big screen. Now, considering Lin Ye's real combat power, that carry team is worthless. He needs others to risk their lives for him. The boss in the mutated instance must have been crushed by him personally. The vice dean was bewildered, irritably tugging at his sparse hair. But why would he tell such an easily debunked lie? Why go to such lengths to pretend to be useless before Su Wangqing? With his strength, he could easily stand tall as a big brother. Wang Chonglin intertwined his hands, resting his chin on the back of his hand. His deep gaze, reflected through his glasses, glimmered with cunning wisdom. Thoughts about Su Wangqing's aloof, domineering, and possessive demeanor quickly flashed through his mind. Think carefully about Su Wangqing's personality, Wang Chonglin said, startlingly cold, assertive, with a strong desire for control, almost obsessively nurturing Lin Ye. Therefore, there is only one truth. Wang Chonglin suddenly lifted his head, his eyes revealing a wisdom that pierced through the mundane, presenting an incredibly explosive conclusion. Lin Ye pretends to be an unemployed whiteboard, willingly becoming a target for ridicule, not because he is low-key. He is catering to Su Wangqing's peculiar preferences. Wang Chonglin concluded decisively. These two simply regard living off others as their private. The conference room fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. The three high-ranking officials widened their eyes, jaws slightly agape. Their expressions shifted from initial confusion to a wealth of shock and astonishment. Absurd. Simply absurd. Yet this utterly absurd deduction, in light of all current evidence, served as a universal key that perfectly unlocked all logical deadlocks. No wonder Lin Ye pretended to be a whiteboard. No wonder he was indifferent to the ridicule of the entire school. No wonder Su Wangqing dared to throw the core purple-gold badge of Longda in their faces for an unemployed person. This is a unique, incomprehensible dark humor shared only between peerless geniuses. A profound shock at discovering the bizarre quirks of a god-level genius rapidly spread among the four old men who held the highest authority at Longjing University. Today's youth play in such extravagant ways. Jiang Fuhai, after a long pause, expressed a bizarre feeling. To create some fun, they even abandon their reputation. The mental state of high-level professionals is indeed beyond the understanding of common people. The Mediterranean senior wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in deep agreement. This might just be the barrier between geniuses and mediocrities. Wang Changlin took a deep breath, stood up, and slammed his hands on the table. No matter what quirks he has with their talents, they will undoubtedly become the pillars of our dragon nation in the future. Wang Changlin made a decisive announcement, his tone resolute, exuding an undeniable conviction. In the face of this peerless genius with peculiar preferences, we must not use conventional recruitment methods to attract them. Should we directly send someone to Jiangsheng to warmly welcome him? Absolutely not. That would publicly expose his disguise and ruin their little game. Not only would we fail to attract him, but we would also offend him. So what should we do? Dean Jiang Fuhai became anxious, slamming his palm on the table. Those old foxes from other universities must have received the confidential report as well. If they find Lin Ye first, we won't have a place to cry. So we must act accordingly. Wang Changlin's eyes sparkled with brilliance, revealing the cunning of an old fox. Isn't Su Wanqing here to request special admission slots? Give it to her. Not only give it, but do so grandly. We need to completely lower our stance and cater to her whims. Utilize all school resources to help Lin Ye play this living off others role to the fullest. Wang Changlin grew more excited, forcefully pointing in the air. In the future, the top skill books, premium attribute potions, and highest level secret realm tickets will all be packaged as scholarships from Su Wanqing. Let her feed him. We need to make him feel that living off others at Longda is the most enjoyable and comfortable. As long as we invest enough effort through Su Wanqing, we can steadily feed this bowl of soft rice into Lin Ye's mouth. What can Qingbei Military Academy use to compete with us? The four high-ranking officials exchanged glances, their eyes brightening simultaneously. This strategy is brilliant. It protects the genius' peculiar interests while also binding Lin Ye under legitimate pretexts. Those muscle-headed folks from Qingbei Military Academy will never comprehend this layer of logic in their lifetime. Without hesitation, Wang Changlin turned to the console, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. He decisively cleared the draft of the school-wide disciplinary action that was about to be sent out, eliminating all records of Su Wanqing's violations with a single click. Then he called up the highest-level red-headed document template and redrafted a document. Resolution on unconditionally granting Lin Ye special admission quota and SSS-level core training resources. At the end of the document, he pressed his fingerprint, directly sealing it with the electronic seal that symbolized the highest authority of Longjing University. Beep. Document generated. Wang Changlin turned around, carefully picking up the purple gold badge that Su Wanqing had thrown on the table. He meticulously wiped off the fingerprints on it with his sleeve, solemnly tucking it into his pocket. Let's go. Wang Changlin waved his hand grandly, striding towards the conference room door. Go find that girl Su and apologize to her with our old faces. Then let's personally serve this top-tier soft rice to that living ancestor. Outside the academic building of Longjing University, Su Wanqing stepped out with a cold and resolute stride, her high heels clicking against the ground. The ice-blue robe billowed in the wind, producing a sound like a fluttering banner. With a swift motion, she severed the internal network of Long University on her smart brain, showing no hesitation. Did they really think that Long Country had only one university? Su Wanqing's fingers danced quickly across the virtual screen, directly bringing up the admissions hotline for Qingbei Military Academy and Magic City War College. Long University couldn't offer Lin Ye a guaranteed spot, but she had her own ways to negotiate with her SS-level talent. Just as her finger was about to press the call button, the air ahead suddenly twisted violently. With a loud hum, a fierce spatial fluctuation erupted. The teleportation skill of a third-tier high-level mage activated without warning. Wang Changlin, accompanied by the vice president, abruptly appeared 3 meters in front of Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's footsteps halted suddenly, and an aura of solid frost enveloped her. Are you trying to keep me here? Su Wanqing said without any unnecessary words, her right hand suddenly splayed open as the suppressed extreme, cold magic erupted violently. Crack, crack, crack. The bluestone tiles beneath her feet shattered instantly, and thick dark blue ice spikes burst forth from the ground. The temperature in the air plummeted sharply as fine ice crystals condensed and floated midair. She slightly lowered her center of gravity, poised in a state of maximum defense, ready to forcefully break through at any moment. As long as these two old men dared to utter a word about keeping her here, she would absolutely freeze this square into a glacier. Wang Changlin watched the sharp ice spikes rushing toward him, his face stiffening. He quickly formed hand seals, and a warm solid fire magic surged forth, precisely enveloping the frost that was about to pierce his face and vaporizing it into white mist. Then this iron-fisted principal, known for his stern demeanor and readiness to expel students, did something that left Su Wanqing momentarily stunned. Wang Chonglin hurriedly rubbed his cheeks, forcing a warm smile that resembled a father meeting his beloved daughter. He slightly bent forward, holding the purple gold badge that Su Wanqing had slammed onto the table in the meeting room, and respectfully handed it over. "Su girl, what's this about? Getting so worked up can be harmful to your health." Wang Changlin's tone was so gentle it could almost drip water, even carrying a hint of flattery. "We old fellows have just opened up our horizons. Long University has been established for 100 years, a vast institution. Do we still lack this meal?" He pushed the badge forward. "We have unanimously approved the guarantee for you." Su Wanqing maintained her spell-casting posture, not even attempting to take the badge. The look in her eyes toward Wang Chonglin was as if she were gazing at a supreme fool. Half an hour ago, this old man was threatening her with resource deprivation in the meeting room, and now he was rushing to offer her a spot. This extreme shift from arrogance to humility raised her vigilance to the maximum. "Principal Wang, have you been possessed?" Su Wanqing was not buying it. "Are you trying to make a fool of me? Oh, why are you so suspicious, girl?" Seeing that verbal assurances were ineffective, Wang Chonglin immediately waved his hand backward. The vice president, quick on the uptake, swiftly pulled out a freshly printed document from his pocket and handed it over. "Look, you take a look yourself." Wang Chonglin unfolded the document and shoved it directly in front of Su Wanqing's eyes. It was a paper document with a red header. Su Wanqing's gaze scanned the document, lifting her head to read, "Final resolution on unconditionally granting Lin Ye special admission quota." Wang Changlin's finger precisely pointed at the core clause of the document. "Unconditional admission, no practical assessment threshold. Come to the academic office to handle formal enrollment after the college entrance examination." He was afraid Su Wanqing wouldn't believe it, so he forcefully tapped the seal at the bottom of the document. There lay the official electronic seal of Longjing University, complete with an anti-counterfeiting spatial magic mark. Su Wanqing stared at the contents of the clause, completely stunned. It was real. No fakes, no wordplay. It was indeed a top-tier exemption admission letter. Before she could recover from her shock, Wang Chonglin, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a second red header document. Not only that, Wang Chonglin cleared his throat, his smile becoming even more radiant. In light of Su Wanqing's keen eye for talent, for recommending Lin Ye, such a special and rare talent, to our school, it could be considered a great deed. Wang Chonglin emphasized the word special. He shoved the second document into Su Wanqing's hands. "The higher-ups have unanimously decided to double your SS-level resource quota." Su Wanqing looked down at the resource approval document in her hand, feeling a bit dazed. She had forcibly brought an unqualified person in, and not only did he get guaranteed admission, but she also earned merit from it. This overwhelming fortune was just dropped on her head. Little did she know this was all a brilliant strategy devised by the cunning old fox Wang Chonglin. Even in dust a spark can be concealed. Even in soft rice there is hard currency. Since Lin Ye treated eating soft rice as a pleasure, Long University absolutely could not directly provide him with resources to disrupt that atmosphere. The only way was to double the resources and throw them on Su Wanqing's head, allowing her to justifiably feed Lin Ye. Su Wanqing confirmed the authenticity of the document once again and quickly retracted her shocked expression. No matter what these old men had taken, as long as Lin Ye's quota was secured, it was a win. With a wave of her delicate hand, she stored the purple gold badge and the two red header documents into her storage space. The violent extreme cold magic surrounding her instantly calmed. "Thank you, Principal Wang." Su Wanqing slightly raised her chin and spoke coldly. "I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." After saying that, she turned to leave. "Su girl, don't rush to leave," Wang Chonglin called out anxiously, quickly stepping forward. He pulled out a black magnetic card embedded with tiny diamonds from his sleeve. As soon as this card appeared, even the vice president nearby couldn't help but gasp. That was the highest privilege exchange card for the top skill library of Long University. "Take this." Wang Chonglin forcefully stuffed the card into Su Wanqing's hand. "This is an exclusive benefit for guaranteed students. You can go to the school's inner courtyard skill library and choose any skill book you like." Wang Chonglin rubbed his hands, smiling as he added, "Just conveniently help him pick one out and bring it back to Jiancheng along with the admission proof." Su Wanqing held the cold exchange card, feeling as if this old man had lost his mind. Long University had strict regulations. Even the top students had to wait until officially enrolled to access the skill library. Now this old hardliner, known for strictly adhering to school rules, was actually issuing cards ahead of time and asking her to pick. Su Wanqing looked at him with an odd expression, not bothering to ponder what was wrong with the school, decisively putting away the exchange card. "Thanks." She tossed out those two words and strode towards the skill library. Wang Chonglin stood in place watching Su Wangqing's retreating figure, letting out a long sigh of relief and wiping the sweat from his brow. Today Lin Ye's soft rice was finally served on the table smoothly. At Jiangqingnou, one high school, Lin Ye strolled leisurely along the tree-lined path. His expression was languid, humming an unknown tune, maintaining the image of a slacker to the fullest. He exhibited none of the tense urgency characteristic of the other third-year students preparing for the college entrance examination. Above him, the thick canopy of the camphor trees cast a faint shadow that melded perfectly with the leaves. Shen Yu crouched partially on a tree branch, holding a military-grade miniature high-definition imaging device, the lens firmly locked onto Lin Ye. After that night, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Lin Ye's physical capabilities were undoubtedly beyond those of an ordinary slacker. Shen Yu was convinced that this guy was hiding his strength, deliberately deceiving Su Wangqing to seize her resources. Thus the current scene unfolded. She vowed to record Lin Ye's true strength and present it forcefully to Su Wangqing, whose judgment was clouded by love. Just as Lin Ye stepped through the entrance of Jiangqingnou, one high school's academic area, Zhou Hai rushed out of the guard's room drenched in sweat. He grabbed Lin Ye's arm tightly. "Stop dawdling. Hurry up." Zhou Hai dragged Lin Ye towards the administrative building. "Someone is looking for you." He pushed open the heavy double doors of the academic office. The air inside was suffocatingly oppressive. Three burly men in black special operations uniforms sat on the genuine leather sofa, to the left proudly displaying the cross, sword, and shield emblem of the Qingbei Military Academy on their chests. On the right sofa sat two representatives from the enrollment office of the Modu War Academy, dressed in dark blue robes. In the center of the room, an excessively extravagant heavy metal instrument was placed on the floor. The surface of the machine glowed with a piercing blue magical light, and its base emitted a deep resonant hum. It was indeed a top-grade magical energy measuring device used by the military. The director of the Qingbei enrollment office suddenly stood up. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with a gruesome dark red scar slashing across his left cheek. His imposing gaze locked onto Lin Ye like a searchlight. "You are Lin Ye." The scarred director's voice was rough, tinged with the hardness unique to a soldier. Lin Ye nodded. The scarred director curled his lips into a cold smirk. "We have obtained your qualification. Free. 1 seconds, pure physical kinetic energy, to kill a level 9 mutated leader." The projected power exceeded 100. He heavily slapped the side of the top-grade magical energy measuring device. "Such data appearing on an ordinary whiteboard is simply absurd. We have serious reason to suspect that you have used the banned blood-burning explosive chi powder from the black market to overdraw your potential and falsify results." The scarred director crossed his arms and threw out an exceedingly tempting offer. "Now hit this device again. As long as you can produce a real physical data exceeding 100 on the spot, we will grant you the highest SS-level direct admission quota from Qingbei Military Academy right away. Not only will you be exempt from exams, but each year you will also be granted an additional 10 million in core training resources." Shen Yu, hidden in the shadows, felt ecstatic. She held her breath, zooming in the focus of her recording device to the maximum, aiming it directly at Lin Ye. Under the lure of such generous rewards, these muscle-bound soldiers from Qingbei Military Academy were the perfect support. She firmly believed that in the face of such a life-changing temptation, this greedy pretty boy would undoubtedly drop his disguise. However, Lin Ye stood still, his hands remaining in his uniform pockets. His gaze skimmed over the measuring device, and his heart was as calm as still water. Measure power, and then undergo inhumane militarized training at Qingbei Military Academy every day. Once he threw that punch, the carefully crafted persona of a jobless slacker would collapse in an instant. The rewards from the slacker system would be forever out of reach. Between the toil of working hard to level up and the comfort of living off others, Lin Ye made the most rational choice. "I'm sorry, I just want to live off others." Lin Ye remained expressionless, not moving an inch. The scarred director noticed Lin Ye's lack of action, and his expression instantly darkened. Feeling guilty. Boom. The heavy pressure of a third transition advanced berserker emanated without reservation, filling the entire academic office with a violent, invisible storm. The solid wood desk creaked under the strain, and the porcelain teacups on the surface rattled violently. Several ordinary teachers standing in the corner were directly forced to slump in their chairs by this pressure, their faces pale, struggling to breathe. The scarred director tried to use this external extreme pressure to force out the instinctual defensive power deep within Lin Ye's body. "Director, please stop." Zhou Hai, braving the pressure, shouted with reddened eyes. "He's just an ordinary student without any foundation. This extreme pressure will crush his bones." The scarred director ignored Zhou Hai's protests and raised his right hand, directly activating the measuring device's force traction field. The ghostly blue gravitational halo instantly enveloped Lin Ye. At the moment the pressure descended upon him, Lin Ye not only did not resist, but also decisively released all his botus defensive instincts. His muscles instantly relaxed. Following the violent downward force, Lin Ye's legs buckled smoothly. Thud. With a dull thud, Lin Ye landed squarely on the cold floor of the academic office. As he fell, his face, he trembled violently, scrambling toward Zhou Hai, clutching the class teacher's thigh tightly with both hands. "Don't kill me. I don't know anything," Lin Ye shouted hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. "I only survived by living off Sister Wanqing. I don't even dare to kill a chicken. Please let me go. I want to find Sister Wanqing." The piercing cries reverberated throughout the spacious academic office. The scarred director froze in place, his outstretched right hand hovering in midair, his expression completely frozen. The representatives from the Modu War Academy beside him widened their eyes, the enrollment application form in their hands dropping to the floor with a thud. They looked at the pitiful sight on the floor, desperately clinging to the teacher's thigh, while weeping, and their fervent anticipation instantly turned to ice. In its place was extreme shock and disgust. Such a deeply pathetic demeanor, such shamelessness in openly admitting to living off others could never be the act of a hidden genius. In the ventilation duct, Shen Yu's hand holding the recording device trembled violently. The screen clearly displayed Lin Ye's shameless pleas for mercy. Her worldview shattered once again. Could it be that she had guessed wrong? Was this guy truly a spineless, easy-to-break leech? Damn it! The scarred director's face turned ashen as he abruptly retracted the pressure, spitting in disgust. This group of idiots from the Jiangcheng examination office can report such an absurd blunder as top secret. He didn't even want to look at Lin Ye again, turning to kick the power off the measuring device. Dismissed. Don't waste time here. The representatives from both universities didn't want to stay a second longer, packing up the equipment and preparing to leave. Bang! The door to the academic office was kicked open violently, a gust of cold wind rushing in. "Who do you think you were trying to walk away after bullying me? Do you really think Su Wanqing is easy to bully?" Bang! The solid wooden door shattered into pieces, splinters wrapped in frost smashing against the surrounding walls. The warm breeze in the corridor could not even enter the room, forced back by an overwhelming wave of absolute zero cold air. The pristine tiled floor of the academic office emitted a series of piercing cracking sounds as a thick layer of eerie blue ice advanced, visibly hardening and freezing the legs of overturned chairs. Su Wanqing, wearing a pair of black high-heeled boots, stepped over the scattered wood shavings. The ice-blue robe fluttered in the cold wind. Lin Ye was slumped on the ground. He clutched tightly to the right leg of the homeroom teacher, Zhou Hai, the hem of his school uniform covered in dust curling into a ball and trembling like a quail recently pulled from icy water. The temperature plummeted once more. Ice flowers blossomed on the surface of the overhead fluorescent light tubes, producing an unbearable electrical crackle. "Sister Wanqing." Lin Ye slightly lifted his head from Zhou Hai's pant leg, his voice stuttering the tale, and trembling, and choked with emotion. The academic office was silent. Su Wanqing's right hand suddenly clenched inward. The moisture in the air was forcibly stripped away and compressed. 5 ice spears, each over 2 meters long and covered in spiral barbs, formed in midair. The tips pointed directly at the scarred director and the 2 recruitment representatives from the Magic City War Academy. There were no words wasted, nor any warnings given. Su Wanqing's wrist pressed downward with great force. Whoosh! The ice spears ripped through the air, leaving behind 5 long trails of white sonic boom clouds as they struck down. The scarred director's scalp exploded in shock. "Su Wanqing, you dare!" he roared, his specialized combat suit torn into shreds by his bulging muscles. Raging dark red blood energy burst forth from his pores, unfurling a blood-colored light shield above his head that was half a meter thick. The 2 representatives from the Magic City were already terrified, scrambling backward while the golden barrier barely shimmered to life. Boom! The ice spear struck the blood-colored light shield. The signature defense of a third-tier berserker produced a half-second sound similar to shattering glass, and the surface cracked like a spider's web. The frigid ice energy surged through the cracks. The scarred director let out a muffled grunt, his burly body forced to stagger backward. The high-top combat boots left 2 deep, white imprints on the frozen floor, only stopping when his back slammed heavily against the concrete load-bearing wall. A strong metallic taste surged in his throat. He swallowed the blood hard, and a fine layer of ice formed on the surface of his arms. The golden barrier of the Magic City representatives shattered, the 2 of them being thrown over by the shockwave, rolling in ice shards and unable to rise. In front of this SS-level core seed from Longjing University, even the high-tier practitioners from these local recruitment offices found it incredibly difficult to withstand a single attack. Inside the ventilation duct of the ceiling, Shun Yu crouched like a gecko in the narrow metal passage. The extreme cold magic coursed through the metal, making her shiver, almost dropping the military-grade micro-camera in her hand. She stared intently at Lin Ye below through the slits of the blinds. The red light on the camera kept blinking. She had thought that once the Qingbei Military Academy applied pressure, Lin Ye would surely reveal his true combat power. But what happened? This kid directly slid down, hugging the thigh. In the corner, a crisp mechanical sound popped up in Lin Ye's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully received the martial protection of a top-tier opposite-sex powerhouse. Soft rice behavior has been determined successful, triggering the cross-level critical strike reward. Congratulations, host. Maximum health permanently increased by 2,000 points. Well done. Lin Ye was overjoyed. With the previous foundation included, his total health instantly broke through 3,200 points. With this thickness of health, if he triggered the Holy Light Barrier, those 3 high-tier practitioners from Qingbei Military Academy would probably not be able to withstand it. Though it felt great, the scene must be acted out in full. The blue light in Su Wangqing's palms surged, and a second wave of ice spears was about to take shape. If this ancestor were to poke through the Qingbei and Magic City recruitment representatives at Jiangxingno, one high school, the matter would definitely escalate to the higher-ups of the military. Even with Longjing University backing them, it would still lead to a trip to the highest military court. Their meal ticket absolutely could not be compromised. Lin Ye decisively released Zhou Hai's leg. He crawled and rolled on the icy floor, looking as pathetic as one could imagine. Completely disregarding the fact that there were many teachers and students present, he directly lunged forward, grabbing Su Wangqing's waist tightly. He buried his head deep in her robe, which exuded a cold fragrance. Sister Wangqing, don't hit anymore. Lin Ye cried out, his voice thick with sorrow. It's my own fault. I'm just a useless waste, a blank slate, without any skills. As he wailed, he buried his face deeper into the robe, his shoulders shaking, resembling a small wife who had endured grievances, but still tried to act understanding. If someone dies because of me, Sister Wangqing, your future will be ruined. Su Wangqing looked down at Lin Ye, who was clinging to her with all his might, her eyes filled with concern. Yet the speed at which she gathered her magic power increased. They are big shots from Qingbei and Magic City. Killing me is as easy as squashing an ant. If you hurt them today because of this useless mess ruining your future, how could I ever eat your food with peace of mind for the rest of my life? These words echoed in the empty, cold academic office. Each statement avoided mentioning grievances, yet they were filled with them. For the sake of the other's future, willingly trampling one's own pride into the mud. A top-tier green tea, terrifyingly so. Leaning against the load-bearing wall, the scarred director felt his stomach churn. He had seen a lot, but never had he seen a man so soft-boned, boldly speaking of living off a woman. The 2 representatives from Magic City were even more exaggerated, with one of them gagging audibly. Disgusting. Purely physiological revulsion. Even an Flevel life class practitioner wouldn't shamelessly hide beneath a woman's skirt and cry in public like this. The last shred of doubt in the scarred director's mind, wondering if this kid was playing the pig to eat the tiger, was shattered by Lin Ye's performance. Feigning weakness. Who would use their basic dignity as a human to feign weakness? This was simply a thoroughly useless bomb. The data reported by the Jiangnan Provincial Examination Office was definitely a massive blunder. Inside the ceiling's ventilation pipes, Shen Yu covered her mouth, nearly unable to hold back her urge to vomit. The screen of the camera clearly recorded the scene of Lin Ye hugging Su Wangqing's thigh and crying out, "I've been following this vixen for several days, and I only captured this eye-stinging sight." Shen Yu cursed furiously in her heart. Inside the academic office, Su Wangqing's fury was completely melted by Lin Ye's repeated cries of, "For your future." She wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's shoulders, gently patting his back. "With me here, no one can lay a finger on you." After comforting Lin Ye, Su Wangqing lifted her head. Her gentle gaze turned into a biting cold wind as it swept toward the 3 individuals across from her. The ice spears in midair dissipated into white mist, yet the extreme cold domain still firmly locked down the entire area. "Put away your trash." Su Wangqing coldly spat out a few words, "Get lost." The scarred director gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging. But he knew very well that today he would suffer a silent loss. There was no chance of winning against an SS-level madwoman whose mind was entirely focused on protecting this useless man. "We're leaving." The scarred director spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, not even glancing at Lin Ye as he turned and stomped out the door. The 2 representatives from Magic City quickly followed, their tails tucked between their legs as they fled. The chaotic footsteps eventually faded away in the corridor. Lin Ye continued to bury his face in Su Wangqing's embrace, the corners of his mouth secretly curling up. Su Wangqing took hold of Lin Ye's arm and gently helped him up. Looking at his dust-covered school uniform, she reached back into her storage space and pulled out 2 documents stamped with a red seal, slamming them onto the nearby desk. "Teacher Zhou, this is Lin Ye's recommendation certificate." Su Wangqing slammed 2 documents stamped with the highest authority red seal of Longjing University onto Zhou Hai's desk with a loud thud. Lin Ye maintained his timid posture, hiding behind Su Wanqing, gripping the edge of her robe tightly, his shoulders trembling slightly. In reality, he was observing the reactions of the people across from him with great interest through his fingers. The office was in complete disarray. Zhou Hai and several surrounding teachers were shivering from the residual extreme cold trembling as they approached the desk. Several pairs of eyes were fixated on that red-headed document. As their gaze fell on the header and footer, and they clearly read the exemption from examination, an unconditional recommendation clause alongside the unique anti-counterfeiting electronic seal of Longjing University, their bodies suddenly stiffened like iron. Zhou Hai rubbed his eyes vigorously, nearly pressing his face against the paper. He repeatedly confirmed Lin Ye's name on the document, then glanced at the glaring unemployed in the profession column, causing his mind to crash completely. A female teacher beside him gasped sharply, covering her mouth, unable to speak for a long time. The highest institution of the Dragon Nation, a sacred hall that countless prodigies struggle to enter every year, actually opened a back door to support a completely talentless student just for Su Wanqing. The extreme absurdity violently impacted their understanding. This level of privilege was no longer merely holding a golden rice bowl. It was as if they had completely moved the imperial kitchen over. Lin Ye stood up, brushed off the ice debris from his pants, and reached out to take the recommendation certificate that belonged to him from Zhou Hai's hands. The moment his fingertips touched the paper, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has accepted a top-tier powerhouse's guaranteed future. Soft rice behavior confirmed. Triggered top-tier, critical hit reward. Congratulations, host. All rewards obtained after the next job transfer task will be doubled. The mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Lin Ye's lips twitched slightly as he suppressed the urge to laugh out loud. Doubling the job transfer rewards was definitely the super doubling option of a divine level panel. He pinched the document, his eyes instantly turning red. He looked up, filled with deep emotion and guilt. Sister Wanqing, to obtain this limitless quota for me, you must have paid a tremendous price, right? Lin Ye's voice trembled, choked with intentionally suppressed sobs. Su Wanqing looked at his red-rimmed eyes and gently rubbed his hair. There was no cost. Su Wanqing's tone was calm. You don't need to worry about me. Lin Ye lowered his head and fell silent. The higher-ups of Long University were definitely not generous benefactors. He was convinced that Su Wanqing was merely comforting him, shouldering all the pressure herself. The value of this soft rice was too high. He must find a way to repay her in the future. He couldn't let his presence affect Su Wanqing's growth. The stronger her abilities, the higher the quality of the soft rice Lin Ye would receive. In the ventilation duct, Shen Yu lay on the cold metal surface, observing everything below through the slits of the blinds. She clearly saw the writing on the document, her hands tightly gripping the casing of the camera, her knuckles turning white. She understood the style of the higher-ups at Long University all too well. Those old stubborns would never grant a special quota to an unemployed person. The only explanation was that Su Wanqing had secretly signed an extremely harsh, unequal treaty, even selling decades of freedom to completely bind herself in the abyss battlefield. Her gaze shifted to Lin Ye. Seeing Lin Ye's smug face as he tucked the document into his pocket, Shen Yu felt an overwhelming sense of worthlessness and heartache for her friend. By any means necessary, she had to quickly expel this bottomless, talentless leech from Su Wanqing's side. Inside the office, Su Wanqing ignored the astonished gazes of the surrounding teachers. She gently brushed the dust off Lin Ye's uniform shoulder, naturally taking his hand. Let's go. The two turned and stepped over the broken wood scraps, exiting the door. In the ventilation duct, Shen Yu quickly stowed the camera in her inventory. The power of shadows flowed as her body transformed into a faint silhouette, quietly slipping out through the gap in the vent. She had to keep a close watch and could not let Lin Ye take the opportunity to commit any more transgressions. Chaotic and hurried footsteps sounded from the end of the corridor. The principal of Jiangqing One high school rushed into the office with the academic director and several school leaders, panting heavily. The ground was littered with broken wood pieces and icy tiles, leaving the group stunned. What happened? Where are the representatives from Qingbei and Modu? The principal asked loudly. Zhou Hai snapped back to reality, quickly stepping forward to report everything that had just occurred. He then took out a freshly copied recommendation document and handed it to the principal. The principal looked down at the copy. Good. Excellent. He suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice pitchy. This is the biggest sensation since the establishment of the school. Turn on the contacts with all media in Jiangqing immediately. I already have a headline in mind. Jiangqing One high school's unemployed student defies fate, receives the highest specification special recommendation from Long University. We need to conduct high-profile promotions citywide. The enrollment quota for next year is secured. The academic director nodded repeatedly, quickly opening his portable holographic computer and logging into the National High School Student Management System. Principal, I will extract Lin Ye's electronic file to create promotional materials right away. The academic director's fingers flew over the virtual keyboard. He entered Lin Ye's student ID. He pressed the enter key hard. Beep. The holographic computer emitted an extremely sharp alarm. The originally blue interface collapsed instantly. The screen was completely occupied by a glaring crimson light. A massive electronic lock icon flickered in the center of the screen. 2 lines of bold red font popped up at the bottom of the screen. Warning: this file has been classified as a national SS-level secret. Insufficient permissions of forced access will trigger military countermeasures, and all access rights will be permanently locked. The blinding red light cast a flickering glow over the broken office. The principal maintained his laughing posture while the flesh on his face froze completely. The academic director's hands hovered above the keyboard, his body shaking uncontrollably. Several school leaders stared intently at the screen, fixated on the electronic lock, symbolizing the highest secrecy, collectively falling into a minute-long silence. As the red light flickered, beads of sweat began to drip from the principal's forehead. The sweat slid down his cheeks, splattering onto the floor. The backs of several school leaders' clothes clung to their skin, drenched in cold sweat. After an extreme shock, the principal's mind began to race. A file of an unemployed student had turned into a national SS-level secret. Recalling the scene where Su Wanqing repelled the Qingbei director earlier along with that unconditional recommendation document, everything was attributed to Su Wanqing's unfathomable strength and terrifying privileges. To cover up the scandal of giving her boyfriend a backdoor, she had directly employed extraordinary means to lock the file at the highest level of national secrecy. What a pity for this overwhelming fortune. We can't handle it. The principal pressed the power button on the holographic computer. The screen went dark and the red light in the office instantly vanished. The principal turned around, his face pale, his gaze sternly scanning everyone present. Listen. Everything that happened in this room today, as well as the matters regarding Lin Ye's recommendation and file, must remain buried in our stomachs. Anyone who dares to leak even a word will have to buy their own coffin. The academic director nodded frantically, covering his mouth tightly, with both hands completely giving up any thoughts of promotion. The silver-white supercar came to a steady stop beneath the Twin Towers. Lin Ye followed closely behind, Su Wanqing stepping into the exclusive elevator that led directly to the panoramic suite on the top floor. With a definitive click, the heavy solid wood door closed, and the electronic lock engaged automatically. All the noise, prying gazes, and the tense atmosphere brought by the representatives from the admissions office were thoroughly cut off outside. The cold and intimidating aura surrounding Su Wanqing instantly dissipated. Lin Ye took off his dust-covered school uniform jacket and casually hung it on the walnut coat rack at the entrance, loosening his collar to reveal an utterly relaxed and unguarded posture. At the same time, beneath the gap of the door, a faint shadowy light crept silently along the luxurious carpet, slipping into the room. Shin Yu activated her shadow magic, completely erasing her heartbeat, breath, and even body temperature. She deftly leaned against the wall and quickly maneuvered, finally curling up in the visual blind spot behind a large Erica palm in the corner of the living room. She steadily raised the mini HD imaging device, locking the lens firmly onto the 2 people in the center of the living room. Su Wanqing flipped her right wrist, and a dazzling purple-golden light instantly illuminated the entire dimly lit room. A thick skill book with an ancient cover adorned with intricate dark golden magical patterns floated quietly above her palm. In the shadows, Shin Yu's eyes widened in shock, her teeth biting down hard on her tongue. The purple-golden light. That was the top-tier emblem of the skill repository within Longjing University. She immediately recognized the origin of this item. An epic passive skill, thorned armor capable of reflecting 30 of damage. This was a strategic-level core resource that countless high-tier, heavy-armored warriors coveted. How could Su Wanqing use it to feed a knockless individual? Shin Yu felt a sudden rush of blood to her head. What a waste. Lin Ye's gaze fell on the skill book, and the muscles in his face quickly executed an adjustment command. His eyes reddened in an instant, pupils constricting with precision, revealing shock, fear, and a deep sense of guilt. His hands hovered in the air, trembling, slightly hesitating to reach out. Sister Wanqing. Lin Ye's throat rolled, his voice hoarse, carrying just the right tremor. This thing is too precious. You give me such a top-tier strategic resource, the higher-ups at the school will definitely find a way to pin you down. I, a blank slate, am simply unworthy of using such a divine object. He portrayed a humble demeanor, astonished and entirely devoted to the rich lady, perfectly embodying this unassuming and non-competitive display perfectly catered to Su Wanqing's twisted desire to bestow and protect. Behind the potted plant, Shin Yu laughed coldly, in her heart acting. Keep acting. She zoomed in the focus of the recording device to the maximum, locking in on Lin Ye's hands suspended in the air. A knockless individual as a pathetic profession, having even one skill slot was already a blessing. Lin Ye had already used one skill slot. If he had another, it indicated that his talent was definitely not lacking, and he was not someone who needed to rely on others. Shen Yu watched Lin Ye with malicious intent. If he learned this skill, the affection and gratitude he pretended to show would become a complete joke. The true nature of this fraud would undoubtedly be laid bare before the camera today. In the center of the living room, Su Wanqing gazed at Lin Ye's reddening eyes. Her heart softened to the core. She stepped forward decisively, forcefully grabbing Lin Ye's hand and slapping the heavy skill book into his palm. I say you're worthy, and you are worthy. Su Wanqing's tone was domineering, leaving no room for rebuttal. Just take it, and from now on let me protect you while you stand there. Lin Ye steadied the skill book in both hands. The moment he touched the cover, a crisp mechanical sound exploded in his mind. Ding. Detected host receiving top-tier strong individuals bestowal. Soft rice behavior determination successful. Triggering cross-level critical strike mechanism. The system is forcibly dismantling and reorganizing the fundamental laws. Congratulations, host. Epic passive Thorned Armor has seamlessly upgraded to legendary divine skill, Shield of Thorns. Lin Ye lowered his eyelids, concealing the explosive joy beneath them. This soft rice system never disappointed. His thoughts swept directly across the system panel. Shield of Thorns legendary passive skill. When receiving physical or magical attacks, it forcibly converts the damage value into 100 damage, instantly rebounding it back to the attacker. With this passive, it meant that as long as Lin Ye stood still and took hits, any enemy daring to lay a hand on him would suffer the full damage in return. Lin Ye flipped his wrist, directly storing it in his personal exclusive storage space. His right arm suddenly wrapped around Su Wanqing's delicate waist, giving her no time to react, pulling this icy queen firmly into his embrace. Su Wanqing was caught off guard, her soft body colliding directly with Lin Ye's broad and solid chest. She slightly lifted her chin, a rare look of astonishment flashing in her ice blue eyes. The boy who used to timidly follow behind her was now exuding an aggressive aura that was incredibly oppressive. Lin Ye lowered his head, his heated breath brushing against Su Wanqing's pale neck. Sister Wanqing, you've given me such a good thing, I truly don't know how to repay you. Lin Ye's voice was deep, laced with unmistakable teasing. His left hand naturally climbed up her back, his knuckles pressing against her lower back through the thin robe with an irresistible force. Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. The chilling magic that could freeze space dissipated and collapsed under Lin Ye's half-teasing, half-forceful onslaught. Her breathing rhythm instantly became chaotic and her pale cheeks rapidly flushed with a sickly shade of red. The Ice Queen's facade shattered completely. She obediently closed her eyes, instinctively raising her arms to tightly wrap around Lin Ye's neck, her body completely softening, succumbing to his domineering embrace. Behind the Erica palm, Shen Yu's hand holding the recording device trembled violently. This visually intense and sensual scene reminded her of that crazy night. Shen Yu felt an uncontrollable surge of frustration rushing to her head. As the top shadow assassin of Longjing University, how did she end up in such a corner, forced to watch this high-definition restricted scene? Amid extreme shame and emotional turmoil, Shen Yu's control over her magic wavered fatally. The shadow disguise maintaining her stealth began to distort violently. A wave of uncontrollable magical energy spilled out from behind the potted plant. Shen Yu felt a surge of panic. She bit down hard on her lower lip, her sharp teeth piercing the skin, causing a trickle of metallic blood to seep into her mouth. She exerted all her strength to repress the rampaging shadow magic back into her body. Sweat broke out on her forehead, cascading down her cheeks. Shen Yu was in a fierce internal battle. Should she directly cancel her stealth and jump out, kicking this opportunistic male seductress, forcibly ending this scandalous farce? Just as Shen Yu's left hand pressed against the ground, about to unleash her magic, Su Wanqing, who had been limp in Lin Ye's arms, with a dazed expression, suddenly stiffened. She pressed her hands against Lin Ye's solid chest forcefully, pushing him back half a step, compelling herself to regain a shred of clarity. Taking a few deep breaths, she steadied her chaotic breathing and seriously met Lin Ye's gaze. Lin Ye, how many initial skill slots do you have? Su Wanqing's hands remained pressed against Lin Ye's chest, her fingertips distinctly feeling the heat emanating from beneath the fabric. Her breathing gradually steadied, yet her brows furrowed tightly, her gaze revealing an unusually serious demeanor. Upon awakening, a typical non-professional usually has only one skill slot displayed on their career panel. Lin Ye had just recently learned the Holy Shield barrier, but it seemed his sole skill slot was already exhausted. Su Wanqing's brain raced with thoughts. She had already pulled up a top-secret resource allocation list from Longjing University in her mind. As long as Lin Ye shook his head and uttered the words that there were no available slots, she would return directly to Longjing the next day. She was prepared to immediately utilize the ultimate privilege of an SS-grade core seed, seeking a way to match Lin Ye with an advanced secret realm that could increase his skill slots. Even if it meant sacrificing all her credits and battle achievements, she had to secure this life-changing opportunity for Lin Ye. Behind the giant fan palm, Shen Yu crouched in the dim shadows, her spirit instantly revitalized. She bit down hard on her tongue, using the extreme pain to suppress the swirling dark shadow energy within her, pushing the focus of the military-grade mini-camera to its physical limit. The high-definition lens precisely locked onto Lin Ye's facial muscles. This question struck at the heart of the matter. The probability of a non-professional possessing 2 initial skill slots was nearly zero. If Lin Ye dared to admit he could still learn new skills, it would prove he was hiding his strength, deceiving Su. Shen Yu gripped the metal casing of the camera tightly, her leg muscles tensing, ready to drop her stealth disguise at any moment. As soon as Lin Ye revealed a flaw, she would be ready to expose this freeloader, even at the cost of severing ties with Su Wanqing. Lin Ye lowered his head, his gaze meeting Su Wanqing's scrutinizing and worried eyes with utmost naturalness, his voice steady. "Sister Wanqing, I was just about to discuss this matter with you." Lin Ye paused slightly, his tone even carrying a hint of feigned confusion and bewilderment. "On the day of awakening, I saw on the panel prompt that I had a total of 5 initial skill slots." As soon as he uttered those words, Su Wanqing's breath suddenly hitched. Her originally cold, icy blue pupils uncontrollably contracted violently. She froze, her hands pressing against Lin Ye's chest, losing all strength, slowly sliding away to hover in midair. 5 initial skill slots. In the world of professional, skill slots are almost equivalent to strength, especially for magic professions where skills are even more crucial than attributes. Professionals below grade A can only have 1 initial skill slot. Only at grade A or above is it possible to initially awaken with 3. As for 4, that is reserved for top-tier geniuses that appear once in a century. 5 skill slots. In all of Longhua, among the living recorded, one could count them on 2 hands. As an extremely rare SS-grade ice mage in Longhua, she was so highly valued precisely because she also possessed 5 initial skill slots. How could a non-professional without any potential for development, who was ridiculed and trampled by everyone, possibly have the same number of initial skill slots as her? This extreme disjunction of data, crossing the boundaries of common sense and logic, caused Su Wanqing's thoughts to come to a complete halt for several seconds. She stared blankly at Lin Ye, her mind utterly blank. Behind the fan palm, Shen Yu's eyes widened, her sclera suddenly filled with dense blood vessels. Her hands exerted force uncontrollably, her knuckles protruding, nearly crushing the expensive camera into metal fragments. 5. How dare this loser report such completely unreasonable data? Shen Yu felt her worldview was brutally shattered. She was a top-tier SS-grade shadow assassin notorious in Longjing City. From the moment of awakening, she had been subjected to massive resources for close monitoring and cultivation. Yet her proud initial skill slots numbered only 4. Now a freeloader living off a woman, a mere 5th-rate fighter from Jiangxing, had directly surpassed her in basic potential. This collapse of her foundational understanding was 1,000 times more painful than being stabbed twice with a sharp blade. She even forgot to expose Lin Ye. Under the living room lights, Lin Ye immediately lowered his gaze, his shoulders slightly slumped, his previously straight back bending down. "Sister Wanqing, I'm sorry." His voice was low, filled with a sense of helplessness. "Although I have 5 slots, I am ultimately just a non-professional." He lifted his head, his eyes slightly red, filled with sincere pain and humility. "I have no professional attribute enhancements and no professional specific talent boosts." Lin Ye sighed deeply. "I possess 5 initial skill slots, yet I cannot help you, nor can I share the burden." He bit his lip, his tone growing even more subdued. "It would be a waste of such precious resources to spend them on me." This flawless, self-deprecating rhetoric shattered the last line of defense in Su Wanqing's heart. Su Wanqing stretched out her arms, pulling Lin Ye tightly into her embrace. She pressed her cheek firmly against Lin Ye's sturdy chest, listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her hands gripping his back tightly. "You must not speak of yourself in such a way." Su Wanqing tightened her embrace, her tone carrying an undeniable dominance and a solemn promise. "Regardless of whether you are a non-professional or an SS-grade powerhouse on par with me," Su Wanqing raised her head, gazing directly into Lin Ye's eyes, "in my eyes, you will always be the one I need to protect closely. Your abundance of skill slots is a tremendous blessing." She gently brushed her fingers over Lin Ye's back, her voice resolute. "Even if it means clearing out the entire resource pool of Longjing University to fill all 5 slots, I would do so willingly. From now on, I will cover all your resource expenditures." Su Wanqing's declaration resonated powerfully. "From now on, I will cover all your resource expenditures." Su Wanqing's declaration resonated powerfully. Behind the fan palm, Shen Yu witnessed her best friend being deeply brainwashed by these few words, her blood boiling in anger. She clenched her teeth, tasting the metallic tang of rust in her mouth. There's no saving her. Su Wanqing is utterly lost. Shen Yu internally lamented her friend's stubbornness. Looking at Lin Ye's face, which seemed wrong yet cunning, she felt immense sorrow for her friend's delusional admiration. A blank slate with 5 skill slots is absolutely impossible to be just an ordinary shell. This brat must be hiding an earth-shattering secret. Xin Yu vowed she would never give up. She was determined to confront this slime man de Ji Heaton. Until she uncovered all his secrets, she would not relent. After a moment of tenderness, Su Wanqing released her hold, looking at Lin Ye with anticipation. Since you still have available slots, learn the Thorn Shield immediately. At the same time, she silently resolved to use all her connections and means to acquire the most elites. She intended to personally fill Lin Ye's 5 initial skill slots with the highest tier advanced skills. Lin Ye looked at the revitalized Su Wanqing and obediently nodded. He flipped his wrist, and the hefty legendary thorn protection appeared in his palm, dark golden magical patterns swirling on the cover. Lin Ye slightly closed his eyes, his mental energy enveloping the surface of the skill book. Learn the skill. Lin Ye slightly closed his eyes, his mental power directly covering the heavy legendary skill book in his palm. Buzz. The physical book of Thorn Protection instantly disintegrated. Countless dark golden magic patterns like snakes with life peeled away, transforming into a brilliant torrent of data that surged wildly through his palm. Ding. Detected that the host is learning a legendary skill. God-level talent, God of all trades, has been triggered passively, forcibly taking over the skill's underlying logic. Beginning intervention and restructuring. A violent energy storm suddenly swept through Lin Ye's mind. The dark golden light cluster that originally represented Thorn Protection shattered into pieces like fragile glass under the absolute pressure of the god-level talent. The underlying characters were forcibly disassembled and crushed by an invisible hand. Immediately after, a deep, destructive, dark purple divine light erupted violently from the center of the storm. Where the purple light passed, all the shattered rules were forcibly rewoven. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the storm completely calmed down. The brand new skill information settled steadily into the second skill slot. Lin Ye focused his gaze, and his breath momentarily halted for half a second. Skill name: Holy Thorn Protection, God level, passive, job restriction, none. Skill effect 1, permanent doubling of maximum health. Skill effect 2, forcibly reduces 30 of any type of damage taken, ignoring true damage penetration and kill effects, and converts the initial damage value caused by the attacker into true damage, instantly rebounding it to the source of the attack. God-level trait: when hit, there is a 1 absolute probability to completely immunize the damage of that hit and double it back to the attacker. Consumption: none. Cooldown time: none. Lin Ye stared at these lines of dark purple text, gasping, and it's insane. It completely disregards the basic rules. Not to mention the 30 universal damage reduction. Just the first line, permanent doubling of maximum health, is enough to make those heavily armored knights who focus on constitution jump off buildings in anger. Lin Ye's thoughts stirred slightly as he opened his personal attribute panel. Originally, his total health had surged to 3,200 points due to critical strikes. Now it skyrocketed to 6,400 points. Furthermore, every point of constitution he adds in the future will increase his health by 20 points, a ratio that is absolutely comparable to class defensive professions. A level 9 jobless person with a bare panel breaking through 6,000. What the hell is this hellish concept? The second-tier high-level knight examiner from Jiangcheng High School, even in top-notch blood equipment, probably doesn't have this much health. Even if Lin Ye stripped off all his gear and stood amidst a pile of monsters, letting a level 9 boss hit him for 10 minutes, he might not even empty this health bar. What's even more ridiculous is the interaction of these 2 god-level passives. Lin Ye quickly simulated the future battle scene in his mind. The enemy attacks. The damage hitting him is first forcibly reduced by 30. Then the enemy will instantly receive the full true damage rebound from what they dealt. If the enemy, stubborn as they may be, endures the rebound and manages to empty out his terrifying health bar of 6,400 points, then congratulations. The gates of hell are officially opened. Holy Light Barrier is forcibly triggered. Lin Ye will immediately enter a 30-second absolute invincibility state, recovering 20 of his maximum health every second. Based on the current 6,000, the health recovery will be nearly 1,300 per second. As long as he is at full health, this overflow healing of 1,300 per second will be converted into true damage 100, unleashing indiscriminate, full-screen AoE bombardment on all enemy targets within 10 meters. Damage reduction plus true damage rebound. Invincible when low on health, clearing the screen when at full health. This mechanism is so perfect it makes one's scalp tingle. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. With this rogue system moving forward, whether in the first or second tier Abyss dungeon, he wouldn't even need to. When facing any level of terrifying enemies, all he needs to do is put his hands in his pockets and lie down on the ground. Whoever touches him dies. A human walking nuclear bomb, thoroughly matured. Soft food is good, this soft food must be eaten. Suppressing the ecstatic emotions deep inside, Lin Ye put away the panel and returned to reality. In his deep pupils the feigned timidity and humility instantly vanished, replaced by a fierce and aggressive fiery glow. Su Wanqing was standing half a step away. She tilted her head slightly, her ice-blue eyes carrying a hint of curiosity, seemingly observing the change in Lin Ye's state after learning the skill. Lin Ye directly ignored her scrutiny. He suddenly stepped forward, his arm muscles tensing. Taking advantage of Su Wanqing's complete lack of defense, Lin Ye domineeringly bent down, his right arm slipping through her knee while his left arm wrapped around her back. He directly lifted this high and mighty ice queen of Jiangsheng into the air. Up! Su Wanqing let out a short gasp, instinctively struggling for a moment. But Lin Ye's arms, like iron pincers, firmly trapped her against his solid chest. Feeling the astonishing power transmitted through the robe, a blush quickly rose on Su Wanqing's fair cheeks. What are you doing? Su Wanqing's voice was weak, her usual cool demeanor completely vanished, replaced by a hint of a spoiled tone. I want. Lin Ye looked down at the alluring beauty in his arms, a wicked smile curling at his lips. He strode towards the spacious and luxurious bathroom in the panoramic suite. Sister Wanqing gave me such a top-tier legendary skill, and as a blank slate, without any magic power, how can I repay her? I can only use my only strength to express my gratitude and repay Sister Wanqing with all my might. Let me down, it's broad daylight. Su Wanqing symbolically punched Lin Ye's shoulder, but her eyes were flowing with a smile she couldn't hide. This set of playfully domineering tactics precisely hit her soft spot. I won't let go. Once you've entered my embrace, Sister Wanqing will never escape in this lifetime. Lin Ye's voice was deep as he kicked open the frosted glass door of the bathroom. Bang! The glass door was half ajar, and the sound of the shower's water soon echoed from inside. Meanwhile, in the corner of the living room behind a giant Erica palm, the air twisted slightly. Xin Yu squatted in the shadows, her hands tightly gripping the precious velvet of the carpet. She witnessed everything that just happened, from Lin Ye brazenly accepting the skill book to him audaciously carrying Su Wanqing directly into the bathroom. The entire process flowed seamlessly, almost reaching the pinnacle of the phrase shamelessness. Bloodsucking leech. A shameless scoundrel. Xin Yu cursed fiercely in her heart, breathing rapidly, her chest rising and falling violently. She simply couldn't understand how Su Wanqing, this block of a million-year-old ice, completely turned into a soft-hearted pushover in front of this little brat Lin Ye, willing to give and offer resources. This bastard not only scams money and resources, but now he's even trying to swindle people clean. Xin Yu trembled, all over, her teeth chattering. She wished she could break her stealth right now and deliver a shadow stab to the soft rice man who was shamelessly having his way in the bathroom. But she didn't dare. The terrifying scene of Su Wanqing exploding in the academic affairs office was still fresh in her mind. If she jumped out now and spoiled her friend's good fortune, Su Wanqing would absolutely freeze her into ice shards on the spot. Listening to the faint sound of water coming from the bathroom, and Su Wanqing's suppressed gasps, Xin Yu's cheeks turned red as if they could drip blood. That burning sensation spread from her neck all the way to her ears. Images of the previous night flashed uncontrollably in her mind, where she had hidden in the closet and been forced to listen to the crazy sounds coming from the corner all night. The sound of that terrifying physical collision far beyond reason replayed in her ears. I can't let him get away with this. Xin Yu bit her lip tightly, finding an impeccable reason for herself. A jobless person absolutely cannot have such terrifying physical abilities. He must be hiding some unspeakable secret. I must collect evidence. I need to observe him closely and find the flaws in his act of being a blank slate. Yes, I'm doing this to pull Wanqing out from the abyss. It is absolutely not because I want to see. Xin Yu crazily conducted self-hypnosis in her heart, forcibly suppressing the embarrassment and anger that made her legs weak. She tightly gripped the military camcorder in her hand, her knuckles turning white. The shadow magic power within her flowed cautiously, minimizing her presence. Xin Yue, like a protective yet guilty wildcat, crawled out from behind the potted plant. She pressed against the cold marble wall, sneaking quietly towards the direction of the bathroom. The sound of water in the bathroom came to a complete stop. The frosted glass door was pushed open. Lin Ye casually tied a loose white bathrobe around his waist, his solid chest partially exposed. He firmly held Su Wanqing in his arms and strode into the living room. Su Wanqing had changed from her robe into a silk nightgown, her fair cheeks flushed from exercise. Leaning against Lin Ye's arm, her breathing was slightly hurried, and the once icy demeanor of a queen had been completely shattered, replaced by a hint of languor. In the corner of the living room behind a giant fan palm, Xin Yu squatted in an extremely narrow shadow, her legs feeling weak. She bit her teeth tightly, her hands gripping the carpet as she desperately suppressed the chaotic shadow magic within her, striving to maintain her stealth. She didn't dare to take a breath, fearing that her hurried breathing from shame and anger would draw the attention of the Lin Ye walked to the sofa and gently placed Su Wanqing on his lap. Su Wanqing leaned into Lin Ye's embrace, closing her eyes to calm her breath. 2 minutes later, she opened her eyes again, her expression gradually returning to seriousness. Your current level is stuck at level 9, fully experienced. Su Wanqing stared directly into Lin Ye's eyes, quickly getting to the point. If you don't complete the first transition, you won't be able to break through the level barrier and continue to level up. Lin Ye nodded, casually playing with a strand of Su Wanqing's long hair. The basic rules for the first transition are quite rigid. Su Wanqing explained in detail. The practitioner must enter the first level transition secret realm alone. Furthermore, it's best to choose a secret realm type that highly corresponds with one's own profession. Mages should enter elemental secret realms, while warriors should enter strength-based secret realms. Different types of secret realms yield drastically different basic attribute rewards upon completion. Choosing the wrong secret realm not only makes it difficult to clear, but even if one barely succeeds, the attributes obtained will be completely useless. Lin Ye was aware of all this, yet he still listened intently, which made Su Wanqing feel very appreciated. Sister Wanqing. Lin Ye looked at her, his tone filled with a hint of expectation. Is there a secret realm that can directly increase the skill slots after completion? As soon as these words were spoken, Xin Yu in the shadows rolled her eyes, feeling an extreme disdain surge within her. Greedy. A good for nothing relying on a woman, yet he is still not satisfied with having awakened 5 skill slots. Does this kid really think of the job change as a trip to the supermarket? On the sofa, Su Wanqing did not find this request absurd. Instead, she revealed a look of foresight. She understood all too well the allure of skill slots for practitioners. Yes, Su Wanqing affirmed the first method is an extremely rare challenge secret realm. She raised a finger. This type of challenge secret realm deviates from the conventional transition system. As long as you clear it solo, it will definitely reward you with an extra skill slot. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. But don't get too excited too soon. Su Wanqing quickly shattered his hopes. The probability of such secret realms appearing in the present world is extremely low, and their cooldown times are generally very long. Currently, all the recorded challenge secret realms in the Long Kingdom are in cooldown for the next 10 years. Unless you are exceptionally lucky and a brand new challenge secret realm appears, this path is simply unfeasible. The second method is relatively realistic, but also extremely dangerous. Su Wanqing presented another option. When entering a conventional transition secret realm, practitioners can actively choose the difficulty level. The difficulties are divided into 5 tiers: normal, hard, very hard, nightmare, and abyss. Su Wanqing patiently explained the mechanism. The higher the danger level of the secret realm, the greater the probability of obtaining an extra skill slot upon completion. If you can successfully clear the highest level of abyss difficulty, you will receive a guaranteed extra skill. As she spoke, Su Wanqing's tone became slightly more subdued. When I underwent my first and second transitions, I chose nightmare difficulty. Upon hearing this, Xin Yu in the corner felt a surge of superiority. A strong sense of pride blossomed as the first shadow assassin of Longjing. She too had cleared nightmare difficulty during her 2 transitions, earning the precious skill slot rewards. Lin Ye, a good for nothing living off a woman. Even if he had hidden some strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to clear even a hard-level secret realm. High-difficulty secret realms rely on combat intelligence, skill combinations, and extreme reactions. They cannot simply be bludgeoned through with attributes alone. Lin Ye on the sofa remained silent, merely listening quietly. Su Wanqing's tone suddenly shifted, her expression becoming extremely serious, even carrying a hint of stern warning. She grasped Lin Ye's wrist tightly, her fingers tightening. Lin Ye listened carefully. Su Wanqing stared into his eyes, speaking each word deliberately. During the transition, you absolutely cannot touch abyss difficulty. Lin Ye feigned a hint of just the right amount of confusion. Why? Isn't it guaranteed to give a skill slot? Because that is a definite death trap. Su Wanqing's tone turned cold, and when she mentioned abyss, a deep trepidation flashed in her eyes. Inside the abyss-level transition secret realm, there is almost no protection from game rules. The attributes of the monsters inside are not only outrageously high in attack power and health, but they also come with various special abilities. Until now, there are only a handful of people in the entire world who can clear abyss difficulty solo. Most geniuses who acted on a whim have been completely wiped out in the abyss secret realm, their souls obliterated, leaving not even a corpse behind. She looked at Lin Ye, her tone heavy. You are just a good for nothing. Even if you have 5 skill slots, without the support of a profession-specific talent, attempting abyss difficulty is a sure path to death. I will not allow you to take such a risk. Lin Ye appeared to listen silently, his eyes downcast, yet at that moment his mind was racing with wild calculations. Abyss difficulty. Monster attributes soaring exponentially. How wonderful. He was a good for nothing. This meant he had no restrictions from any profession system, theoretically allowing him to seamlessly enter any type of transition secret realm. More importantly, he had a double rewards for completing the job change task, Heavenly Buff. If he chose normal difficulty, doubling it would only yield a pile of junk. But what if it were Abyss difficulty? Abyss would guarantee an extra skill slot, and after doubling that would mean 2 extra skill slots, plus a massive doubling of high-tier basic attributes. As for the soaring monster attributes, Lin Ye secretly sneered within. His total health had already exceeded 6,400 points, possessing 100% true damage rebound from Thorn's protection along with Holy Light Barrier's absolute invincibility for 30 seconds at low health and full health burst healing that dealt full-screen true damage AoE. The higher the monster's attack power, the more terrifying the true damage rebound would be. The thicker the monster's health, the less it could withstand his invincible screen-clearing bombardment. This Abyss difficulty was entirely a self-service ATM prepared by the system to grant him rewards. Maximizing profit, nothing else but Abyss would do. Lin Ye quickly concealed the sharpness in his eyes, raising his head to reveal an extremely obedient and docile demeanor. He took Su Wanking's hand and is gently rubbing her hand with his thumb. Sister Wanqing, don't worry, Lin Ye spoke sincerely. As a good for nothing with no combat experience, how could I dare to touch something like Abyss Nightmare? I get weak in the knees just seeing goblins. He leaned his head on Su Wanking's shoulder, perfectly embodying the persona of a man living off a woman. For the transition, I will rely entirely on Sister Wanking's decisions. Whatever secret realm you tell me to enter, I will enter. Whatever difficulty you tell me to choose, I will choose. I will follow your lead. Su Wanqing found Lin Ye's unreserved obedience and dependence extremely satisfying. The sternness in her eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by a deep sense of pampering and protectiveness. She reached out, gently ruffling Lin Ye's hair. Such a good boy, Su Wanqing spoke softly, quickly sorting through the known information in her mind. After a moment's contemplation, she made a decision. A first-level transition secret realm in Longjing University is about to open. Su Wanqing quickly identified a secret realm that was extremely suitable for Lin Ye. The basic attribute bonuses of that secret realm are exceptionally high, especially in terms of physique, and the mechanism is relatively stable, highly compatible with your current development needs. After the college entrance examination, I will take you to the school to report, and then help you apply for the secret realm qualification. At that time, I will also help you exchange for a set of high-quality equipment from the school's equipment library, personally guiding you through the clearance process. You just need to go through the motions and steadily collect the basic rewards. Alright, I will follow Sister Wanking's lead. Lin Ye smiled and agreed, pulling Su Wanqing a little closer. Yet in his mind, he had already begun to plan how to unknowingly choose the Abyss difficulty secret realm without Su Wanqing noticing. This bowl of soft food from the job change, he not only wanted to eat hard, but also to eat it without a trace, quietly and silently. On the day of the college entrance examination at Jiangxingno, one high school's waiting area, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Hai, stood at the front of the line, holding an electronic roster for the final personnel check before the exam. His gaze slid down the list line by line, glancing over familiar names until it finally fixed on the very bottom of the list. All the students from Class 9 were present except for one person, Lin Ye. Zhou Hai instinctively paused, his finger raising his head to scan the end of the line. This slight pause immediately drew the attention of the other examinees in the same class. Click-clack. The heavy sound of metal boots striking the ground suddenly echoed. Zhao Yang strode out from the line. Today he was dressed in a set of extremely expensive beginner-grade enchanted steel armor, holding a brand new broad-bladed heavy sword, with a faint glow of resilient magical energy flickering across the surface of the armor. In a group mostly clad in ordinary leather armor, his outfit was nothing short of being armed to the teeth. Following Zhou Hai's gaze toward the empty end of the line, Zhao Yang let out an exaggerated sneer. "No need to look, teacher," Zhao Yang loudly proclaimed with a face full of mockery, pointing at the vacant spot. "That good-for-nothing slacker definitely won't dare to show up." His voice, amplified by the armor's mask, sounded particularly grating in the tense waiting area. He might have relied on the top-tier scroll given by Su Wanqing to cheat during the individual qualification assessment, but this is a national standardized test, entering the real secret realm to battle monsters. If Lin Ye really dares to step into the college entrance examination's secret realm, the low-tier magical beasts inside could tear him apart. Zhao Yang's deliberately raised voice quickly attracted the attention of students from other classes and even those from outside schools. Hundreds of gazes converged. Upon hearing keywords like Su Wanqing, top-tier scroll, and slacker, the crowd instantly connected this information to the recent rumors circulating wildly in Jiangxing. The atmosphere in the waiting area, which had originally been tense, was shattered by this malicious wave as various piercing sounds of ridicule spread widely. "So it's that Jiangxing's #1 slacker. I was wondering why he hasn't shown up. A worthless piece of mud can't even make it to the exam. What good is relying on a woman to get a qualification? When it comes to a real battlefield, won't he just reveal his true self and wet his pants? This is truly a disgrace to us Jiangxing examinees. The malicious jeers rose and fell, each wave louder than the last. Those students who had initially been so nervous that their legs trembled found a twisted sense of psychological balance and superiority by trampling on someone who didn't even dare to show their face. Zhou Hai stood in place, listening to the unbearable insults ringing in his ears, his heart twitching violently. He looked at the self-righteous students before him, at the arrogant Zhao Yang, and felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity and ridicule. You fools don't know anything. You are here unable to sleep from anxiety over an admission letter from a mere ordinary vocational school. But that turtle hiding in its shell, that piece of worthless mud, has long received an unconditional special admission offer from Longjing University. A strong impulse surged in Zhou Hai's throat. He wished he could pull out that admission copy right now and slam it onto Zhao Yang's arrogant face, swelling the faces of these frogs at the bottom of the well. Shut up, all of you. Zhou Hai suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Zhao Yang and sternly admonishing, the exam is about to begin. How can you make such a ruckus here without conserving your energy? Zhao Yang, confident from having awakened his grade berserker class and equipped with this top-tier gear, no longer regarded Zhou Hai with any respect. Faced with Zhou Hai's scolding, he not only did not retreat, but instead advanced half a step forward. Teacher Zhou, why are you in such a hurry? Zhao Yang's face was full of mockery, his eyes brimming with undisguised provocation. Did I say something wrong? Why don't you tell everyone whether Lin Ye has actually fled from the exam? You? Zhou Hai opened his mouth, a no hanging on his lips. But just as he was about to speak, the principal's order to keep silent thundered in his mind. National SS level confidential. Leaking even half a word would result in being brought before a military tribunal. Zhou Hai's jaw tightened as the truth he held was forcibly suppressed within him. He gritted his teeth, his face turning pale, his finger pointing at Zhao Yang, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the homeroom teacher's face twisted with frustration and unable to rebut even a single word, Zhao Yang's sense of superiority intensified. The surrounding examinees instantly understood Zhou Hai's implicit attitude. Even the teacher has nothing to say. Case closed. That slacker definitely fled in disgrace. The crowd erupted into even louder laughter. In the eyes of the onlookers and their praise, Zhao Yang turned around with an air of invincibility. He hoisted the heavy sword with one hand onto his shoulder and strode into the examination isolation passage, leaving Class 9 with an extremely arrogant silhouette. Zhou Hai watched Zhao Yang's retreating figure, then cast a glance at those students who were laughing so hard they were almost rolling on the ground. He let out a long sigh, silently mourning for these fools for 2 seconds. At the same time, in the city center of Jiangxing, in a panoramic suite on the top floor of the Twin Towers, Lin Ye was wearing a loose and smooth black silk pajamas, lounging deeply into a valuable leather sofa in an extremely lazy posture. Double kill. Triple kill. The exhilarating sound of game kill notifications echoed throughout the spacious living room. Lin Ye held his phone with both hands, his thumbs swiping across the screen. Su Wanqing had left early in the morning to return to Longjing City. She needed to get back to Longjing University to personally help Lin Ye with the paperwork securing that first-tier qualification for entering the secret realm. Lin Ye was enjoying his leisurely time. Su Wanqing had instructed him to wait until the college entrance examination process in Jiangxing was thoroughly completed and the social attention on the results had diminished before he quietly made his way to Longjing to meet up. He didn't have to compete for resources with a bunch of novices under the blazing sun. He could sleep until he naturally woke up, then enjoy the top-tier resources and games prepared by a wealthy woman. He didn't have to compete for resources with a bunch of novices under the blazing sun. He could sleep until he naturally... A striking kill announcement popped up in the upper right corner of the screen. The god of soft rice killed the god of shadows. Lin Ye looked at this notification and yawned with boredom. This assassin is probably a bot. They can't even move properly and have given me 8 kills already. In the visual blind spot behind Lin Ye near the rosewood wine cabinet, just under 2 meters from the sofa, the air appeared to twist in a remarkably strange manner. Shen Yue, using shadow stealth, sat on the back of the sofa, staring intently at the back of Lin Ye's head, hesitating whether to deliver a strike. That red egg, a social parasite, the scum of humanity. Shen Yue cursed frantically in her heart, trembling with anger. Wanqing had run herself ragged outside to help him secure a spot in the first-tier secret realm, even to the point of banging on the table with the school authorities. And this shameless deserter not only refused to go to the exam to prove himself, but also lay here, comfortably enjoying air conditioning and watermelon. The most crucial thing was that he dared to beat her in the game 8 times. Living off a woman to such a deranged extent. Where's the justice in that? Is there no law anymore? You are the bot. Your whole family are bots. Xun Yu screamed hysterically and she gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white as she held back the urge to pull out a dagger and stab this pretty boy with dozens of transparent holes. The resurrection countdown on the phone screen finally reached 0. Xun Yu took a deep breath, suppressing her murderous impulse. Her finger jabbed firmly at the virtual joystick on the screen, controlling the assassin character to charge directly out of the fountain and aggressively head towards the middle lane. I'm going to kill you. I must solo kill you in the game today. 5 seconds later. Legendary. Godlike. The screen turned gray once more. Lin Ye threw down the controller, grabbed a towel to wipe his hands, and casually commented, "This is really boring. This assassin is just too easy, not thrilling at all." In the corner, Xun Yu's vision darkened, nearly causing her to pass out on the spot. So you want to find some excitement, huh? When you get to Longjing University, it'll show you what excitement really is. Xun Yu gripped her phone tightly, the glaring red 08 score on the screen painfully pricking at her nerves. She tucked the phone into her pocket and retreated along the edge of the carpet towards the gap of the door. If she stayed any longer, not only would she fail to grasp any evidence against Lin Ye, but she might also be driven to a brain hemorrhage by this pretty boy. It was time to make arrangements to return to Longjing University. When Lin Ye stepped into Longjing's territory, she had plenty of ways to expose this scoundrel's true colors. A flicker of dim black light slid out through the crack of the door, leaving the corridor in complete silence. A few days later, the results of the National College entrance examination were officially announced, and the admission letters from various universities were quickly dispatched through dedicated logistics. At Jiangxing High-Speed Railway Station, the waiting hall was bustling with voices. The huge electronic display screen was scrolling through the train schedules. The sounds of passengers dragging their luggage wheels and the announcements of station stops blended together, creating a cacophony. Lin Ye wore a simple white t-shirt and carried a black backpack slung over one shoulder, stepping through the crowded throng. During the college entrance examination, he hadn't even bothered to find out which way the exam hall's door opened. Every day he had been eating the resources provided by a wealthy woman in a panoramic suite, waking up naturally. Now that the commotion in Jiangxing had mostly passed, it was time to head to Longjing City to meet Su Wanxing. He arrived at the entrance of the VIP security check and stopped. Voices of pushing and shoving echoed from directly ahead. "Make way. Don't block the path." Several rough-looking boys pushed past the ordinary travelers in line, forcibly parting the crowd. Zhao Yang walked right in the middle. He wore a completely new branded casual outfit and sported an expensive magical energy sensing watch on his wrist. He held a hardshell admission letter in his hand. The embossed gears and battle axe patterns on the cover shimmered under the lights of the waiting hall. Zhao Yang strutted with a swagger, his chin held high, his eyes not even glancing around. A young follower beside him shouted, "Can't you see our brother Yang is holding the special admission letter from Tiannin Heavy Armor Academy? Make way." The travelers in line, who had initially been somewhat disgruntled, all turned their gazes towards the embossed letter upon hearing that shout, and many began to whisper amongst themselves. "Tiannin Heavy Armor Academy. That's a great place for producing officers. I heard they're admitting level berserkers. How many main combat professionals can Jiangxing produce this year? This young man has an unlimited future ahead of him." The murmurs from the crowd all fell into Zhao Yang's ears. He straightened his back and deliberately flicked his fingers on the cover of the admission letter. With a glance, he spotted Lin Ye standing alone at the VIP security entrance. Zhao Yang halted, his eyes widening, then a malicious sneer spread across his face. He turned his head and made a gesture. Several lackeys understood immediately, striding forward to surround Lin Ye outside the VIP passage. Zhao Yang approached, slamming the admission letter down heavily on the metal surface of the VIP security desk. Bang! The sound echoed, dully resonating off the metal. The staff behind the security desk frowned. "Look who it is." Zhao Yang pointed at Lin Ye, his voice booming around. "Isn't this the Lin young master from Jiangxing No. 1 high school who doesn't even dare to enter the exam hall?" He picked up the admission letter and waved it in front of Lin Ye. "Read the words on it clearly. Tiannin Heavy Armor Academy Level Berserker High Score Admission." Zhao Yang turned around and shouted loudly to the surrounding travelers in line. "Everyone take a good look." This kid awakened as a jobless whiteboard and directly fled from the college entrance examination. He usually relies on living off women and posturing, but when it comes to real combat, he can't even let out a fart. Several lackeys laughed loudly, their voices echoing in the spacious hall. This kind of garbage, who can only move bricks at the bottom for a lifetime, has the nerve to stand in front of the VIP passage. Zhao Yang turned back, his finger nearly poking Lin Ye's face. "Do you have money in your pocket to buy a ticket? Get back to your slum." Lin Ye quietly watched Zhao Yang's clownish antics, not even blinking an eye. He reached out to unzip his black shoulder bag. Zhao Yang grinned. "Did I make you defensive? Thinking of pulling out money to buy a standing ticket and run away?" Lin Ye didn't respond. He reached into the bag and pulled out a neatly folded sheet of paper. The document slipped out of the zipper of the backpack. A surge of thick, overwhelming spatial magical energy emanated from Lin Ye's hand, radiating outward. The high-level professional security officer behind the security desk suddenly stood up straight. The magical energy scanner on the workbench erupted with urgent beeping, sounds flashing red lights wildly. High-level magical source warning. High-level magical source warning. A mechanical, synthesized voice emanated from the device. The travelers who had originally been watching in silence collectively shut their mouths, and several knowledgeable professionals retreated, their expressions turning extremely grave. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Lin Ye held the edge of the document with one hand, applying force to his wrist and shaking it downward sharply. Whoosh! The red-covered document completely unfolded in midair. At the top of the document, the dark golden crossed sword's emblem was exposed to the air, surrounded by a faint halo of energy. Below it, several lines of bold black text were clearly visible. Name: Lin Ye, occupation jobless, admission method unconditional special admission. At the bottom of the document, a red, glowing anti-counterfeiting magical seal was slowly rotating. This was the exclusive spatial magical seal of Wang Chonglin, the president of Longjing University. Lin Ye held the document and directly handed it to Zhao Yang. Tian'an Heavy Armor Academy. Lin Ye's tone was flat, revealing no sign of emotion. Never heard of it. Zhao Yang's neck craned forward, his eyes glued to the document. His gaze first landed on the logo of Longjing University was recognizable to every high school student in the country. He continued to look down. Jobless. Unconditional special admission. Finally, his gaze landed on the pulsating red magical seal. These lines of text shattered the worldview Zhao Yang had built over the past 18 years. The nation's top university actually broke all the rules and unconditionally admitted a whiteboard he had scornfully labeled as garbage. The second-rate academy admission letter he had been boasting about earlier was nothing but a shoe-shining tool compared to this document. The blood drained from Zhao Yang's face, leaving it pale. Fake. This is definitely a forgery. Zhao Yang's mouth opened, his throat producing a dry, hoarse sound. He reached out, wanting to grab the document. Before his hand could touch the edge of the paper, the staff behind the security desk stepped out from behind the workstation, crossing over to stand in front of Lin Ye and blocking Zhao Yang. Absurd. The staff's face turned ashen, pointing at Zhao Yang and shouting angrily, "This is the highest security level spatial magical seal. Do you dare question the seal of the president of Longjing University? Do you want to take a trip to a military court?" This furious shout shattered whatever last shred of hope Zhao Yang had. Zhao Yang's legs went weak. He staggered back 3 steps, his back colliding with the metal isolation barrier. Clang! The metal railing fell over. Zhao Yang fell to the ground. His hands clawed desperately at the smooth marble floor, his nails scraping out a sharp sound, his lips trembling incessantly. The few lackeys who had been cheering him on earlier upon seeing the red seal on the document were now terrified out. Offending someone who was stamped with the approval of the president of Longjing University meant that they could easily make it impossible for them to survive in Jiangsheng with just a wave of their finger. The lackeys lowered their heads to their chests, their calves trembling, quickly retreating and making way for a wide passage. Lin Ye put the document away, folded it neatly, and tucked it back into his shoulder bag. He didn't spare a single glance at Zhao Yang on the ground. The staff turned back, slightly bending forward as they faced Lin Ye with hands folded in front of their abdomen, their attitude impeccable. "Mr. Lin, your document is of the highest authority and does not require regular verification." The staff made a standard guiding gesture. "Please follow me. The exclusive business-class high-speed train to Longjing City is already prepared for you." Lin Ye nodded and stepped forward. The green indicator light at the ticket gate lit up, and the barrier slid open. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Ye entered the exclusive passage under the staff's guidance. The deep, resonant sound of the high-speed train entering the station penetrated the waiting hall. Lin Ye stepped onto the platform. The train to Longjing City had already opened its doors. He would need a larger bowl to indulge in the benefits provided by Longjing University. At the high-speed train station in Longjing City, the automatic sensing doors at the VIP exit slid open. Lin Ye stepped out of the air-conditioned hall carrying a black backpack over one shoulder. In front of the station square, a sleek, entirely black, custom-made business vehicle with dark golden crossed sword emblems on its doors was parked by the roadside. Su Wanqing stood by the car door, dressed in a form-fitting ice blue robe that exuded a cold, elegant aura with an invisible barrier keeping strangers at bay within a 3-meter radius. Travelers passing by frequently cast curious glances, yet none dared to approach. Upon seeing Lin Ye, the icy demeanor in Su Wanqing's eyes instantly melted. Ignoring the astonished gazes around her, she quickly approached in her high heels and naturally linked her arm with Lin Ye's. "Was your journey smooth?" Su Wanqing softly asked, casually taking Lin Ye's backpack. "It was good. I took a nap and arrived." Lin Ye smiled. The two of them entered the welcoming vehicle for new students at Long University under the envious eyes of many. As the car door closed, cutting off the outside view, the driver pressed the accelerator, smoothly driving onto the wide main road of Longjing City, heading straight for Long University. Half an hour later, the business vehicle arrived at the towering gates of Long University, coming to a steady stop at the edge of the new student registration area. The square was bustling with countless people. Top talents from various provinces nationwide formed long lines in front of the registration desks of different colleges. The air was thick with magical energy, and any random selection would reveal a local genius. On the side of the square, an ancient clock tower rose into the clouds. Xin Yu concealed herself in the shadows atop the tower, her cold, piercing gaze fixed intently on the two individuals who had just disembarked. "They've finally arrived." Xin Yu gritted her teeth, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. "I haven't been idle these past few days." She anonymously posted an extremely popular thread on Long University's campus forum. The thread detailed a scandal revealing that Lin Ye, a noninity from Jiangxing No. 1 high school, was being supported by the SS-level senior sister Su Wanqing, thus receiving a special admission quota from Long University. Today, Lin Ye's name at Long University was like thunder. With Su Wanqing's immense popularity backing him, this first-kept man of Jiangxing had become the public enemy of the entire school. Countless self-proclaimed elite freshmen and infatuated upperclassmen were itching to confront this pretty boy during registration. Xin Yu watched the square, eagerly anticipating the moment when Lin Ye would be besieged by the entire school. In the square, Su Wanqing held Lin Ye's hand, showing no intention of queuing behind. She ignored the long line and walked straight toward the special green channel at the center of the square, which could only be accessed with the highest privileges. This action immediately drew the attention of a large number of freshmen nearby. "That's senior sister Su Wanqing. The guy beside her is Lin Ye, the nonentity exposed in that forum. He actually dares to come. A nobody, why should he walk through the privileged channel?" The whispers among the crowd escalated quickly. Thousands of envious and angry eyes locked onto Lin Ye like solidified arrows. Just as Su Wanqing and Lin Ye were about to step into the entrance of the special channel. "Stop!" A furious shout rang out. For freshmen clad in finely crafted robes and armor filled with righteous indignation broke away from the original line and marched forward. They lined up in a row, blocking the entrance to the special channel. Bright magical auras flared from their chests, and 4 badges representing a class occupational potential shimmered in the sunlight. The leader was a burly armored knight freshman, his face flushed as he held a heavy tower shield. "Senior sister Su, we respect you as an SS-level prodigy of Long University. But what is he? A worthless nobody without any strength." He slammed the tower shield down heavily on the ground, pointing at Lin Ye with extreme disdain. The class mage freshman beside him echoed loudly, "The divine privileges of Long University are reserved for the strong who bleed and fight on the front lines. A waste who survives by relying on others does not deserve to trample on such honor." The thousands of freshmen around collectively stopped their movements, and the entire square fell silent. Everyone was shocked that these freshmen dared to openly block Su Wanqing's path in front of so many people. The atmosphere at the scene dropped to freezing point, thick with hostility. Facing the magical pressure and denunciation from the 4 class freshman, Lin Ye stood there, without even furrowing his brow, showing no intention of stepping forward to argue. He skillfully took half a step to the side, directly shrinking behind Su Wanqing. Peeking out from behind her shoulder, he raised an eyebrow at the freshman with a look that could not be more provocative. That expression seemed to say, "Yes, I live off others. I have a rich woman protecting me. Oh, what can you do about it? Bite me." Ding. Detected that the host is receiving the protection of a powerful opposite sex, and confidently living off others in public. Living off others behavior confirmed. Triggering consecutive critical hit rewards. Congratulations, host, all attributes 30 points. A crisp system notification rang in his mind. Su Wanqing's expression darkened completely, a dangerous glint flashing in her ice blue eyes. The frigid magical energy of a 3rd-tier high-level mage erupted from her body like Su Wanqing's expression darkened completely, a dangerous glint flashing in her ice blue eyes. The frigid magical energy of a 3rd-tier high-level mage erupted from her body like a torrent. The temperature in the square instantly dropped below zero. A layer of ghostly blue frost spread out from Su Wanqing, fanning out like a wedge toward the front. The 4 freshmen blocking the way were the first to suffer. Their class shields couldn't withstand even half a second before shattering into countless glowing particles. The terrifying frigid pressure slammed against their chests like a heavy hammer, forcing them to stagger back and eventually fall onto the frozen ground, trembling with cold. The thousands of freshmen present felt this palpable killing intent, their faces filled with shock as they all began to retreat. However, this intimidation only ignited a commotion among the upperclassmen. The observing sophomores and juniors looked at the usually unattainable ice queen Su Wanqing and were astonished that she would go to such lengths for a waist hiding behind her. Disregarding even the bottom line for treating freshmen, their jealousy flared up instantly. At the top of the clock tower, Lin Ye watched the scene below, not angry, but rather smugly smiling. Su Wanqing, this tactic may work on freshmen, but by protecting him so openly, you've definitely crossed the line. Lin Ye focused on several directions in the corner of the square. Among Su Wanqing's pursuers, there were certainly many powerful young masters from influential families. They would never swallow this anger. Sure enough, a tall figure leisurely stepped out from the crowd. It was a young man dressed in an exquisite white swordsman's outfit, handsome, with a spring-like smile on his face. The badge on his chest shimmered with two deep purple auras. An S-level hidden profession. Watching, long time no see. Why get so worked up over a few ignorant freshmen? The young man in white walked directly in front of Su Wanqing, completely ignoring the frost on the ground. Su Wanqing frowned slightly. Song Tianzi, my affairs are none of your business. Song Tianzi, unbothered, slightly tilted his head, his gaze landing on Lin Ye, who was hiding behind Su Wanqing. This must be Lin Ye, right? Song Tianzi extended his right hand in a very friendly manner. I fought alongside Wanqing on the Abyss front. When faced with dire circumstances, she didn't even frown. I didn't expect her to become so anxious today, just to protect her junior. He deliberately emphasized the words fought alongside and protect. Song Tianzi looked at Lin Ye with pity. Junior Long University is not like the small places in Jiangxing. The wind here is strong, and as an entity relying solely on Wanqing's protection will be quite difficult. If you ever run into trouble, feel free to find me. For Wanqing Sake, I will definitely take good care of you. Every word was a blatant display of his strength and background, simultaneously trampling Lin Ye underfoot. He intended to publicly provoke this pretty boy, making him lose face. Lin Ye on the clock tower rubbed her hands excitedly, her face full of schadenfreude. The good show was finally about to begin. In the distance, inside the administration building of the square, Principal Wang Chonglin stood at the giant floor-to-ceiling window with the vice dean and several high-ranking officials watching everything unfold below. That kid from the old Song family still loves to be sarcastic. The vice dean stroked his beard. Wang Chonglin focused on Lin Ye's direction, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I wonder how our living ancestor, whose physical attributes exceed 100, plans to respond to such blatant provocation. Wang Chonglin clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Ye looked at Song Tianzi's right hand suspended in midair, showing no intention of reaching out to grasp it. Instead, he naturally took a half-step back, hiding most of his body in the shadow cast by Su Wanqing. His originally straight back intentionally bent down, his shoulders slightly slumped. A layer of timidity quickly gathered in his deep-set eyes, vividly portraying a lower-class individual who instinctively felt uneasy in the presence of someone with superior talent. Sister Wanqing. Lin Ye lowered his eyelids, his voice hoarse and tinged with an appropriate degree of gloom. I knew it. Someone like me, without any foundation at Long University, would only cause you trouble. He fixed his gaze on the bluestone tiles beneath his feet, his tone filled with deep self-reproach. I don't even have half a professional attribute bonus. Let alone go to battle. Just standing in a place crowded with geniuses makes me feel inferior. In the future, when going to the Abyss dungeon, I will be a burden, needing constant distraction and care. He raised his head, casting a timid glance at Song Tianzi, before quickly averting his gaze. Senior Song is right. Long University's winds are too strong. A weak blank slate like me doesn't deserve to stand here. I would only drag you down. The image of a self-abased, timid, and utterly unworthy wastrel instantly took hold. Upon seeing Lin Ye lacking even a shred of masculine spirit, the disdain in Song Tianzi's eyes intensified to the extreme. He calmly withdrew his hand from the air, leisurely adjusting the cuffs of his exquisite white swordsman's robe. It's good that Junior Lin has this self-awareness. Song Tianzi adopted a condescending protector stance, intentionally raising his voice to echo around. Knowing oneself to be a burden is far better than pretending to be something one is not. Wastrels should have the awareness of wastrels. A mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth, ready to solidify Lin Ye's reputation as a useless person in front of thousands of new and returning students. Rest assured, if you encounter insurmountable troubles at Long University in the future, just mention my name. Song Tianzi spoke with arrogance, his face full of superiority. For Wanqing Sake, I don't mind spending some time to look after someone of your lowly status. Su Wanqing quietly listened to Lin Ye's self-pitying declaration. Her originally frosty face suddenly bore an even deeper layer of chilling coldness. Buzz. The ice-blue third-tier magic power surged uncontrollably around her. The square, just warmed by sunlight, experienced a sudden and unanticipated drop in temperature, and the hard bluestone ground even erupted with a circle of blinding white frost. As soon as Song Tianzi's words fell, the arm he had just retracted emitted a series of crisp cracking sounds. A layer of visibly thick ice crystals spread along his sleeve, freezing his forearm completely. Fighting side by side, Su Wanxing fixed a cold stare at Song Tianzi, her voice as piercing as ancient ice. Song Tianzi, put away your little tricks and stop embellishing yourself. Without mercy, she tore away the hypocritical veil before the crowd. A few months ago when we encountered that third-tier monster in the dark abyss, if I hadn't casually thrown an ice shield to block it, you would have been torn to shreds by 3 hellhounds. Do you really consider that pitiful trembling and crawling for survival as fighting side by side? Song Tianzi's expression froze, the muscles in his face twitching uncontrollably. Lin Ye stood behind Su Wanxing, keenly sensing the moment. He reached out, gently tugging at the hem of Su Wanxing's ice-blue robe. Sister Wanxing, let's just drop it. Lin Ye shrank his neck, adopting an extremely fearful posture, afraid of escalating the situation and implicating the wealthy lady. Senior Song's family is powerful, we can't afford to provoke them. If this burden caused you to be ostracized at school, I would be utterly guilt-ridden. This subtle tug at her clothing, coupled with his excessively green tea-like words, was like pouring a bucket of gasoline onto the flames of Su Wanxing's heart. Su Wanxing's domineering protective instinct was completely ignited. She swiftly grabbed Lin Ye's hand that was tugging at her clothes, intertwining their fingers tightly, keeping him firmly by her side. Song Tianzi, put away your base instigations. Su Wanxing's eyes were sharp as blades, glaring at the young man in front of her, issuing a stern warning. Lin Ye is mine, it is not your place to meddle. If there's a next time, I'll freeze you along with him. Song Tianzi's elegant facade was ruthlessly shattered by this slap. He gritted his teeth, his face fluctuating violently between shades of green and white. The ice crystals on his arm emitted a bone-chilling pain, but locked by Su Wanxing's overwhelming presence, he didn't dare to make any move to shatter them. The thousands of new and returning students surrounding them collectively gasped in shock. Murmurs of disbelief erupted among the crowd. Has she gone mad? Su Xuejia actually slapped Song Tianzi's face in public for a freeloader with the Song family is a prominent household in Longjing. What kind of charm has this pretty boy cast on her? No one expected that this cold and aloof ice queen, who usually focused solely on her cultivation, would trample the dignity of an S-class family's genius into the bluestone for a worthless blank slate. Song Tianzi lost all face before the crowd. He keenly felt that the originally respectful gazes around him had transformed into veiled scrutiny and mocking amusement. The plan to trample Lin Ye underfoot to assert his authority and showcase his protective image had completely backfired. Extreme humiliation and frustration surged violently in his chest. Song Tianzi's chest heaved violently as he suddenly flicked his sleeve, forcefully shattering the ice crystals on his arm with his sword energy. He turned around in the silent square, unable to utter a word, and left the crowd quickly with an air of barely contained fury. In the distance, at the top floor of the academic building, the vice principal leaned against the glass, witnessing Lin Ye's shameless act of seeking refuge behind a woman, his face filled with absurdity and shock. What kind of man is this? The vice principal pointed at the square below, his finger trembling. With this spinelessness and this base green tea act, is it really a correct decision to grant him the top admissions quota of Long University? The other senior members exchanged glances, falling into deep self-doubt. Only Principal Wang Chonglin stood apart. With his hands behind his back, he watched Lin Ye's fluid tea-making skills, his smile growing increasingly pronounced. What do you know? Wang Chonglin adjusted his reading glasses, a fervent light gleaming in his eyes. To cater to Su Wanxing's peculiar protective tendencies, he managed to ignore the scorn of thousands and stomp his dignity into the mud. This level of composure and this unflappable disposition. No wonder he can achieve over 100 in physical data. To Wang Chonglin, although Lin Ye appeared weak, he had skillfully manipulated everyone from beginning to end. Just this alone merits a spot in the admissions quota. At the same time, in the shadow at the top of the bell tower, this shameless male dodgy. This useless bunch, why aren't they stepping in? Hurry up and teach this rogue a lesson. In the square, Lin Ye tightly held Su Wanxing's hand, ignoring the frenzied This useless bunch, why aren't they stepping in? Hurry up and teach this rogue a lesson. In the square, Lin Ye tightly held Su Wanxing's hand, ignoring the frenzied jealousy in the crowd as he strode into the special passage. Just as he crossed the threshold of the passage, a notification sounded. Ding. Host detected receiving protection from a top-tier opposite-gender powerhouse. Freeloading behavior confirmed. Triggering T-Art critical strike reward. Congratulations, host obtained special item, probability lock voucher. A palm-sized elongated ticket quietly appeared in Lin Ye's storage space amid the fluctuating spatial energy. Lin Ye walked along the road, his mind sinking into the storage space. A long strip-shaped ticket emitting a faint silver light lay quietly in the corner. Item name: probability locking ticket. Effect after use within 10 minutes. The success rate of a designated random probability event is forcibly locked at 100. Limitations effective for a single event only. Lin Ye finished reading the instructions and cut off his thoughts. A good item. He would save it for when he opened a premium treasure chest in the future. It would surely be effective. 15 minutes later, the two arrived at a standalone villa with a lake view deep in the inner courtyard. This was Su Wangqing's exclusive dormitory as an SS-level course seat. As a sponsored student, Lin Ye was actually qualified to apply for a standalone villa, but Su Wangqing would definitely not allow it, so he didn't even mention it. Pushing open the door, the temperature control array immediately activated. The living room floor was covered with a soft white bearskin carpet, and the walls were embedded with gathering spirit magic crystals with the concentration of magic in the air several times higher than outside. You will rest here for the next few days. Su Wangqing placed Lin Ye's backpack on the sofa and turned to press down on his shoulder. Don't go anywhere, leave the outside matters to me. Lin Ye naturally sat back on the sofa leaning back. He took Su Wangqing's hand, gently stroking the back of her hand with his thumb, his tone obedient. Alright, since Sister Wangqing wants me to stay, I will stay. Don't tire yourself too much. A hint of tenderness flashed in Su Wangqing's eyes. She released his hand, turned towards the entrance, and the moment she pushed the door open, her expression instantly transformed into a cold demeanor that warned others to stay away. In the academic building's top-floor conference room, Su Wangqing strode, in wearing high heels. Inside, Vice Principal Jiang Fuhai and Academic Affairs Director Li Ming were sitting at the conference table reviewing the new student list. Principal Wang Chonglin sat in the main seat, holding a thermos. Su Wangqing approached the long table, waved her right hand, and several application documents were slapped onto the table. The passage permit for the first-level advancement secret realm, Yun Mine. Su Wangqing came straight to the point, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Additionally, there is a corresponding list of materials. Jiang Fuhai frowned, reaching for the top resource list, his gaze sweeping downwards. In the next moment, the vice principal's pupils constricted sharply as he gasped. The list was densely packed with item names. Beginner Strength Potion X10, Beginner Constitution Potion X10, Low Tier Legendary Heavy Armor Set, Earth Guardian, First Level Advanced All-Purpose Recovery Scroll X5. This was not the normal resource allocation for new students. Rather, it was a set of exorbitantly priced supplies capable of equipping a fully staffed elite team. Jiang Fuhai slammed his palm on the table, causing the solid wood surface to tremble violently. Nonsense. Jiang Fuhai's face turned ashen as he pointed at the names on the list. Su Wangqing, do you even realize what you're doing? You're blatantly hollowing out the school's resources to subsidize an unqualified person. Do you really think Long University is your family business? Academic Affairs Director Li Ming also stood up, his expression solemn. Su Wangqing, you just publicly defended that Lin Ye in the square, and it has already aroused public outrage. Now granting him so many core resources, the thousands of new students in the school are likely to. My SS level quota has doubled. Su Wangqing coldly replied. I am using my own quota to exchange for these things. You have no right to refuse. Absolutely not. Jiang Fuhai's attitude was resolute as he pushed Su Wangqing's applications back. The quota is meant to enhance your strength, not to support waste. This application I absolutely will not approve. At the same time, in the male student dormitory area of the inner courtyard, Song Tianze sat on a white. His carefully tailored white swordsman outfit was already wrinkled, and his right arm still bore the numbness left by the extreme cold aura. Release. Song Tianze glared at the several sycophants in front of him, his voice dark. A bespectacled boy was frantically typing on the brain interface keyboard. On the Longjing University campus intranet forum, a bold red highlighted real name expose instantly topped the trending searches. Let's expose that unqualified person from Jiang City who rose to prominence relying on the SS level genius. Where is Long University's dignity? In the post, Song Tianze described Lin Ye's actions of hiding behind a woman in the square in the tone of a victim. The words were filled with incitement, portraying Lin Ye as a parasite seeking to drain the core resources of Long University. Less than a minute after the post was published, the comment count surged past 500, continuing to increase at a terrifying speed. Disgusting. An unqualified person has the right to enter Long University. That kid didn't even dare to speak in the square. He's just a complete coward. Strongly demand the Academic Affairs Office to revoke his sponsorship quota. Get this waste out of the school. Back in her villa, Shun, you watched the angry comments on the brain interface screen, her lips curling into a wild smile. That fool Song Tianze, although his brain doesn't work well, his efficiency is quite high. Shun Yu secretly laughed. This was her original plan, using public opinion to force Lin Ye. Under the intense targeting of the entire school, that pretty boy would definitely be unable to hide. Now even this little task was taken over by Song Tianze, but she only needed to watch from the sidelines. In the conference room of the academic building, Jiang Fuhai looked at the rapidly rising forum heat warning on the brain interface. Look at this public opinion. The entire school is denouncing him now. He shouted at Su Wanqing while pointing at the screen. If I approve this chapter today, the entrance to the academic building will be trampled by students tomorrow. Jiang Fuhai's eyes were resolute, wishing he could tear Su Wanqing's applications apart. Wait. Wang Chonglin, who had been sitting in the main seat drinking water, suddenly spoke. He put down the thermos and snatched the resource application documents from Jiang Fuhai's hands. Jiang Fuhai looked at Wang Chonglin in shock. Principal, this cannot be approved. Wang Chonglin naturally understood the thoughts of Jiang Fuhai and the others. They believed that even if Lin Ye had power exceeding 100 without a matching temperament, it would be difficult to cultivate him for great use. Wang Chonglin smacked the documents in front of him. His right hand reached into his pocket, pulling out the principal's magical seal glimmering with a dark golden light. Without any hesitation, bang! The heavy seal was decisively stamped onto the resource approval documents, and the red magical imprint instantly formed deeply, branding itself onto the paper. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Fuhai gaped, and Academic Affairs Director Li Ming's eyes widened. The two looked at the bright red seal, their minds blank. The principal actually approved it, granting elite team-level resources to an unqualified person. Wang Chonglin retracted the seal, patting Jiang Fuhai's shoulder earnestly. When dealing with a special genius, we must have special tolerance. Student Wanqing is a national treasure. Her emotional stability is more important than anything else. Wang Chonglin turned to Li Ming. Immediately follow the highest authority process. Allocate this batch of resources to Wanqing. Additionally, the approval announcement should also be posted on the intranet as per procedure. There's no need to hide it. On the intranet forum, Song Tianza was refreshing the post page, looking at the comments criticizing Lin Ye, and the frustration in his heart finally dissipated a little. The page flickered. A notification with an official golden border forcibly covered the entire screen. Regarding the approval from the school committee to issue a passage permit for the Yuan Mine Secret Realm to student Su Wanqing and the associated resource approval announcement. Song Tianza's gaze was fixed on that title, his eyes bloodshot, breath heavy. Bang! Song Tianza grabbed a teacup from the table and smashed it against the wall. Glass shards flew everywhere. Why? Has the school gone mad? Song Tianza roared. Can't they see that all these things from Su Wanqing are for Lin Ye's application? Many shared the same thoughts as Song Tianza. The already enraged students, under the guidance of certain individuals, suddenly ignited like hot oil, boiling over completely. The male dormitory area of the inner courtyard. Shattered glass scattered across the ground reflected a piercing cold light under the illumination. Song Tianza's chest heaved violently as he fixated on the dazzling official approval announcement displayed on the smart brain screen. Extreme jealousy caused his handsome features to twist slightly. However, being of noble lineage, his fleeting rage quickly dissipated as his mind cooled down. The school's higher-ups had already stamped their approval. The decision was irreversible. Resisting was futile and would only make him appear incompetent. The best way to deal with an utterly worthless idler was not to confront him directly, but to use others to do the dirty work. Song Tianza returned to the genuine leather sofa, fingers interlocked, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He reached for the keyboard and reopened the forum on the Longjing University campus intranet. A brand new post was sent out under his anonymous account with an extremely provocative title: What is the value of the pass to the Yuan mine? It is a waste to give it to a nobody. The content of the post completely shifted direction, no longer entangled in Su Wanqing's attitude, but precisely targeting the strategic value of the Yuan mine as an advanced secret realm. The words hinted at a deprivation of opportunity for other talented freshmen merely to fill an insatiable bottomless pit. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The dissatisfied freshmen, akin to sharks smelling blood, flooded into the forum to respond. What right does a waste without even a profession have to occupy the best resources of Long University? Exactly. Such a premium advanced secret realm should be given to the top 10 freshmen. Hey, upstairs, please put away your abacus. The beads have burst on my face. That's right, it's better to stick to the original rules and draw lots based on potential. The forum's traffic surged dramatically. In the server room on the ground floor of the Academic Affairs building, rows of server indicators shifted from a ghostly blue to blinding crimson. The alarm of high-load operation reverberated through the machine room as the on-duty technicians sweated profusely, managing the traffic. The heat of the post was utterly uncontainable. At that moment, a senior student, verified as chief of the third-year combat academy, came forward, directly posting a hardcore data chart in the thread. Freshmen may not yet understand what the Yuan mine means. The senior added a note below the image. Let's take a look at the underlying data. The ordinary difficulty of the Yuan mine provided a 4-dimensional attribute growth bonus during clearance that was 20 higher than the extreme difficulty of those bottom-tier dungeons. This is the top-tier foundation we use to build our national cornerstone at Long University. Once this set of intuitive data was posted, the atmosphere in the forum exploded. All freshmen who were extremely eager for power turned ready. Soon after, another senior student followed up, dissecting the announced material list point by point. If I had resources of this level back, then let alone ordinary difficulty, I would definitely dare to choose the nightmare difficulty for the advanced dungeon. At that moment, Song Tianzi immediately switched to another alias, and quickly followed up with an anonymous reply. That soft-footed shrimp Lin Ye, even if Sister Su dressed him up in divine gear, he would only dare to timidly select ordinary difficulty once inside. How can you expect a waste who survives by living off others to fight for it? This extremely humiliating reply instantly pushed the forum's hatred to its peak. Radical students began to flood the screen. Make him spit out the pass. He doesn't deserve to enter the Yuyan mine. If he dares to shamelessly go to the teleportation array, we'll block the door. Let him not get in. Watching the dense barrage of denunciation on the screen, a cruel smile crept across Song Tianzi's lips. The moment had arrived. He switched back to his verified account, third-year Song Tianzi, and in a tone of righteous indignation issued an extremely lethal reply. Junior Lin is indeed someone favored by Wan Qing. He must possess qualities we cannot see. However, since he has taken such strategic resources from the school, if he enters and doesn't even dare to choose nightmare difficulty, it would simply be trampling on Sister Su's face. Let's not jump to conclusions too early. Let's wait and see Junior Lin's prowess. A heart-wrenching scheme. This reply instantly ignited the crowd, gaining fervent support from countless students. Under the deliberate guidance of Song Tianzi's sycophants, the public opinion in the entire forum was forcibly twisted. The difficulty choice for Lin Ye's secret realm was firmly tied to Su Wangqing's dignity. Senior Song is right. If you live off someone else like this, then go risk your life to protect your master's honor. If you don't dare to choose nightmare difficulty, then Lin Ye is a complete coward. He has completely humiliated Su Wangqing. Choose nightmare. If you don't choose nightmare, get out of Long University. The freshmen were fully immersed in the frenzy of moral kidnapping and emotional venting. However, the senior students lurking in the forum collectively gasped when they saw the words nightmare difficulty. They knew very well that although the Yuyan mine was a premium first-tier secret realm, its nightmare difficulty was a ruthless meat grinder. The mutated mineral beasts inside not only had high defenses and health, but also possessed a reflective damage aura. In the past decade, the geniuses who successfully cleared the nightmare difficulty at Longjing University could be counted on one hand. Without top-tier professions, talents, and powerful equipment, entering meant certain death. Lin Ye, a complete novice without any combat experience, would face true annihilation in nightmare difficulty, leaving not even a complete corpse. Meanwhile, in a detached villa at the edge of the inner courtyard, Shun Yu sat cross-legged on the sofa, savoring a glass of juice, while browsing the forum with great interest. At first, when she saw Lin Ye being mercilessly criticized, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. However, as she scrolled down the posts and saw the public opinion being forcibly directed towards must choose nightmare difficulty, otherwise it would be disgraceful, to Su, watching her smile instantly froze. These fools. Shin Yu put down her cup, her brows tightly knotted into a deadlock. This was bad. She understood Su Wangqing's character all too well. If Lin Ye ultimately caved under the pressure and chose ordinary difficulty, it wouldn't matter for his own reputation. However, those rumors would definitely implicate Su Wangqing, turning her into a laughingstock at the school. If this affected the higher-ups' evaluation of Su Wangqing, it would be a disaster. On the other hand, if Lin Ye was roasted on the fire by these blinded idiots, and for the sake of some ridiculous male face, or out of compulsion to maintain Su Wangqing's dignity, rashly chose nightmare difficulty, Shin Yu's back broke out in a cold sweat. If Lin Ye truly died in the secret realm, that madwoman Su Wangqing would undoubtedly lose her sanity on the spot, turning the entire Longjing University upside down. At that point, let alone Song Tianzi, anyone who fanned the flames in the thread today would not survive. These idiots still haven't realized they've gone too far. Shun Yu suddenly sprang up from the sofa, her figure transforming into a faint black light. She burst through the villa's front door and dashed along the tree-lined path towards Su Wangqing's lakeside villa. I must stop that damn waste before the situation escalates beyond repair. Clack! The heavy solid wood door of the Lakeview villa was pushed open from the outside. Su Wangqing, still wrapped in the outer chill, stepped into the entryway. The instant the door shut, the fierce vigilance and aloofness that belonged to an SS Steer extreme cold queen on her dissolved, as if the warm, constant temperature formation inside had gently melted them away inch by inch. Her ice-blue robe lost its murderous sheen, and the taut line of her spine softened. In the living room, Lin Ye lounged contentedly against the leather sofa. Hearing the movement, he turned at once, his gaze pure and utterly trusting. A tender curve lifted the corner of Su Wangqing's mouth involuntarily. She stepped briskly to the broad tea table. Got it. No more words. She flipped her wrist. A flash of light and a piece of parchment humming with archaic spatial fluctuations, and a full set of heavy armor suffused with dense earth magic brilliance thudded onto the table. It let out a heavy muted boom. The armor was forged from dark golden rare, or its surface engraved with intricate defensive runes. At the breastplate sat a fist-sized top-grade earth magic crystal, exuding a suffocating sense of weight and safety. "This is the advanced entry pass to Yuyan Quangmai," Su Wanqing said, pointing to the parchment, then tapping the armor. "This set is a low-tier epic heavy armor, Dadi-shohu, Earth Guardian. The monsters in that secret realm, besides having massive health and high defense, are most troublesome because they carry built-in reflected damage. Ordinary players often get killed by their own rebound damage." Su Wanqing patiently explained the value of the gear. "This armor not only provides very high base defense and an HP bonus, its core is the set effect. It reduces reflected damage by 30%. Lin Ye stared at the heavy armor, deeply moved. The set was indeed top tier. Wanqing had gone to great lengths to secure it for his safe advancement. He reached out his fingers, first brushing the parchment. Ding. Detected host receiving assistance from an opposite-sex top-tier powerhouse. Soft rice behavior confirmed. Triggering combo critical reward. Congratulations, host. Upon clearing the Yuyan Quangmai secret realm, all settlement earnings will be forcibly doubled. Lin Ye's fingers trembled, and a flicker of ecstatic delight passed through his eyes. Doubled. He had already triggered a crit that doubled his job change reward earlier. If he had chosen Abyss difficulty, he would have certainly lost a skill slot. With the previous doubling, that would have been 2. Now the clearance settlement was being doubled again. The prize pool for this advancement secret realm stacked rewards in a way that defied all rules. Folding the parchment away, Lin Ye's hand naturally slid toward the Dadi-shohu armor. The moment his fingertips touched the cold metal surface, ding. Detected host accepting a top-tier opposite-sex benefactor's gift of premium equipment. Soft rice behavior confirmed. Triggered equipment advancement critical. System is reconstructing the armor's fundamental runes. Congratulations, host. The epic set Dadi-shohu ascends intact to legendary. New legendary set attribute added immunity to reflected damage. The dark golden light that once danced across the armor's surface withdrew inward the instant Lin Ye touched it. It condensed into a sliver of profoundly deep dark purple divine radiance and vanished in a blink. The whole transformation was so swift that Su Wanqing standing close by noticed nothing amiss. Lin Ye forced down the manic upturn at his lips. Immunity to reflected damage. This utterly nullified the nastiest tricks of the Yuyan Quangmai monsters. Joy aside, the performance had to be flawless. Lin Ye looked at the armor's radiant glow, and the sharpness in his eyes dissipated instantly. His shoulders slumped slightly. He curled inward on the sofa, his hands twisting together awkwardly. When he raised his head, his eyes were filled with fragile, prickable self-loathing and defeat. "Wanqing." Lin Ye's voice hoarse, every syllable drained of strength. "Epic heavy armor has extremely high strength and constitution thresholds. Someone like me with no profession bonuses couldn't possibly bear it even if I tried with all my might." He sighed deeply and buried his face, his voice trembling. "You put yourself under pressure from the school's leadership and worked so hard to obtain this top-quality gear for me, and I don't even qualify to wear it. I'm truly a complete waste." Watching Lin Ye wallow in blame and contrition to the point of pain, Su Wanqing's ice-blue eyes filled with pity. She had no doubt about Lin Ye's attributes. An unassigned stat sheet was a joke in everyone's minds. She sat beside him and extremely gently ruffled his messy hair. Clink, clink. The clear sound of crystal striking crystal filled the air. 10 crimson vials of potion and 10 green vials brimming with life force were laid out. Clink, clink. The clear sound of crystal striking crystal filled the air. 10 crimson vials of potion and 10 green vials brimming with life force were laid out crisply on the tea table. A heady medicinal scent instantly flooded the living room. A single breath made the blood surge. Basic strength elixir, basic constitution elixir. Su Wanqing pointed to the costly consumables. Ones the outside world fought tooth and nail for, and spoke as casually as if she were naming cabbage brewed personally by Long to the alchemy department's mentor top grade. Drink them before entering the secret realm, and you can temporarily gain the baseline attributes required to wear. She watched Lin Ye's astonished face and explained patiently, 1 vial lasts 30 minutes. I've prepared 10 full sets for you, enough for you to wear the heavy armor for the entire clearance. She leaned forward and pecked his cheek. "With me here, you only need to focus on securing the base reward steadily." Lin Ye's eyes moistened with a perfectly timed flush as he looked at the rows of crystalline high-tier elixirs. This hardcore way of protecting him had fully embodied the essence of freeloading. With a deft motion, he swept the legendary armor and 20 top-grade elixirs into storage. Ding. Detected host accepting considerate feeding from an opposite-sex top-tier powerhouse. Soft rice behavior confirmed. Triggering resource critical reward. Congratulations, host elixir quantity, forcibly doubled. Additionally received God tier consumables. Divine Strength Elixir X1, a Divine Swiftness Elixir X1. Lin Ye flicked his focus through the storage and confirmed the original 20 top-grade elixirs had become. At the center of the cache, 2 glass bottles shimmered with 7-colored radiance and floated quietly. Divine Strength Elixir God tier consumable permanently increases strength by 100 points. Divine Swiftness Elixir God tier consumable permanently increases agility by 100 points. He kept his elation tamped down, eyes wet, his expression brimming with almost overflowing gratitude and tenderness. Watching you are too good to me. He tightened his arms and erased the last distance between them. Through thin clothing he could distinctly feel Su Wanking's surprising softness. Lin Ye's breath grew heated. I will use my only strength to properly, deeply express my thanks to you. With that he lifted his head, and without ceremony pressed his lips toward hers. A charming flush swept across Su Wanking's cheeks, and her breathing quickened, but she did not, as she once might have, simply fall into that domineering embrace. She raised her hands and steadied them on Lin Ye's firm chest, gently, but resolutely pushing him back half an inch. He froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he looked down at the wealthy woman in his arms. Not tonight. Su Wanqing forced herself calm and turned her gaze away from Lin Ye's aggressively hungry look. Lin Ye instantly grew tense, as if his senior had called, ready for battle. Then with a wrist flip, Su Wanqing produced a hefty skill tome, whose cover emitted a piercing light. This is the attack skill I carefully chose for you. Shinshu Adaji Blood Strike. Lin Ye reached out to take the heavy skill book. Skill name Blood Strike. Quality Epic. Consumption 10 points of mana. Effect inflicts base physical damage to the target and forcibly adds an extra damage equal to 15 of the user's current health. After reading the attributes, Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. As a non-classed individual, he lacked the growth potential of class-specific attributes, and his base mana was pitifully low. Casting 2 or 3 regular spell skills would deplete his mana completely. Without significant strength bonuses, physical attack skills were akin to mere tickles against high-level monsters. However, this Blood Strike required only a negligible 10 points of mana per use, and its core output mechanism completely abandoned reliance on the attack panel linking directly to health. This was a prime treasure meticulously crafted by Su Wanqing, tailored specifically for him, a blank slate, with low mana and low attack power. Lin Ye felt entirely at ease indulging in this soft meal. His fingertips caressed the rough cover. Ding. Detected that the host has received thoughtful assistance from an opposite-sex top-tier powerhouse. Soft meal behavior confirmed. Triggered skill advancement critical hit. The system is rewriting the skill's underlying framework. Congratulations, host. Epic skill Blood Strike has seamlessly advanced to legendary level. Crimson Impact. The skill book in his palm flashed with a subtle glow. Lin Ye's gaze swept over, and the core mechanism underwent a qualitative change. The originally added damage was based on current health, meaning the lower the health, the less effective the damage. But now the entry had changed to 20 of maximum health. This completely eliminated the output reduction caused by fluctuations in health. As long as his health limit was there, every strike would deal peak damage. Without hesitation, Lin Ye silently chanted Learn. The godly talent god of all trades was passively triggered. The red data stream representing Crimson Impact was instantly torn apart and reassembled into deep purple characters, securely embedding itself in the third skill slot. Skill name Blood God's Judgment, God level active skill. Class restriction none. Consumption 10 points of mana. Cooldown 60 seconds. Skill effect for 1 minute after activation. Normal attacks forcibly turn into Blood God's Judgment, adding 20 of the user's maximum health as extra damage. God level feature 100 of all damage dealt to enemies is converted into health restoration for the user. If at full health, any excess healing is forcibly converted into a shield. Lin Ye fixed his gaze on the panel, his breath halting. Normal attacks with an additional 20 true damage, no consumption, plus 100 lifesteal. As for the 10 points of mana consumed by the skill, that was nothing to him. The mana naturally restored during the skill's duration would exceed 10 points. His total health was currently 6,400 points. With every punch he threw, he would deal over 1,200 points of extra damage. When monsters attacked him, he would be at full health. When he hit them, they would also suffer 100 true damage rebound from Holy Thorn protection. If there were truly monsters capable of one-shotting him with that terrifying health bar, then after triggering Holy Light Barrier, he would achieve 30 seconds of absolute invincibility combined with overflow healing for a full-screen AoE bombardment. True damage rebound, invincible clearing plus lifesteal with every hit. This non-class Lin Ye had transformed into a human mobile nuclear bomb with no weaknesses, never to die. He suppressed the raging waves within his heart and quickly retracted his thoughts from the panel. His gaze returned to Su Wanqing in front of him. Sister Wanqing. Lin Ye's voice was low, carrying an unmistakable heat. Without giving Su Wanqing a chance to react, Lin Ye suddenly exerted force with his arms tightly enveloping her in his embrace. His fingers gently traced the curve of her back through the thin fabric. Su Wanqing's body trembled at this aggressive action. A wave of tingling surged from her lower back to her brain, her fair cheeks rapidly flushed with two alluring hues, and her breathing instantly lost its rhythm. She closed her eyes, instinctively wanting to sink into this embrace, overflowing with a sense of security. But in the next second, Su Wanqing's rationality forced itself to hit the brakes. She pressed her hands against Lin Ye's chest muscles and pushed outward with force, forcibly creating half a boat's distance. No way. Su Wanqing's face was blood red, but her tone was stern and uncompromising. We need to enter the secret realm early tomorrow. Although we have equipment and potions as a base, the consumption inside is immense. If we exhaust our energy now, how will we fight monsters later? We must prioritize the important matters. Lin Ye's mouth twitched slightly. This rich girl really treated him like a delicate and helpless invalid. To divert the atmosphere, which was on the verge of becoming intimate, Su Wanqing took a couple of deep breaths to calm her racing heart. She turned towards the coffee table, reaching out to activate the intelligent brain host on the table. Let me show you the clearing strategy for the Yuan mine at normal difficulty first. Knowing ourselves and knowing the enemy ensures victory without fail. The intelligent brain activated, projecting a blue virtual screen in midair. Su Wanqing directly logged into the campus intranet forum of Longjing University, preparing to access the database. However, as soon as the webpage refreshed, three top posts highlighted in fiery red and bold, with extremely glaring fiery effects, popped up in the center of the screen, filling the entire page. The whiteboard: relying on women to get promoted. Do you deserve to have a pass for the Yuan mine? The ultimate in resource giveaways. All new students are strongly protesting to revoke Lin Ye's quota. Choosing nightmare difficulty is the bottom line. Don't let Sister Su's face be ruined by you. Su Wanqing's movements instantly froze in midair. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, scanning the screen. Without needing to click, just the scrolling messages floating beneath the titles were already vicious to the extreme. Lin Ye is nothing but a complete parasite. He has drained Su Wanqing's resources. Why doesn't he prove himself? Prove what? This softie will definitely only dare to choose the most pathetic normal difficulty when entering the secret realm tomorrow, barely scraping by with some attributes. If he were a man, he should choose nightmare difficulty directly. If he lacks even this bit of guts, Su Wanqing's dignity will be completely trampled into the muck by him. Exactly this kind of worthless waste, choosing normal difficulty, is like publicly slapping Su Wanqing in the face. Every word, every sentence felt like a sword dipped in poison, stripping Lin Ye of all dignity and ruthlessly choking Su Wanqing's reputation, engaging in an utterly shameless act of moral coercion. They were forcing Lin Ye under the scrutiny of the entire school to walk into that nightmarish meat grinder for the sake of a ridiculous face. The air fell into a deathly silence. Su Wanqing looked at those comments that treated her as a pawn of public opinion, forcing Lin Ye into a death sentence, her eyes cooling at a terrifying speed. Her ice-blue pupils transformed into horrifying depth. Buzz. The raging cold magic could no longer be suppressed, erupting from her body like a volcanic explosion. The air in the entire living room instantly shattered with a piercing cracking sound. The high-level temperature regulation magic crystals embedded in the walls couldn't withstand even a second, exploding into powder with a loud bang. Seeking death. Su Wanqing's voice was hoarse, squeezing out these two words through clenched teeth. The palpable killing intent seemed ready to crystallize into ice daggers in the air. She would never allow anyone to use her reputation to force Lin Ye into a fatal situation. Compared to Su Wanqing's total loss of control, Lin Ye standing beside her felt no ripple of emotion from the barrage of insults on the screen. Instead, he was almost laughing out loud. Song Tianzi, you truly are a benefactor in the snow. Lin Ye was worried about how to find a reasonable and seamless excuse to choose abyss difficulty when entering the secret realm tomorrow. Now it was perfect. The entire school's public opinion had directly leveled a wide path for him with the bulldozer of moral coercion. Lin Ye bit down on his lower lip, staring intently at the screen, his eyes reddening within 2 seconds. How can they do this? Lin Ye stared intently at the intelligent brain screen. Within 2 seconds, moisture rapidly accumulated in his eyes, causing them to redden. His body began to shake violently, uncontrollably in sync with his somewhat hurried breathing. Su Wanqing keenly sensed this slight movement. The extreme cold magical power, which had been boiling to its peak and about to shatter the villa's door, suddenly came to a halt. She forcibly gathered that substantial killing intent back into her body, turned around, and firmly grasped Lin Ye's wrist. Don't look at this. Su Wanqing's voice tightened. Bang! Lin Ye suddenly smashed his fist against the armrest of the leather sofa. The force was so great that his knuckles turned a deathly pale. He bit down hard on his lower lip, his teeth sinking into his flesh, drawing a trace of blood. The moisture swirling in his eyes teetered on the brink of spilling over. I have been called a waste, a leech who I don't care. Lin Ye's voice was hoarse, revealing an unmistakable heartache. But I cannot watch you become a joke, because I cannot let them trample on your dignity. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye forcefully broke free from Su Wangqing's grip. He straightened his back and stood up. The instinctual timidity and discomfort he usually felt when facing higher-tier professionals vanished in that moment. What replaced it was a reckless madness. He raised his hand, pointing at the flickering virtual screen in the air. Tomorrow when I enter the UN mine, I will not choose ordinary difficulty, nor will I choose nightmare difficulty. Lin Ye's bloodshot eyes locked onto Su Wangqing's. I will directly challenge the highest level of abyss difficulty. I will use an absolute clearance record to smash the faces of everyone in the school. Let's see who still dares to say that Su Wangqing has poor judgment. His words were thunderous. Su Wangqing was stunned in place, her ice-blue pupils contracting violently. She looked at the young man before her fists, tightly clenched eyes rimmed in red, and her mind went blank for a brief moment. She never expected that Lin Ye, who usually hid behind her and didn't dare to speak loudly even when provoked by a class newcomers, would hide such fierce determination that he would even risk his life for her. I'm going to the teleportation center right now. Lin Ye struck a resolute pose resembling an impulsive youth willing to rush into the abyss meat grinder just to uphold a rich woman's reputation. No. Su Wangqing stepped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Lin Ye's waist. The once aloof Ice Queen's tone was now extremely stern, even laced with a barely detectable plea. Abyss difficulty is a certain death. I won't allow you to go. Su Wangqing fixed her gaze on Lin Ye. Going in there means death. Let go of me. If I don't prove myself, they will break your spine tomorrow. A tear finally slid down Lin Ye's eye, his voice tinged with a choked sob. Su Wangqing's eyes also reddened. She completely let down her guard and high-handed demeanor, tightening her hands as she pressed her forehead against Lin Ye's chest. I don't care. Su Wangqing's voice trembled. Other people's opinions are worthless to me. As long as you are safe, they can say whatever they want. She lifted her head, her gaze carrying an undeniable insistence. Lin Ye, listen to me. Tomorrow when we enter the secret realm, you must choose ordinary difficulty. If you dare choose anything else, I will immediately destroy this pass. It's no big deal if we don't attend this semester. Faced with Su Wangqing's nearly desperate mix of softness and hardness, Lin Ye's struggles gradually came to a halt. He bit down hard on his teeth, his chest heaving violently a few times before he seemed to be drained of all strength. He painfully closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and tears slid down the corners of his eyes. All right. Lin Ye squeezed out a word filled with extreme frustration and humiliation from between his teeth. I'll listen to you. I choose ordinary difficulty. After saying that, he gave himself a big thumbs up in his heart. With this preparation of dying to make a point tomorrow, he would quietly choose abyss difficulty, and Sister Wangqing would only think he was risking everything for her. The two of them lingered on the sofa for a moment, calming their agitated emotions. Go change your clothes. Su Wangqing released Lin Ye, stood up, and adjusted her robe. Let's go to the secret realm teleportation center now, to avoid any long-lasting dreams. Lin Ye nodded and got up. As he took off the last piece of ordinary clothing, he prepared to put on the inner lining for heavy armor. From the seam of the carpet at the edge of the bed, a dim ball of black light suddenly burst forth without warning. Shun Yu directly canceled her shadow stealth, pouncing toward the bedside like a leopard, covering his mouth tightly with her hand. Using the momentum of her charge, Shun Yu pushed Lin Ye down onto the soft bed. Don't make a sound. Shun Yu lowered her voice, kneeling on the bed's edge, the weight of her body pressing down on Lin Ye, her gaze fiercely staring at him. Lin Ye's eyes widened suddenly, his pupils constricting sharply, displaying the fear of an unemployed person caught off guard by a sudden attack, without any flaws. Listen carefully, you idiot. Shin Yu spoke rapidly like a barrage of bullets. I don't care how much gossip you've heard outside, nor do I care how wounded your ridiculous male pride is. Tomorrow when you enter the secret realm, you must honestly choose ordinary difficulty. She tightened her grip on Lin Ye's neck a bit. If you lose your mind and choose nightmare difficulty, dying inside, Wangqing will absolutely go completely out of control and overturn the entire Longjing University. Shin Yu gritted her teeth. For Wangqing's safety, and for your own worthless life, put away that little bit of pride. If you understand not. Lin Ye cooperatively stopped his instinctive struggle. The terror in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by an extreme fear brought on by a sudden realization, cold sweat pouring down. He blinked and quickly nodded twice with force. Seeing him comply, Shun Yu let out a cold snort and released her hand, covering his mouth. Thanks for waking me up, Senior Shun. Lin Ye's tone was extremely sincere, even carrying a hint of relief from surviving a disaster. If you hadn't reminded me that Sister Wanqing would lose control, I truly would have planned to choose a high difficulty to prove that Wanqing didn't choose the wrong person. After saying that, he seemed worried that Xinyu wouldn't believe him and raised 3 fingers. I swear, even if the King of Heaven holds a knife to my neck, I absolutely will not choose nightmare difficulty. Xinyu looked at Lin Ye's earnest attitude, compliant and willing to change, and her anger diminished significantly. It seems this kid still has a bit of conscience. Remember what you said. Xinyu was finally reassured. However, just as she intended to rise, an extremely unfamiliar burning sensation spread throughout her body along her thigh. Xinyu unconsciously recalled the high-energy scenes she had overheard in the wardrobe all night last night. With a bang, Xinyu's cheeks turned as red as if they were about to bleed, and her ears were burning. You pervert. Xinyu suddenly jumped up as if electrocuted, a dense black light instantly enveloping her. The shadow magic erupted at full speed, and Xinyu turned into a shadow directly jumping out of the half-open window of the bedroom. Lin Ye straightened up, looking at the swaying shadows of the trees outside, a playful grin curling at the corner of his mouth. This assassin senior is not inferior to Sister Wanqing. Soon Lin Ye changed his clothes and pushed open the bedroom door to walk out. Su Wanqing was already waiting at the entrance. Let's go. Su Wanqing pushed open the villa's door. The two walked side by side out of the dormitory area, heading towards the Longjing University Secret Realm Teleportation Center, prepared to enter the Advanced Secret Realm. At Longjing University, in the Secret Realm Teleportation Center, a vast circular plaza is densely packed with a crowd blocking the entrance completely. Nearly 1,000 new and returning students have gathered here, their whispers merging into a tremendous hum that echoes through the air. At the end of the shaded path, Lin Ye and Su Wanqing walk side by side. Xinyu unexpectedly emerged from the shadow of the flower bed, quickly following behind. She patted the dust off her clothes and casually greeted Su Wanqing. As her gaze swept over Lin Ye, she quickly exchanged a knowing glance, seemingly confirming whether he remembered the warning from before. After a brief pause, the dense crowd parted like a curtain drawn by an invisible hand, creating a wide path leading directly to the main entrance of the teleportation hall. In those gazes, unmasked disdain and malice filled the air. At the end of the path, on the elevated steps of the teleportation hall, Song Tianzi stood, dressed in an elegant white swordsman's outfit, leaning on a sheathed longsword. He looked down at Lin Ye, a cold smile of a victor playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Ye lowered his head, his steps appearing somewhat stiff. Su Wanqing tightly grasped his wrist, her sharp gaze sweeping around, causing anyone who met her eyes to avert their gaze. Lin, I thought you were going to hide in Su's villa for the rest of your life. Song Tianzi's voice was laced with hostility, clearly audible to the entire crowd. He raised his left hand, and the holographic screen on his wrist instantly expanded, projecting into the air. It was filled with venomous posts denouncing him from the forum. Thousands of students across the school are watching. Song Tianzi stepped down 2 steps, the sword sheath thudding heavily on the ground, his tone deliberately provocative. What you hold is a top-tier resource of the Dragon War strategy. This is something that many prodigies would risk their lives for. He squinted, staring at Lin Ye's face. If you step in today not daring to select even nightmare difficulty, but merely aiming for an ordinary challenge, then you are not only a complete waste, but you also trample on Su's dignity, the reputation she earned through her contributions. The surrounding students were instantly ignited with emotion. Choose nightmare. Yes. Don't embarrass Su. If you dare not choose, get out of Longjing University and hand over your pass. Thousands of voices rose in unison, arms waving, a tidal wave of sound crashing down on Lin Ye and the others. Su Wanqing halted, slowly lifting her head, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Crack, crack, crack. The piercing sound of ice freezing erupted beneath Su Wanqing's feet. A thick layer of deep blue frost spread rapidly outward from her, adhering to the bluestone slabs. The temperature around them plummeted below freezing in less than half a second. The nearly tangible killing intent was unleashed without reservation. The students at the front who had been jeering felt their breath catch as if a cold hand gripped tightly around their hearts. Their faces turned pale in an instant, retreating in terror and pushing against each other. Song Tianzi at the forefront felt his eyelids twitch violently, veins bulging on the back of his hand, gripping the sword hilt involuntarily, taking a step back. Just as Su Wanqing was about to completely freeze the scene, a hand reached out from the side, firmly grasping the edge of her robe. Lin Ye hunched his back, half his body curling behind Su Wanqing. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, whispering so low that only those nearby could hear. Wanqing, just let it go. I don't care about what they say, but please don't go against the entire school for my sake. Seeing this, the fear in Song Tianzi's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by utter disdain. He released his grip on the sword hilt, sneering. Fine. Song Tianzi turned around, waving his hand. Everyone step aside. Let our Lin fellow student display his talents. The followers blocking the steps sneered and parted, allowing Lin Ye to take the last few steps toward the teleportation array. Lin Ye released Su Wanqing's robe, moving up the steps with heavy and slow footsteps. Su Wanqing stood still, watching Lin Ye's hunched figure, her eyes reddening, her nails digging deep into her palm. Behind her, Xun Yu exhaled a long breath. The heart that had been in her throat finally settled. This guy, though shameless, was at least still valuing his own life. As long as he honestly chose the ordinary difficulty, this farce would come to an end. Lin Ye entered the main door alone, stepping into the vast teleportation hall. In the center of the hall, a massive circular array was engraved on the obsidian floor. Lin Ye walked to the center of the array, retrieving an ancient parchment pass from his storage space. He awkwardly bent down, pressing the pass into the groove in the ground. Buzz! The array was instantly activated. Blinding blue light swiftly flowed along the patterns, converging in front of Lin Ye. Moments later, a blue teleportation gate 2 meters high and radiating stable spatial fluctuations burst forth. Lin Ye paused in front of the light gate, turning to give Su Wanqing a reassuring glance. Then he turned back, stepping into the blue light curtain. The moment he passed through the light curtain, the deafening noise from the outside world was completely severed by the laws of space. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of dark void. Lin Ye stopped, his previously hunched back straightening within a second. The thick layer of timidity and fear in his eyes dissipated like mist blown away by a fierce wind. He raised his hand forcefully, twisting his neck, the joints cracking like popping beans. In the void ahead, blue data streams converged, projecting a massive choice interface. Please select the difficulty for the Ghost Rock or Vein Advancement, ordinary, difficult, very difficult, nightmare, abyss. Lin Ye gazed at the last two options, glowing with a sinister dark purple light, the fervor in his eyes nearly burning through the interface. With a maximum health limit of 6,400, true damage reflection, absolutely invincible, full screen AoE, plus lifesteal on every hit. Lin Ye lifted his arm without any hesitation, his finger gliding past all the options above, decisively stabbing down on the words abyss. Ding. Difficulty locked, abyss. Outside in the plaza outside the teleportation hall, Song Tianzi was preparing to deliver some mocking remarks to conclude this farce. His gaze casually shifted to the inside of the hall. The next second, his voice got stuck in his throat. In the center of the hall, the teleportation gate that had originally emitted stable blue light suddenly began to violently twist. The blue magical energy boiled like water, wildly swirling. Boom. A dull roar erupted from deep within the array. The blinding blue light was completely consumed in an instant. In its place arose a thick, blood-red light, dense with the aura of destruction and death. The crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing through the dome of the hall, dyeing the entire circular plaza a chilling dark red. This was the absolute phenomenon unique to the activation of the abyss difficulty. In that moment, the thousands of students in the plaza fell into complete silence. Time seemed to be forcibly paused. The mockery on Song Tianzi's face froze entirely, his mouth slightly agape, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpoints. Xun Yu behind him felt her legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. She stared at the blinding red light, her mind completely blank. Su Wanqing stood frozen, her eyes reflecting the hellish blood-red light, as if every drop of blood in her body had been drained in an instant. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After the silence, the crowd erupted. Abyss. He chose abyss. Damn. He's insane. That's the abyss of 10 deaths and no life. A novice going for abyss difficulty. He couldn't even withstand a single monster inside. Incredulous screams tore through the air of the plaza. The shock on Song Tianzi's face lasted only a brief moment before being replaced by extreme, twisted joy. He chose abyss. That waste couldn't withstand the provocation and really chose abyss. He's doomed. Not even a celestial being could save him. Lin Ye. A cry of despair tore through the sky. Su Wanqing's eyes widened in fury, transforming into an icy blue shadow as she rushed toward the teleportation gate in the center of the hall, disregarding everything. She reached out her hands, trying to grasp the light gate. Whoosh. Her body passed through the crimson light curtain without any obstruction, crashing heavily onto the obsidian array. I can't get in. I can't save him. Su Wanqing lay on the cold ground, staring blankly at her hands. Then she slowly stood up. Her hair flew wildly in the raging storm of magical energy. She turned around, her eyes now blood-red, fixating fiercely on the elated Song Tianzi on the steps along with the students who had just chanted and pressured them. Boom. The sky above Longjing University darkened without warning. Heavy snow fell, each snowflake carrying a lethal intent capable of shredding steel. You. All of you will accompany him to the grave. Su Wanqing's voice echoed like it came from the depths of hell, filled with a madness that could burn jade and stone alike. Outside the teleportation hall, the square was ravaged by a relentless snowstorm. The temperature plummeted to extremes within half a second, and the heavy snow driven by violent magical forces transformed into countless razor-sharp ice blades that whistled through the air. Su Wangqing's frigid killing intent was completely directed at Song Tianzi on the steps. The ecstasy on Song Tianzi's face froze in an instant. A chill surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head, and the terror of death gripped his throat like an iron vice. He wanted to draw his sword, but his arms were frozen and unresponsive. It was only at this moment that he truly realized how foolish it was to provoke and anger an SS-level prodigy. The myriad ice blades momentarily hesitated in midair before pouring down upon Song Tianzi like a torrential rain. In a life-and-death crisis, Song Tianzi did not hesitate to reach into his bosom and crush the top-tier directional teleportation scroll meant for saving his life. A dazzling white light shot into the sky. In the moment the ice blades swept through, Song Tianzi's figure vanished amid a violent distortion of space, leaving behind only a shattered sword sheath. The torrent of ice blades, having lost its target, smashed into the bluestone pavement, exploding into a shower of ice fragments. Those who had followed Song Tianzi to cheer him on, now frozen and collapsed on the ground, looked at the scene of chaos in terror, their faces pale as they scrambled away. Just as the snowstorm was about to engulf the entire area, a dense black light burst forth against the biting, icy wind from behind. Shen Yu's feet dug into the ground, dragging out 2 long scratches. Her hands flew in intricate gestures, and the shadow magic within her surged forth without reservation, forming a black barrier that forcefully held back the forefront of the ice storm. Wanqing, stop! Shen Yu shouted at the top of her lungs, desperately waving her hands in an attempt to intervene. If you really slaughter all these hundreds of people, the higher-ups at the school will definitely take ruthless measures to suppress you. Su Wanqing slowly turned her head, her scarlet eyes fixated on Shen Yu. Not only did she not stop, but the frigid magic around her became even more violent. What exactly did you say to Lin Ye in the bedroom? Su Wanqing's voice was hoarse, imbued with chilling intent. With a lift of her right hand, the myriad ice blades instantly redirected, overwhelming Shen Yu in a vicious onslaught. Damn! Shen Yu's scalp tingled as she withdrew the shadow barrier, transforming into a blur as she desperately rolled and dodged amidst the dense ice spikes. The ice blades grazed her cheek, severing a few strands of hair. I didn't force him. Are you crazy? As Shen Yu rolled and crawled to evade, she shouted in defense. I just went to warn him. I told him no matter how much he is insulted outside, he should honestly choose the normal difficulty and not seek death to drag you down. Su Wanqing ignored her, pressing forward relentlessly. Thick ice spikes formed on the obsidian ground, sealing off all of Shen Yu's escape routes and forcing her into a corner. Seeing 3 massive ice spears hovering above her head, Shen Yu's mind raced. To convince her sickly sweet friend of her sincerity, she mustered the courage to shout an outrageous lie. I swear, I really didn't force him. Shen Yu quickly improvised. At that time, to stabilize his ridiculous pride, I directly made a bet with him. Su Wanqing's finger halted in midair, the ice spear hovering above Shen Yu, momentarily pausing. Seeing this, Shen Yu hurriedly quickened her speech. I promised him that as long as he could survive and walk out from the secret realm, I would directly give him 1,000 academic credits. You know me, I usually flinch at spending 100 credits, but for you this time I'm truly going all out. As her words fell, the students around them who had narrowly escaped disaster widened their eyes in shock, nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. 1,000 credits. At Longjing University, credits could be exchanged for rare materials that were otherwise unavailable on the market. 1,000 credits was a fortune that could drive any A-class genius mad. Shen Yu dared to stake such a heavy investment to stabilize a non-professional. Upon hearing this promise involving such a huge sum of credits, Su Wanqing's offensive hesitated slightly. She knew Shen Yu well. 1,000 credits could indeed cost her life. Moreover, that greedy little guy Lin Ye would surely avoid the risk of choosing abyss difficulty to obtain those 1,000 credits. Just as Su Wanqing's resolve wavered, a violent spatial ripple suddenly spread across the sky above the square. Principal Wang Changlin, accompanied by Vice Principal Jiang Fuhai and several higher-ups from the Academic Affairs Office, appeared in a flash amid a burst of light. Wang Changlin's expression was grave as he swung his large sleeve fiercely. A vast magical force radiated outward in a circular motion, forcefully dispersing the raging snowstorm in the square. The frigid magical energy raging within Su Wanqing was suppressed back into her body by this overwhelming power, and the surrounding temperature rapidly rose. This is nonsense. Wang Changlin, with his hands clasped behind his back, swept a stern gaze over the crowd. The students who had been trembling on the ground at the sight of the principal's arrival felt as if they had been pardoned and scrambled to retreat to the outermost circle. Wang Changlin withdrew his gaze, his eyes landing on the still flickering crimson teleportation gate. Then he turned to the nearly collapsed Su Wanqing, softening his tone to one of a senior, comforting a junior. Wanqing, don't be so impulsive when handling matters. Wang Chonglin stroked his beard. That kid Lin Ye isn't as fragile as you imagine. Su Wanqing bit her lip, glaring at the principal, the scarlet hue in her eyes not fully fading. Wang Chonglin cleared his throat, his voice steady and strong, ensuring everyone could hear. Didn't you just pick up a set of epic Earth Guardian armor from the Academic Affairs office, along with a massive supply of top-tier potions? Those things are all on him now, right? Wang Chonglin stood with his hands behind his back, exuding confidence. With the epic heavy armor protecting him, coupled with the attributes of high-grade potions, even if Lin Ye is a non-professional, surviving 10 minutes against the mutated mineral beasts in the abyss shouldn't be a problem. At this point, Lin Ye fully possesses the ability to crush the life-saving scroll and retreat safely. While you're going mad here, what if he comes out safe and sound later, only to find you have wrecked the school? What will happen to your academic status then? As Wang Changlin's words reached the higher-ups standing behind him, including Jiang Fuhai, their eyes twitched uncontrollably. 10 minutes. That was the abyss difficulty, where survival was nearly impossible. Even equipped with epic armor, without a profession's defensive talents, a novice wouldn't last a moment against the monsters inside, and would be instantly obliterated. Retreat. What nonsense. The higher-ups present were keenly aware that regardless of the fate of that freeloading boy inside, this SS-class ancestral figure outside had to be stabilized at all costs. Jiang Fuhai bit down hard, the first to step forward with a forced, determined smile, nodding vigorously against his will. That's right. The principal is right. That set of Earth Guardian armor is an incredible piece from our school's equipment vault with astonishing defensive power. That kid will definitely make it out safely. Academic Affairs Director Li Ming quickly chimed in. Yes, Su, the Abyss secret realm is dangerous, but as long as he doesn't fight with all those potions on hand, he will absolutely be fine. So just relax. Several higher-ups who usually held absolute authority at the school were now lining up to endorse a non-professional. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The thousands of new and old students on the periphery exchanged glances, their worldviews shattered. The school administration was actually fabricating such implausible nonsense to appease Su Wanqing. This was tantamount to an official acknowledgement that Longjing University's rules were worth less than worthless paper in the presence of an SS-level genius. Su Wanqing turned around, her eyes fixated on the blood-red teleportation gate at the center of the array. The surface of the light curtain continued to churn violently, emanating a heart-stopping aura of death. Yet Su Wanqing keenly sensed that the core array of the gate remained stable, showing no signs of collapse due to the death of the challenger. As long as the gate wasn't shattered, it indicated that the person inside was still alive. Su Wanqing's tense shoulders finally relaxed a little. She dissipated the last remnants of her chilling aura and gathered the frost-drenched hem of her robe. Then she ignored the well-meaning principal, dismissed the sweating vice principal, and paid no heed to the thousands of complex gazes in the square. She walked directly to the crimson light gate, sat cross-legged on the cold obsidian ground, like an ancient ice sculpture steadfastly guarding the exit. Lin Ye passed through the blood-red light curtain. The dizziness caused by the distortion of space lasted only half a second. His feet landed steadily, completely isolating him from the chaos and the wind and snow. Before Lin Ye lay a dim, constricted underground mine tunnel. The rock walls on either side displayed an unsettling dark red hue, as if soaked in dried blood. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and violent earth-type magical energy, so viscous it was almost suffocating. Buzz! At the moment Lin Ye stepped into the mine tunnel, the will of the abyssal law came crashing down. A heavy, terrifying pressure surged from all directions, pressing in wildly. This force was unreasonable, attempting to forcibly suppress the basic attributes of the intruder. If an ordinary first-tier professional stood here, even this abyssal pressure alone would render him immobile, potentially crushing his internal organs. Lin Ye twisted his neck, the joints cracking crisply. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, instead a fierce excitement surfaced within him. Not rushing to don the exquisite equipment prepared by Su Wanqing, Lin Ye's thought stirred, flipping his wrist. 2 glass vials swirling with 7-colored brilliance appeared in his palm. Divine Power Potion, Divine Speed Potion. These were god-tier consumables obtained through a system-critical hit. Pulling out the cork, Lin Ye tilted his head and poured both potions into his mouth simultaneously. The 7-colored liquid slid down his throat without any bitterness, instead bringing a fiery spiciness. Boom! 2 overwhelming energies exploded within him in an instant. Lin Ye's muscles trembled violently, and his bones emitted a series of crackling sounds. Strength permanently increased by 100 points. Agility permanently increased by 100 points. A surge of power flooded his limbs and bones. The heavy pressure brought down by the abyssal law dissipated like snow under the blazing sun, vanished without a trace under the absolute attribute suppression. Lin Ye's raw panel strength had now broken through the 200 mark. He exhaled deeply, his breath cutting through the dust ahead like a sword. Time to change equipment. He casually crushed the empty vials into powder. A dark golden light illuminated the dim mine tunnel, soon condensing into a deep purple glow. This was a legendary heavy armor set that had been upgraded without damage due to a system-critical hit. Earth Guardian. Normally heavy armor of epic quality or above had extremely high requirements for strength and physique. Yet Lin Ye grasped the heavy breastplate with one hand, as if it were a lightweight garment effortlessly donning. Next came the shoulder guards, arm armor, and battle boots. Clank, clank. The heavy metal parts interlocked with a crisp sound. Dark purple legendary magical patterns flickered subtly across the metal surface, as if breathing with a life of its own. This heavy armor perfectly conformed to Lin Ye's explosive physique, imparting not a hint of heaviness, but rather an indescribable ferocity and oppressive presence. Bang, bang, bang. A series of earth-shaking heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from deep within the mine tunnel. Each step caused fragments of rock on the walls to tumble down. Lin Ye raised his gaze slightly. In the darkness ahead, two blood-red lanterns suddenly lit up, exuding a bloodthirsty and frenzied killing intent. A mutated mind beast elite as large as a small mountain burst forth from the shadows, accompanied by a foul wind. The creature was covered in dark red hard rock armor, with sharp barbs protruding from its surface. Most notably, it was surrounded by a visible earthen yellow halo. This was the notorious spiked retaliatory halo of the abyssal mind beast. The terrifying aura, far exceeding that of a typical boss of the same level, surged towards him like a tsunami. An elite creature of abyssal level could trigger a small-scale beast-tied disaster if unleashed outside. Roar! The mutated mind beast locked onto Lin Ye, the intruder, releasing a deafening roar. It made no extraneous movements, charging forward like a heavy war chariot at full speed, intent on crushing everything in its path. Its right arm, as thick as a stone pillar, swung high, bringing with it a gale and a piercing shriek that sealed off all of Lin Ye's escape routes. With power capable of shattering bricks, there was no way to evade. The unreasonable suppression of the abyssal monster was fully displayed at this moment. Normally, even a frontline professional fully equipped with the best gear would have to evade such an opening move, slowly whittling down its health through positioning. But Lin Ye did not retreat. Not even half a step. Under the extreme neural response granted by the divine speed potion, the rock giant arm appeared to slow down several times in Lin Ye's eyes. He clearly saw the trajectory of the giant arm's descent. Suddenly twisting his waist, he channeled power through his legs, his strength coursing down his spine. His right arm, covered in dark purple armor, swelled with muscle. Facing the small mountain, crashing down, Lin Ye threw a punch without hesitation. Boom! The two fists collided in midair. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the center of the collision, and the destructive backlash surged back through it. At the same time, the retaliatory halo on the mutated mind beast blazed brightly. The spiky retaliatory damage, capable of instantly killing any low-health target, transformed into invisible Earth-type spikes, driving fiercely toward Lin Ye's vital organs. Physical backlash combined with the retaliatory mechanism. Both came into play, attempting to completely crush Lin Ye. However, just as the retaliatory spikes were about to pierce his body, the Earth Guardian armor on Lin Ye suddenly flashed with a deep purple glow. Legendary set attribute triggered, immune to retaliatory damage. The magical patterns on the armor seemed to open an abyss, swallowing and neutralizing all incoming retaliatory damage without even stirring a ripple. Lin Ye stood his ground, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, unwavering. The health bar on his retina showed no damage. He withstood the full-force strike from the abyssal elite monster without a scratch. Is that all? Having thoroughly grasped the damage immunity threshold of the legendary armor, Lin Ye's last trace of concern vanished, replaced by a chilling killing intent. He completely unleashed the terrifying power that broke the 200 mark. Die! Lin Ye's voice was low. God-tier active skill, Blood God's Judgment, triggered. A blinding scarlet light instantly enveloped his entire right arm. The deep red glow illuminated the dark mine tunnel, resembling a scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. With the equipment's enhancement, Lin Ye's total health reached 10700 points. Blood God's Judgment carried an additional real damage equal to 20 of his maximum health. This punch not only dealt high damage from Lin Ye himself, but also added an extra 2140 points. Even the retaliatory effect of Holy Thorn Shield was not triggered, as the mutated mind beast's small mountain-like body exploded into a shower of dark red fragments and the stench of blood. Instant kill. A single punch obliterated the abyssal elite monster. With the monster's demise, the God-tier characteristic of Blood God's Judgment, Absolute Absorption, activated simultaneously. Lin Ye, already at full health, saw the overflow healing of over 1,000 points instantly coalesce into a thick and solid blood-colored shield around him. The scarlet shield and dark purple armor complemented each other, making Lin Ye appear as if he had emerged from a sea of blood. He slowly retracted his right fist, casually shaking off the dust clinging to his arm. He looked at the remnants of the shattered monster strewn across the ground, feeling the indestructible shield within him, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of his mouth. The combat power generated by this combination of god-tier skills and legendary equipment was utterly unreasonable. No need for positioning, no need for kiting, no need to calculate overflow damage. Just meeting the enemy heat-in, a single punch to kill with high lifesteal transferring to a shield, and even the monster's retaliation could be directly immune. What abyssal difficulty, what a meat grinder of certain death. In the face of the absolute numerical pressure brought by the soft food system, they were all just self-service ATMs. Lin Ye lifted his head, his gaze directed deeper into the darker, more profound depths of the mine. From the darkness, there the eerie roars of more mutated mine beasts could be faintly heard, but to Lin Ye's ears, it was a harvest symphony about to be played. Warm-ups over, it's time for a speed run. Lin Ye twisted his neck, his figure transforming into a dark red afterimage as he plunged deeper into the darkness. This brutal speed run targeting the abyssal secret realm had officially begun. Lin Ye transformed into a dark red shadow, plunging unreservedly into the depths of the dim mine. A pair of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness. The densely packed yellowish reflective rings illuminated the dim corridor. Roar! Hundreds of massive mutated mining beasts surged like a tide, the violent earth magic swirling in the air, sealing off all escape routes. Lin Ye's steps did not falter, showing no intention of slowing down. Positioning. Unnecessary. Tactics. Non-existent. He slightly bent forward, his right arm crossing in front of him, directly crashing into the horde of beasts. A mutated mining beast at the front swung, its massive claw striking hard against Lin Ye's shoulder armor. Bang! A dull impact echoed. Lin Ye remained utterly unmoved. On the contrary, the beast suddenly stiffened. The full damage reflection of Holy Thorn protection instantly triggered, and a terrifying crimson number floated above the monster's head. Before the mining beast could react, Lin Ye delivered a punch that exploded it into a cloud of blood mist. The slightly dimmed blood-colored shield solidified again under the effect of Blood God's judgment. With an additional real damage of 2,000 points combined with over 200 in power stats, the abyssal mining beasts that plagued countless adventurers could be said to die upon contact. With each punch, the blood-colored shield around Lin Ye solidified further. He charged through the dense horde like a high-speed meat grinder. The monster's sharp rock spikes pierced into him only to be deflected into ash. The earth spike spell unleashed by the beast struck him, but was completely absorbed by the shield only to backfire onto itself. The mining beast's proud reflective rings fell on Lin Ye's Earth Guardian armor like a mud cow entering the sea, not even causing a ripple. Awesome. Lin Ye need an elite monster's skull, laughing heartily. Despite being targeted by hundreds of beasts, he not only didn't lose a drop of blood, but his blood-colored shield grew thicker. By the end, the shield even emitted a substantial red light, resembling a walking blood-colored lamp. He pushed forward without a single monster able to stop him for even half a second. After several minutes, the narrow corridor suddenly opened up. Lin Ye stepped over a ground littered with dark red remnants, entering the massive underground cavern at the bottom of the mine. The cavern's area was comparable to 3 football fields, with a ceiling embedded with glowing magical energy crystals. In the center of the cave, a rising small hill slowly swelled with each breath. Sensing the intrusion of an unfamiliar presence, the small hill trembled violently, and the heavy rock layers covering its surface fell off in large chunks. Boom! The entire underground space shook violently. The abyssal boss, the abyssal crystallized rock dragon, roared awake from its slumber. Standing 30 meters tall, its massive body was entirely composed of high-density, magical energy crystals, each scale reflecting a chilling, eerie blue sheen. A terrifying pressure surpassing all mining beasts swept across the field like a tsunami. The rock dragon opened its vertical pupils and instantly locked onto the tiny figure below, radiating red light. An ant dares to step into the abyss. The rock dragon let out a soul-piercing roar, showing no hesitation, and unleashed its ultimate attack. It raised its sturdy front claws and struck the ground heavily. Violent earth magic surged madly underground. Crack, crack, crack. The obsidian ground rolled violently like waves. Hundreds of crystalline earth spikes, as thick as barrels and incredibly sharp, shot up from the ground without warning. Within 100 meters, there was no space to evade. This was a true, all-out massacre. Lin Ye stood still, not even lifting an eyelid. Cling, cling, clang. The dense crystalline earth spikes hammered down on Lin Ye like a torrential rain. The harsh sound of metal scraping filled the cavern. Those terrifying spikes, capable of piercing high-tier adventurers, in an instant struck Lin Ye's thick, blood-colored shield, shattering into a cloud of crystalline dust. The surface of the shield merely rippled slightly. Not a single crack appeared. Lin Ye did not lose a drop of blood. On the contrary, the crystallized rock dragon in the center of the cavern suddenly let out a painful grunt. Holy Thorn protection triggered the hit. The massive damage from the earth spikes was converted into real damage that ignored defenses, instantly crossing space to strike the rock dragon itself. The rock dragon's enormous body shook violently, and a significant portion of its health bar evaporated instantly. The crystallized rock dragon was dumbfounded. It had never witnessed such a bizarre scene in its long life. It had always reflected others' damage. Today, it was actually countered by a human. After a brief moment of shock, the ultimate pain ignited the rock dragon's fury. Roar! The rock dragon howled to the sky, its layer of eerie blue crystalline armor boiling, instantly turning into blinding crimson. Ultimate form, absolute reflective crystal shield activated. A semi-transparent shield resembling red crystal enveloped its entire body. In this state, any incoming damage would be multiplied and reflected. Moreover, the rock dragon opened it. The raging magical energy from the surrounding space surged into its mouth, forming a rapidly expanding black energy sphere. Its chest swelled high, and hot air gushed from the gaps in its scales. It was brewing a devastating breath attack capable of flattening the entire cavern. The wind howled, and Lin Ye's dark purple cloak rustled. Faced with this earth-shattering ultimate move, a wild arc curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. He did not retreat, but advanced. His legs exerted tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying burst of power. Bang! The hard obsidian ground was crushed into a massive pit several meters in diameter. Using the extreme speed provided by the speed potion, Lin Ye transformed into a dark red streak of light charging upwards, actively meeting the gigantic dragon, head high above. At the moment Lin Ye leaped into the air, the rock dragon unleashed its fully charged breath attack. A scarlet beam over 10 meters in diameter, carrying the heat and magic that could annihilate everything, struck Lin Ye midair with pinpoint accuracy. The destructive beam instantly engulfed Lin Ye. The cavern was illuminated red, and the terrifying energy shockwave made the entire mine tremble. However, just as the beam enveloped Lin Ye, the divine passive Holy Thorn protection triggered instantly. A dazzling illusion of sacred thorns erupted from Lin Ye's body. That level of destructive damage capable of killing anything struck the thorn illusion, not only failing to harm Lin Ye in the slightest, but also undergoing a qualitative change under the forced reversal of rule power. A one-chance damage reduction effect was activated. Double damage was forcibly converted into real damage. This wildly violent power surged back along the scarlet breath beam, pouring straight into the rock dragon's massive mouth. Boom! Reverse output. Under the backlash of the destruction level, true damage that belonged to it, the rock dragon's prideful absolute reflective crystal shield shattered like fragile glass, cracking and exploding into pieces in less than half a second. True damage ignored all defense mechanisms. The rock dragon's throat was violently torn apart by the raging power. During this brief moment of stiffness, a figure clad in dark purple heavy armor tore through the breath light screen and scathed, charging out. Lin Ye moved like lightning, instantly closing in on the rock dragon's massive head. With his right fist clenched, the scarlet death light of blood god's judgment gathered frantically at the forefront of his punch. An additional real damage of 20 of his maximum health, combined with a full force strike of over 200 points of strength. Die for me. Lin Ye smashed his fist into the rock dragon's brow. Bang! A heavy explosion echoed in the cavern. The crystallized rock dragon let out its final desperate scream. Its massive dragon head shattered like a watermelon struck by a hammer. The huge crystallized body lost all signs of life and exploded from the inside. A stunning array of crystalline dust fell like a beautiful meteor shower. The abyssal boss was instantaneously killed. Amidst the ground covered in crystal powder, Lin Ye landed steadily and clapped his hands. The blood-colored shield on his surface showed no signs of weakening. Is this all it can do? It dares to call itself an abyss. Lin Ye curled his lips. The monster's flashy moves were merely self-harm. As soon as he finished speaking, above the empty ruins ahead, blue light gathered, and a gigantic notification panel radiating dazzling golden light appeared. Ding! The abyss difficulty eerie rock mine has been cleared. Clearing evaluation SSS level perfect suppression. Lin Ye raised his head, locking his gaze onto the golden panel. He took a deep breath, calming his turbulent energy. The ultimate settlement, bolstered by double critical hits, was finally about to arrive. It was time to cash in on this bowl of hard-earned soft rice. The cave was filled with a carpet of eerie blue crystal dust. The scorching airflow from the aftermath of the high-level earth magic explosion surged around. Lin Ye looked up, and the dazzling golden SSS settlement panel reflected in his pupils. The golden light illuminated his face, covered in dark purple armor. This was the advanced secret realm. It was the only way for all human practitioners to break free from the shackles of the novice period and reshape their physical foundation. The Abyss difficulty level 10 meant certain death, and correspondingly the rewards were naturally extraordinarily generous. Lin Ye's chest heaved as he awaited the arrival of the abyssal laws. A colossal, ancient, and unyielding force of rules crashed down from the depths of the void. This power disregarded the legendary armor on Lin Ye's body, heading straight for his limbs and bones. The golden panel floating in the air rippled like water, and rows of data, representing the rules of heaven and earth, gradually emerged. Class, unemployed, native, basic growth, all attributes, 1 level. Seeing this line of text, Lin Ye, there was a reason why the unemployed were looked down upon. Each level up only granted a pathetic 1 to all attributes lacking any class traits or innate bonuses. Such a panel would be unable to defeat even the lowest tier goblin. Immediately the might of the abyssal laws began to forcibly intervene. Ding. Detected completion of the Abyss difficulty advanced secret realm rewriting growth rules. Abyssal laws infusion complete. Congratulations, Challenger, you have received Abyss level attribute growth bonus. The data on the panel flickered violently. The originally meager numbers were forcibly erased by a dominating power re-engraving rows of brand new golden characters. Strength growth 2, Constitution growth 5, Agility growth 2, Spirit growth 1, Special correction Constitution, and health value conversion ratio adjusted from 110 to 115. This was the value of Abyss difficulty. It forcibly elevated the attribute growth of a useless unemployed to a level that could rival top-tier class practitioners from Longjing University, even pressing closely against S-class defense warriors in terms of constitution. The abyssal laws were about to be finalized, preparing to completely inscribe this data into Lin Ye's very bones. Ding! A crisp system notification sound abruptly exploded in Lin Ye's mind. A dark golden system prompt box appeared out of nowhere, forcefully covering the golden panel representing the world's rules in an extremely domineering manner. Detected that the host previously received assistance from the top-tier powerhouse, Su Wanqing, triggering settlement doubling buff. Detected that the host used the privilege quota obtained from Su Wanqing, triggering job change reward doubling buff. Double soft rice buff activated. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. This was the confidence behind his choice of Abyss difficulty. Snap! A crisp, shattering sound echoed within his consciousness. Under the forced distortion of the quadruple buff, the base values granted by the abyssal laws were instantly torn apart and reassembled. The data on the panel began to fluctuate wildly out of control. In a series of painfully grating friction sounds, the data froze into a set of astonishing values that could cause even the world's top talents to collapse. Final 4-dimensional attribute, growth stabilized, strength, growth 8, constitution, growth 20, agility, growth 8, spirit, growth 4, constitution, to health value ratio corrected to 160. Lin Ye looked at these numbers, feeling a sharp ache in his teeth. A single level constitution growth of 20 points combined with a 160 health ratio. This meant that for every level he gained in the future, even without any equipment, his bare health would directly surge by 1200 points. The health growth at level 1 was already significantly higher than that of those fragile second transformation classes outside. What kind of life did that fragile class have? It turned out that it was merely the health amount I had increased. Ding! The advancement barrier has been broken. With the last rule prompt dropping, the level 9 experience lock that had been tightly restricting Lin Ye within shattered with a resounding crash. Boom! A radiant beam of upgrade light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Ye entirely. Massive, pure magical energy surged into him, cleansing his limbs and bones with cracking sounds echoing deep within his skeleton. Successfully crossing into level 10. According to normal calculations, this upgrade would allocate attribute points based on the recently corrected 4-dimensional growth values. 8 points of strength, 20 points of constitution, 8 points of agility, and 4 points of spirit. This was already a divine treatment that ordinary people could hardly aspire to. Yet the system in Lin Ye's mind remained perpetually unreasonable. Ding! The system detected that the host's breakthrough upgrade was entirely arranged by Su Wanqing. Soft rice behavior determination successful. Congratulations, the host has received a soft rice critical hit bonus with additional growth of 10 to all attributes for this level. Lin Ye's eyes widened. Even upgrading and breaking through could be attributed to the wealthy woman's soft rice judgment. Boom! At the moment the notification sound fell, an overwhelming amount of data surged like a tide, crashing into Lin Ye's body without any reason. The 4-dimensional panel welcomed a frenzied surge. Strength 18. Agility 18. Constitution 30. Strength filled every inch of his muscles. Lin Ye moved his thoughts slightly, bringing up his attribute panel after advancement on his retina. Name: Lin Ye, unemployed, level 10, health 16800, mana 1210, strength 228, agility 228, constitution 140 Spirit 121. Looking down, 3 dark golden, shining god-level skills quietly lay in the skill bar. Holy Light Barrier god-level passive skill triggered by a fatal injury clears negative states and is absolutely invincible for 30 seconds, recovering 20 of the maximum health every second. Healing exceeding 100 converts into holy true damage, dealing indiscriminate strikes within a 10-meter range. Cooldown time 8 hours. Holy Thorn Protection god-level passive skill doubles maximum health. Forcibly reduces all types of damage by 30, ignores true damage penetration and execution effects, and converts 100 of the enemy's initial damage into true damage rebound. 1 chance to be immune to the next damage and double true damage rebound. Blood God Judgment god level active skill consumes 10 mana. Within 1 minute normal attacks deal an additional 20 of the maximum health as extra damage, with 100 of the damage converted into self-healing. When at full health excess, healing converts forcibly into a shield. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Bang, bang. Lin Ye clenched his fists, casually throwing 2 punches into the void ahead. The air was forcibly displaced by his rapidly contracting muscles, and a piercing explosive sound erupted from the tips of his fists, sending out visible white shock waves. This was merely the physical feedback brought about by his strength growth. What truly astonished Lin Ye was his terrifying health of 16,800 points. Health was the foundational engine for all his god-level skills. Blood God Judgment included an additional true damage of 20 of his maximum health. Now, as long as he activated his skill and threw a casual punch in addition to the physical damage from the panel, he would also deal an extra 3,360 points of true damage that ignored defense. The earlier Abyss Crystallized Rock Dragon had a total health of just over 10,000 at most. If that rock dragon were to resurrect and stand before him now, Lin Ye wouldn't even need to gamble on that 1 double damage rebound probability. He could simply charge in with 3 punches and smash its crystallized head to pieces. And with that perverse health conversion shield mechanism, after 1 punch, he would have an additional 3,000 points of blood-colored shield. Would the monster dare to come at him? Someone like Song Tianzi, who was exalted to the skies by Longjing University as an S-class hidden swordsman, would be grateful if he had even 1,000 health and over 100 attack power at level 10. In this Longjing University, or even across the entire Long Nation's new generation, Lin Ye had already possessed the absolute confidence to overturn the table. No matter how the outsiders sneered in the face of absolute numerical superiority, all schemes and mockery were utterly fragile. No showing off, no showing off. Lin Ye, who had just floated a bit, quickly returned to the ground. Revealing his strength would only attract the envy and wariness of countless forces with no benefits whatsoever. I still need to continue to lay low and comfortably enjoy soft rice. Continuing to carry the unemployed title, comfortably enjoying Su Wonking's soft rice and taking advantage of the system was the right path. This soft rice he was determined to enjoy. Ding. Basic settlement completed. Beginning to issue additional rewards for crossing the abyss difficulty. The system's voice interrupted Lin Ye's thoughts. He collected his thoughts, and his gaze instantly became fervent. He knew that this time in the abyss the reward he anticipated the most was finally coming. Skill bar, come to me quickly. Lin Ye stood upon the dark red obsidian ruins. In midair, the dazzling golden settlement panels suddenly shattered, transforming into countless fragments of light. The laws of the abyss rapidly contracted in the void. The severely compressed power of the rules stripped away all impurities, ultimately condensing into a fist-sized dark golden orb of light. The surface of the orb swirled with cryptic ancient runes. After quietly hovering for a few seconds, it transformed into a streak of flowing light darting straight toward Lin Ye's forehead. Lin Ye felt a warmth at his forehead as a cool energy surged along his central nerves, reaching deep into his consciousness. On his retina, the attribute panel automatically popped up and quickly refreshed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully broken the shackles of life tiers and gained an additional exclusive skill slot. Below the original 5 skill slots, accompanied by a flicker of faint light, the 6th empty slot adorned with a dark golden border was successfully opened. Lin Ye clenched his fist, feeling a sense of fulfillment emanating from his spiritual sea. For a professional, the number of skill slots directly determined the thickness of the tactical system and the margin of error in combat. Countless high-level professionals went bankrupt, entering various perilous secret realms, all in search of a slim chance to expand their skill slots. He had just reached level 10 and had obtained the core foundation that ordinary people dreamed of. Ding. Detected that you are currently in the settlement phase. The judgment mechanism has been activated. The system is forcibly intervening. The abyssal magic power surging in the air experienced a brief moment of stagnation. The power of the system forcefully interrupted the settlement process of the abyssal secret realm with absolute dominance. Invisible chains of rules penetrated the void, violently altering the underlying data framework of an extra skill slot reward. Lin Ye's body suddenly erupted with intense dark purple energy fluctuations. The skill tree panel within him emitted a creaking sound, unable to bear the burden before undergoing a fundamental transformation. The newly formed sixth dark golden skill slot began to tremble violently at its edges due to the tearing force of the system's might. A flash of blinding light passed, and the empty slot split to reveal another clear phantom. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. The light completely dissipated. Lin Ye stared intently at the panel on his retina. The 7th, 8th, and 9th slots appeared. A total of 4 new skill slots radiating a rich dark golden hue lined up in a row, steadily resting at the bottom of his line of sight. Including the initial 5, he now possessed a total of 9 skill slots. It should be noted that among the top-tier talents in their 4th year at Longjing University, possessing 6 skill slots was already a rarity. 80% of professionals would spend their entire lives without even qualifying to touch the threshold of 7 skill slots. He was only level 10, boasting 9 skill slots. With his divine talent, god of all traits, this meant he could freely combine 9 extraordinary skills to create an invincible panel that would instill despair in the entire world. Lin Ye took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. Eating soft rice not only fills the belly, but can also break the ceiling. Lin Ye murmured to himself, pride swelling fiercely in his chest. The expansion of the skill slots was complete. The interrupted laws of the abyss resumed their operation. Above the cave, large swaths of viscous dark purple magic began to gather frantically. The void was torn open by invisible blades, and a massive metal outline gradually became clear at the center of the magic storm. It was a heavy metal treasure chest, exuding an ancient abyssal aura. The surface of the treasure chest was engraved with totems of grotesque abyssal beasts. It detached from the void and quietly floated 3 meters directly in front of Lin Ye, carrying a heavy sense of oppression. A top-tier abyssal treasure chest. The ultimate reward that can only be obtained by completing the abyssal difficulty. However, at the very moment the chest fully formed and prepared to descend, ding, detected that the physical reward for settlement is being distributed. The dual soft rice buffs have been re-triggered. The system's judgment mechanism was extremely overbearing. The laws of the abyss enveloping the treasure chest didn't even have time to stabilize before being ruthlessly torn apart by the power of the system. The entire space distorted violently, emitting a piercing sound explosion. The power of the abyss was forcibly extracted from the void, coalescing into a new abyssal treasure chest. Crack, 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 accompanied by 3 crisp sounds of space fracturing. The hard obsidian ground was smashed to create several shallow pits with debris flying everywhere. 4 identical dark purple abyssal treasure chests lined up neatly in a row, landing heavily at Lin Ye's feet. Dark purple streams of light operated synchronously on the 4 chests. Lin Ye stepped forward and touched the cold metal surface of the leftmost chest with his finger. A line of appraisal information popped up. Item: abyssal secret treasure chest, quality unknown, depends on extraction results. Description: the final gift of the laws of the abyss. Upon opening, it will randomly extract any item from the current level's abyssal prize pool, including equipment, props, and skill books. This is a mechanism for random extraction akin to a blind box. Lin Ye withdrew his hand. The prize pool for abyssal difficulty was immensely vast, and even with the abyssal treasure chest, what one received was entirely based on luck. Some could extract artifacts that change fate, while others might only extract ordinary high-level materials. Since it was a probabilistic event, there was no need to gamble on elusive luck. Lin Ye's consciousness sank into his storage space. He flipped his wrist, and a palm-sized elongated ticket exuding a faint silver light appeared in his palm. Probability locking ticket. The effect of this special item was straightforward and brutal. Within 10 minutes after use, the success rate of a designated random probabilistic event would be forcibly locked at 100. Lin Ye held the ticket and brought it above one of the abyssal treasure chest's locks, preparing to forcibly lock in the ultimate item inside. As he approached, the edges of the ticket suddenly flickered with dense numerical codes. Immediately after, a translucent auxiliary option light curtain popped up along the ticket's edges, hovering in midair. A flurry of item names and their corresponding drop probabilities scrolled wildly on the list. Lin Ye's eyes brightened suddenly. This thing actually had a hidden usage. It was as if he had directly stripped the abyssal laws down to their very essence, allowing him to clearly see what level of items were hidden in this vast blind box prize pool, without blindly locking in. Lin Ye's gaze swept down to the very bottom of the list, which represented the benchmark of the prize pool. Abyssal Secret Silver or Core, Epic Level Material Drop Probability 35, Shadow Execution Blade, Epic Level Weapon Drop Probability 28, Judgment, Heavy Battle Axe, Epic Level Weapon Drop Probability 15. A row of items radiating deep purple light was arranged at the very bottom. Lin Ye's heart trembled violently. The minimum threshold for what could be opened from this abyssal treasure chest was actually all epic-level items. In the outside world, any epic-level item that surfaced would be enough to cause countless high-level professionals to clash for it. It truly lived up to the exceedingly harsh difficulty of the abyssal secret realm. Lin Ye suppressed his wildly pounding heart and did not linger too long at the bottom. His gaze quickly ascended along the densely packed drop list, crossing over large areas of deep purple epic-level regions. A multitude of items radiating blinding golden light entered his view. However, the drop probabilities for legendary-level items had already dropped below 5%. The higher he went, the more the probability values displayed a cliff-like decline, dwindling down to a pitiful fraction of a percent. Yet Lin Ye did not stop his ascent. Holding the rule-level external aid with a 100 success rate in his hand, mere legendary-level items could not satisfy his currently insatiable appetite. His gaze surpassed all the dazzling golden light, aiming straight for the very top of the list. Finally, Lin Ye's eyes were fixated at the pinnacle of the prize pool list. There was no longer the deep purple representing epic, nor the pure gold representing legendary. Instead, it was a line radiating 7-colored divine light, an independent entry surpassing the entire abyssal laws. This line of text flowed slowly on the virtual light curtain, exuding a vast aura that made one unable to resist the urge to bow in reverence. Within the ultimate prize pool of the abyssal treasure chest, there truly lay a divine-level item. Lin Ye's gaze was firmly locked onto the top of the floating light screen. There a line of text radiating 7-colored divine light quietly flowed. This line of text transcended all abyssal laws, representing the most untouchable absolute taboo and supreme reward within this prize pool. Without any hesitation, Lin Ye suddenly exerted strength with his 5 fingers. A faint cracking sound echoed in his palm. The lightly silver-glowing probability lock voucher was directly crushed. The silver ticket transformed into a complex stream of silver data. These streams of light traced a clear trajectory in midair, accurately drilling into the lock hole of the farthest left dark purple abyssal chest. The system's notification sound exploded in his mind. Ding! The item probability lock voucher has been activated. Target lock divine level prize pool item. The auxiliary light screen on his retina began to flicker violently. The 0.0001 drop rate data box that was originally marked behind the divine item at the top of the prize pool was forcibly erased by an invisible system rule. The underlying logic was brutally altered, and a new string of golden numbers floated onto the light screen: 100. Correspondingly, the drop rates of all other items instantly turned to 0. Lin Ye stepped forward, pressing his hands against the heavy metal chest lid, his arm muscles tensing as he abruptly lifted it. The heavy metallic friction echoed throughout the cave. A thick ancient book radiating a rainbow-like glow lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. The cover of the ancient book was forged from an unknown metal with no text on its surface, only intricate magical patterns slowly moving. The pressure from the divine item emanated from the ancient book. The violent earth-type magical power that had lingered in the cave from the earlier battle was instantly suppressed to nothing under this pressure. Lin Ye extended his fingertip to touch the metallic edge of the book's cover. A detailed skill panel immediately popped up on his retina. Skill book: magic shield, quality divine, level type active skill, no job restrictions, consumption magic points, deducted based on damage taken, effect upon activation, generates a shield composed entirely of pure magic points on the surface of the body. Each 1 point of magic can negate 5 points of all types of damage, including physical, magical, true damage, and rule-based lethal effects. The shield has no time limit until the caster actively cancels it or the magic points are completely exhausted. Lin Ye stared at the skill effect description on the panel, his gaze lingering on the line: forcefully negate 5 points of all types of damage for a long time. Conventional defensive skills usually have a conversion ratio for damage negation of at most 1 to 2, and typically come with a cooldown period of several minutes and a casting delay. The core mechanism of this magic shield is extremely brutal. It requires no preconditions, has no cooldown time, and directly elevates the conversion ratio to an astonishing 1 to 5. This is equivalent to providing practitioners of this skill with an additional layer of extremely thick blue armor. Lin Ye immediately thought of Su Wanqing. With her SSS level talent, her magical power reserves were vast, nearing the threshold of 30,000. However, the fragile physique of a mage is a common flaw. Su Wanqing's combat style has always relied on terrifying ice-type damage and control effects, using absolute attack to suppress everything. She had almost no dedicated means of self-preservation. Once faced with high-level assassins up close or monsters with defense-ignoring mechanisms, her situation could become extremely dangerous. This magic shield just happened to cover her fatal shortcoming. With Su Wanqing's current total magic points combined with this 1 to 5 negation ratio, As long as she activates this skill, she could gain an extra defensive health bar out of thin air. Moreover, in practical combat, a mage's magic points would continue to regenerate automatically. This means she would become a magical fortress with both high area output and absolute defense. This precious ticket that I've worked so hard to obtain must be well protected. Lin Ye whispered, flipping his wrist decisively to stow this invaluable divine skill book into his storage space. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the remaining 3 dark purple abyssal chests at his feet. The surfaces of these 3 chests still shimmered with the original dark purple magic light bestowed by the abyssal realm. Inside were the generous rewards belonging to those who conquered the abyss difficulty. Lin Ye raised his right hand, preparing to lift all of them in one go. Just as his fingertip was about to touch the lock of the second chest, his movement suddenly halted midair. Lin Ye retracted his hand, scanning back and forth between the 3 abyssal chests and the system panel on his retina. The system's judgment mechanism was very rigid and clear. As long as it was an act of eating soft rice, the system would forcibly intervene and provide a critical reward. If he were to directly open the chest himself now, then what he would obtain would be at most the original items randomly given by the abyssal laws according to the drop rates. Most likely a few pieces of epic-level equipment. With a stroke of luck, he might get legendary materials. The returns would indeed be considerable. However, this approach would not maximize the benefits. Lin Ye stroked his chin. A new operational idea rapidly formed in his mind. He did not need to open the chest himself. Instead, he would hand these 3 unopened abyssal blind boxes to Su Wanqing to open. With her personality, after obtaining high-level equipment, exquisite items, or rare skill books from inside. As long as the items had no specific job restrictions and would assist Lin Ye, she would undoubtedly pass them to him, without hesitation, advising him to use them well. Once Su Wanqing stuffed the spoil she had opened into his hands, accompanied by words of concern, the system's judgment conditions would be perfectly triggered. What level would ordinary epic level, or even legendary items become under the system's critical multiplier or quality leap? This is equivalent to using the original loot given by the abyssal laws as the base to leverage the system for higher level reinforcement rewards. This equates to having a free super enhancement on these 3 abyssal chests. Lin Ye couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. This was definitely a shortcut to maximize the benefits from the soft rice mechanism. After finalizing the plan, Lin Ye no longer hesitated. He willed it, and the 3 heavy abyssal chests on the ground instantly vanished, safely stored in his item bar. Then Lin Ye turned around and carefully inspected the battlefield of the underground cave. The massive crystalline rock dragon had completely disintegrated, leaving behind a ground covered in dim blue crystal powder that had lost its magical sheen, turning into a pile of worthless dust. The settlement of the abyssal realm was very clean and tidy. Aside from the chests extracted by the system, no high-value physical loot had been left behind. After confirming there were no mistakes, Lin Ye glanced at the time scale in the lower right corner of his retina. Since he stepped into the abyssal portal, less than 10 minutes had passed. In the outside world, based on the records of previous geniuses from Longjing University, challenging the advanced secret realms, the challengers should still be struggling against the first wave of mutated mining beasts at the periphery of the mine. It was impossible for anyone to reach the final guarding boss within 10 minutes, let alone complete the full settlement. Lin Ye looked towards the center of the cave. There on the obsidian ground, a portal radiating a stable blue light had fully condensed into shape. Lin Ye took a step forward, his battle boots crunching on the gravel with a dull sound. He strode towards the blue portal leading to the outside world. Outside the teleportation hall, in a circular plaza, the wind and snow had been forcefully dispelled, yet the temperature remained stubbornly below freezing. Su Wanqing sat cross-legged on the obsidian ground. The ice-blue robe she wore was coated with a fine layer of white frost, her gaze firmly fixed on the teleportation gate, pulsating with a scarlet glow. Even the rise and fall of her breath had become weak to the extreme. Thousands of teachers and students were driven to the edges of the plaza. The long wait caused the oppressive atmosphere to begin to change, giving rise to fragmented and restless murmurs among the crowd. A senior student wearing black-rimmed glasses looked down at the smart screen on his wristwatch. The screen displayed charts from the highly confidential database of Longjing University. It's been 10 minutes. The bespectacled student spoke in a low voice, turning the screen toward the surrounding freshmen. The record for the longest survival in the abyss difficulty of the Yuyan mine by high-level prodigies is 7 minutes and 42 seconds. The record holder was an S-level armored knight, and came out with all his equipment durability depleted. The nearby freshman huddled closer, staring at the glaring data. Lin Ye is a non-classed individual. Even with the epic-level equipment given by Senior Su, he won't last 3 seconds inside. Another senior spoke with certainty. He will definitely be torn to pieces by the mutated or beast the moment he steps into the mine. Why hasn't the gate collapsed yet? Someone questioned. When a challenger dies, the life anchor of the secret realm should immediately disintegrate the formation. The bespectacled student scoffed, tapping the screen with his finger. When the abyss secret realm opens, the chaotic energy released is immense. This energy inertia will forcibly maintain the formation's operation for a period. The gate not collapsing doesn't mean the people inside are still alive. This analysis, based on historical data, quickly spread among the crowd. Soon everyone accepted this fact. On the high steps, Vice President Jiang Fuhai frowned tightly. He turned to Principal Wang Changlin, who stood with his hands behind his back, and spoke in a low voice. Principal, we can't wait any longer. We must prepare to forcibly suppress Su Wanqing. Wang Changlin did not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the blood-colored gate. Wait a little longer. We can't wait any longer. Jiang Fuhai spoke urgently, raising his hand to bring up his academic terminal. You said Lin Ye's strength exceeded 100. It's been almost 10 minutes. He's most likely already. Jiang Fuhai glanced at Su Wanqing and moved closer to Wang Changlin again, lowering his voice. The mutated or beasts in the Yuyan mine all carry the spike reflection aura, which is a natural nemesis to pure physical damage professions. Lin Ye is a non-classed individual. Although his strength attributes are terrifyingly high, he lacks the high health support from physical constitution boosts. That terrifying strength exceeding 100 is an asset outside, but in the abyss difficulty of the secret realm, it's a death warrant. The epic level Earth Guardian set that Su Wanqing provided does indeed reduce reflection damage by 30. But that is far from enough. If he deals 200 points of damage with one punch, he will suffer over 100 points of reflection damage. With his fragile health pool, after 3 punches, he wouldn't even need the monsters to act. He would be crushed to death by his own damage. The several higher-ups in the academic office listened to this meticulous data analysis, shaking their heads and sighing. It was unclear whether they lamented Lin Ye the genius or pitted the equipment and potions he possessed. Academic Director Li Ming sighed deeply and shook his head. This brutal tactical analysis was conveyed word for word to the elite students and instructors below. The last shred of hope for a miracle was thoroughly crushed. Everyone's gaze towards the center of the teleportation hall changed completely. What was once jealousy and anger was now replaced by unreserved pity and certainty. To lose one's life while living off others' generosity is certainly the biggest joke since the founding of Longjing University. Buzz! Just at the moment when the entire crowd reached a consensus, the scarlet gate in the center of the hall suddenly underwent a violent transformation. The surface of the light curtain abruptly concaved inwards, then erupted like boiling water, rolling and twisting madly. The raging spatial turbulence surged out through the gaps of the light gate, violently impacting the obsidian formation below, causing it to flicker. The gate is going to collapse. The formation is disintegrating. The life anchor inside has completely vanished. A terrified scream erupted from the crowd. This was precisely the ultimate sign recorded in textbooks when a secret realm completely devours its challengers and the law's close. Su Wanqing, sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly stiffened. She slowly raised her head. In her ice-blue pupils, the rolling scarlet light was magnified infinitely. The last trace of hope deep in her eyes was crushed amidst the thunderous sound of spatial tearing. Crack, crack, crack. The extremely cold ice layers spread wildly from beneath her. Su Wanqing stood up. The uncontrollable extreme cold magic erupted at this moment with the most destructive force. The surrounding temperature directly pierced the lower limit of the temperature measurement formation. The obsidian ground could not withstand the erosion of absolute zero, emitting a piercing cracking sound, shattering inch by inch. The sky was instantly shrouded in heavy black ice clouds. A snowstorm capable of reaching the heavens rapidly formed around Su Wanqing. The storm was filled with countless thick ice spears several meters long, each one locking onto every individual in the plaza. Wanqing, stop! Wang Changlin's complexion changed drastically, and a vast amount of magic erupted from him in an attempt to suppress her. But Su Wanqing had nearly lost her sanity at this point, releasing her magic without reservation. If Wang Changlin forcibly suppressed her, the magic within her would completely go out of control. At that point, even if Su Wanqing did not die, her strength would be utterly destroyed. Die! Su Wanqing's lips moved slightly, uttering a word devoid of any warmth as her right hand slowly raised. Lin Ye was dead. It was these people who had forced his death. Then let them all accompany Lin Ye to the grave. The ice spears filled the sky, ready to unleash a wave of destruction. Oh, run. Senior sister has gone mad. She wants to massacre the school. The thousands of students on the outskirts were overwhelmed with fear, utterly collapsing in their mental defenses. Under the shadow of imminent death, they crawled and scrambled, frantically fleeing towards the tree-lined path at the edge of the plaza. Jiang Fuhai and the other higher-ups turned ashen, even their hands trembling violently as they reached for their weapons. just as the ice spears were about to rain down upon the crowd and the massacre was on the verge of unfolding buzz. The violently boiling scarlet light gate completely vanished. But Su Wangqing's hand raised in the air froze, and the ice spears poised to descend halted midair. The students frantically fleeing the scene also stopped, turning back to gaze incredulously at the spot where the teleportation gate had disappeared. Jiang Fuhai and Wang Chonglin were so excited they held their breath. Lin Ye walked out from the light gate. He was not wearing the epic-level Earth Guardian heavy armor, but was still in the casual clothes he had on when he entered. There were no wounds, no blood, not even a single hair was out of place. Lin Ye stood at the center of the formation, taking a deep breath of the cold air from the outside, and then raised his hand, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder. Cough, cough. Lin Ye curled his lips, his voice particularly clear in the dead silence of the plaza. It's quite dusty in this abyss. The entire place was dead silent. Even the sound of wind and snow had vanished. Thousands of eyes were fixated on the non-classed individual standing before the light gate, his demeanor as relaxed as if he had just taken a stroll in the backyard. Only one thought filled their minds: this is impossible. The square lay in silence. The wind hung motionless in the air. Countless ice spears, stripped of their magical support, instantly vaporized, transforming into large flakes of white frost that gently descended. The crimson hue in Su Wangqing's eyes rapidly faded, accompanied by a wave of extreme cold that surged toward the center of the teleportation hall. Bang! Su Wangqing heavily collided into Lin Ye's embrace. Her hands tightly wrapped around Lin Ye's waist, fingers interlocked, knuckles turning white from the strain. She pressed her cheek firmly against Lin Ye's chest, the steady and powerful sound of his heartbeat resonating. Su Wangqing's body trembled uncontrollably. She said nothing, greedily absorbing the aura emanating. Lin Ye immediately retracted the fierce aura he had exhibited when he smashed the boss in the cave. He slightly hunched his shoulders, bent his back, and gently wrapped his arms around Su Wangqing's back. Sister, watching him fine. Lin Ye lowered his voice, his tone infused with just the right amount of timidity and lingering fear. The monsters inside were enormous and terrifying. He lowered his head, resting his chin on Su Wangqing's shoulder. But with the gear you provided, I wasn't hurt. I just want to get out quickly to see you. Su Wangqing closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It's good that you're fine, she said hoarsely, as long as you come back. On the steps outside the teleportation array, Shin Yu let out a long sigh. She slumped onto the stone steps, raising her hand to wipe away the fine layer of cold sweat from her forehead. This kid really has a strong life. He actually walked out completely intact. As long as Lin Ye is alive, Su Wangqing won't go mad and slaughter the school. She has also saved her own life. However, her heart suddenly convulsed sharply. Earlier, to stabilize the nearly uncontrollable Su Wangqing, she had fabricated a lie that if Lin Ye came out alive, she would grant him 1,000 credits. 1,000 credits. Shin Yu gasped in pain, her vision blurring. It took her 3 years to save up such a meager amount. This bastard, the no-job, is an unmitigated vampire. Shin Yu's mood became extremely complicated in an instant. Outside the square, thousands of teachers and students finally regained their senses from the massive shock. The silence was shattered, and a tremendous buzzing sound surged into the sky. He actually didn't die? This is completely illogical. A monster of abyss difficulty can crush an unclassed person with just one blow. How could he possibly be unharmed? A senior student wearing glasses pointed at the teleportation array, raising his voice. Isn't it obvious? It must be that Senior Su gave him some extremely rare top-tier teleportation item. The senior student spoke with certainty, animatedly analyzing. With Senior Su's level of resources, she must have a top-tier scroll that triggers automatically when facing fatal attacks. Lin Ye must have hidden inside until he couldn't hold on any longer before teleporting out just to show off in front of us. This deduction immediately resonated widely. Exactly. This is the only truth. You scared me. Ooh, I thought the blank could really withstand an attack from an abyss monster. Using such a top-tier item to show off, he has truly taken living off others to a new level. The freshmen and seniors regained their cognitive balance, their shock quickly transforming into disdain and mockery. Inside the teleportation hall beside the array pattern, a staff member from the Academic Affairs Office approached with a special detection device. He needed to verify the spatial state to prevent the leakage of abyss energy. Energy threshold, stable abyss energy readings within safe limits. The staff member methodically completed the checks and casually opened the leaderboard for the secret realm of the Yuyuan mine. He originally intended to glance at the leaderboard as a routine task and then wrap up. But after just one look, the staff member's eyes nearly bulged out. This is impossible. Lin Ye actually cleared it. He exclaimed, his voice completely off-key, tinged with a cry. On the steps, Vice Principal Jiang Fuhai frowned, his expression discontented. What are you panicking about? If the equipment is broken, replace it with a spare. Shut down the array immediately. The staff member sat on the ground flustered, hastily syncing the secret realm clearing leaderboard onto the giant display screen at the center of the realm. Above the hall, the massive holographic screen suddenly lit up, the icy blue light illuminating In the center of the screen was a list. Yuyuan Mind clearing leaderboard abyss difficulty. Since the establishment of Longjing University, this list had always been conspicuously blank. But now at the top position, a glaring dark golden line appeared. 1. Cleared by Lin Ye, unclassed. Time taken 9 minutes and 57 seconds. 2. None. 3. None. Every word on the screen was painfully clear. In the noisy square, the sound was abruptly cut off by an invisible hand. The gazes of thousands of teachers and students were forcibly glued to the holographic screen suspended in midair. Someone raised their hand and slapped themselves hard, the crisp sound echoing in the silence. This was no dream. 9 minutes and 57 seconds. The top talents of Longjing University throughout its history, challenging monsters of nightmare difficulty, which is a notch lower than Abyss, took nearly an hour and 15 minutes at best. Now a universally acknowledged, unclassed individual. He actually cleared the entire secret realm in less than 10 minutes. The students who had been jeering and mocking held their breath, their worldview shattering into pieces at that moment. The glasses-wearing boy who had just insisted that Lin Ye had run away turned a deep shade of liver color, his knees buckling, collapsing directly to the ground. Everyone's brains completely malfunctioned. On the platform, Principal Wang Changlin's thermos slipped from his hand. Clang! The thermos crashed onto the stone steps, splattering hot tea onto his pant leg. Wang Changlin was oblivious, his eyes fixed on the number 9 minutes and 57 seconds, his chin's stubble trembling. He had indeed bet correctly. Lin Ye's hidden strength was beyond his expectations. Vice Principal Jiang Fuhai staggered back 2 steps, his back colliding heavily with the railing of the steps. His mind was thrown into chaos. Just 10 minutes ago, he had confidently analyzed this with the principal. The mutated mining beasts in the abyss all possessed a spike rebound aura. Lin Ye, as a pure physical unclassed individual with strength exceeding 100, without the support of vitality, wouldn't survive 3 punches inside. But now Lin Ye had actually cleared the secret realm without a scratch. What happened to the rebound? How could a strength of over 100 not cause a backlash? It couldn't have just vanished for no reason, right? The data on the screen struck Jiang Fuhai's face like a Jiang Fuhai breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot, the muscles in his face twitching uncontrollably. He pushed past the academic director Li Ming blocking his way and jumped directly off the steps. His shoes crushed the frosted bluestone slabs as Jiang Fuhai stormed towards the center of the array. Su Wanqing sensed the movement. She released Lin Ye, stepping aside to firmly shield him behind her. Icy blue magic rapidly gathered in her palm as she coldly stared at the approaching Jiang Fuhai, ready to strike at any moment. Jiang Fuhai completely ignored Su Wanqing's hostility, oblivious to the biting cold around him. He abruptly halted 2 steps in front of Su Wanqing. His gaze crossed over Su Wanqing's shoulder, fixating intensely on the seemingly harmless, unclassed individual who still wore a low brow and an innocent expression. Jiang Fuhai's chest heaved violently, his voice trembling. You? Jiang Fuhai pointed at Lin Ye, speaking rapidly. How did you clear the abyss secret realm in 10 minutes? Jiang Fuhai's eyes were bloodshot and the muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. How did you breach the abyss secret realm in just 10 minutes? Lin Ye's body shuddered violently. He quickly shrank his shoulders, his eyes filled with terror, and stumbled backwards, skillfully hiding behind Su Wanqing. The chill in Su Wanqing's eyes exploded in an instant, and the icy blue magic in her palm surged violently. A tangible stream of extreme cold swept across the ground. The obsidian floor instantly crystallized with thick frost. Jiang Fuhai was the first to bear the brunt, shivering from the violent cold. Wang Changlin hurried down the steps, closely followed by the academic director Li Ming. Watching "Don't act," Wang Changlin raised his hand to disperse the remaining ice spikes in the air, his tone softening. Principal Jiang is also concerned but flustered. No one has cleared the abyss secret realm, which is a significant matter for Longjing University and even the entire Long Kingdom. Thousands of teachers and students in the audience fixed their eyes on the center of the array. Everyone held their breath, straining to hear the truth that could overturn their understanding. Su Wanqing coldly glanced at Jiang Fuhai, then turned back to grasp Lin Ye's hand, pulling him out from behind her. Don't be afraid, she said gently, just speak honestly. With me here, no one can harm you. Lin Ye lowered his head, nervously twisting the hem of his clothes. After a moment to collect his emotions, he looked up, his eyes glistening with just the right amount of moisture. I don't know what happened either, Lin Ye said, his voice hoarse and tinged with grievance. As soon as I passed through the teleportation gate, a huge red warning box popped up in that secret realm. A warning box? What did it say? Wang Changlin's gaze sharpened. It said that the challenger was an unclassed individual and the panel attributes did not meet the minimum carrying standard for the abyss. Lin Ye blinked innocently and continued. Then the system prompted that a special challenger had been detected, activating the dynamic difficulty adjustment mechanism. At this, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. Dynamic difficulty adjustment. Zhang Fuhai's eyes widened, his voice rising by 8 degrees. Yes, Lin Ye nodded vigorously. Before I could react, the mutated mind beasts in the tunnel, which were originally quite large, shrank in a flash of light. The earthy yellow damage reflection aura on them even disappeared, as if they no longer had that skill. Lin Ye said, raising his hand to illustrate the height. Those monsters became weaker than the goblins in the novice secret realm. The students watching exchanged glances. The higher-ups in the academic office were taken aback, their expressions grave as they whispered among themselves. This doesn't make sense at all. But the fact that he cleared the secret realm is undeniable. Besides this reason, I can't think of any other explanation, one said. Since the arrival of the professional system, no unclassed individuals have ever entered an abyss difficulty secret realm. What Lin Ye described might not be impossible. Wang Chonglin furrowed his brow, stroking his beard thoughtfully. The Tao has 50 and the heavens have 49. Wang Chonglin pondered for a moment, his tone deepening. Unclassed individuals are deprived of job bonuses, so perhaps within the underlying logic of this secret realm there truly exists a compensatory difficulty self-adaptation baseline. Listening to the principal's analysis, Zhang Fuhai felt extremely stifled. Even if the minor monsters were weakened, Zhang Fuhai glared at Lin Ye. Clearing a novice secret realm surely takes more than just 10 minutes, right? Even if the guarding crystallized rock dragon was weakened, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. How did you handle its full-screen spike attack and absolute damage reflection crystal shield? Lin Ye's lips curled into a mysterious arc as the main event approached. He turned around and gazed affectionately and softly at Su Wanqing. That's all thanks to Sister Wanqing, Lin Ye said, filled with gratitude and pride. That rock dragon, although it also shrank, was indeed still a bit tough. But it's okay, I had the supreme equipment and potions that Sister Wanqing gave me. Lin Ye began counting on his fingers. The high-level strength potion and constitution potion significantly boosted my base attributes. Furthermore, I was wearing this top-tier anti-reflection armor that Sister Wanqing gave me, so I was able to withstand the boss's skills and defeat it. I described the non-existent battle scene. The equipment Sister Wanqing chose was too powerful. The monster's damage reflection didn't hurt me at all. When it used ground spikes, I just took a high-level recovery potion to endure it. When it activated the crystal shield, I relied on the potions to sustain myself against it. In the end, I grounded down. Lin Ye grasped Su Wanqing's hand tightly. Sister Wanqing, without this divine armor you helped me get, I would have surely died in there. This 10-minute clearing record is entirely your credit. Every word was heartfelt, perfectly portraying the image of a man relying on someone else with a touch of. The thousands of students in the audience felt their eyes welling up at these words. Damn, using high-tier potions like water. Is this even human? Wearing epic gear to bully weakened monsters. Is this called clearing a realm? This reliance is utterly unreasonable. That's my credit. Voices of extreme dissatisfaction and anger erupted from the crowd. Everyone was nearly driven mad with jealousy, yet felt helpless. Wang Chonglin, Li Ming, and the other high-ranking officials had their facial muscles twitching, treating precious high-level potions like water, using epic armor to output without moving, plus an unheard-of, unclassed individual weakening mechanism. Extremely absurd, yet in the face of unclassed data with no precedents, this explanation laden with the scent of money surprisingly formed a perfect logical loop. Zhang Fuhai opened his mouth, unable to utter a word for a long time. He found that he couldn't find any flaws to refute this shameless explanation. Ultimately, he could only force himself to accept this blood-boiling truth. A shocking abyss miracle that reverberated throughout the school was ruthlessly packaged by Lin Ye as a cash ability clearing show. Su Wanqing, held by Lin Ye in public, felt her softest spot struck deeply by the words that credited her. She grasped Lin Ye's hand back, her gaze softer than ever. As long as Lin Ye was safe, it mattered more than any clearing record. Thousands of eyes filled with jealousy, frustration, and speechlessness were fixed on Lin Ye. Lin Ye enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention, with no one doubting his true power. By the way, Sister Wanqing, he said, releasing her hand and delving into his item bar. After that shrunk rock dragon died, it dropped the chest. I found something good inside. Under the gaze of many who wished to kill him, Lin Ye turned his wrist, retrieving a hefty ancient tome made of beast skin from the item bar. The moment the tome appeared, a strange wave rippled out. On the surface of the cover, a dazzling 7-colored halo flowed, slowly piercing the eyes of everyone. The colorful halo slowly swirled on the heavy cover of the ancient beast skin tome. An ancient and vast special fluctuation radiated from Lin Ye, rippling through the surrounding air. The once boisterous circular square filled with discussions about Lin Ye's outrageous claims of money ability completion fell silent in an instant. The wind and snow had long been dispelled, and even the sound of breathing was forcibly paused by this halo. Thousands of gazes were fixed intensely on the ancient tome in Lin Ye's hands. After a brief moment of stillness, the crowd erupted in a wave of astonished exclamations. What is that glowing thing? Equipment? Or a skill book? A freshman carrying a giant sword craned his neck, his face filled with confusion. Beside him, an upperclassman wearing black-framed glasses pushed up the bridge of his nose, his tone betraying a hint of envy. I've never seen such a light effect. It's highly likely some exclusive specialty from the Abyss secret realm or an extremely rare legendary crafting material. Legendary material. This white bard's luck is just too good. Someone said, jealousy burning in their eyes. Just opening a chest could yield top-tier items. Limited by their level of understanding, these ordinary students had never encountered information about divine-level items. They could only speculate on that dazzling, colorful halo using the highest quality they could comprehend. However, the situation on the steps was entirely different. Vice Principal Zhang Fuhai and Academic Director Li Ming stood before the stone railing, their expressions frozen at the moment the colorful halo appeared. A layer of fine cold sweat broke out on Zhang Fuhai's forehead, his pupils suddenly constricting. Li Ming clenched the blue stone railing tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. High-level professionals had a keen sensitivity to energy, and the vast fluctuation rippling out directly surpassed their understanding of legendary limits. It was an aura completely beyond the conventional quality dimension. In the center of the formation, Lin Ye held the heavy beast skin tome with both hands, stepping forward amidst thousands of murderous gazes. He extended the ancient tome towards Su Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, Lin Ye said, slightly raising his head, his gaze clear and sincere. He kept his voice at a moderate volume, just loud enough for those around him to hear. As I mentioned earlier, without the potion and the epic armor you provided, I wouldn't even have touched the entrance to that cave and would have been torn apart by the mining beasts long ago. Lin Ye shook the ancient tome in his hand. This is the skill book dropped after the shrinking rock dragon was slain. I'm an unoccupied person, and this thing has no value in my hands. He looked at Su Wanqing, his tone very firm. It was obtained through the resources you sacrificed, so it should be entirely up to you how to deal with it. The surrounding students listened, their teeth biting together with a creaking sound. To speak so earnestly of living off others like this, his audacity was comparable to a city wall's corner. Su Wanqing lowered her gaze, looking at the ancient tome presented to her chest. She gently shook her head. This is your hard-won trophy, Su Wanqing said softly. Keep it for yourself, or whether you exchange it for credits or trade it for some life-saving items, I don't need it. Lin Ye did not withdraw his hand. He stepped forward directly, taking Su Wanqing's right hand and forcefully placing the ancient tome into her palm. Su Wanqing instinctively extended her fingers. The moment her fingertips touched the metallic edge of the tome, the pressure belonging to divine-level items erupted from within the beast skin tome without reservation. This pressure bore no aggression, yet it contained a level of suppression that made the soul tremble. But within a 10-meter radius, the frost crystals left on the obsidian ground from Su Wanqing's earlier outburst were instantly shattered into extremely fine white powder by this invisible pressure. The ice crystal powder was swept up by the airflow suspended in midair. At the same moment the pressure was fully released, detailed panel information about the tome automatically popped up on Su Wanqing's retina. Skill book, magic shield quality, divine type, active skill, mage class effect, generates a magic shield upon activation. A 1 point of magic can forcibly negate 5 points of all types of damage. Su Wanqing's gaze swept over the lines of dark golden text. Her usually cold demeanor unchanging in the face of any crisis, completely unraveled at that moment. Her ice blue pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Su Wanqing's breathing became markedly erratic, her chest heaving violently. Divine level. An absolute defensive skill that negates 5 points of all types of damage for 1 point of magic. The nearest principal, Wang Changlin, stared fixedly at the item in Lin Ye's hands. When the pure power of rules completely unfolded, he finally confirmed the source of that aura. Wang Changlin suddenly took a large step forward, directly crossing Zhang Fuhai and Li Ming. His eyes widened, fixated on the ancient tome in Su Wanqing's hands, his beard standing on end. A divine-level skill book. Wang Changlin completely lost the composed demeanor expected of the principal of Longjing University. These 5 words detonated right at the center of the square. The expressions of the surrounding thousands of teachers and students, filled with envy, ridicule, and jealousy, collectively froze in a very short time. Everyone's expressions turned into a unified petrification. Only heavy breathing was left in the square. Their brains could not handle the vast information represented by the term divine level, and their thoughts completely crashed. On the steps, Zhang Fuhai and Li Ming felt as though struck by lightning. Jiang Fuhai's mouth fell open, his gaze darting back and forth between Su Wanqing and the tome. As the vice principal of Longjing University, he instantly calculated the terrifying value behind this skill book based on his years of battle experience. Su Wanqing was an SS-level ice mage, and her most terrifying aspect lay in her nearly unfathomable reserve of magical power. Her only shortcoming was the common flaw of mages: weak defense. This divine skill with no class restrictions was practically tailor-made for her. Once Su Wanqing learned this skill book, her immense magical power would transform into the most indestructible absolute barrier. It would directly fill her last fatal shortcoming, achieving a perfect loop of offense and defense. Jiang Fuhai felt a wave of dizziness. Such a divine item, if even a hint of it were to be revealed in the entire Dragon Kingdom, would be enough to rip the veils off those top financial groups and ancient families hiding in the shadows, unleashing a nationwide bloodbath. And now Lin Ye, an unoccupied person, treated this priceless treasure as though it were a common cabbage, casually handing it to Su Wanqing. In name, it was merely a gesture of thanks for a training practice. A sense of absurdity rose in the hearts of Jiang Fuhai and the other high-ranking officials, their worldview completely shattered. The gazes around gradually shifted from stupor to extreme distortion, shock, and frenzied jealousy. Those gazes converged, filling the air with a mad scent of envy. Su Wanqing stood still. She felt the weight of the ancient tome heavy as 1,000 pounds in her hands. The last trace of her rational defense was utterly shattered by Lin Ye's unreasonable thanks. Su Wanqing did not pay attention to the frenzied eyes around her, nor did she care for Principal Wang Changlin's anxious fidgeting due to extreme loss of composure. She closed her fingers tightly, gripping the divine-level skill book, emanating a colorful halo against her chest. Then Su Wanqing lifted her gaze, silently staring at Lin Ye. In her ice-blue eyes, all defenses and hostility faded away, filled with unreserved extreme tenderness and emotion. She met Lin Ye's gentle gaze and took the initiative to kiss him. Su Wanqing closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Lin Ye's neck, her soft lips pressed against him. Lin Ye instinctively gathered his arms, holding her tightly. The crowd erupted in chaos. Thousands of boys gasped in unison, followed by an unending wail of despair. Some thumped their thighs while others ground their molars audibly. Why should he? A freshman carrying a heavy sword slammed the hilt, shouting at the top of his lungs he was inside spending money and using drugs to clear the levels, and now a SS-level goddess is throwing herself at him. This is too outrageous. This world has gone mad. Clearing the levels is one thing, but flaunting it in front of the entire school is unacceptable. I'll report him. The sour taste of jealousy fermented violently in the air, almost overturning the clouds above the square. However, the atmosphere on the steps was completely different. Jiang Fuhai, Li Ming, and several older students from influential families did not even glance at the couple in each other's embrace. They were fixated on the ancient beastskin book in Su Wanqing's hands. The book's cover shimmered with a colorful aura, emanating an ancient and vast wave of energy. A divine skill book. This treasure could stir up a storm of blood and chaos if exposed to the outside world. Jiang Fuhai breathed heavily, his throat convulsing. He leaned forward, slightly unable to resist the urge. Li Ming was fidgeting, his eyes bloodshot, greed clearly written on his face. Lin Ye's gaze passed over Su Wanqing's shoulder, clearly observing the urgency in Jiang Fuhai and the others. A common man is guilty of possessing a treasure. An old fox like Jiang Fuhai would undoubtedly find 1,000 lofty reasons to seize the object. Lin Ye patted Su Wanqing on the back. She let go of him, her face tinged with a hint of red. Lin Ye scratched his head, shrugging his shoulders, feigning ignorance of the tense atmosphere, and pointed at the ancient book. Sister Wanqing, you should learn it quickly. He lowered his voice, his tone revealing his unease. It's strange to just hold on to it like this. This remark reached the steps, turning Jiang Fuhai's face as dark as a pot bottom. Wait! Jiang Fuhai shouted loudly. He took 2 steps down the stairs, pointing at the book in Su Wanqing's hands. Student Su, you cannot move that book. He assumed the authority of the vice principal, adopting a stern expression and exuding the usual intimidation. This is a divine item. It has surpassed the scope of personal loot. It concerns the strategic reserves of the entire Longjing University and even the whole Long Kingdom. Li Ming quickly chimed in yes. According to the Long Kingdom's high-level resource management regulations, such divine items must first be handed over to the academic office. We need to conduct a confidential assessment and keep records. Li Ming stepped down the stairs, adopting a serious tone. You must give it to me first. The school will definitely not treat you unfairly and will provide you with top-tier compensation and other resources. Holding on to it yourself will only bring you trouble. A series of heavy-handed arguments piled up. Their intentions were clear. Under the guise of the school and the nation, they aimed to deceive the divine skill book into their hands, leaving the distribution to be decided by the higher-ups. Lin Ye lowered his head, intertwining his fingers, performing his fear convincingly. Sister Wanqingjiang principal is right, why don't we just hand it over? Lin Ye's voice was timid. I don't want you to offend the school leaders over a book. There are too many of them, and we can't afford to provoke them. The more he shrank back, the more Su Wanqing's protective temper flared up. Su Wanqing turned her head, coldly staring at Jiang Fuhai and Li Ming. A layer of extreme cold spread across the obsidian ground. The crackling sound echoed, the chill pressing down on Jiang Fuhai's toes. Jiang Fuhai shivered, forced to stop in his tracks. Hand it over. Su Wanqing's voice remained devoid of fluctuations. This is something Lin Ye gave me. My thing is not for you to dictate. She didn't even glance at Jiang Fuhai's hand reaching out in midair, directly lowering her head to flip open the cover of the ancient book. Learn. The colorful aura on the book's surface erupted violently. The blinding light converged into a thick stream of data, all of which surged into Su Wanqing's brow. The thick beast-skin ancient book lost its luster, the pages beginning to disintegrate inch by inch from the edges. A gust of wind swept by, and the ancient book turned to ashes, falling like dust through Su Wanqing's fingers. Jiang Fuhai's outstretched hand froze in midair. His face twitched, his features contorted in discomfort, more painful than eating a dead fly. Li Ming's legs gave way, his back crashing heavily against the stone railing, tears swirling in his eyes. That was the closest he had ever been to a divine skill in his lifetime. Several descendants of noble families turned pale, some painfully clutching their heads. It was gone. A divine skill book that could change the fate of their families was completely consumed right before their eyes. Lin Ye stood on the side, watching the high-ranking individuals make fools of themselves, stifling a laugh. The slaps sounded loud and crisp, truly satisfying to watch. Su Wanqing's magical energy surged to a new level. A nearly transparent ice-blue energy membrane flashed around her. That was the divine skill magic shield. Supported by her massive mana, this shield became the most solid fortress at this stage, completely compensating for the mage's fragile physique. Su Wanqing dissipated the extreme cold aura around her. She turned around, not even sparing a glance at the mournful school leaders. She raised her eyes to search the crowd, finally looking towards the shadow at the edge of the steps. Shen Yu was pressed against the stone railing, wishing she could shrink into the ground. Shen Yu, as Su Wanqing called out. Her voice wasn't loud, but the square was silent, and the two words clearly reached everyone's ears. Shen Yu froze in place, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Su Wanqing stared at her, her tone flat. If I remember correctly, you made a bet with Lin Ye before. You said that as long as he made it out of the secret realm alive, you would give him 1,000 credits. Su Wanqing stepped aside, revealing the unharmed Lin Ye. He is now standing here fine. When are you planning to transfer that 1,000 credits? 1,000 credits. Those 4 words weighed heavily on Shen Yu's mind. She had saved up this little fortune over 3 years of frugality. If she gave it all to Lin Ye, she wouldn't be able to afford potions for dungeon runs in the coming months. Watching, we are good friends. Shen Yu chuckled awkwardly. That bet was just a joke to lighten the mood. Su Wanqing's expression turned cold. The credits that Lin Ye earned with his life cannot be shortchanged by a penny. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Shen Yu was completely panicked. Damn, do you have any conscience? You forget your friend once you have a man. A mass of dark shadow magic erupted beneath Shen Yu's feet. I have no money, but I have a life to spare. Shen Yu shouted, activating her stealth skill. Her body transformed into a distorted shadow, fleeing rapidly along the ground. In less than 2 seconds, she escaped the square, disappearing without a trace. Lin Ye watched the fleeing black light, quickly piecing together the events that had transpired. Sister Wanqing, hurry, and chase her, we can't let that deadbeat get away. Lin Ye's words elicited a light laugh from Su Wanqing. She did not pursue Shen Yu. Once an assassin makes a swift escape, no one can stop them. Su Wanqing firmly grasped Lin Ye's wrist, ignoring the greedy and reluctant gazes of Jiang Fuhai and others on the steps, as well as the bloodthirsty stares of thousands of students and faculty around them. The two of them walked side by side through the crowd, directly leaving the teleportation hall of the secret realm, heading towards the lakeside villa within Longjing University. Only when their figures completely vanished at the end of the tree-lined path did the suffocating pressure in the square truly dissipate. The lakeside villa. As Lin Ye and Su Wanqing stepped into the house, a very faint ripple of dark magical energy stirred in the shadow of a huge money tree in the corner of the living room. Shen Yu was crouched against the wall, hugging her knees. 1,000 credits. Those 4 words felt like 4 knives stabbing into her heart, still stirring painfully. She had indeed run away just now, but halfway through, her overwhelming curiosity yanked her back. How exactly did Lin Ye break through the abyss? That undocumented difficulty adaptive weakening mechanism sounded so plausible that even the principal believed it. But Shen Yu was prejudiced against Lin Ye, as she did not trust a single word he said. She had to dig up Lin Ye's background. Taking advantage of Su Wangqing's distraction of the police, she sneaked back, using shadow stealth planning to hide and eavesdrop for the truth. Click. The villa's main door locked. Su Wangqing turned around, and the cold, imposing aura that had dominated the scene outside instantly crumbled. She yanked Lin Ye's collar and forcefully pushed him onto the soft leather sofa. Don't move. Su Wangqing's voice tightened as her hands urgently pulled at Lin Ye's outer coat. You need to take off the lining so I can check for any hidden injuries. Lin Ye lay back in response, raising his hands above his head in full cooperation. I'm really fine. Lin Ye's tone was gentle. Sister, watching the gear you chose is too strong. The monster couldn't break through it all. Clothes were being stripped off one by one. Su Wangqing's fair fingers carefully roamed over Lin Ye's solid muscles inch by inch, searching for traces of lingering magical energy. There were no bruises, no internal injuries, not even a hint of blood surging. Su Wangqing's heart, which had been suspended in her throat, finally settled. Her tense nerves relaxed, and she melted against Lin Ye. Do you know how scared I was outside? Su Wangqing's eyes were reddened. I know. Lin Ye wrapped his arms around Su Wangqing's waist, his palms sliding under her robe, his fingers skillfully unfastening the inner clasps. Su Wangqing's body stiffened suddenly, and her breath quickly became hot and rapid. The two of them rolled together on the sofa, their clothes flying to the carpet one by one. Hiding behind the money tree, Shin Yu was dumbfounded. Lin Ye, you scoundrel, why is your mind filled with such filthy thoughts? She crouched in the shadows, covering her eyes with her hands, but her fingers involuntarily opened. Shin Yu wanted to escape, but the intertwining warmth and ambiguous sounds in the air made her legs feel as heavy as lead. Her mind was filled with the image of those two entangled bodies, leaving her too weak to take a step. All she could do was squat in the corner once again, watching the live broadcast. 2 hours later. I can't take it anymore. Lin Ye, stop. Su Wangqing's voice had gone completely hoarse, tinged with a thick sob. She weakly pushed against Lin Ye's solid chest, her originally fair skin now flushed a ripe pink. Only then did Lin Ye reluctantly cease his movements. Shin Yu, hiding behind the potted plant, gaped, her worldview shattered. This is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. Su Wangqing is a peak second-order mage. Even if she didn't specifically work on her physique, having undergone the baptism of 2 advancements, her physical foundation was not something a mere level 10 beginner could compare to. But the reality is that a level 10 novice could actually exhaust a peak second order into begging for mercy. This bastard must have some hidden attribute enhancement methods. Shin Yu's back teeth ground together. What adaptive weakening of abyss difficulty nonsense, it was all bullshit. She seriously suspected that Lin Ye had passed the abyss secret realm relying on hidden high attributes. On the sofa, the aftershocks gradually subsided. Su Wangqing curled up like a docile cat in Lin Ye's arms, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on his chest. By the way, Su Wangqing spoke softly. You've cleared the abyss secret realm, so you should have successfully received a skill slot reward, right? Lin Ye played with Su Wangqing's long hair. Yes, 4 of them. Su Wangqing's fingers froze, and she suddenly looked up at Lin Ye in disbelief. How many? 4. Lin Ye maintained a calm expression, his tone innocent. The system said it detected that I am an undocumented individual with no class talent bonus, so it triggered a compensation mechanism and gave me 4 skill slots all at once. Su Wangqing was stunned. A few seconds later, her face erupted with extreme joy. 9. With the initial 5, you now have 9 skill slots. Su Wangqing excitedly hugged Lin Ye's neck. Even if you don't have class traits, as long as you fill 9 premium passives, your strength will definitely not be inferior to those top talents. Su Wangqing had no doubts about Lin Ye's words. Undocumented individuals are indeed the outcasts of the world. The abyss laws providing such compensation made perfect logical sense. Lin Ye saw that Su Wangqing had no doubts about him and couldn't help but marvel at how useful the undocumented excuse was. Meanwhile, Shin Yu in the shadows nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. Compensation mechanism. Are you kidding me? She had fought tooth and nail to challenge the nightmare difficulty advancement secret realm, and she still only had 8 skill slots. This brat went in and got a free meal, and now he directly has 9. Shin Yu's jealousy over Lin Ye's number of skill slots twisted her face. Lin Ye ignored Su Wangqing's excitement. He reached for a robe and draped it over her, then put on his own clothes. It's not over yet. Lin Ye turned to sit up, his mind sinking into the storage space. Bang! 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 3 muffled thuds rang out. 3 heavy metal chests, entirely dark purple, with menacing totem carvings on the surface, lined up in a row and crashed into the center of the living room. An intense, ancient abyss aura instantly filled the entire first floor of the villa. The ecstasy on Su Wangqing's face instantly froze as she stared at the 3 massive chests emanating purple light on the ground, her mind going momentarily blank. Abyss chests. The ultimate reward that can only be obtained by clearing the abyss difficulty secret realm. Sister Wangqing, these are the remaining chests from clearing. Lin Ye pushed the chest towards Su, watching his tone assertive. I opened one divine-level skill book, used up all my luck, so he'll let you open these 3 chests. Su Wangqing's flushed face had yet to fade completely as she fixed her gaze on the 3 massive entities radiating purple light on the ground. Her ice-blue pupils contracted slightly, and her mind experienced an extremely brief moment of blankness. Along with the divine-level magic shield in the square, this was already the 4th abyss reward. Under normal circumstances, clearing the abyss would yield at most 1 treasure chest. Su Wangqing turned to Lin Ye, her tone filled with confusion. How do you have 4? Lin Ye tugged at his slipping collar, his expression unchanged. He had long prepared a foolproof explanation. I'm puzzled too. Lin Ye shrugged innocently. The system stated that it detected the clearer status as unclassed with no occupational talents or panel bonuses, resulting in a significantly low survival rate for the future. Lin Ye was earnestly spouting nonsense. This triggered the unclassed low insurance mechanism, which multiplied the drop by 4. In the corner of the living room beneath the massive shadow of a money tree, Xinyu squatted on the ground with her arms wrapped around her knees, her back teeth grinding in fury upon hearing this. Low insurance mechanism. What humanitarian concern nonsense. She had fought valiantly through the nightmare realm, nearly having her intestines ripped out by monsters, yet she had never seen any rewards. A whiteboard relying on others to clear the stage had somehow received 4 chests of low insurance. When did the Abyss realm become so generous? Yet Su Wangqing had no doubts. The unclassed were indeed discarded by the heavens. The Abyss rules providing such compensation mechanisms made perfect sense logically. Sister Wangqing, I probably won't go into the Abyss again in my lifetime. Lin Ye pushed the 3 treasure chests closer to Su Wangqing's feet. These 3 chests are all for you. Your luck is good, you should open them. Su Wangqing immediately shook her head. You risked your life for this. Her voice was soft, yet her tone was firm. That divine-level skill book is already enough. You should open these treasure chests yourself. Lin Ye, upon hearing this, immediately reclined on the sofa, kicking his legs up. I'm a whiteboard, and my luck has been exhausted. There's no way I can get anything good. Lin Ye began to play the fool, his tone carrying a strong hint of a bachelor vibe. I don't care if it's a gift to you. Once something is given away, it shouldn't be taken back. He turned his head, looking at Su Wangqing with longing. If you don't want them, just let them gather dust. Here is a coffee table. Xinyu in the corner widened her eyes. These are Abyss treasure chests. Even if the lowest tier epic materials were obtained, it would be enough to buy an entire building in the center of Jiang City. 3 Abyss treasure chests, and this kid didn't even blink as he said he would gift them. A crack appeared in Shun Yu's rigid impression of Lin Ye. It seemed this guy wasn't purely out to siphon off Wangqing. Being able to casually toss away such wealth at least proved he was not an insatiable parasite. Could it be that he was truly just an incredibly lucky guy, wholeheartedly devoted to Wangqing? Su Wangqing watched Lin Ye lounging on the sofa, her heart softened beyond measure. Unable to resist Lin Ye, she could only sigh and walk over to the first Abyss treasure chest. It's a deal. If what comes out is useful to you, you must accept it. Su Wangqing laid down the condition. I'll listen to Sister Wangqing. Lin Ye replied incredibly readily. This was the effect he wanted. Opening the chest himself would yield only 1 original drop. By allowing Su Wangqing to open the chest, and then feeding back the items based on her needs, they could perfectly trigger the system's gifting judgment and extract system rewards. I really am a little genius. Su Wangqing reached for the lock of the first treasure chest and forcefully lifted the lid. A heavy metallic scraping sound echoed. A rich dark purple light spilled from the bottom of the chest. A giant vine root pulsating with a crimson light and resembling a heart lay quietly inside. A faint smell of blood immediately filled the surrounding air. Su Wangqing picked up the root, and a light curtain appeared before her eyes. Abyss blood heart vine epic material. Good stuff. Su Wangqing's eyes brightened. This is the core material for crafting the advanced boiling blood potion. Consuming it can permanently enhance physical constitution and health limits. She carefully stored the blood heart vine into her storage space and turned to Lin Ye. Tomorrow I'll visit the Alchemy Institute at Longjing University to find a few grandmasters to refine this into a potion. At that time your health will increase significantly and the safety of your skills will also improve. Wow, Sister Wangqing is amazing. Lin Ye clapped in approval. Once Su Wangqing made the potion and stuffed it into his mouth, that would be when the system rewards would arrive. Su Wangqing walked to the second treasure chest and opened the lid following the same procedure. A thin skill book lay at the bottom of the chest. Su Wangqing frowned slightly and glanced at the skill book. Skill book Shadow Step Quality Epic Effect consumes 50 mana points to teleport up to 5 meters in the specified direction. Cooldown time 5 minutes. In the corner, Shun Yu glared enviously, recalling how much effort she had put into obtaining this skill book back in the day. This kid Lin Ye surprisingly got it at just the first level. Su Wangqing simply took a glance and directly stuffed the skill book into Lin Ye's arms. A displacement skill, although the distance is only 5 meters, it can save your life in dangerous situations. Lin Ye's fingers just touched the blue skill book. In his mind, a crisp electronic sound rang out as expected. Ding. Detected that Su Wanxing is gifting the host a life-saving skill book. Soft rice behavior judgment successful. System forcibly intervening. Triggering over-limit critical strike leap. The temperature of the skill book in Lin Ye's hand suddenly rose. In a dimension invisible to outsiders, the originally dim blue halo was instantly engulfed by an extremely deep dark golden light. The skill panel on Lin Ye's retina was madly jumping, tearing, and reorganizing. Epic skill Shadow Step is evolving. Evolution complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining legendary active skill Void Step. Lin Ye's breath caught. His thoughts immediately locked onto the newly generated skill panel. Skill Void Walk quality legendary effect consumes 50 mana points to teleport up to 15 meters in the specified direction. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Looking at the upgraded skill book in his hand, Lin Ye could hardly suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. From epic to legendary, the displacement distance doubled, and the cooldown time halved. It was already considered a significant enhancement. But that was not the reason for his happiness. What truly delighted him was that his trick of using the system rewards for free was indeed effective. Then in the future, if he didn't extract every bit of value from the system, he wouldn't deserve to be called the god of soft rice. Su Wanxing noticed Lin Ye staring blankly at the skill book and poked his forehead. What are you dazed about? Hurry up and learn it. Lin Ye came to his senses, concealing his inner joy. All right. Lin Ye nodded obediently, applying slight force in his palm. At the same time, he secretly anticipated what surprises this epic skill would bring him after being enhanced. Lin Ye's gaze lingered on the dark golden skill book titled Void Step in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, the skill book transformed into a violent torrent of data surging through Lin Ye's palm and directly into his mind. The all-round god talent hidden deep within Lin Ye roared to life. A godly force surpassing all world laws descended with overwhelming might. This force was extraordinarily aggressive, abruptly severing the original engraving process of the legendary skill, dismantling the mass of spatial magic into its most primitive code fragments, and beginning a frenzied reconstruction of the underlying logic. In Lin Ye's fourth skill slot, a complex and arcane 7-colored spatial star map was rapidly coalescing. Half a minute later, the restructuring was completely finished. Lin Ye exhaled a breath mixed with remnants of high-grade magical energy, slowly opening his eyes. His thoughts stirred, and a brand new skill panel quickly popped up on his retina. Skill Void Walk quality god level effect consumes 150 mana points to perform an instant leap within the line of sight, ignoring all barriers, spatial constraints, and formations. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Lin Ye stared at the 30-second cooldown on the panel, his lips curving into a frenzied smile, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The legendary Void Step originally required 50 mana points, had a fixed displacement distance of 15 meters, and endured a cooldown time of 3 minutes. Now, after the reconstruction by the god-level talent, these laughable limitations had been completely swept away. As long as he could see the place with his eyes, he could reach it in an instant. Combined with his original abilities and the true damage reflection from Holy Thorn protection, his survivability had reached a whole new level. Even when facing abyssal giants above level 100, he could rely on Holy Barrier to avoid death and recover, moving freely in and out. If luck allowed him to trigger the double reflection from Holy Thorn protection, it wouldn't be impossible to take down an opponent in one go. Now it was truly difficult to die. Lin Ye silently reveled in the thrill. This soft rice he was eating had completely outdone his life-saving cards. Su Wanxing stood beside the sofa, noticing a layer of sweat on Lin Ye's forehead that quickly returned to calm, yet she perceived no abnormalities. She walked over to the coffee table, took a tissue, and gently wiped away the sweat from Lin Ye's forehead. How do you feel? Can your mind handle it? Su Wanxing asked with concern. The higher the skill level, the greater the mental burden during initial absorption. No problem at all. Lin Ye seized Su Wanxing's wrist, his gaze sincere. The skill you chose for me, Sister Wanxing, is particularly smooth to absorb. Su Wanxing's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile as she withdrew her hand. She turned to gaze at the final abyssal treasure chest in the center of the living room, emanating a faint purple glow. Su Wanxing stepped forward, placing both hands on the heavy metal lid of the chest, her arms straining as she forcefully lifted it. The sound of heavy metal scraping echoed through the quiet living room. The moment the lid opened, an extremely piercing pure golden light mixed with an overwhelmingly strong aura of slaughter surged violently from the bottom of the chest. This light, filled with the essence of death, was highly aggressive, directly overpowering the light source of the crystal chandelier on the first floor of the villa, instantly staining the entire living room in a chilling dark gold hue. The golden light persisted for several seconds before gradually retracting. On the black velvet cushion at the bottom of the chest lay a dagger entirely dark in hue. The dagger measured less than a foot in length, its hilt wrapped in the black leather armor of some ancient magical beast, with the blade presenting an eerie dark red color. Just by resting there, the edge of the blade emitted a glint sharp enough to create a visual illusion of cutting through the air. Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Even she, an ice mage, felt a twinge of trepidation from the pure murderous intent. She extended 2 fingers, gripping the hilt, to lift the dagger. The system attribute panel immediately materialized in midair. Weapon: Blood Weeping Shadow Blade. Quality: Legendary Attribute. Bonus: Agility 200, Strength 100, Effect 1, True Penetration. All attacks ignore 70 of the target's physical and magical defenses and inflict high shadow true damage. Effect 2, Death Strike. Attacks initiated from behind the target are forcibly determined as critical hits. If the target's health drops below 15, it directly triggers a rule-level execution, ignoring any shields and recovery effects. Su Wanqing looked at these 2 special attributes, feeling somewhat surprised. The abyssal treasure chest contained myriad wonders, and to precisely draw a legendary assassin's weapon with rule-level execution effects here was indeed extraordinary luck. If this dagger were put up for auction, it would definitely drive the top-tier rogues of large guilds into a frenzy, even at the cost of their entire fortunes. Unfortunately, Lin Ye's current panel mainly relied on strength and physique. This weapon, leaning towards agility and assassination mechanics, was not suitable for his current combat system. Meanwhile, in the corner of the villa's living room, in the shadow cast by a massive money tree, Shin Yu gripped the wooden floor tightly with both hands. As a shadow assassin, her dynamic vision far exceeded that of ordinary people. The hovering attribute panel in midair, along with every punctuation mark, was clearly visible to her. Agility 200, ignoring 70 of both defenses, plus an unreasonable 15 execution line. Shin Yu's breath hitched, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. She glanced down at the dagger hanging from her waist. It was an epic weapon she had saved up for 3 full years, trading her hard-earned credits and even risking her life in the Nightmare Realm for. Just a minute ago, she had cherished that short blade like a lifeline. Now, in comparison, it felt like nothing more than a worthless firewood stick. Shin Yu's psychological defenses, already crumbling from losing a bet and losing 1,000 credits, were utterly shattered by the appearance of this legendary assassin's divine gear. Her rationality disintegrated in the face of extreme temptation. For an assassin-focused professional, this dagger was the only key to reach the pinnacle. As long as she obtained it, her explosive power could double instantly, fully qualifying her to challenge the monstrous prodigies at Longjing University. The overwhelming desire to possess it caused Shin Yu's emotions to fluctuate violently. She gasped rapidly, the shadow magic within her, which had been perfectly concealed, momentarily disrupted due to her uncontrolled emotions. A faint stream of black magic leaked from the edge of the money tree's shadow. This ripple was extremely subtle, yet in the quiet, enclosed villa living room it appeared glaringly conspicuous. Su Wanqing's fingers tightened around the hilt of the blood-weeping shadow blade. As a peak second-tier mage, her magical perception was exceedingly sharp. The shadow fluctuation that did not belong to Lin Ye triggered her nerve alert the moment it appeared. Her previously smiling gaze suddenly dropped to an absolute freezing point. Without any hesitation, the pressure of her SS-level ice talent erupted without reservation. The temperature in the living room plummeted within half a second, and a fine layer of frost instantly formed on the surface of the leather sofa. Crack, crack, crack. The piercing sound of ice forming exploded in midair. Several dozen razor-sharp ice spikes materialized around the money tree. These ice spikes, imbued with a chilling, killing intent, all turned to lock onto that shadowy area. With just a thought from Su Wanqing, they would pierce anyone hiding within, turning them into a pincushion. Come out. Su Wanqing turned around, her voice laced with a chilling aura, or else die. Dozens of ice spikes exuding an extreme chill hovered ominously around the money tree. The dangerously intense magical fluctuations twisted the air in the corner. Don't attack. It's me. A shadow tumbled out clumsily from the dead angle behind the money tree. Shin Yu raised her hands high above her head, her expression stiff as a wooden board, her lips forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Wanqing, don't get agitated, be careful not to slip. Shin Yu swallowed hard, striving to make her tone sound relaxed and natural. I just rushed over from the square and happened to come in to see you to check if Lin Ye was seriously injured. I barely stepped through the door for less than half a minute. To add to her persuasion, she even earnestly patted the non-existent snowflakes on her shoulder. However, her gaze flickered uncertainly, refusing to look towards the sofa. Su Wanqing did not disperse the ice spikes in the air, her ice-blue pupils fixed on Shin Yu. Barely stepped through the door for half a minute. Su Wanqing's voice remained flat as she raised her hand, her fingertip lightly tracing a line in the air. Where the magic passed, distinct traces of shadow magic became visible. Starting from the shoe bench at the entrance along the left side of the load-bearing wall, circling around the wine cabinet, and finally squatting behind the money tree. With each word Su Wanqing spoke, Shen Yu's face turned paler. She looked coldly at Shen Yue. Is this what you call barely entering the door? The ironclad truth struck down. Shen Yu's proud stealth technique was utterly flawed in front of a peak second-tier mage. Her lies were ruthlessly crushed. Seeing her cover blown, Shen Yu's mind raced, and she immediately switched her narrative. She waved her hands frantically in front of her, her words tumbling out in a panic. Yes. I admit I came in long ago, but I swear I was really just here to secretly ensure your safety. Lin Ye sat on the sofa watching Shen Yu's foolish appearance, deciding to deliver another blow. He reached out and grasped the blade of the blood crier's shadow, exuding a chilling aura, his fingers applying force as the dagger spun gracefully twice on his fingertip, forming a beautiful floral shape. Since your 5 senses are closed, then why did you suddenly expose yourself? Lin Ye's tone was innocent, but his actions were highly targeted, pausing the dagger midair, the tip intentionally pointing at Shen Yu. Isn't it because you saw this exquisite dagger that adds 200 agility and can ignore defenses for a guaranteed kill, and you couldn't control your magic? Lin Ye sighed casually, making light conversation. I thought this dagger was too fierce and Sister Wanqing wouldn't like it. It turns out Senior Shen Yu is quite knowledgeable, able to sense its properties even with her eyes closed. This light-hearted jab struck precisely into Shen Yu's lungs. It directly pierced her absurd excuse of closing her 5 senses. Shen Yu stared intently at the legendary dagger, glowing dark red, and Lin Ye's hand sobbing for a long moment before finally stammering out a sentence. I have been closing my 5 senses. I didn't see anything. I absolutely did not see you rolling on the sofa, nor did I see your clothes scattered all over the place. As soon as the words left her mouth, the entire living room fell into a deathly silence. Su Wanqing's originally cool face instantly flushed red, her ears nearly bleeding from embarrassment. She had inadvertently confessed. She couldn't hide it anymore, completely unable to conceal it. I saw everything. Shen Yu covered her face with both hands, her voice filled with deep despair and the collapse of social death. From when you entered and started undressing to the end of opening the treasure chest, I didn't miss a single glance. She squatted on the ground, wishing she could dig a hole to bury herself in. As a distinguished rank shadow assassin from Longjing University being caught watching a live broadcast in someone else's home, if this got out, she could directly elbow the ground from the roof of the teaching building tomorrow. Hearing her best friend admit in person that she had watched the entire intimate interaction, Su Wanqing's embarrassment and anger reached a peak, the surrounding air temperature dropping a few degrees once again. But she quickly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within her. The icy and intelligent her instantly seized the perfect opportunity presented by Shen Yu's extreme guilt and lack of resistance. Su Wanqing strode up to Shen Yu, directly extending her right hand palm up, her attitude unwaveringly firm. Since you saw everything and your mind is clear. Su Wanqing looked down at her. 1,000 credits. Now transfer it. Shen Yu shuddered suddenly, raising her head in disbelief to look at Su Wanqing. Wanqing, are you really going to go that far? Shen Yu's voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Su Wanqing remained unmoved, a wisp of chilling ice energy emerging from her fingertips, brushing close to Shen Yu's nose. I haven't even accounted for your peeping from the shadows. 1,000 credits, are you transferring or not? Under the multiple tortures of guilt and social death, Shen Yu had no room for negotiation. Her face contorted with pain, her entire body shaking like a leaf. Desperate, Shen Yu raised her wrist to activate her student terminal. The transfer interface popped up in front of her retina, and as she input Lin Ye's student number, her fingers felt as heavy as if they were burdened by 2 iron mountains. Ding! A clear electronic prompt sounded in the living room. The smart screen on Lin Ye's wrist lit up automatically, and a prominent transfer message popped up. Transfer notification: you have successfully received a transfer of 1,000 credits. Transfer Shen Yu. 1,000 credits held immense purchasing power in a top-tier institution like Longjing University. Enough to exchange for an entire set of epic armor or a vast amount of high-grade recovery potions. Just like that, it fell into her hands effortlessly. At the very moment the transfer succeeded, deep in Lin Ye's mind, the system's electronic voice erupted with an incredibly joyous rhythm. Ding! Detected that the host has received a substantial asset from a powerful opposite sex. Soft rice behavior determination successful, triggering soft rice reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a god-level special outfit, Dreamweaver's Bind, enhanced sensual type. Lin Ye's thought moved, and he immediately opened his item inventory. 2 sets of almost transparent women's form-fitting clothing exuding a faint pink glow quietly lay in the grid. Upon seeing the 2 pieces of fabric that used so little material, Lin Ye's eyelid twitched sharply. System, are you really that hungry? This can be counted as equipment. He quickly scanned the attribute panel. Item Dreamweaver's Bind Quality, God Level Special Type, Attribute Bonus Constitution, 200 points. God Level Effect Perception Sharing all characters wearing similar equipment can synchronize and share all perceptions. Lin Ye gasped in shock. These two pieces of minimalistic fabric actually added a full 200 points to Constitution. Even for a mage class with the lowest health ratio, they could gain an additional 2,000 points of health ceiling. As for that outrageous God Level effect, Lin Ye could only say that the system was truly extravagant. Lin Ye closed the panel and looked up at Shun Yue, who was still squatting on the ground. His gaze resembled that of a wolf who had gone 3 days without food, spotting an extremely succulent piece of fresh meat. He had originally thought he could only enjoy the soft rice from Su Wanqing, but unexpectedly the credits gifted by Shun Yu could also trigger system rewards. Doesn't that mean he didn't have to stick to just one bowl of rice with Su Wanqing? He just didn't know if there was a limit to the number of bowls. This scene was perfectly captured in Su Wanqing's eyes. She keenly sensed the unusual look in Lin Ye's gaze. Lin Ye's gaze towards Shun Yu was filled with intense and straightforward desire. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Shun Yu had an excellent figure and years of assassin training had given her a perfect abdominal line and explosively powerful long legs. Could it be that Lin Yu was not fully satisfied just now on the sofa? Did he feel a special thrill and desire to conquer Shun Yu because he knew she was watching secretly? Rather than getting angry, Su Wanqing's mind rapidly sprouted an odd vine. She looked at Shun Yu with intense scrutiny and unabashed judgment. Shun Yu felt somewhat uneasy under their gazes. While subtly backing away, she awkwardly said, if there's nothing else, I won't disturb you. Before she could make a move, Lin Ye and Su Wanqing spoke in unison. Stop. Shun Yu's right foot mid-stride forward froze rigid in midair, her entire body locked in the posture of flight, her neck creaking back, joint by stiff joint, like rusted clockwork. Any further instructions, Your Honors? She forced a smile so wretched it resembled a grimace, her gaze welded to the tips of her shoes, refusing at all costs to lift her eyes. Lin Ye sat sprawled on the sofa, his gaze burning into Shun Yu. More precisely, his eyes roamed without restraint, tracing the taut sculpted abdominal lines forged by years of assassination training and lingering on her long, powerfully coiled legs. His mind churned with one singular calculation: how to extract every last drop of value from this rank assassin, who had just quite literally dropped him a legendary minimal fabric gear set, to turn her willingly and utterly into his personal long-term source of credits and resources. She was only the second golden lifeline he'd ever secured, Su Wanqing being the first. Lin Ye's unabashed, smoldering stare landed, unfiltered and unmistakable, in Su Wanqing's line of sight. Yet she did not rage, nor did she seethe with jealousy. Watching the feverish light flare in Lin Ye's eyes, her mind swiftly reconstructed his thoughts. Did Lin Ye crave the thrill of being watched by a third party? A flash of sudden clarity shimmered in Su Wanqing's glacial blue pupils. Whatever Lin Ye desired, even if absurd, even if defying all moral convention, she would pursue it without hesitation, without limit. After all, this was merely about retaining a discreet, obedient observer. Shun Yu shuddered under Su Wanqing's unnerving predator-like scrutiny, as though she were already dissected, appraised, and claimed. I've already transferred the credits. Every single point. Shun Yu swallowed hard, then tried to slip away unnoticed. You two carry on, I'll vanish. I swear not a word of today will ever cross my lips. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the air. Before Shun Yu could finish speaking, an arctic wave of demonic energy erupted from Su Wanqing's core. Crack, crack, crack. Thick frost raced across the villa's walls, visible to the naked eye. The security door, floor-to-ceiling windows, ventilation grills, even the HVAC exhaust ducts, were sealed beneath unyielding ice within half a second. The entire ground floor was forcibly transformed into a seamless, airtight prison of ice. Shun Yu stared dumbfounded at the glacial walls encircling her. Su Wanqing, are you out of your mind? Shun Yu finally shattered, shouting at the top of her lungs. I've returned 1,000 credits. I told you I saw nothing. Would you really murder your own best friend to silence her over some trivial affair with a man? That icy, rational goddess she knew, the paragon of composure, had just abandoned all reason for the sake of a frivolous boy. Su Wanqing ignored Shun Yu's cries entirely. With serene grace, she turned and glided toward the cop. Her pale fingertips extended, and with one hand, she seized the legendary assassin exclusive weapon radiating palpable slaughter, a blade known as the Tear Blood Shadow Blade. Crimson-black light rippled along its edge as though slicing the very fabric of space. Lifting the dagger, Su Wanqing approached Shun Yu. This blade. She held it horizontally before her, her tone as casual as discussing lunch. Legendary tier. Grants 200 agility. Ignores 70 of enemy defense. Carries a 15 chance of absolute execution upon critical hit. Shun Yu's gaze snapped to that dark crimson gleam, and could not tear itself away. An involuntary gulp echoed in her throat. Su Wanqing held Shen Yu's eyes, then offered a proposition so audacious it defied comprehension. Stay. As an observer. Huh. Shen Yu blinked, stunned, her mind still lagging behind. As Lin Ye's exclusive audience, you remain here in this villa, Su Wanqing declared, voice ironclad. Whenever we are together, you watch, silently, faithfully from the side. You need do nothing. Merely be still. Be silent. Fulfill your role as spectator. With a fluid twist of her wrist, Su Wanqing presented the hilt directly to Shen Yu. This tearblood shadow blade is your reward. Silence. A suffocating absolute hush descended upon the frozen living room. Lin Ye, still lounging on the sofa, drew in a sharp breath. He'd only meant to extort a few credits, or perhaps hold the incident over Shen Yu's head lightly. He never imagined Su Wanqing's logic would veer so wildly into the realm of the unhinged. To commission an SS-rank female assassin, with a legendary-grade artifact, as a permanent Livian audience for himself. How perverse. How electrifying. Shock gave way to euphoria. Sister Wanqing's move wasn't just brilliant, it was transcendent. First secure Shen Yu, as an observer. Then, subtly coax both her and Wanqing into wearing the Dreamweaver's bind. After that, claiming her would be effortless. Then her soft rice, her boundless support, would be his to savor whenever he pleased. Sister Wanqing, invincible. This. Shen Yu pressed herself flat against the ice wall, breathing raggedly like a broken bellows. Her reason and pride screamed inside her skull. You are an SS-rank shadow assassin of Longjing University. You bear unassailable dignity and inviolable boundaries. How dare you sell your soul, for a mere weapon, to spectate the private affairs of this wretched pair? I refuse. Shen Yu clenched her teeth, her eyes reddening with humiliation, ready to shout her defiance. But then, her gaze fell once more upon the dagger. 200 agility. 70 defense ignored. A rule-level execution effect, triggered on low health. She recalled 3 years spent scrambling like a stray dog through nightmare-tier dungeons hunted by monsters, just to scrape together pitiful credits. She remembered bargaining for hours over a single vial of high-grade recovery elixir. And now, this legendary artifact capable of doubling her combat prowess overnight, vaulting her into Longjing University's elite tier, was hers for the mere nod of assent. Besides, she'd already watched them plenty before. It was only a matter of visibility. Once a boundary is crossed, what difference does a second transgression make? After all, mere observation wouldn't cost her flesh or blood. Her rational scales didn't hold for 3 seconds before collapsing entirely. Deal. Her voice emerged hoarse, laced with bitter, grinding shame. Her hands reached out, fingers trembling violently, uncontrollably. She seized the hilt of the tearblood shadow blade with both hands and clutched it fiercely to her chest, like a feral wolf guarding its kill. At the moment her palms closed around it, overwhelming stat bonuses surged up the blade and flooded her body. Her lifelong assassin's pride, once her most sacred armor, shattered under that torrent of raw power. Her worldview, carefully upheld for 20 years, crumbled with that single word: deal. To hell with dignity. With this weapon she could march outside right now and slice every mocking face into Lin Ye watched Shen Yu hug the dagger tightly, her expression a grotesque blend of tears and manic glee, and his heart swelled with delight. That's the spirit. Before absolute numbers, no virtue remains unbroken. If one persists, the numbers simply weren't high enough. Effortlessly he added Shen Yu to his official list of premium soft rice ATMs, already fantasizing about what outrageous system rewards he might extract from this new benefactor. Su Wanqing was profoundly satisfied. She sensed Lin Ye's breath grow hotter the instant Shen Yu agreed. So her intuition had been flawless. Lin Ye truly thrived on this kind of exhilarating tension. Click. She snapped her fingers. The terrifying aura of ice magic receded like a tide. The thick frost-sealing doors and windows vaporized instantly. Our warmth and comfort flooded back into the living room. Shen Yu still clutched the dagger, drool pooling at her lip, unaware. Lin Ye smirked, then pulled Su Wanqing into his arms with practiced ease. Senior Shen Yu, your agreement begins now. With a subtle thought, Lin Ye flicked his wrist, and a set of garments radiating a faint pink glow appeared in his palm. Dreamweaver's bind. Rather than clothing, it resembled a few translucent ribbons barely capable of binding the body, complemented by a few scraps of fabric that were utterly minimal. Shen Yu crouched in the corner, witnessing everything clearly. She clutched the legendary dagger tightly, her eyes twitching in fury. Despicable. Shameless. Shen Yu lowered her voice, gritting her teeth in bitterness. The moment she pretended to be fervently devoted for love, as soon as the door closed, he couldn't wait to pull out such an unsightly object. Lin Ye truly was a lecherous fiend, always resorting to such vulgar items to satisfy his perverse desire. Su Wanqing gazed at the pitifully scant Dreamweaver's bind, her pure, icy face instantly flushing with 2 shades of crimson. She bit her lip, slightly, a glimmer of struggle flashing in her ice-blue eyes. But soon that struggle was entirely replaced by an almost fanatical indulgence. Lin Ye dared to venture into the abyss, a place of certain death, all for her. Now he merely sought a bit of thrill. What reason did she have to refuse? There was no hesitation whatsoever. In front of Shun Yu, Su Wanqing gently began to untie the rope. The silk slid down her smooth shoulder, piling onto the carpet. Shen Yu's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Had she truly changed? She really had changed. The illustrious flower of Longjing University, regarded as a deity by countless prodigies, was actually willing to abandon her dignity to cater to the twisted tastes of a novice. The pink ribbons clung to her skin, and an imperceptible dark golden shimmer flashed along Su Wanqing's body. Suddenly her movements froze. She distinctly felt a vast and incredible surge of life energy pouring into her limbs through the duct. On her retina, the attribute panel popped up automatically, and the data began to jump uncontrollably. Her maximum health surged by over 2,000 points. My health increased by 2,000. This outfit. Is it equipment? Su Wanqing's voice trembled, her face filled with disbelief as she stared at the thin garment on her body. Lin Ye took the opportunity to step closer, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, his fingers gently brushing against the pink ribbons. Sister Wanqing, this is a little surprise that I put in a lot of effort to obtain. Do you like it? Shen Yue, hiding in the shadows, perked up her ears, listening clearly. A sudden surge of 2,000 health. Shen Yu's throat tightened as her gaze was fixed on the scant fabric on Su Wanqing's body. With just these flimsy ribbons, she actually gained a full 200 points in constitution. Take him into an instance. Farm experience. Zhang Meng turned his head, his gaze landing on Lin Ye. His eyes lingered for 2 seconds on Lin Ye's school uniform, which showed no trace. It's simply a waste. Shen Yu's inner bitterness erupted like a volcano as she continued to complain. Clearly it could have been made into proper top-tier armor. Why resort to this ridiculous design? Lin Ye is definitely a pervert. When Su Wanqing heard Shen Yu's subtle murmurs, a lightning bolt struck through her mind. She quickly focused and pulled up the detailed description of the garment. Equipment slot, special apparel slot, status hidden, where does not occupy any regular equipment slots, no attribute conflicts. After reading these 2 lines, Su Wanqing's pupils slightly dilated, and her gaze towards Lin Ye seemed to sparkle. Although this underwear provided a high amount of health, it was somewhat useless for magical professions, even less effective than equipment that boosted spirit or magic damage. But if this equipment does not occupy the original equipment slots, then it is undeniably a divine artifact. Lin Ye even thought of this. He deliberately designed it to look seemingly indecent, surely to avoid affecting her original equipment setup. His consideration was simply too thorough. Lin Ye, thank you. Su Wanqing wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's neck, her voice soft enough to melt bones. Shen Yu watched the divine outfit perfectly hugging Su Wanqing's exquisite curves, swallowing hard. 200 points in constitution. While assassins are known as mage hunters, they are also fragile in their own right, and in certain situations their lives can be even more tenuous than those of magic-based professions. If she could wear this outfit, would she have to fear those deadly full-screen AoE attacks in high-tier dungeons in the future? The margin for error would be maximized. If only I had a set too. Shen Yu couldn't help but entertain an extremely absurd thought in her mind. Even if it was given by Lin Ye, even if it was in this embarrassing style, even if it was free. It seemed like it wouldn't be too unacceptable. As soon as this thought emerged, Shen Yu shivered violently, biting down hard on her tongue. Shen Yu, are you crazy? You are an assassin with dignity and principles. How can you think of selling your dignity for a few scraps of fabric? She squeezed her thigh tightly, desperately trying to drive away the crazy thoughts in her mind. Lin Ye observed Su Wanqing's emotional response, feeling the remarkable elasticity and sensation of her body after its sudden boost in constitution. He turned his head, his gaze bypassing Su Wanqing's shoulder, locking onto Shen Yu's complex and conflicted expression in the corner. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lin Ye's mouth. He knew exactly what Shen Yu was thinking. In the face of overwhelming numerical temptation, no practitioner could maintain their integrity. In the next moment, Lin Ye exerted his strength, directly pinning Su Wanqing down onto the wide, genuine leather sofa. The sofa emitted a dull sound as it sank. The air in the living room instantly became thick. Shen Yu clutched the dagger in her arms, wishing she could bury her head in the floorboards. She did not activate her stealth skill right now. Every movement and every sound of Lin Ye and Su Wanqing's carefree breaths were not lost on her. But equally, her own reactions were also exposed in front of Lin Ye and Su Wanqing. The dual assault of sight and sound washed over her taut nerves like a torrential storm. Shen Yu's breathing grew increasingly heavy. Her body began to heat uncontrollably. As an assassin who had long walked the edge of life and death, remaining calm at all times, she had never endured such an intense live broadcast. Her hands, which were once free to move as she wished, could only obediently clasp together, not daring to make a single stir. Shun Yu could only clamp her legs tightly, her teeth biting deeply into her lower lip, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. In her line of sight, the set of divine equipment radiating a faint pink glow continued to sway, outlining breathtaking curves. The absurd thought she had suppressed earlier under her bodice strong reaction began to surge again like wild grass, becoming increasingly clear. I really want it so badly. Dignity means nothing to me if I could get a set of clothes like that, even if I had to join them, it seems like a guaranteed bargain. Shun Yu quickly shook her head, desperately sealing her lips, fearing that she might involuntarily emit even the slightest strange sound. Just as the currents of turmoil swirled in the lakeside villa, the outside world had already been turned upside down. The external environment had been completely overturned. Within the highest level of classified conference room at Longjing University, the heavy alloy doors were sealed tight, completely isolating every sound from the outside world. The air was thick with an oppressively heavy tension. Above the oval conference table, a holographic projection played silently on a loop. The image froze on a dark gold transcript, first clear of the abyssal vein. Abyss difficulty. Lin Ye unemployed. Clear time 9 minutes and 57 seconds. This glaring number, like an invisible heavy hammer, relentlessly pounded on the nerves of the university's high-ranking officials. The subversive aftershocks of the abyss first clear were violently fermenting within this center of power. Slap. Vice Principal Jiang Fuhai slammed the table and shot to his feet, the force of the blow causing teacups to rattle loudly. Principal, we cannot let this situation continue to develop. Jiang Fuhai's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at the holographic projection, his tone indignant. Su Wanxing acted with utter disrespect at the teleportation plaza. That was a divine-grade skill book, a strategic resource capable of altering the very fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Fuhai leaned forward, bracing himself on the table, spittle flying. She didn't even ask a single question and just pocketed it in front of the entire school. A student so arrogant, so utterly devoid of a sense of the bigger picture, is completely unworthy of the school's top-tier training program. The conference room fell into dead silence. Several high-ranking academic affairs officials exchanged glances. Though silent, their eyes betrayed deep discontent. A divine-grade skill. Who wouldn't covet it? Seeing no one refute him, Jiang Fuhai grew bolder. He shifted his focus, aiming his criticism directly at Lin Ye. And what about that, Lin Ye? What nonsense is this about an unemployed person's difficulty auto-nerf? This is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Jiang Fuhai gnashed his teeth. Even with a nerf, clearing it in under 10 minutes is impossible. His explanation is definitely fishy. I propose we immediately freeze Su Wanxing's SS rank quota, arrest Lin Ye, and throw him into the academic affairs underground interrogation room to extract every single detail of the Abyss dungeon from him. Bam! A deafening explosion erupted from the head of the conference table. Principal Wang Chonglin, who had been silent with downcast eyes, suddenly erupted. He swung the pure steel thermos he had carried for over a decade, smashing it viciously against the hard alloy table. The thermos instantly caved and splashing scalding tea mixed with tea leaves across Jiang Fuhai's face. The thunderous noise forcefully interrupted Jiang Fuhai's impassioned speech, startling the entire room's high-ranking officials into shuddering and straightening their backs. Idiot. A short-sighted idiot. Wang Changlin's hair and beard bristled as he pointed at Jiang Fuhai and roared, "Arrest him. You want to pry open his mouth? Do you realize your words nearly ruined Longjing University's fortune for the next?" Jiang Fuhai wiped the tea from his face, his complexion turning a mottled purple, and stubbornly craned his neck to retort. "Principal, I was only thinking of the school's foundation." Bullshit. Wang Chonglin gave him no chance to ramble, heavily tapping the smart bracelet on his wrist. "Open your eyes wide and look at this. This is the limit simulation report of Lin Ye's combat model, just provided by the Supercomputing Center." The holographic projection instantly switched. The dark gold transcript vanished, replaced by a glaring blood-red light screen. On the screen, dense streams of data cascaded down like a waterfall, eventually converging into a human model outlined in red lines. Beside it, lines of simulation conclusions were clearly laid out. Assuming Lin Ye's dungeon nerfing mechanism is valid. Wang Changlin's voice echoed in the room, trembling with barely contained excitement. Even if the Abyss mutated or beasts and crystallized rock dragons have their health reduced by 80% and their attack power reduced by 80%. Wang Chonglin slammed his hand on the table. But under the absolute lock of the Thorned Retribution Aura and Crystal Shield mechanism, to forcibly withstand the retribution and annihilate all monsters within 10 minutes. The red text on the holographic screen flashed wildly, finally settling on several extremely terrifying values. Limit simulation result: the target's strength attribute must not be less than 200 points. Constitution attribute must not be less than 200 points. Estimated combat system, at least one attack skill dealing high or burst damage, and at least one defensive skill with a damage reduction rate exceeding 30. Dead silence. The entire conference room was plunged into a deathly stillness broken only by the faint white noise of the central air conditioning fan. Jiang Fuhai's legs gave way, and he collapsed back into his spacious leather chair with a thud. He stared fixedly at the data on the screen, his pupils unfocused, his lips trembling violently, unable to squeeze out a single syllable. The other high-ranking officials gasped, their scalps tingling. 200 points of strength. 200 points of constitution. What did this mean? It meant that a professional who had just crossed the level 10 threshold possessed a basic physical body panel that completely crushed in a rank heavy armor warrior outside, who had completed their second-class change and was decked out in a full set of top-tier gear. And this wasn't even counting the high damage and damage reduction skills mentioned in the simulation. Understand now. Wang Chonglin supported himself on the table, his gaze sweeping the room like a torch. Are these attributes possible for a level 10 unemployed person? Could those S-rank geniuses you in academic affairs are so proud of at level 10 even touch a fraction of his stats? No one dared to answer. The ironclad data lay before them. This was far from luck, nor was it some so-called spending money and popping pills to scrape through. This was a monster in human skin who had stacked his stats to an inhumane level. He had forcibly bulldozed the abyss with sheer unreasonable attributes. Wang Chonglin glanced coldly at the ashen-faced Jiang Fuhai. If you Jiang Fuhai really interrogate him, force him to reveal his true identity, ruin his talent cultivation, and cause him to completely defect to another power or the abyss cult, I will personally tear you apart. Jiang Fuhai shuddered, cold sweat instantly soaking the shirt on his back as he repeatedly shook his head. I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare. From today onwards, Wang Chonglin declared with finality, forcefully making the decision. The school will not only refrain from interfering, but will also spare no effort in accommodating Lin Ye's special preferences. Su Wanqing is willing to support him. Fine. The Academic Affairs Office will immediately grant Su Wanqing full access to the school's top-tier resource library. Package all the high-level items and rare materials suitable for Lin Ye into Su Wanqing's special quota so she can openly feed Lin Ye. As long as this living ancestor enjoys his comfortable life at Longdao Dragon Kingdom, we'll have an ultimate trump card to overturn the table in the future 100 school tournament and the Abyss battlefield. All of Longdao's top officials finally grasped the stakes involved. Jiang Fuhai's proposal for an investigation was unanimously rejected and thrown into the trash bin. A mooching plan secretly funded by the school administration and executed through Su Wanqing's relentless feeding was successfully agreed upon in the highest council room. At the same time, at the other end of the Dragon Kingdom in the far north at Qingbei Military Academy, on the large screen of the Combat Readiness Command Center, Lin Ye's Abyss First Clear transcript was also displayed. On an auxiliary screen, the data results simulated by the Academy's supercomputer were identical to those from Longjing University. In the spacious command hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could drip water. Inside the command center of the Qingbei Military Academy, there was an eerie silence. In the center of the spacious hall, two enormous holographic projection screens hovered. On the left screen, a screenshot of a dark golden leaderboard was frozen. First clear of the Yuyan Mine Abyss, difficulty Lin Ye, jobless. Completion time 9 minutes and 57 seconds. On the right screen was the ultimate simulation report just completed by the Qingbei Military Academy's supercomputing system. Crimson data streams surged wildly on the screen, ultimately settling on 2 lines of alarming text: simulation conclusion, targets power attribute not less than 200 points. Physical attribute not less than 200 points. Additional assessment: extremely dangerous. Suspected to possess unknown divine skills that can ignore defenses or inflict true damage. On both sides of the long titanium alloy conference table, the higher-ups of the Qingbei Military Academy sat upright. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the 2 screens, their breaths becoming cautious. He Xiaoyan, the principal of the Qingbei Military Academy, stood at the main seat. This 7th-tier berserker, a powerful figure in the Dragon Kingdom's military, had his hands pressed firmly on the table, his muscular arms bulging with veins, and the back of his hands trembled violently from exertion. He stared intently at Lin Ye's name. 200 points of strength. 200 points of physique. He Xiaoyan muttered to himself, his voice hoarse as if rubbed against sandpaper. He suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them wide, his eyes already filled with crimson bloodshot veins. He Xiaoyan snatched a paper document from the corner of the table. The cover of the document bore several lines of black text: final assessment and enrollment suggestions regarding Lin Ye, the jobless in Jiangxing, suspected of data manipulation and poor conduct. Signed by Director of the Enrollment Office of Qingbei Military Academy Li Daolong. Bang! He Xiaotian swung his arm and slammed the evaluation report violently onto the hard titanium alloy table. The immense force left a shallow dent in the table. A deafening bang erupted in the hall, causing He Xiaotian turned his head, his furious gaze locking onto a figure huddled at the far end of the conference table. It was Li Dalong, the head of the enrollment office. At that moment, Li Dalong was practically cowering in his chair, his military uniform soaked through with cold sweat. His face was pale, his teeth chattered uncontrollably, making clattering sounds. Li Dalong, He Xiaotian's voice squeezed through his clenched teeth, laced with cold, murderous intent. You personally went to Jiangsheng with the Academy's special measuring device. What did your report say? He Xiaotian pointed at the mangled report, laughing in fury. You told me he was just a waste hiding behind a woman. You said he was a spineless piece of garbage. You said our Qingbei Military Academy absolutely cannot accept such a morally bankrupt man who lives off others. Li Dalong's legs went weak, and he suddenly stood up. Principal, please let me explain. Li Dalong waved his hands frantically in front of him, nearly in tears. I was truly deceived. That kid acted so damn real. Li Dalong's voice was filled with deep grievance and frustration. I only slightly released a bit of third-tier pressure, and he just collapsed on the ground. He was crying snot and tears everywhere, desperately clinging to Su Wonking's leg to beg for mercy, more cowardly than even a goblin. Li Dalong grew increasingly agitated, trying to clear his name. Principal, honestly tell me, who could have expected that a monster with dual attributes over 200 who can treat the abyss like a backyard would be so shameless? Without an ounce of a strong person's dignity. Dignity, He Xiaotian bellowed, directly interrupting Li Dalong's defense. Today I'll show you what dignity is. Before the words fell, He Xiaotian suddenly swung his right arm. Violent battle chi instantly coalesced in midair, forming a dark red palm-shaped shadow over 3 meters wide. From a distance of several meters, this magical palm, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, struck Li Dalong's face with force. Smack! A crisp explosion echoed. Li Dalong was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. He rolled in the air for 3 full flips before crashing heavily onto the rear holographic strategic sand table. The tempered glass of the sand table shattered with a loud crash. Electric sparks crackled. Li Dalong spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted immediately. The conference room fell into complete silence, with no one daring to utter a word in Li Dalong's defense. Everyone understood what Li Dalong's blindness had cost the Qingbei Military Academy. He Xiaotian retracted his arm, pounding the alloy table with his fists. Open your eyes and look. 9 minutes and 57 seconds. He Xiaotian pointed at the big screen, his face twisted pained. This is a national-level extraordinary genius. This is a being who can single-handedly dominate an abyss battlefield. How could you just give him away to Longjing University because he likes to live off others? What's wrong with living off others? Even if he likes to wear women's clothes, likes to be whipped, as long as he can break through the abyss in 10 minutes, I would personally go and be his sparring partner. The room was dead silent. The higher-ups bowed their heads, their expressions filled with undeniable regret. After venting his anger, He Xiaotian forced himself to take several deep breaths, suppressing the surging blood and rage. He knew it was too late to regret now. Immediate damage control was necessary. He Xiaotian turned around and grabbed another confidential document from the table. Plan for pressuring Longjing University during the National 100 School League preparatory training. Originally, the Qingbei Military Academy planned to severely undermine the soft rice man Lin Ye, who entered through the back door during the upcoming freshman competition, to strike at Longjing University's prestige. Sizzle! He Xiaotian put strength into his hands, tearing the plan to shreds and letting the pieces scatter into the air like snowflakes. Convey my orders. He Xiaotian placed his hands back on the table, his gaze icy. The tactical plan for the 100 school competition will be completely overhauled. From now on, Lin Ye is the highest secret of the Dragon Kingdom. No one is allowed to show any hostility towards him during the league. One of the higher-ups from the main battle faction hesitated for a moment, then stood up. Principal, what if we encounter him on the field? How should we handle it? We can't just surrender. That would ruin Qingbei's 100-year reputation. Is the school's reputation more important, or is the future of our Dragon Kingdom more important? He Xiaotian retorted without reservation. Let me tell you, the students we accept for the competition, those outsiders, will definitely target Lin Ye during the 100 school competition. They must do everything possible to protect Lin Ye so that the future pillar of our Dragon Kingdom does not perish prematurely. The entire room of higher-ups looked solemn, rising in unison to salute. Understood. Meanwhile, at the Magic City War Academy, in a top-secret conference room, the dean looked grimly at the abyss-clearing leaderboard displayed by the intelligent brain. He remained silent for a full 10 minutes, then quietly pulled out his communicator, directly blocking the contact information of the person in charge of enrollment in Jiangxing. Send down the order. The dean glanced at the mentors on either side of the long table, his tone filled with helplessness tinged with extreme frustration. In the 100-school competition, the Magic City Academy's team will not consider results under conditions that do not endanger their own safety. They will fully protect Lin Ye's safety. Jiangnan Academy. The gray-haired old principal stroked his beard, looking at the simulation data with a sigh. If I had known this kid had such taste, I should have brought the school's flowers to Jianshan to pick him up back then. As long as he comes, Jiangnan Academy can provide all the soft rice he wants. The old principal shook his head and immediately ordered during the competition, do your best to help Lin Ye. Also try to select as many wealthy girls as possible to participate. If they can connect with Lin Ye, the school will offer additional rewards. In less than an hour, the decision-makers of various top universities in the Dragon Kingdom surprisingly reached an unprecedented consensus to secretly protect Lin Ye during the upcoming 100-school competition. However, while the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom crazily modified strategic deployments to protect Lin Ye, the news of the jobless clearing the Abyss secret realm had already appeared on the desks of several national leaders. In the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms, Kyoto, 50 meters underground in Chiyoda District lies the headquarters of the highest intelligence agency, Kamikaze. The dimly lit underground conference room felt so oppressive that one could almost wring water from the atmosphere. On either side of the oval wooden long table sat a dozen high-ranking officials of the Empire, all dressed in black uniforms. At the front of the table, a gigantic holographic screen froze on a top-secret intelligence image that had been transmitted back at great cost from within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. The core of the image contained only 2 lines of text: Longjing University, Lin Ye the first to conquer the Abyss difficulty. Occupation unemployed. Completion time 9 minutes and 57 seconds. Bang. Sato, the chief of the strategic department, sitting at the leftmost position, slammed his palm down on the table, spitting as he spoke. Baka. Is the night owl lurking at Longjing University, just foolishly committing seppuku, using an SS-level encrypted line just to relay this garbage intelligence? Sato pointed at the screen, his cheeks trembled with rage. An unemployed whiteboard. 10 minutes to conquer the Abyss. I think he's taken the online novels of the Dragon Kingdom seriously. The action director Inoue snorted coldly, crossing his arms over his chest. Sadakin is correct, Inoue said disdainfully. Unemployed individuals have no occupational bonuses, and their attribute growth is pathetic. This is clearly a smokescreen released by the military of the Dragon Kingdom. They are deliberately throwing out such a clown to divert our attention and conceal their true trump card. Inoue scanned the room and tapped the table. According to the intelligence, that waste named Lin Ye completed the challenge entirely relying on the SS-level girl from the Su family to throw equipment and potions. This kind of soft rice man isn't even worth a bullet from the Empire. If we recklessly try to assassinate this whiteboard, we will expose our precious undercover agent that we've cultivated for 10 years at Longjing University. It's utterly foolish. Most of the high-ranking officials in the conference room nodded in agreement, voicing their concurrence. To expose our strategic trump card for an unemployed man living off others. Even a fool wouldn't do such a thing. Gentlemen, a chilling voice suddenly rang out from the end of the long table. Kamayama, the head of intelligence analysis, slowly stood up and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The lenses reflected a faint cold light under the dim lighting. Your vision is even shorter than that of rats in the sewers. Kamayama reprimanded without mercy. Sato, enraged, was about to erupt, but Kamayama directly pressed the remote control in his hand. The holographic screen instantly switched, showing the live report of Lin Ye addressing the principal of Longjing University. After audio enhancement, Lin Ye's self-righteous remarks echoed clearly in the conference room. Detected that the challenger is an unemployed individual. Triggering difficulty dynamic adaptation mechanism. Monster shrinkage. Counter damage disappears. Unemployed low-income mechanism. After the recording finished, Kamayama leaned on the table, his gaze fervently scanning the room. Think carefully, everyone. Kamiyama's voice trembled slightly with excitement. What is the Abyss Law? It is the highest manifestation of the will that has descended upon Blue Star. Could it err? Kamayama's finger stabbed forcefully on the table. The rules deprive unemployed individuals of their occupational talents, but must provide compensation elsewhere. This Lin Ye is not a released smokescreen. Rather, he is the first living sample to trigger the hidden baseline of the Abyss. Kamiyama's face flushed red, his speech growing faster. Although this Lin Ye is a trash, unemployed individual, the mechanism he triggered could transform the Abyss difficulty secret realm into an ATM for us. All the high-ranking officials were stunned. Sato and Inoue, who had just been shouting, gradually froze in expression. Kamayama struck the keyboard again, and the screen displayed a shimmering multicolored skill book. Look closely. This is a divine-level skill book. Kamayama shouted. Apart from the Abyss difficulty, no other difficulty secret realm could possibly yield such quality items. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence where one could hear a pin drop. The head of the kamikaze agency, Hattori Hanzo, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes wide, a terrifying gleam flashing within them. Soga. Hattori Hanzo slowly stood up. Kamiyamakin's analysis is incisive. The dragon people are cunning, attempting to use the image of a soft rice man as a cover to frantically seize the treasures of the abyss. Once they master the process of the unemployed quickly clearing the abyss secret realm, within 3 years the Dragon Kingdom's divine-level items will pile up like mountains. Hattori Hanzo drew his katana from his waist and sliced the teacup in front of him in half, scalding tea splattering across the table. "Pass my orders." Hattori Hanzo shouted fiercely. "Immediately initiate the highest-level assassination plan. Sakura Falls. Awaken all dormant undercover agents within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. At all costs, even if it means using suicidal attacks, we must eliminate this Lin Ye." Sato, utterly convinced by Kamiyama's theory, hurriedly stood up to add, "Director, merely eliminating Lin Ye is not enough." Sato's expression turned fierce. "The Dragon Kingdom has a vast population. The number of unemployed individuals is surely in the millions. As long as they master this loophole, they can easily replace Lin Ye or Zhang Yi to farm treasures." Hattori Hanzo's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean, Sadakin? Expand the assassination scope." Sato gritted his teeth, making a slashing motion across his throat. "Send people to carry out indiscriminate assassinations. Better to mistakenly kill 10,000 useless white bards than let a single potential artifact farming machine escape. We must cut off any possibility for the Dragon Kingdom to rise from the roots." "Yoshi." Hattori Hanzo nodded heavily. "Let's do it your way. Let the unemployed of the Dragon Kingdom become history." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly reached a climax, as all high-ranking officials stood up in unison, fervently chanting slogans, as if they could already see the beautiful future of the Dragon Kingdom's foundation being severed. At this moment of collective fervor and murderous intent, Daihara, who had been quietly handling internal affairs in the corner, nervously raised his hand, scratching his balding head. Director, I have a question." Daihara's voice was weak, standing out awkwardly in the fervent Hattori Hanzo frowned. "Daihara can speak quickly." Daihara swallowed hard, pointing at Lin Ye on the screen. "Since Kamiyama has analyzed that this unemployed low-income mechanism represents the underlying logic of the Abyss system, then the Abyss law should be universal and not limited by national borders, right?" Everyone was taken aback, stopping their shouting. Daihara rubbed his hands nervously, continuing, "Since the unemployed in the Dragon Kingdom can shrink monsters and even produce divine-level items, does that mean our great Cherry Blossom Empire does not have any unemployed individuals?" The air in the conference room froze at that moment. A dozen top officials of the Empire seemed to be frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to move. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Snap. Hattori Hanzo suddenly swung his arm and slapped his bald forehead hard, producing a crisp sound. His eyes instantly widened to their limits, an unprecedented greed and fervor erupting within. "Genius. Daiharakin, you are simply a once-in-a-century genius for the Empire." Hattori Hanzo was so excited that his voice cracked. Kamiyama trembled even more, gripping his hair tightly. "Right. Why are we only focusing on the Dragon Kingdom? We can utilize this loophole ourselves. As long as we send 10,000 unemployed individuals into our domestic Abyss secret realm, even if 9999 of them die, as long as one can successfully trigger the low-income mechanism and bring back divine-level items, the Empire can directly dominate Blue Star." With this single realization, the entire conference room erupted in excitement. Just moments ago, they were thinking of ways to sabotage, and now their minds were filled with how to exploit the wool of the Abyss law. "Immediately connect with the Prime Minister's cabinet." Hattori Hanzo seized the red classified telephone on the table, shouting into the receiver. "Issue an urgent mobilization order. Capture all unemployed individuals from major universities across the country, from the streets, even from red light districts and internet cafes. Not a single one should be missed. Open the National Treasury. Equip these unemployed individuals with the best epic-level armor and provide them with the highest-grade life recovery potions. Stuff them all into the Abyss secret realm. This wave of exploiting the Abyss the great Cherry Blossom Empire has secured the Emperor's approval." Approved. In the sealed underground space, the fervent shouts of the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms echoed. A grand and historic unemployed individual's death and treasure hunting plan was set to unfold amid such tightly woven fantasies. At the tender age of 40, Sakuragi Shinojo never imagined that one day he would stand in the secret teleportation center of the highest intelligence agency, Shinkase. He lowered his head, staring intently at the heavy metal armor on his body, which emanated a dark purple glow. The chest piece of the armor was awkwardly bulged out by his pronounced beer belly. The metal buckle on his abdomen strained tightly, producing a sound of unbearable metal friction. Sakuraji Shinojo suspected that all of this was merely a dream resulting from his drunken state. He raised his hand to touch his increasingly sparse Mediterranean hairstyle, and greasy sweat trickled down his forehead into his eyes, forcing him to blink repeatedly. All of this was astonishingly real. 3 days ago, he had been in a cheap internet cafe in Akihabara, surviving on half a bucket of expired instant noodles left by others. As a nearly 40-year-old unemployed loser who couldn't even undertake the most basic labor in the lower realms, his only daily joy came from typing on a keyboard while looking at photos of female professionals on online forums. Then a group of fully armed men in black kicked open the door to the cafe's private room. Sakuraji Shinojo thought his debts to loan sharks had been exposed and that he was about to be dragged away to have his kidney removed, until he was brought to this heavily guarded underground base and saw dozens of fully armed big shots bowing to him. Sakuraji-kun. The head of the Shinkei's agency, Hattori Hanzo, strode up to Sakuraji Shinojo. This sixth-tier assassin, renowned throughout Sakura country, had forcibly suppressed his killing intent, managing to squeeze out a nearly flattering, benevolent smile from his chubby face. Hattori Hanzo placed both hands heavily on Sakuraji Shinojo's shoulders. After the day and night screenings at the Empire's big data center, among the 50 million eligible populace nationwide, only 4 unemployed individuals with basic mobility remain. And you, Sakuraji-kun, have the highest scores on all physiological indicators. You are the chosen savior of the great Sakura Empire. Sakuraji Shinojo swallowed hard, his legs and stomach uncontrollably trembling. Master of the agency, Sakuraji Shinojo's voice quivered. I am really just a blank slate who can't even crush an instant noodle bucket. You want me to challenge the level 10 abyss difficulty of the demon whispering dark forest dungeon? That's a death sentence. Just pull a tooth. The head of the intelligence analysis course, Kamida, stepped forward, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and tapped a few times on the smart device on his wrist. A massive holographic projection instantly sprang forth in midair. The screen clearly displayed Longwo's Lin Ye's dark golden clearance report, along with a video of Lin Ye's remarks made in the square. Longwo's Lin Ye is also an unemployed person just like you. Kamida pointed at the screen, his face reddening as he spoke rapidly. He completed the abyss in just 10 minutes without a scratch. And he brought back a divine grade item. Kamida slapped the tactical board. At the bottom layer of the abyss rules there exists a unemployed person's safety net mechanism. As long as you possess no occupational talents, upon entering the abyss, the dungeon will trigger a dynamic difficulty adjustment. All mutated monsters will be severely weakened, and even the most annoying mechanisms of the abyss dungeon will be eliminated. This is the abyss mercy towards the unemployed. This is the sacred loophole of the arrival rules. Sakuraji Shinojo gazed at Lin Ye's charming face on the holographic screen, his eyes gradually widening. The game rules show mercy to the unemployed. Before he could think further, the head of the strategic division, Sato, suddenly waved his hand. Swish! The dust cover was abruptly lifted. Blinding light instantly illuminated the entire underground hall. On the left cart, 50 bottles of deep red potions radiating a rich life fluctuation were neatly arranged. On the right cart, there were over a dozen high-level life-saving scrolls infused with spatial magic, along with a pile of top-notch consumables whose names he couldn't even pronounce. Sakuraji-kun, look at what you're wearing. Sato pointed at Sakuraji's protruding belly. This is the epic-level armor Tengu heavy armor taken from the National Treasury. These 50 bottles are high-level physique potions crafted day and night by the Empire's alchemists. These 10 scrolls are top-tier sealing scrolls that contain malevolent spirits. Sato forcefully grabbed 5 bottles of potions and stuffed them into Sakuraji Shinojo's hand. What that soft man called Lin Ye from Longwa can achieve with the national strength of the great Sakura Empire behind you, you can certainly do even better. Watching his storage space being quickly filled with top-tier items and feeling the incredible defensive boost from the epic armor he wore, Sakuraji Shinojo stopped trembling. He straightened his body. An unprecedented sense of expansion surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. For over 30 years he had lived at the absolute bottom of society. Walking down the street, even stray dogs dared to bark at him. And now the Empire's highest authorities were lining up to equip him with divine garments and fill him with potions. That soft man named Lin Ye from Longwa managed to clear the dungeon with a few rags given to him by a woman. Now the equipment he had was a luxurious configuration unique across the entire Blue Star. Since abyssal monsters would be weakened to weaklings because he was an unemployed person, wouldn't donning this heavy armor allow him to strut through it? Master of the agency, Sakuraji Shinojo puffed out his chest, his excess flesh quivering. If I successfully trigger the safety net mechanism and bring back the divine grade treasure from the abyss, what can the Empire give me? Hattori Hanzo laughed heartily and raised a finger. as long as you bring the divine object back alive through the light gate. Hattori Hanzo asserted decisively 1 billion yen in cash. A top-floor flat in central Tokyo. Any national-level female idol of the empire, just name her, and she will be waiting for you in your flat tomorrow night. Upon hearing this, Sakuraji Shinojo's eyes instantly turned red. Blood vessels filled his eyes and heavy breaths echoed beneath his helmet. 1 billion yen. A flat. A national idol. The peak of this useless uncle's life is just behind this door. Hamada. Sakuraji Shinojo suddenly raised his right fist, letting out a deafening roar. For the great Sakura Empire. For the glory of the unemployed. At the end of the underground hall, intricate array patterns began to frantically extract energy from high-level magic crystals. Buzz. Amidst the massive rumble, a teleportation gate swirling with crimson bloodlight completely formed at the center of the array. The extremely oppressive, deathly quiet energy of the abyss seeped out from the gap in the door, causing the powerful individuals present to feel a wave of discomfort in their chests. The level 10 abyss difficulty dungeon, Demon, Whispering Dark Forest, is now open. The technician reported loudly. Sakuraji Shinojo drew the epic long sword from his waist. Although he didn't even know the correct sword-holding posture, and could only use it as a crutch, he turned his head and flashed an extremely confident smile at the high-ranking officials present. Ladies and gentlemen, please prepare my 1 billion yen. After speaking, Sakuraji Shinojo took extremely arrogant strides, dragging his heavy epic armor, and boldly walked into the crimson teleportation gate. The light flickered. His figure completely vanished in the center of the array. The entire underground hall fell into complete silence. Hattori Hanzo, Kamida Sato, and a dozen other high-ranking officials stood in a row 10 meters away from the teleportation array. Minister O'Hara even took out a military stopwatch from his pocket and pressed the timing button. It's begun. Kamida adjusted his glasses, his gaze fervently fixed on the light gate. Longwo's Lin Ye took 9 minutes and 57 seconds. Sakurajikan's equipment configuration far exceeds Lin Ye's by several folds. I conservatively estimate 8 minutes. Director Sato confidently chimed in. Within 8 minutes, Sakurajikan will emerge with a divine-grade item. Hattori Hanzo clasped his hands behind his back, a cold smile of confidence curling at the corners of his mouth. Do the people of Longwa think they can monopolize the loophole of the Abyss rules? It's simply wishful thinking. Once Sakurajikan confirms the feasibility of this route, immediately send the remaining 3 unemployed individuals in. The rise of the empire cannot be stopped. The red numbers on the stopwatch rapidly flickered. All the high-ranking officials of Sakura country in the hall held their breaths, their eyes glinting with intense greed and anticipation. The red numbers on the timer continued to flicker in the underground hall. 39 seconds. 40 seconds. All the high-ranking officials of the Sakura nation held their breath, their gazes fixed on the electronic screen. Minister O'Hara held the stopwatch in both hands, his palms dripping with sweat. The longest survival time in the abyss difficulty of the ghost language Dark Forest was 44 seconds. As long as Sakuraji Shinosuke could last for 44 seconds, it would mean he had not been instantly killed by the monster. This would indicate that the adaptive weakening for the jobless difficulty mentioned by Lin Ye of the Dragon Country was indeed a real mechanism. 43 seconds. 44 seconds. 45 seconds. He did it. Minister O'Hara suddenly raised the stopwatch, his voice breaking. Sakurajikan has broken the survival record in the abyss. Yoshi. Hanzo, the chief of the Kamikaze agency, shouted. May the great Sakura Empire be blessed. The balance mechanism that can only be triggered by the jobless truly exists. The underground hall instantly erupted in excitement. A dozen of the Empire's top authorities hugged each other without a care for their image. Information Section Chief Kamida adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a bright light. I knew it, my predictions were absolutely correct. Kamida exclaimed fervently, pointing at the portal. Sakurajikan is wearing the Tengu heavy armor, which has astonishing defense. Those abyss monsters under the weakening mechanism absolutely cannot break through his defenses. He must have activated the slaughter mode and is rampaging through the abyss. Director Sato clenched his fists and nodded repeatedly. O'Hara, contact the national television station immediately. Once Sakurajikan emerges with the divine level item, we will conduct a nationwide broadcast to announce the rise of the Sakura Empire to the world. At the same time, inside the level 10 abyss secret realm, ghost language Dark Forest, Sakuraji Shinosuke lay in a black swamp emitting a foul odor. He wasn't randomly killing, just making a sound. A dozen poisonous rotten corpse demons covered in pus and wielding bone spikes surrounded him. The attack power of these monsters was indeed not high. The bone spikes pierced the epic grade armor Tengu heavy armor, leaving only a faint white mark. Each attack only deducted a few mandatory hit points. Kamida was somewhat correct. The monsters could not break his defense. However, the despair of Abyss difficulty arises not only from the panel values, but also from its extremely malicious environmental mechanics. The characteristic of Ghost Language Dark Forest is high-frequency attacks accompanied by all types of negative statuses. The green poison on the bone spikes seeped through the seams of the armor, directly contacting Sakuragi Shinosuke's skin. Sakuragi Shinosuke let out a piercing scream. Tears and mucus smeared his entire face. The poison carried 4 negative statuses: heightened pain perception, deep paralysis, acid corrosion, and soul burning. He felt as if all the skin on his body was being brutally peeled away and 1,000 fire ants were pouring into his bones. He wanted to swing his sword to counterattack, but his meager base strength of just over 10 points could not break the monster's defense. Moreover, the paralysis effect from the monster's attacks kept stacking, making it a luxury for him to even move a finger. The monsters frantically poked him with their bone spikes. Mandatory health deductions combined with the true damage from the stacking poison caused Sakuragi Shinosuke's health bar to drop to the red line of 10%. "Help me. Let me out." Sakuragi Shinosuke cried out, instinctively forcing his mind to activate his storage space. A bottle of National Treasury-produced master-level life recovery elixir appeared beside his mouth. He bit off the neck of the bottle and gulped down the red potion. This was a high-tier life-saving potion brewed by the alchemy masters of the Sakura Nation, and its effects were astounding. A green glow flashed over him. His depleted health bar was instantly restored. Wounds healed at a visible speed, and the corroded flesh regrew. Then the bone spikes of the rotten corpse demon plunged down once more. The newly grown tender flesh was again corroded by the poison, and the pain multiplied. Sakuragi Shinosuke rolled his eyes back, nearly passing out. However, the master-level potion not only restored health, but also provided extremely powerful alertness and invigoration effects. He couldn't even feint. His mind was clearer than ever, fully processing all the pain. At this moment, the epic-grade armor prevented him from being instantly killed. The master-level potion forcibly locked his health bar, and the Abyss monster's poison infinitely amplified his pain. The three forces combined formed a perfect closed loop of a perpetual execution ground. "Baka! Kill me! Let me die! Baka!" Sakuragi Shinosuke's wails echoed throughout the dark forest. The monster's poison continued to erode him. As long as his health bar turned red, he couldn't control himself from drinking potions. One bottle after another of top-quality potions went down, and even the right to commit suicide was stripped away. He now only hated the Empire for stuffing him with a full 50 bottles of high-tier potions. Outside the secret realm in the underground hall, the time on the stopwatch steadily progressed. 8 minutes 0 seconds. 8 minutes 30 seconds. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly intense. Minister O'Hara looked at the flickering numbers and reported loudly, "Approaching 9 minutes. This is a magnificent 9 minutes." Kamida crossed his arms, his lips curling into a crazed smile. Lin Ye of the Dragon Country used 9 minutes 57 seconds. Sakuragikin has not emerged yet. This indicates one thing. What problem? Director Sato immediately joined in. Lin Ye's potions and supplies at that time must have been insufficient. He hurriedly exited after defeating the final boss and grabbing the skill book. Kamida spoke with certainty and disdain, but Sakuragikin is different. We provided him with 50 master-level potions. He has enough confidence to explore slowly inside. Kamidakin makes a good point. The Abyss secret realm is vast. Besides the treasure chests for clearing, there must be many hidden resources along the way. Sakuragikin is carefully scavenging every corner. He aims to maximize benefits for the Empire. The high-ranking officials in the hall agreed wholeheartedly. They even began to envision the grand scene of Sakuragi Shinosuke in heavy armor, hauling heaps of spoils out of the portal. Time reached 9 minutes 50 seconds. The portal remained stable, the blood-red light curtain flowing smoothly. It's about to exceed Lin Ye's survival record. Minister O'Hara's hands trembled. Surpassing the Dragon Country is happening today. Director Sato raised his arms. 9 minutes 57 seconds. 10 minutes 0 seconds. The stopwatch broke through the 10-minute mark. The hall erupted with thunderous applause. 10 minutes. Sakuragikin has completely mastered the rhythm of the Abyss. Hanzo shouted loudly. Quickly lay down the red carpet. Bring out the prepared National Female Idol business cards and the 1 billion yen check. A hero's triumphant return deserves the highest level of honor. The logistics personnel sprang into action, a long red carpet laid from the hall entrance to the edge of the teleportation array. The etiquette attendants stood at both sides with trays containing a cash check and champagne. 10 minutes 5 seconds. The originally smoothly operating Abyss teleportation array suddenly emitted an extremely piercing buzzing sound. The high-level magic crystals surrounding the array dimmed at a visible rate, the internal energy being frantically drained. The blood-red light curtain began to shake violently, causing the air in the hall to warp. Minister O'Hara suddenly stood up straight, Chief of Mechanisms. The portal is showing signs of activity. Everyone, form a line. Hanzo shouted loudly. Dozens of the highest authorities of the Sakura Nation immediately lined up on both sides of the red carpet. Each person adjusted their ties and uniforms, forcibly suppressing their inner joy, adopting an extremely solemn expression. Chief Kamida polished his gold-rimmed glasses to a shine, preparing to count the divine-level items that Sakuragi Shinizuka brought out at the first opportunity. The frequency of spatial tremors reached its peak. Scarlet light blazed, and the entire portal emitted a crackling sound, as if it were shattering. It's happening. He cleared the level. The portal is about to teleport him out. Director Sato shouted excitedly. All eyes were fixed on the light gate, filled with anticipation. The red carpet laid across the hall. 2 rows of attendants held champagne flutes, their faces adorned with professional smiles. The portal to the 10th level abyss secret realm, whispering dark forest, reached its peak vibration frequency. The blood-red light screen rolled violently, the sound of distorted space buzzing painfully in everyone's ears. Minister O'Hara held a stopwatch tightly in both hands, his eyes wide with intensity. He's coming out. Sakuragi is about to emerge with the divine artifact. Director Sato exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Hattori Hanzo adjusted his collar, clearing his throat in preparation to welcome the Imperial hero's return. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed in the underground hall. The originally steady blood-red light screen suddenly cracked open with a pitch-black fissure. Immediately the cracks spread wildly like a spider's web. Bang! A deafening thud resonated. The Scarlet Abyss portal exploded into countless points of light before the eyes of many. The obsidian ground, inscribed with complex teleportation runes, split in half on the spot. The violent spatial turbulence swept through the entire hall, tearing the laid red carpet into shreds. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed ominously in the underground hall. The challenger in the 10th level abyss secret realm, whispering dark forest, has died. The core energy of the secret realm has been exhausted and is entering reset mode. Cooldown time 3 years. Silence. The entire underground headquarters of the Kamikaze organization fell into a suffocating silence. Minister O'Hara trembled, dropping the military stopwatch to the ground, the screen shattering into pieces. An attendant let out a scream as the tray in her hands toppled over. The high-end champagne glass shattered, and the check worth 1 billion yen fluttered down into the pile of broken glass soaked in wine. Hattori Hanzo's ecstatic expression froze completely. The flesh on his face twisted into an absurd shape, and the muscles in his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. Sakuragi Shinizuka is dead. Didn't he break the survival record? Hadn't he survived for 10 minutes? Hattori Hanzo felt darkness closing and blood surging in his chest, a rush of metallic sweetness rising to his throat. My full set of Tengu heavy armor. My 50 bottles of master-level potions. Director Sato's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, clutching his hair and howling like a pig. That was the treasury of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. That set of epic heavy armor was one of the few in the entire empire. To enhance Sakuragi Shinizuka's error tolerance, they had emptied their coffers. Now it was all for naught. The secret realm would be sealed for 3 years, depriving the future talented practitioners of the Cherry Blossom Nation of a premium advancement secret realm. Baka Yuru. Hattori Hanzo suddenly drew his katana, his eyes bloodshot, like a mad boar, cleaving the nearby desk in half with one swing. The entire hall descended into chaos, feelings of despair and heartache spreading rapidly. Just then Intelligence Section Chief Kamida burst forth. He pushed aside the obstructing O'Hara, ignoring the gold-rimmed glasses that fell to the floor, staring intently at the shattered runes scattered on the ground. Wait, this is impossible. Kamida's mind raced, and he suddenly slapped his thigh. I understand now. His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. Hattori Hanzo, still holding the sword, panted heavily, glaring at him. What do you understand? Our treasury has been drained by that waste. Calm down, Chief. Kamida confidently pointed at the remnants of the stopwatch on the ground. 10 minutes. Sakuragi lived for exactly 10 minutes and 5 seconds. What does that imply? Kamida scanned the room, his tone fervent. Everyone knows the difficulty of the whispering dark forest. If the Abyss No-Class weakening mechanism hadn't activated, Sakuragi's panel would have dissolved in toxic gas after just 1 second of entry. His survival for 10 minutes proves my hypothesis is absolutely correct. The mechanism exists. The minor monsters couldn't break through his defenses. Then how did he die? Sato, kneeling on the ground, looked up. Because he was too overconfident. Kamida gritted his teeth, swinging his fist vigorously. Think about it. A waste who has been eating leftover instant noodles in an internet cafe suddenly dons the Empire's strongest divine gear and carries an endless supply of potions. When he entered and found that the minor monsters couldn't hurt him, he must have become overconfident. Kamida began forcefully reasoning with logic. He swaggered right up to the final boss thinking the boss was similarly weak, perhaps even dancing, and taunted. He forgot to use the high-level ceiling scroll. This is typical arrogance of thinking a dragon rider can't lose. Ultimately, even a weakened boss is not comparable to minor monsters. He died from overconfidence. Kamida's analysis rang true with tight logic. The high-ranking officials in the hall were stunned. Moments later, Sato suddenly slammed his hand on the floor and stood up. Saka. So that's how it is. That dead fat otaku actually dared to flaunt the Empire's resources. Hattori Hanzo also calmed down. He pondered carefully, realizing Kamida's reasoning was too sound. Aside from overconfidence, there was no explanation for why Sakuragi would suddenly drop dead after surviving for 10 minutes. I see. Hattori Hanzo sheathed his katana, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his expression turning extremely sinister. We were too lenient with that waste. Thinking that giving him the best treatment would evoke gratitude. The fact proves that the lower class remains the lower class. Once given power, they forget themselves. Hattori Hanzo turned to the internal affairs supervisor. Where is the second knockless individual? Reporting to the chief. The second knockless individual is named Tanaka, an ordinary office worker with a wife and a 3-year-old daughter. He is currently undergoing combat training. Bring him here immediately. Hattori Hanzo sneered. This time I will make him understand what true hell is. 10 minutes later, the second knockless individual Tanaka was dragged into the underground hall by 2 burly men. As soon as Tanaka hit the ground, he trembled in fear, frantically bowing. Master, I still have a wife and child, please let me go. Hattori Hanzo stepped in front of Tanaka looking. He placed a foot on Tanaka's shoulder and pulled out a tablet, throwing it on the ground. The screen displayed a closed interrogation room where Tanaka's wife was huddled in the corner with their 3-year-old daughter, shaking in fear. Your family is currently having tea in the Empire's safe house. Hattori Hanzo's tone was chilling. Tanaka's pupils contracted violently, tears streaming down his face. Don't harm them. You can ask me to do anything. Good. Director Sato stepped forward holding a bloody whip. The previous knockless individual died in the secret realm because we were too accommodating. Tanaka-kun, you wouldn't want your wife and child to lose their lives, would you? The next 2 hours became the darkest nightmare of Tanaka's life. Sato personally wielded the whip, unleashing brutal beatings on Tanaka. As long as Tanaka showed even a hint of weakness or laxity, the whip would land harshly on his back. While beating him, Kamida incessantly brainwashed him from the side. Remember, the minor monsters in the secret realm are weaklings, but you must not become complacent. When you see the final boss, do not hesitate. Do not waste time. Immediately throw out all damage-dealing items. As long as you survive and bring out the Abyss treasure chest, your family can move into a big villa. If you dare to die inside, your wife and daughter will be sold to Kabukicho. 2 hours later, Tanaka was beaten black and blue, his body covered in blood. His mind was on the brink of complete collapse, with only one thought remaining: survive and defeat the boss. Due to the treasury being emptied by Sakuragi's explosion of gold coins this time, the Empire only provided Tanaka with a set of purple quality armor. He was also given only 50 bottles of high-level recovery potions. However, they gave Tanaka 5 high-level explosion scrolls. This is for defeating the boss in an instant. Kamida coldly shoved the scrolls into Tanaka's arms. Go and clear the level, then roll back out. On the other end of the underground hall, a new teleportation rune lit up. The 10th level Abyss secret realm wailing mine forcibly opened. The gray-black portal emitted a nauseating aura of death. Tanaka's face was streaked with tears as he tightly gripped the scrolls in his hands. He dared not look back at Hattori Hanzo's predatory face scrambling into the portal. With a flash of light, Tanaka's figure vanished. O'Hara, restart the timer. Hattori Hanzo bellowed. Minister O'Hara quickly produced a new stopwatch, heavily pressing the timing button. With a family as a weakness and our hellish training as a warning, he will definitely not be complacent again. Kamida adjusted his glasses, exuding confidence. All the high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom Nation intensely focused on the stopwatch, hoping Tanaka could turn the tide and become their cash cow in the Abyss secret realm. The red digits on the stopwatch hit 0. Minister O'Hara took a deep breath and pressed the timing button firmly with his thumb. Beep. The crisp electronic sound echoed loudly in the spacious underground hall. 1 second. The blood-red light screen flowed steadily, showing no signs of disturbance. Section Chief Kamayama adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a confident smile gracing his lips. Director Sato stared intently at the teleportation portal, forgetting even to breathe. 2 seconds. Hattori Hanzo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his chin slightly raised. With the threat of his family and the hellish special training, Tanaka would undoubtedly give it his all this time. He seemed to see the divine grade item beckoning to him from the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. 3 seconds. Crack. A crisp, shattering sound suddenly erupted at the center of the formation. The Scarlet Abyss teleportation portal burst into a violent energy storm without even flickering. The obsidian ground etched with complex magical runes collapsed with a loud boom, sending stones flying. The cold mechanical voice chimed in on cue. Level 10 Abyss Secret Realm Wailing Mine Challenger has perished. The core energy of the secret realm has been exhausted and is now in reset mode. Cooling time 3 years. The red fragments of light fell gracefully in the hall. Silence. Minister O'Hara's hand slipped, and the newly replaced military stopwatch clattered to the ground. The screen glowed red, the digits glaringly paused at 003. 3 seconds. The high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom Nation, who had been envisioning the future just a moment ago, were now all frozen in place like stone statues. Hattori Hanzo's lifted chin became rigid, the muscles at the corners of his eyes began to twitch violently. Director Sato's mouth gaped open, producing meaningless, gurgling sounds from his throat. What could be accomplished in 3 seconds? Enter land, take a glance at the environment, then directly meet one's end. Tanaka didn't even have time to open his storage space for a healing potion. How could this happen? Minister O'Hara collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He had 5 high-level explosive scrolls. Hattori Hanzo suddenly turned his head, his murderous gaze locking onto Kamayama. His rough hand was already resting on the hilt of his katana. Kamayama. Hattori Hanzo's voice was cold enough to produce ice shards. Is this what you call a safety mechanism? This is what you said would guarantee passage. 3 seconds. Even a pig could run more than 3 seconds in there. Kamiyama's body was drenched in sweat, his shirt soaked through with cold perspiration. He understood very well that if he admitted his predictions were wrong, leading to the Empire losing vast resources and sealing 2 abyss secret realms, he would never leave this hall today. Seppuku would be a light punishment. His entire family would have to accompany him in death. When pushed to the brink, the brain's processing speed can reach an astonishing peak. Director, I understand. Kamayama suddenly stepped forward, pointing at the shattered formation on the ground, his voice sharp to the point of breaking. It's not a mechanism issue. It's Tanaka's issue. Hattori Hanzo pulled out his katana slightly and halted. Speak. Kamayama swallowed hard, his brain racing to construct a logical loop. Think about it, Tanaka is just an ordinary company employee, someone who has never fought in his life. Before entering section, Chief Sato had him undergo 2 hours of intense training. His spirit was already shattered. The more Kamayama spoke, the more convincing he became, even convincing himself. Once he entered seeing the abyssal environment, he was so scared that his hands and feet went limp. His mind was filled with the urgency to defeat the boss and reunite with his wife and children. In the end, due to his nervousness, he misused the scroll. Kamayama clapped his hands together in front of his chest, mimicking an explosive gesture. 5 high-level explosive scrolls. Those can instantly kill a level 3 lord. He never threw them out. They detonated right in his embrace. This was why he vanished in 3 seconds along with the scrolls. As this explanation came out, the air in the hall stagnated for 2 seconds. Was it far-fetched? Very far-fetched. But at this moment, everyone in the hall needed an excuse. An excuse to convince themselves that the initial investment was not wasted and we were not made fools by the Dragon Country. It's like a gambler sitting at the card table having lost his house and car with only a few hundred left. At this moment, if you tell him that the table is rigged, he absolutely won't believe it. Hell, just think he had bad luck today. The sunk cost was too great, so significant that they could only walk blindly down the dark path. Hattori Hanzo took a deep breath and sheathed his katana. That makes sense. Hattori Hanzo's face was ashen. Such lowly individuals have poor psychological resilience, making them utterly incapable of handling such responsibilities. Bring in number 3. Number 3 was an unemployed individual who had been holed up at home for years. When dragged into the hall, he was still clutching an anime pillow tightly. Kamayama, how should we proceed this time? Hattori Hanzo glared at number 3, his eyes filled with malice. This time don't give him any aggressive scrolls. Kamayama gritted his teeth. Just give him a set of epic gear stuffed with high-grade potions. Let him feel some combat pressure, fighting like a warrior in a dignified manner. Although it was a precious set of epic gear, Kamiyama's suggestion was passed unanimously. 5 minutes later, the 3rd teleportation array was activated. Minister O'Hara pressed the stopwatch. Beep. 1 second. 2 seconds. Crack. The formation exploded. Red light shattered. Level 10 Abyss. Minister O'Hara pressed the stopwatch. Beep. 1 second. 2 seconds. Crack. The formation exploded. Red light shattered. Level 10 Abyss Secret Realm Blood Wasteland Challenger has perished. Minister O'Hara pressed the stopwatch. Beep. 1 second. 2 seconds. Crack. The formation exploded. Red light shattered. Level 10 Abyss Secret Realm. 2 seconds. They disappeared right after landing. Kamiyama's face drained of color, his lips quivering, unable to utter even a half-hearted attempt to ease the situation. Throw number 4. In. Hattori Hanzo's voice carried a sense of madness, as if he had lost all reason. Without any gear, without potions, just toss him in. Throw number 4. In. Hattori Hanzo's voice carried a sense of madness as if he had lost all reason. Without any gear, without potions, just toss him in. Number 4 was a homeless man in his 70s. He was thrown into the newly opened fourth abyss teleportation portal, thrown like a sack by 2 men in black. 1 second. The formation shattered, sealing the secret realm. 4 abyss secret realms were completely rendered useless. All 4 unemployed individuals summoned by the Cherry Blossom Nation were wiped out. The hall was so quiet that a needle drop could be heard. No matter how the lies were woven, they would be torn apart in the face of absolute and continuous reality. There were no operational errors, no underestimating the enemy. The abyssal laws have no such thing as a safety mechanism for unemployed individuals. That Lin Ye from the Dragon Country was able to pass through unscathed in 10 minutes was not because the monsters were weakened, but because he possessed some extremely terrifying trump card that allowed him to traverse the abyss. A scam. Director Sato knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Everything that guy named Lin Ye said in the square was a fabrication. This is a conspiracy. It's the Dragon Country's War Deception Bureau. Minister O'Hara suddenly tugged at his hair, shouting in despair. They deliberately released such flawed information to lure us into sending unemployed individuals to their deaths, depleting our national treasury, and sealing our abyss secret realms. Bakayuru. Hattori Hanzo finally lost control. He drew his katana, and with a wild roar cleaved the alloy desk in front of him into dozens of pieces of scrap metal. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, roaring like a mad lion amidst the ruins. Lin Ye. People of the Dragon Country. Cunning. Despicable. Hattori Hanzo kicked over a nearby weapon rack. He deliberately pretended to be a useless leech performing for the entire school staff and students. He made fools of us all. The entire hall became a stage for Hattori Hanzo's furious outburst. Section Chief Kamayama knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed hard against the cold floor, trembling like a leaf in the wind, not daring to take a breath. He knew that the Great Cherry Blossom Empire had lost everything in this information war. Not only had they lost an extremely precious set of epic heavy armor and a massive amount of high-grade potions. The deadliest blow was that 4 level 10 abyss secret realms were forcibly sealed for 3 years. This meant that for the next 3 years, the new generation of geniuses in the Cherry Blossom Nation would completely lose access to 4 exceptional advancement secret realms at level 10. This was a tremendous loss that shook the very foundation of the nation. Ding, ling ling, just as the entire hall fell into a deep abyss of despair and rage. The red communicator on the wall, representing the highest level of international encrypted channels, suddenly emitted a piercing ringtone. Everyone in the hall froze in their movements. Hattori Hanzo, holding his sword, breathed heavily, turning to look at the communicator. It was a direct line to the highest strategic command of the White Eagle Nation, which would normally never ring easily. In the land of cherry blossoms, at the underground headquarters of the Shinkei's agency, the desolate hall was strewn with fragments of black obsidian patterns and scattered shards of glass. On the wall, the red telephone, representing the highest level of international confidential communication, rang with a shrill, piercing sound. Ding, ring, ring. All eyes were fixated on that phone. Hattori Hanzo's hand holding the katana trembled suddenly, and the flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably. The call from the White Eagle Nation at this moment was unmistakably purposeful. They must have received the intelligence regarding the Dragon Nation's unclassed individuals crossing the abyss, and were calling to probe the situation. Should we take it? Minister O'Hara swallowed hard, his voice shaking. Hattori Hanzo's chest heaved violently, his expression inscrutable. To answer. To tell the White Eagle Nation that our Great Cherry Blossom Empire had just sent 4 unclassed individuals in, only to be annihilated without even seeing the monster's face. And we also lost 4 elite advanced realms. If we acknowledge this, not only will the Cherry Blossom Nation become an international laughingstock, but the White Eagle Nation will definitely exploit the situation, draining us dry in future military agreements and resource allocations. Just as Hattori Hanzo found himself in a dilemma, the intelligence section chief Kamida suddenly leaped up from the ground. He scrambled to the communication device, snatched a marker from the tactical board nearby, and frantically scribbled a few big characters on the whiteboard. We cannot be the only ones to suffer. Hattori Hanzo's gaze sharpened, instantly understanding Kamida's meaning. Right? Why should our Great Cherry Blossom Empire be the only one to lose gold coins? Since we have lost so much equipment and 4 advanced realms, the White Eagle Nation's losses must not be less than ours. If we all retreat, it is as if no one has retreated. Hattori Hanzo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage and despair on his face. He wiped his face with his hand, adopting an extremely calm expression, even with a hint of delight as he picked up the red receiver. Moshi Moshi, this is the Shinkei's agency. I am Hattori Hanzo. On the other end of the line, the sound of chewing food could be heard, followed by a rough male voice with a pure Texas accent. "Hey Hanzo, my old friend. This is Smith, the senior commissioner of the strategy department of the White Eagle Nation." Smith spoke arrogantly, looking down on him. "I assume you have already obtained the intelligence regarding the unclassed individuals of the Dragon Nation crossing the abyss. You must have also realized the opportunities within and conducted tests, right?" Hattori Hanzo glanced at the mess on the floor, biting his back teeth, yet his tone was surprisingly relaxed. "Your news is quite timely, Mr. Smith. Indeed, we just began testing a few hours ago." "Oh." Smith's tone suddenly rose, filled with curiosity. "What were the results? Is the abyss mechanism for weakening unclassed individuals genuinely real?" Hattori Hanzo looked up at Kamida. Kamida quickly wrote a line on the whiteboard and knocked on it heavily. Hattori Hanzo recited the script. "Mr. Smith, our first test subject, a deadbeat who doesn't even dare to kill a chicken, has been in the level 10 abyss ghost whispering dark forest for a full 4 hours. The transmission portal remains extremely stable. The highest realm of lies is to mix truth with falsehood. Shinichi Sakuragi is indeed a deadbeat, and he did go in enduring for 10 minutes with the help of 50 master-level potions." Hattori Hanzo merely added a little embellishment to the time. On the other end of the phone, a sound of gasping could be clearly heard, followed by Smith's uncontrollable laughter. "Huh. Good. Very good. Hanzo, you did well." Smith laughed heartily. Hattori Hanzo sighed pretentiously. "However, although the mechanism is real, the basic attributes of unclassed individuals are simply too poor. It's already been 4 hours, and we haven't seen a glimmer of hope for crossing." "Fool," Smith scolded mercilessly. "You Cherry Blossom Nation are just a bunch of penny-pinching fools. Since the mechanism is real and the minor monsters can't break through defenses, just use damage items to smash them." Smith's tone was filled with disdain. "Throw in a scrap of iron for scraping, and it's no wonder you're slow in crossing. Alright, your data is quite valuable now. Watch our White Eagle Nation's performance." Bang! The phone was unilaterally hung up. Listening to the dead air in the receiver, Hattori Hanzo's lips curled into a deep and resentful smile. He put down the phone and turned to the crowd in the hall. "Gentlemen, dry your tears." Hattori Hanzo adjusted his disheveled clothes. "Next, we only need to prepare grilled chicken and sake. The great Cherry Blossom Empire lost 4 abysses, and those arrogant pigs of the White Eagle Nation will soon pay tenfold for it." On the other side of the earth, in the Pentagon of the White Eagle Nation, Commissioner Smith propped his legs on the conference table, holding a glass of chilled bourbon, his face full of pride. "Gentlemen," Smith shook his glass, "I just received a certain reply from the Shinke's agency of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Their dispatched unclassed individuals have already survived for over 4 hours in the abyss." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the White Eagle Nation in the conference room all brightened their eyes. "4 hours?" A silver-haired general slammed the table. "The abyss environment is extremely harsh. Even a fully armed A-class adventurer team cannot last more than half an hour when faced with a high-frequency monster tide. An unclassed individual being able to survive for 4 hours indicates the existence of the abyss unclassed individual welfare weakening mechanism." "Exactly." Smith took a sip of his drink. "Those Cherry Blossom fools usually only know how to promote the spirit of Bushido. They are so stingy that they can't even provide a decent set of equipment, causing that unclassed individual to merely scrape by for 4 hours without clearing the dungeon." Smith put down his glass, stood up, leaning on the table, his gaze fervent. "But we of the White Eagle Nation are different. We have the largest national treasury resources in the world. Not only do we want to clear the dungeon, but we also want to mass produce and empty all the divine items in the abyss dungeons." "Smith, what do you plan to do?" the general asked. "No tactics of adding fuel to the fire. Just go all in." Smith waved his hand, pulling up a top-secret list. "I request an immediate allocation of 10 sets of epic full-cover heavy armor. Allocate 2,000 bottles of elite recovery potions. Allocate 100 high-level magic scrolls." Smith's saliva flew, full of incitement. The population of the Cherry Blossom Nation is dwindling, and they can't find many unclassed individuals. But in our White Eagle Nation, there are homeless addicts and vagrants everywhere. Our number of unclassed individuals is far ahead worldwide. I want all abyss dungeons to reward the White Eagle Nation with divine rewards today. Make AMK great again. Mega. Applause thundered in the conference room. The generals all stood up, their eyes gleaming with extreme greed for divine items. In their view, using unclassed individuals to procure goods from the abyss dungeons perfectly matched their White Eagle Nation's characteristic, zero-cost purchases. As for the fact that they had only screened 3 unclassed individuals capable of entering the abyss dungeon, so far everyone tacitly chose to ignore it. In the White Eagle Nation, at the underground strategic transmission center of the Pentagon, Commissioner Smith sat on a leather sofa with his legs crossed, shaking a half glass of chilled bourbon whiskey in his hand. Outside the massive bulletproof glass wall, 3 ragged, emaciated, jobless individuals stood in a row. They were homeless men forcibly seized from the $0 purchase queues on the streets of Los Santos by the military of the White Eagle Nation. Originally, Smith had passionately applied for 10 sets of epic armor and a vast amount of supplies at the highest council meeting. But at this moment, the 3 homeless men only wore a meager 7 mismatched pieces of epic gear. The complete sets of exquisite equipment had long been donned by the children of congressional members and government officials, or even by their personal guards. Now these were merely appetizers as long as these 3 addicts could retrieve any divine artifact from the abyss. The old men in the Congress would only regard him as a national hero. "Listen up, guys," Smith shouted into the microphone. "Once inside, use the skills you honed on the streets of Los Santos. Stuff whatever glowing items you see into your pockets. The more you grab, the more leaves and bucks you'll receive when you come out." The 3 homeless men, hearing the promise of money and leaves instantly, had green light erupt in their murky eyes as they rushed forward towards the 3 level 10 abyss portals that had opened. Death Valley, Poisonous Mire, Lava Cavern. The 3 major abyss secret realms activated simultaneously, bathing the underground center in a scarlet glow. Smith tilted his head back and downed the whiskey in his glass. The countdown began. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Crack, boom. The deafening sound of shattering overlapped as if 3 heavy hammers struck the foundation of the Pentagon. The 3 enormous abyss portals showed no sign of struggle, and the light screens simultaneously exploded into a sky full of red light. The solid array base collapsed directly, and the violent spatial turbulence shattered the bulletproof glass, creating a large spiderweb of cracks. 3 cold mechanical warning tones echoed in succession above the center. Level 10 Abyss Secret Realm Death Valley Challenger has died. Cooldown time 5 years. Level 10 Abyss Secret Realm Poisonous Mire Challenger has died. Cooldown time 4 years. Level 10 Abyss Secret Realm Lava Cavern Challenger has died. Cooldown time 4 years. Smith's crystal goblet smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. He maintained the posture of tilting his head back to drink, his eyes widening like copper bells, his earlier smug expression suddenly solidifying into one of horror. Dead. All dead. Not even a splash of water, and they collectively perished in 3 seconds. The epic gear and top-grade potions that Smith had hoarded turned to ash in the abyss along with those 3 homeless men. Smith's breath suddenly halted. The MAGA oath lay shattered, and the shadow of the divine artifact was nowhere to be seen. Dog's hit. Fuck. Smith leaped up, kicking over the coffee table in front of him, gripping his hair in a fit of impotent rage. That bunch of sons of bitches from Sakura Nation tricked me. What do you mean he survived for 4 hours? What about the jobless mechanism? All bullshit. Smith's eyes bulged as he turned to the communication station, his fingers trembling as he reached for the red button that led directly to the Godwind Agency of Sakura Nation. He wanted accountability. He wanted that old bastard Hatamoto Hanzo to spit out what he had swallowed. Just as his hand was about to touch the button, the phone rang sharply. Ding-a-ling-ling. The red phone rang unexpectedly. Smith picked up the receiver, about to unleash a torrent of curses. On the other end, Hatamoto Hanzo's desperate and urgent voice burst out, first hitting him like a ton of bricks. "Lord Smith, stop immediately. Under no circumstances should you send people into the Abyss Secret Realms. Even if you do, absolutely do not invest too many resources." Hatamoto Hanzo's voice was laden with deep anguish and dread, his acting simply outstanding. "We were deceived. This is a trap meticulously orchestrated by the Dragon Nation's War Ignorance Bureau. There is no jobless basic guarantee mechanism in the Abyss. It's all fake." Smith was stunned by this sudden revelation. The curse he was about to utter choked in his throat. He gasped angrily, nearly exploding his lungs. "Hatamoto Hanzo, you old bastard. What good does it do to say this now? My people are already dead inside. I lost 3 Abyss Secret Realms and half of the national treasury." A brief silence fell on the other end of the phone, quickly followed by Hatamoto Hanzo's deeply frustrated sigh. "Lord Smith, you were too hasty. The great Sakura Empire deeply regrets your losses." "Regret your mother," Smith shouted into the microphone, saliva spraying all over the machine. "Didn't you tell me earlier that your fatso lasted for 4 hours in there? Why didn't you say earlier that it was fake?" "Lord Smith, please calm down." Hatamoto Hanzo's tone was innocently extreme. "Just 5 minutes after we finished our call, our number 1 tester suddenly died." Hatamoto Hanzo's logic was flawless. "At that time we thought it was an operational error on his part. To provide you with the most accurate data, we adhered to a rigorous attitude, and under tremendous pressure we sent 3 jobless individuals in to verify. As a result, they were all killed within 3 seconds. The great Sakura Empire sacrificed 4 Abyss Secret Realms to confirm that this was a conspiracy by the Dragon Nation's War Ignorance Bureau. The moment we got the final results, without even drinking a sip of water, we immediately dialed your number." Hatamoto Hanzo's tone was solemn. Lord Smith, we paved the way for you at the cost of 4 abyss secret realms. How can you blame us for not informing you in a timely manner? Smith opened his mouth, his face flushed, struggling for a long time without uttering a word. Hatamoto Hanzo's words were all reasonable. They had sacrificed more than he did for the rigorous verification of the White Eagle Nation. What could he say? Could he say they tricked him? This feeling of punching cotton drove Smith to the edge of madness. Fuck. Smith slammed the red receiver down onto the machine, completely terminating the communication. He looked at the chaotic underground center, despairingly closing his eyes. The Dragon Nation's War Ignorance Bureau had created a significant rift. On the other side of the earth, at the underground headquarters of the Godwind Agency of Sakura Nation. Click. Hatamoto Hanzo ended the communication. The sorrowful face from a moment ago instantly blossomed like a chrysanthemum, erupting into an unrestrained laugh. Huh? Did you hear that? The White Eagle Nation's bunch of stupid pigs lost 3 secret realms. That greedy idiot Smith was broken. Hatamoto Hanzo waved his hand, feeling utterly elated. In the underground hall, the high-ranking officials of Sakura Nation, who had just looked as if mourning a loss, all raised their heads, their faces twisted into smiles of celebration. Indeed, as the head of the agency, this trick of drawing water from the well is simply brilliant. Intelligence Section Chief Kamita adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, showering compliments. As long as the losses of the White Eagle Nation are as severe as ours, we will have an explanation on the cabinet side. After all, this is a global strategic misjudgment. Assistant Director Sato chimed in. Exactly. Everyone stepping back is equivalent to our great Sakura Empire advancing. The entire hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, as if they had just won a war of annihilation. Only Minister O'Hara, standing in the corner, clenched the shattered stopwatch in his hand, his expression still grave. Head of the agency. O'Hara cautiously interrupted the revelry. Now that it has been confirmed that the jobless basic guarantee mechanism is a conspiracy by the Dragon Nation's War Ignorance Bureau, that guy named Lin Ye is probably just a simple, useless blank. O'Hara swallowed hard. So should we terminate the assassination plan we previously devised? After all, for a freeloader, is it too wasteful to awaken our infiltrators who have been lurking in the Dragon Nation for many years? The hall fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned to Hatamoto Hanzo. Hatamoto Hanzo's smile gradually faded. He walked to the broken array, looking at the shattered obsidian on the ground, the painful cost of losing epic heavy armor and 4 advanced secret realms vividly resurfacing in his mind. A surge of violent killing intent emanated from the depths of his eyes. Terminate. Hatamoto Hanzo suddenly turned around, gritting his teeth, his voice trembling with cold rage. Why should we terminate? Hatamoto Hanzo grabbed O'Hara by the collar, lifting him off the ground. He is indeed a garbage, jobless person. But he is also the knife that the Dragon Nation's War Ignorance Bureau has thrust forward to disgust us. Hatamoto Hanzo slammed O'Hara down to the ground, pointing at Lin Ye's innocent face displayed on the holographic screen, his eyes wide with rage. Because of him, the great Sakura Empire lost a set of national treasure-level heavy armor, wasted 50 bottles of master-level potions, and let 4 top-tier advanced secret realms be sealed for 3 years. If we don't kill him, how can we justify ourselves to the Godwind Agency? How can I explain to His Majesty the Emperor? Send my orders? Hatamoto Hanzo surveyed the crowd, speaking slowly, his killing intent overwhelming. Immediately notify all infiltrators around Jiang City. Lin Ye must die? I want that freeloader to pay for his damned mouth. Outside the Lakeview Villa, the morning light gently breaks. Su Wanqing stands at the door, clad in a loose beige trench coat. Even with the oversized clothing, it is difficult to conceal her increasingly alluring curves. After donning the Weaving Dreams binding, her health points nearly doubled, and her complexion became rosy and translucent. The secret realms beyond the 3rd tier are restricted by abyssal laws, making it impossible to reach directly through the teleportation array. I must personally visit the Kunlun Mountains. Su Wanqing reached out to adjust Lin Ye's collar, her tone tinged with reluctance. Lin Ye took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist, rubbing his head against her shoulder. Sister, Wanqing, you must return safely. I will wait at home for you to feed me. In the past, Su Wanqing might have bid a tearful farewell. But now not only did she possess the life-saving technique, Magic Shield, she also had the Weaving Dreams binding for extra assurance. This time he chose the Abyss difficulty without any hesitation. Rest assured, Su Wanqing kissed his forehead. During the days I'm away, if you need anything, just use my alternate account. I have already informed the Academic Affairs Office, and the resource quota will be delivered to the villa on time. As her words fell, icy blue magical energy surged around Su Wanqing. The air currents lifted fallen leaves from the ground as she transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly disappearing at the end of the tree-lined path on Longda University's campus. Lin Ye stood still until Su Wanqing's figure vanished completely, then turned to walk back to the villa. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Xinyu leaning against the wine cabinet in the living room. She was toying with a legendary dagger, the blood-crying shadow blade, which emanated a dark red glow, but her gaze couldn't help drifting toward Lin Ye. She has left, and you still don't plan to return to school for classes. Xinyu shot a glance at Lin Ye, her tone harsh. Lin Ye unapologetically walked to the sofa, slumped down with his limbs sprawled, and picked up his phone to open Timmy. What classes? My specialty is living off others. Sister Wanqing is my primary mentor. Now that she is on a business trip, I must engage in self-improvement study. Xinyu's mouth twitched. In fact, she had reached the pinnacle of the second tier a month ago, and could advance to the third tier at any time. But ever since she witnessed the unreasonable 200 points of physical enhancement from Weaving Dreams binding, she had become obsessed. What does 200 points of physical enhancement mean for a fragile assassin? It means a margin of error, and it means she has the capital to challenge the abyss difficulty in the advancement secret realm. She dreamed of acquiring a set for herself, even if those few pink ribbons looked extremely indecent. For this goal, she even took the initiative to find a highly reluctant job under Su Wanqing, staying behind to monitor and protect this defenseless idler, ensuring he wouldn't be killed while Su Wanqing was absent. Xinyu was now absolutely convinced that Lin Ye's strength was definitely not as weak as he portrayed. But to find an opportunity to extract another set of Weaving Dreams binding from him, she had to make this reluctant decision. This kid loves to live off others, and with my strength I guarantee he will be well fed. I'm thirsty. Lin Ye stared at the phone screen without lifting his head. Xinyu clenched her fists, the veins on the back of her hand bulging. She took a deep breath, walked to the double-door refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of chilled sparkling water, and heavily placed it down by the coffee table. The bottom of the bottle struck the glass table, making a dull thud. So boring. That guy known as the God of Shadows hasn't logged in for a while. Senior Sister Xinyu. Lin Ye put down his phone, looking at Xinyu in astonishment. You, an SS-level shadow assassin from Longda, aren't advancing, but are instead guarding a useless idler like me. Is it possible you have some ulterior motives? Xinyu's face instantly flushed red. Stop being so vain. I'm afraid you'll get beaten to death by Song Tianze and his gang when you step out, and Wanqing will come back to hold me accountable. Oh. Lin Ye deliberately elongated his tone, looking Xinyu up and down, admiring the abs she had developed through years of training. You are really working hard. However, Sister Wanqing said before she left that if you perform well, I might consider giving you a set of my old. Xinyu's breath caught her eyes, instantly shining brightly, but she quickly composed her expression, crossing her arms. Who would want your shabby things? Then forget it. Lin Ye sighed, looking regretful as he took out a few black silk threads from his inventory. I originally planned to gift you a pure black set of Weaving Dreams binding, but since you don't want it, I'll give it to her when Sister Wanqing returns. Wait. Xinyu blurted out, then immediately wished she could slap herself twice. Lin Ye stifled a laugh. Wait for what? Wait. Wait until it's time to eat. Xinyu grabbed an apron and tied it around her waist, her mouth forming various shapes as she dashed into the kitchen to cook. In the face of absolute numerical temptation, the dignity of an assassin truly became insignificant. Meanwhile, outside the Lakeview Villa, behind an artificial hill 500 meters from the villa, two assassins from the Sakura Nation, disguised as landscapers, were crouching in the bushes feeding mosquitoes. The assassin, codenamed Night Owl, slapped a flower-patterned mosquito on his neck and cursed in a low voice. Baka, did those idiots in the intelligence class get water in their brains? The data didn't say this. Lin Ye was a shameless playboy who flirts everywhere. Why hasn't he stepped out of the villa even once since Su Wanqing left 3 days ago? Next to him, the assassin, codenamed Viper, scratched at the swollen lump on his face, his complexion ashen. That kid not only doesn't go out, but he also doesn't even order takeout. The security array at Longjing University is too tight. We have exhausted our high-tier stealth talismans to infiltrate this area. If we force an attack on the villa's protective array, the campus security team will turn us into mush within 3 seconds. Could he have sensed that we were lying in ambush outside? Night Owl hesitated. Absolutely not. Viper decisively denied. We are the elite, trained personally by the head of the Hattori organization. What can a useless boy living off others possibly sense? Just as the two were talking, a cold wind blew by, and Night Owl couldn't help but let out a loud sneeze. Viper, if we keep crouching like this, we will need to go to the campus hospital for an emergency before we even make a move. We finished the dry rations the day before yesterday, and yesterday I saw you fighting a stray cat for half a sausage. Viper gritted his teeth and pulled out a black blowpipe from his pocket. Just wait a bit longer. Today is already the weekend. He has to come out to restock supplies. As soon as he steps out of the villa's protective array, he'll take him out with this poison blow dart. By eliminating this scoundrel who disgraced the great Sakura Empire, we can return home with honor. Inside the villa, Lin Ye looked at the word victory flashing on the screen and tosses his phone away in boredom. He turned to glance at the kitchen. Since Su Wanqing was of the ice element, the villa had no air conditioning and the kitchen was hot. At this moment Shun Yu was only wearing an apron, looking completely disheartened as she defrosted a piece of. The temptation of 200 points of physical enhancement is truly great. Even the cold and aloof senior sister Shun has resorted to using beauty traps. Lin Ye never expected that the esteemed SS-level assassin would actually willingly change her job to a maid for the sake of divine equipment. But she is not Sister Wanqing. She will probably settle the score later, so I must prepare in advance. Lin Ye stood up and stretched. Staying at home is making me feel moldy. They'll take a walk by the lake and enjoy the scenery of Longda. Shin Yu tossed the defrosting tray onto the counter, instantly switching to full gear. I'll accompany you. No need. Lin Ye waved his hand, adopting a nonchalant attitude, as someone living off others who would have the time to target me. With that, Lin Ye pushed the door open and stepped outside. Shin Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Ye's back. You actually have some self-awareness, but the problem is that you're living off Su Wanqing's kindness. Just based on that, you need to grow a few more pairs of eyes on the back of your head. Shin Yu flicked her apron and immediately turned invisible, following him. By the artificial lake at Longjing University, willows swayed gracefully. Lin Ye strolled leisurely along the lakeside path, his pace slow, like an old man out for a walk. In the shadow of the rockery over 100 meters behind him, the night owl and the viper concealed their presence, hanging back at a distance. This kid has finally come out. The night owl lowered his voice, fixating on Lin Ye's unguarded back. The viper pulled out a black blowpipe, his thumb caressing the poisonous bone needle atop it. There are still students passing by, occasionally, no rush. In the small grove ahead, there's a blind spot in the surveillance. Oh, once he walks there, I'll send him off. Lin Ye remained oblivious to the danger behind him, sitting down on a bench. He took out his phone to check the screen, then sighed, talking to the air. The stealth of the shadow assassin is indeed impressive. He leaned back against the chair, gazing at the shimmering surface of the lake, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Unknowingly, I've been subjected to the Earth Online new player recruitment animation 3 times, and it was still in high-definition VIP perspective live version. Standing less than 2 meters behind Lin, Shin Yu's cheeks flushed bright red to her ears. The Earth Online new player recruitment animation. How could this scoundrel speak of such shameless things so Shin Yu gritted her teeth, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Right now, all my skills are passive defensive types. While safety is assured, I still feel too passive. Lin Ye continued to mumble. If my enemies just lurk in the shadows like Senior Sister Shun, it would never feel secure. I need to go to the skill library to get a book on anti-stealth or detection skills. Shin Yu was taken aback. A wave of inexplicable bitterness suddenly surged within her. Lin Ye, this red egg. It was clearly you and Wanqing who teamed up to pin me in that position as an audience. You were the ones behaving recklessly in front of me. Now you're actually guarding against me. Shin Yu's heart was a mix of emotions. Although she verbally cursed Lin Ye as a freeloader ever since she put on that apron, she subconsciously included this eerily jobless individual into her camp. But he didn't regard her as one of his own. Do as you please. Shin Yu sulked, inwardly thinking. Go to the skill library and pick one. Let's see who can pay for your credits. Lin Ye stroked his chin, secretly calculating. His divine talent, god of all trades, could elevate any skill to a divine level, but the better the foundational skill, the more astonishing the reassembled effect. For example, that legendary void step, if he learned it at just an ordinary quality, even with divine enhancement, it would likely not grant the divine effect of ignoring all spatial constraints. Anti-stealth skills must start at the epic level to be worth it. Sister Wanqing instructed me before leaving to directly swipe a subcard for anything I lack. Lin Ye's lips curled into a justified smile. I wonder if this counts as freeloading. He stood up, brushed off his pants, and said, forget it, let's play it safe. I'll first choose my skills at the library and wait for Sister Wanqing to come back and change them herself. Lin Ye murmured as he continued strolling down the lakeside path, coincidentally walking into the small grove that the viper had his eyes on. The sunlight was blocked by the dense treetops, and the light suddenly dimmed. The viper's gaze instantly sharpened. Now's the moment. He abruptly raised the blowpipe, puffing his cheeks, and blew forcefully. Whoosh! The bone needle, saturated with venom, tore through the air, emitting an extremely faint shriek, heading straight for Lin Ye's back of the head. The bone needle pierced the air. With an agility attribute of 228 points, Lin Ye possessed near superhuman reflexes, and at the moment he heard the sound, Lin Ye's right arm muscles instinctively tightened. The dark red, true damage glow of Blood God's verdict was already brewing in his palm. But he didn't strike. Because just as the bone needle was shot, a wave of energy fluctuation emitted from 2 meters to his left rear. Smelling the familiar scent of cooking oil, Lin Ye instantly retracted the Blood God's power in his hand. A free lackey, why not take advantage of it? Lin Ye's tense muscles relaxed instantly, as if he were completely oblivious, still walking leisurely with an indifferent gait. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing exploded behind Lin Ye's head. A pitch-black shadow blade flew out from nowhere, precisely striking the midsection of the bone needle. The immense force directly sent the bone needle flying, pinning it firmly against a nearby willow trunk. Sizzle! The tree bark was instantly corroded by the venom, producing pungent white smoke. Behind the rockery, the viper maintained his blowpipe stance, his pupils contracting sharply. Before he could issue a warning signal, the shadows behind him suddenly twisted like living creatures. Shin Yu emerged silently behind the two Sakura country assassins like a ghost from the depths of hell. Two cold glimmers intersected and flashed through the dim grove. Puff! Puff! The shadow strike connected with throat slit. The viper's right hand holding the blowpipe was severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth. The night owl's kneecap was brutally shattered by a kick, causing him to uncontrollably kneel on the ground. Oh! Just as the two were about to scream, Shun Yu swiftly delivered two precise knife hand strikes to their carotid arteries. Simultaneously, two black chains of shadows sprang from the ground, binding their limbs tightly to the earth, effectively sealing their vocal cords. From the moment the viper shot the bone needle to the moment the two were reduced to half-dead captives, the entire process took no more than 2 seconds. This was a swift execution. The worth of an SSS-level shadow assassin was vividly displayed at this moment. Lin Ye pretended to be startled by the commotion behind him. He abruptly turned around to see the two assassins lying on the ground like puddles of mud, gasping in shock. What the hell? What are these two? Lin Ye jogged to Shun Yu's back, expertly tugging at her clothing, poking his head out halfway, his face full of surprised disbelief. Senior Sister Shin, thank goodness you're here, or I would have lost my little life here. Lin Ye exclaimed, full of excitement. I knew you cared about me, unwilling to let me get hurt at all. Shin Yu glanced at Lin Ye's utterly insincere face, which even held a hint of mockery, and her eyelids twitched violently. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the impulse to chop this guy up. She originally intended to take the opportunity to see Lin Ye make a fool of himself, forcing him to reveal his true strength. After all, with Lin Ye's physical attributes and his life-saving skill absolute barrier, that little poison couldn't possibly harm him. However, her body's instinctive reaction was quicker than her brain. Seeing the dark projectile fly over, she instantly eliminated the target. You fool, did you really take it upon yourself to be his bodyguard? Shin Yu cursed, inwardly unable to resist practicing the art of dual wielding. Although Lin Ye had no idea what Shin Yu was going on about, he still pretended to be frightened, hiding behind Shin Yu. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt tone sounded in his mind, indicating the activation of the freeloading reward. Ding! Detection of host receiving protection from an SSS-level opposite-sex powerhouse, successfully triggering freeloading behavior judgment. Ding! The system has detected that the host is under the protection of an SS-level powerful being of the opposite sex, successfully triggering the soft rise behavior assessment. You have obtained a one-time divine item card, Lioli. Lin Ye quickly glanced at the newly appeared card in his item inventory, feeling a bit disappointed. Xiao. What a pity it's a standard package. But the effect is indeed impressive. Upon activation, it can forcibly transfer all the hate value, hostility lock status, and damage assessment received by the user to any designated target within sight. Goodness, this is a divine skill for killing with a borrowed knife and shifting the blame. Eating soft rice from Shun Yu can produce such an outrageous item. This system truly aligns with his desires. The night owl and poison snake on the ground have completely passed out. Shin Yu turned around and coldly stared at Lin Ye, who was hiding behind her. Lin Ye quickly restrained his smile, panic flashing in his eyes. His voice trembled with 3 parts fear and 7 parts gratitude. Senior Sister Shun, I knew you were cool on the outside, but warm on the inside. You would never leave me to die. Those two were fierce just now. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have surely met my end today. Shin Yu felt uneasy with him gripping her clothing. Let go. She frowned and coldly swatted Lin Ye's hand away with the back of her dagger. She forcibly suppressed the inexplicable panic in her heart and snorted. Stop trying to get close to me. I'm afraid Wan Xing will come back to settle the score with me. If you get assassinated while out, she will surely skin me alive. Shin Yu tucked her dagger back into her thigh holster and shot Lin Ye a sideways glance. I'm protecting you purely for the sake of fulfilling my duty, so don't get ahead of yourself. Lin Ye wasn't angry and took a half step back, rubbing his wrist. No matter what, one thing must be settled. You saved my life, and I, Lin Ye, am not the kind of person who forgets kindness. Shin Yu felt a strange sense of guilt under his unwavering gaze and turned her eyes away coldly. You, a soft rice eater, what can you offer to repay me? Forget it, or just don't get me into trouble. That won't do. Lin Ye intensified his tone, stepping closer. I want to repay you. Moreover, I want to use the thing you currently lack the most and desire the most to repay you. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment. Lacking, desiring. The combination of these two phrases struck Shin Yu's mind like a bolt of lightning. Almost reflexively, something popped into her head. A few pink translucent straps and a pitiful amount of fabric. Could he be gifting me a set of Dreamweaver's bind? Shen Yu felt a rush of blood surge to her head. Her cheeks instantly flushed, even the tips of her ears turned bright red. Shen Yu's heart raced, the temptation of 200 points of physique scratching at her heart like a cat's paw. But her remaining rationality was sounding alarms. It's daytime. This is the campus artificial lake. At any moment students could pass by that path. She suddenly turned her head, looking around like a startled cat. Her appearance made it obvious that she was somewhat guilty. Sure enough, 50 meters away on the stone path, a junior was biking by. Shen Yu swallowed hard, instinctively taking a half step back, her back pressed against the rough trunk of a willow tree. You? Are you crazy? Shen Yu stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, even forgetting to maintain her usual aloof demeanor. Here, in broad daylight. Lin Ye nearly laughed out loud at her guilty look. This girl usually acted like an iceberg, but her imagination was completely off the charts. He deliberately acted dumb, feigning innocence as he pretended to search for something in his item inventory. What's wrong with daytime? Do I have to wait for night to give something? It's not like it's anything shameful. What do you mean it's not shameful? Shen Yu became anxious. She grabbed Lin Ye's collar and pulled him close, gritting her teeth. That thing. Can it be taken out here? If someone sees it, how will I survive at Long University in the future? Lin Ye leaned forward, their noses almost touching. Shen Yu could even feel the warm breath of Lin Ye brushing against her face. Senior sister, why are you overreacting? Lin Ye smirked, his right hand continuing to reach out. Wait. Shen Yu watched his movements, completely panicked. She pressed down on Lin Ye's right hand, her palms slick with sweat. This is the school. If he pulls out a set of pink. That thing. If someone just happens to pass by and snaps a picture to post on the campus forum, her reputation will be ruined. Shocking. Long University's flower-level SSS assassin Shen Yu publicly trying on in front of the unemployed Lin Ye. Just thinking about that scene made Shen Yu see black. Before her eyes, social death was imminent. No way. Absolutely not. Shen Yu gripped Lin Ye's wrist tightly, her voice trembling. Let's change places. There are too many people here, we absolutely cannot. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, deliberately misinterpreting her words. You mean if we change to a place with no one, that would be fine? Shen Yu blurted out, of course. That kind of thing can only be done in a place where no one is around. As soon as she said that, she suddenly realized what she had just blurted out and froze like a stone. What am I doing? Am I really agreeing to go to a secluded place with this shameless bastard for a transaction that should remain hidden, all for 200 points of physique? In that moment, Shen Yu's assassin dignity suffered a devastating blow. Yet deep in her mind it felt as if a demon was crazily tempting her. Agree to him. It's just a set of strangely designed gear. Who can see it when worn inside? With it she could walk through the abyss secret realm with ease. Lin Ye saw the moment was right and broke free from Shen Yu's grip. Just as Lin Ye was about to pull his hand out of his pocket, Shen Yu panicked completely. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps and voices suddenly came from the lakeside path. Several Long University students had just emerged from the secret realm and were passing by together. Originally discussing strategies for the secret realm, they were stunned to see Lin Ye and Shen Yu, their eyes almost popping out. Holy shit, how is the soft rice guy again with the shadow goddess Shen Yu? That ambiguous posture. This guy is a charm demon. As soon as Su Wanqing leaves, he hooks up with her best friend. As they spoke, some quick-witted ones had already stealthily taken out their phones. Hearing their exclamations, Shen Yu, who was already on the verge of losing control, completely lost her rationality. She suddenly reached out, grabbing Lin Ye's collar and forcibly dragging him into the bushes deep in the swamp. Lin Ye was caught off guard by Shen Yu's sudden move and struggled to catch his breath. Senior sister, it's too tight, could you loosen it a bit? The students outside the forest were instantly struck by lightning at those words, and the weapons in their hands clattered to the ground. Holy shit! The male student's eyes widened as his worldview crumbled on the spot. Su Xuejia left for less than half a day. This soft rice guy is already getting into the bushes with her best friend. On the shaded path outside the small grove, several passing students stood in shock, their minds replaying the scene of Shen Yu grabbing Lin Ye by the collar and roughly dragging him into the thicket. Along with the intermittent words, it's too tight. Loosen up, their worldviews shattered right before their eyes. In just 2 minutes, the campus forum server of Longjing University nearly crashed. A bold post shot to the top with responses skyrocketing at a rate of over 1,000 per second. A shocking goddess Su leaves school for just half a day, and her best friend Shen Yu forcibly drags a freeloader into the small grove, accompanied by a high-definition video. The comments section exploded. I must be blind. That's senior Shen Yu, the shadow goddess of Long University, actually taking the initiative to pull a man into the small grove? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That guy is just a freeloader without a job. Oh, what kind of magic does he have? Su Wanqing is infatuated with him, and now even her best friend has fallen for him. The goddess Su just went to the Kunlun Mountains to advance, and now her home has been robbed. We must guard against fire's theft and best friends. Could the hidden talent of a freeloader be ultimate charm? I formally request the Academic Affairs Office to conduct a thorough investigation. All the boys at school pounded their chests and wailed in despair. Meanwhile, deep in the small grove, the two at the center of the uproar remained completely unaware. Shen Yu pressed Lin Ye firmly against a sturdy poplar tree, her chest heaving violently. Her face was so red it felt like it could drip blood, and her gaze was restless, hardly daring to look at Lin Ye. Stop shouting, or whatever it is, take it out quickly. Shen Yu lowered her voice, biting her lip, as if the words were forced out through clenched teeth. Her mind was filled with those few pink ribbons, and the sense of shame was nearly burning away her rationality. Yet the immense temptation of 200 points of physique pinned her in place. Leaning against the tree trunk, Lin Ye observed Shen Yu's shy demeanor, a smirk creeping across his lips. He leisurely pulled out the Academy-issued student terminal from his pocket. Lin Ye grasped Shen Yu's tense wrist, gently tapping his terminal against hers. Ding! A crisp electronic notification echoed in the tranquil grove. Shen Yu's rigid body trembled as she felt a vibration in her wrist, but didn't notice any extra fabric in her hand. She opened her eyes, puzzled, to look at her terminal screen. A light blue holographic projection unfolded in the air, displaying a single extremely brief deposit notification: transfer from Lin Ye 1,000 credits. Current account balance 1057 credits. Shen Yu was stunned, her gaze fixed on the string of numbers as her mind momentarily crashed. A few seconds later, her previously flushed cheeks quickly drained of color, replaced by a visible layer of frost. She had been played by this shameless freeloader. Shen Yu suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with a palpable killing intent, the veins on her forehead pulsating. Lin Ye. Shen Yu grabbed Lin Ye by the collar, her voice rising an octave. Are you messing with me? After all the psychological preparation I did, even sacrificing the dignity of an assassin, this bastard was just transferring money. What about those tantalizing words earlier? Shen Yu was trembling with anger, her right hand already reaching for the dagger at her side, ready to settle the score right there. Just as Shen Yu was about to explode, the teasing expression on Lin Ye's face vanished without a trace. He put away his usual nonchalance, standing upright with an extremely deep and serious gaze. His starkly contrasting black and white eyes locked onto Shen Yu's furious gaze. This 1,000 credits is what I owe you. Lin Ye stared into Shen Yu's eyes, enunciating each word. What do you owe me? Shen Yu scoffed. That's the hush money Su Wanxing extorted from me. No, that's the thunder you took from me. Lin Ye slightly lowered his head, meeting Shen Yu's gaze, his tone very gentle. That day at the teleportation square, Wanxing thought I had died in the abyss, and my magic went berserk, nearly destroying the entire square. Lin Ye paused, a hint of sighing in his tone. I know Wanxing's temperament. Once she loses control, even if the principal intervenes, she would definitely face extremely severe punishment, possibly even losing access to Long University's resources. At that moment, you were the only one who stood up. Shen Yu froze in place, her grip on the dagger loosening slightly. You fabricated a lie about betting to stabilize Wanxing, pulling her back from the brink of rampage. Lin Ye's gaze was fervent, his tone filled with sincerity. Senior, to outsiders you are a cold, heartless shadow assassin. But in my eyes you are just a silly girl who, to protect her best friend, would rather bear immense debt and public scorn without uttering a word of explanation. You did not deserve to bear that burden alone. Lin Ye raised his hand, gently patting the back of Shen Yu's hand that was gripping his collar. Wanxing is lost in her own world. She doesn't understand your efforts. But I do. This 1,000 credits should not have been your responsibility. Therefore, I am returning it to you this way. It is my gratitude for you standing up for me that day. The grove fell silent, to the point where even the sound of falling leaves was distinctly audible. Shen Yu stood completely frozen. Her hand that had gripped Lin Ye's collar fell limply. She gazed at Lin Ye's face, which was sincere to the point of being impeccable, feeling a sudden sting in her nose, and her eyes immediately misted over. All along, everyone thought she was the ice goddess of Long University, a deadly blade that struck with. No one knew the immense pressure she faced in stopping Su Wanxing that day, nor did they know that she had secretly wiped away tears in bed due to that debt of 1,000 credits. She thought this grievance could only be swallowed in silence. Yet unexpectedly, the freeloader before her, who only ever called out Wanxing's sister Cuddle Up, had seen everything. Was all his usual nonchalance merely a facade? Was he actually a person with an extremely delicate heart? Shen Yu's heart was in turmoil. She suddenly felt that Lin Ye's face seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Even his freeloading behavior seemed to carry some unspeakable justification. You. Shen Yu lowered her head, her voice a bit hoarse, the usual proud demeanor. Long gone, you really didn't have to. After all, I am Wanxing's best friend. What I did was not to make you grateful to me. That won't do. Right is right. Lin Ye insisted. Shen Yu sniffled and rubbed her eyes. She felt she had been too biased against Lin Ye, and was about to say something gentle to ease the tension between them. Actually, I don't really need this 1,000 credits since you. She had only spoken half of her thought when Shen Yu's voice abruptly stopped. Wait. No way. Xin Yu's hand rubbing her eyes abruptly froze. This 1,000 credits originally belonged to me. Lin Ye, this freeloader, has merely returned what should have been mine. Why should I feel touched at all? Wait. She suddenly looked up, her watery eyes widening in shock. Lin Ye. Xin Yu felt a rush of indignation rising to her head, and the momentary cheap sentiment evaporated instantly. This was originally 1,000 credits deducted from my account. Xin Yu pointed at her terminal, furious to the point of losing her words, even cursing. Using my money to repay me. Xin Yu gritted her teeth, snapping. Not only are you living off Su Wanqing, but you are also trying to freeload off my life-saving gratitude. Xin Yu completely lost her temper. This bastard's earlier tender and insightful demeanor was all a joke. He just didn't want to give any equipment while trying to brush off the matter of saving his life. Clang. The dark red legendary dagger was drawn, its sharp edge pressed directly against Lin Ye's neck. Xin Yu was truly filled with murderous intent, feeling that her earlier tears were the actions of a complete fool. Calm down, senior. Blades and swords have no eyes. Lin Ye shrank his neck back, his face showing no signs of embarrassment from being exposed. His extreme Pushin pool was all about stimulation. Watching this aloof assassin break down was indeed a splash of color in the dullness of life. Calm. I will chop you up today and feed you to the turtles in the lake. Xin Yu pressed the dagger forward. Don't rush. I never said that the 1,000 credits just now was to repay a debt. Lin Ye quickly raised both hands and then extended a finger pointing towards the direction of the artificial hill outside the small grove. The 1,000 credits are simply returning what belongs to you. My real repayment is those 2 assassins. Lin Ye's gaze swept past Xin Yu's flushed cheeks, his chin tilting toward the 2 figures lying in the bushes not far away. Senior, take a look at those 2's attire. Xin Yu's face was cold as she followed Lin Ye's gaze. The 2 on the ground wore snug pitch-black night suits with bone needles coated in green venom and short kunai lying beside them. This gear, steeped in regional flair, was exceedingly rare within Dragon Kingdom's borders. People from Sakura country. Xin Yu's brows knitted tightly as she shifted her dagger half an inch. Lin Ye snapped his fingers, his tone turning seductive. These 2 not only sneaked into Longjing University, but also attacked me, a model student of virtue and excellence. They must have ulterior motives. Don't insult the phrase virtue and excellence. Xin Yu shot Lin Ye a disdainful glare. Sakura country's assassins targeting you must be after Wanqing. It's definitely not because of you. That's not the point. Lin Ye ignored her retort, pointing at the unconscious assassins on the ground. Whatever their goal, these 2 are certainly no good. If we hand them over to the school, we'll earn plenty of credit rewards. Isn't that repayment enough? Xin Yu instantly caught on. Regardless of their purpose, the mere act of attacking a Longda student was enough to land them in hot water. Even if they were worthless, exchanging them for 3 or 5 credits was a sure thing. She knew that taking on a chain mission to clear out second-tier mutated beasts, exhausting herself for a whole week, would net her at most a dozen or so credits. Seeing Xin Yu's avaricious expression, Lin Ye knew this aloof senior was already in his grasp. He straightened his crumpled collar with righteous confidence. Senior, hurry and take these fat sheep to the security office. If they bite their poison capsules and kill themselves, your credits will go down the drain. Xin Yu let out a cold snort, flicking her wrist as the dagger vanished into the holster strapped to her leg. She strode over to the 2 assassins, grabbing each by the back of their collars, and dragged them like dead dogs, marching briskly out of the grove. Lin Ye strolled leisurely behind with his hands in his pockets. As they emerged from the bushes, they ran into the students who had passed by earlier. Those male students had been craning their necks, peering into the woods, imagining scenes unfit for young eyes. Now seeing Xin Yu step out with an icy face, dragging 2 bloodied, unconscious figures in black, followed by an unscathed Lin Ye. They exchanged bewildered glances, their worldview shattered further. Wasn't this supposed to be a secret rendezvous in the woods? Why were there 2 bodies being hauled out? Could it be that Su Goddess' best friend was actually a possessive Yandera who killed anyone caught spying? Xin Yu paid no heed to these stunned juniors, dragging the men straight toward the administration building. 10 minutes later, in the Longjing University security office lobby. Thud, thud. The 2 Sakura country assassins were dumped heavily onto the polished marble floor. The security chief had just taken a sip of goji berry tea from his thermos when he looked up at the assassin's attire and spewed the water out. Before he could hit the alarm, the air in the center of the lobby began to warp violently. A surge of spatial magic tore through the void as Principal Wang Changlin along with Vice Principal Jiang Fuhai teleported into the hall in an instant. The campus forum was abuzz with gossip about Lin Ye, and Wang Changlin had been monitoring it closely. But his focus wasn't on the relationship between Lin Ye and Xin Yu. It was on the 2 fleeting figures on the ground in the video. Sakura country's assassins dared to strike at Lin Ye. Lin Ye was the living legend who could solo the Abyss as a level 10 jobless, a future national-level nuclear deterrent for the Dragon Kingdom. If such a treasure were assassinated on Longda's campus, he as principal would be a traitor to the nation. The moment Wang Chonglin appeared, seeing Lin Ye standing unharmed nearby, his tense nerves finally relaxed. He let out a long, heavy sigh before turning his attention to the assassins on the floor and Xinyu beside them. Wang Chonglin was a seasoned old fox. He guessed that Lin Ye in Su Wangqing's absence had found himself a new meal ticket. Though he didn't understand Lin Ye's peculiar habits, he decided to play along fully. Good. Well done. Wang Chonglin waved his hand grandly, striding over to Xinyu with a face full of admiration. Xinyu, you truly are our Longda's SS rank core seed. Sharp vigilance, decisive action. Xinyu was taken aback by the principal's sudden high praise. Principal, you flatter me. No modesty. Wang Chonglin cut her off, turning to the security chief with a booming voice. Find out who these two are immediately. Attacking someone on Longda's grounds. Sakura country is provoking us. He faced Xinyu again, his expression stern. Xinyu, you've not only protected a student's safety, but also thwarted an enemy infiltration plot. Such merit demands a heavy reward. Wang Chonglin raised his wrist terminal, tapping a few commands on the holographic screen. Ding! Xinyu's student terminal chimed with a crisp notification. She glanced down, her eyes widening. Special transfer from Academic Affairs Office, 100 credits. Xinyu gasped. These two pathetic assassins were worth 100 credits. This was way too easy. If we extract more valuable intel from these tongues, the school will offer additional resource rewards. Wang Chonglin patted Xinyu's shoulder, but his gaze flicked subtly toward Lin Ye. Xinyu stared at the balance on her terminal screen, still floating in a haze of disbelief. 100 credits were enough to train for 10 full days in Longda's top-tier gravity chamber. Lin Ye, seeing her still lost in the shock of 100 credits, curled his lips with a capitalist smirk. He strolled over to her hands and pockets, lowering his voice. Satisfied with just 100 credits? Xinyu snapped back to reality, eyeing him warily. What do you mean? I'm warning you, I earned these credits myself. Don't you dare try anything. Senior, you're thinking too small. Am I that kind of person? In response, Xinyu nodded vigorously, her attention-grabbing assets trembling with emotion. Lin Ye, with immense willpower, forced his gaze to her face and scoffed. Only 100 credits, and you're satisfied? Xinyu frowned. What do you mean? Lin Ye pointed at himself. Sakura country can't stand the Dragon Kingdom's rise. They think killing me will disrupt Sister Wangqing's Dao heart, or even make Longda a laughingstock. Today's two were just cannon fodder scouts. There'll be a steady stream of assassins coming to die. Xinyu's expression grew grave as she listened. Lin Ye was right. Su Wangqing was far away in the Kunlun Mountains, leaving Lin Ye with no protection. This kid walking around campus was nothing but a live target drawing international fire. So, Xinyu asked coldly. So this is a prime chance to farm credit points. Lin Ye spread his hands, his tone laced with temptation. I will be the bait to draw the fire. You only need to follow me and collect the credits for free. Unconsciously, he painted for Xinyu a big, round, enticing cake redolent with fragrance. That way you can both help senior sister Wangqing and earn credit points. A perfect win. Xinyu's head, already a little muddled from the 100 credit points, followed Lin Ye's train of thought. It seemed to be true after all. As long as she stayed by Lin Ye's side, there was no need to brave the secret realms or scour the world for targets. Assassins lined up to deliver credit points to them. Wasn't that a million times better than slogging away at menial tasks? Gazing at Lin Ye's face, which was usually exasperating yet now shimmered with the glow of fortune, Xinyu found her aversion miraculously vanished. She even felt a faint gratitude deep down. The brat was shameless, yes, but undeniably clever. He had left this path to riches to her. Ahem. Xinyu cleared her throat, forced down the upward curve of her lips, and put on an expression of reluctant acquiescence. Since you have put it like that, and Wangqing has entrusted you to me, I will begrudgingly act as your bodyguard for a while. Lin Ye almost laughed as he watched the one who complained with her mouth, but was upright in action. This move not only let him freeload a willing SS-level assassin as a bodyguard, it also neatly arranged the prospect of future pampering. Senior sister Xinyu proved to be an excellent meal ticket. Over the next few days, Lin Ye and Xinyu entered a mode of angling for credits. The undercover agents sent by Enghua country came in a steady stream, offering themselves up like lambs. The head of security beamed as he looked at the sacks piled at the gate each morning. Hidden spies and operatives from foreign states had long been a headache for Longwo's leadership, who in this sweep, they seized the opportunity to uproot many deeply planted enemy espionage networks. The school was not stingy in rewarding Xinyu with credit points. In just 3 days, the balance in her account had already exceeded the total of the past 2 years. From vehement resistance to sweet acceptance, Xinyu rebuilt her values in half a day. Rest for a bit, senior sister, Lin Ye said, rubbing his brow. Those people from Enghua country, stupid as they may be, have probably realized by now that something is wrong. Xin Yu pouted reluctantly, but still hoisted the killer off the ground. Fine, she said. First we'll go to the security office to hand them over. After we eat, let's go to the back mountain. I feel like we might hook a big fish there. Watching Xin Yu drag the assassin away with such eagerness, Lin Ye sighed. Who exactly was freeloading here? The woman had earned so many credits, she was hallucinating, already planning a fishing route. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze, concentrated, and summoned the system panel. Ding! Detected host accepting SS level opposite sex protector, freeloading behavior flagged. Consecutive acceptance of the same type of protection triggers diminishing returns. Reward granted this time, free attribute points 5. Lin Ye looked at the pitiable 5 points and shook his head inwardly. You really cannot shear one sheep to death. On the first day when Xin Yu rescued him, the system had spat out a god-tier item. Later it reverted to granting free attribute points from 50 at once down to 5. Still, small gains add up. Over these 3 days he had accumulated a full 120 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he poured all 120 points into Constitution. A vast warm torrent of vitality detonated within him. His bones cracked with a series of teeth-grating snaps, muscle fibers thickened and toughened before his eye. He opened his personal attributes panel. The Constitution stat leapt wildly and settled at 206. According to the terrifying 160 conversion ratio from the jobless abyss mutation, his base HP shot up to 15600. With the divine passive Shungjingji Bo Holy Thorn's blessing doubling his maximum HP, that became 31200. Add a few scattered armor pieces and his naked HP already breached 35,000. He was a level 10 monster. With such HP, not even same-level professionals could look down on him. Even a level 40 triple advanced heavy shield warrior famed for iron-like vitality would cower at those numbers. Lin Ye clenched his fist, savoring the surging life force within. He even found himself oddly hopeful that if Yinghua country sent a more ruthless assassin and a blade pierced him, the multiplied true damage might simply bloom him into a spray of blood mist. On the other side of the globe beneath ground in Yinghua country's Shunfeng agency headquarters, the air in the hall was oppressively thin. Fubu Banzang sat behind a vast alloy desk, his eyes rimmed with red. You said Su Wonking's killing god was inside the advanced secret realm, so how did we lose so many elites? The intelligence chief Guida demanded, kneeling and trembling forehead to the floor. Director. Guida swallowed a spit, his voice thick with tears. According to the intelligence trickling back, that jobless one had another SS-level professional beside him. Our elites were no match for that hidden SS-level assassin. Bang! Fubu Banzang kicked the heavy alloy desk over in a single sweep. Papers flew everywhere. He drew his blade and began to slash madly across the hall, emitting a bestial roar. This was an insult beyond bearing. Longhua had suffered too much indignity. The elites we had placed deep within Longhua had taken years and untold resources to embed. They had been used sparingly with extreme caution, yet now they had been treated like wild game to be farmed. It was as if the dignity of the great Yinghua Empire had been thrown to the ground and trampled again and again. Director, calm down. Zuotung knelt with a thud. Longjing University's security is tight. The highest people we sent were only 3rd rank. Against a prepared SS-level assassin, we had no chance, Zuotung continued. Then tell me what I should do. Fubu Banzang's eyes were bloodshot as he panted. Send 4th or 5th rank strongmen. I will cut off Lin Ye's head and hang it on Longjing University's gate. Absolutely not. Guida snapped, lifting his head to plead. If high-ranking professionals approach Longjing, they will instantly trigger Longhua's national-level defensive array and be doomed to die. Fubu Banzang gripped his sword, his chest heaving. He knew Guida spoke the truth, yet the bitter rage in his heart would not be swallowed. 4 top-tier advanced secret realms had been destroyed and national treasure heavy armor had been lost and their intelligence network had been uprooted. If he failed to kill Lin Ye, Fubu Banzang was certain the cabinet would order him to commit seppuku. The hall fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, Fubu Banzang slowly sheathed his sword and walked to the ruined mess. His gaze grew colder and more insane than ever. Ordinary assassination won't work. High-ranking strongmen cannot get in, he murmured with a twisted smile. But what if the jobless one walked willingly into our hands? Kneeling on the ground, the intelligence officer Kita raised his head, his face filled with confusion. Director, do you mean? In half a month, it will be the annual 100 schools competition of the Dragon Kingdom. Hattori Hanzo turned around, a cold, sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kita was stunned. Of course he knew about the 100 schools competition. It was a massive, special secret realm known as the Beast Forest. But Director, the opportunities to enter the secret realm for major universities worldwide are extremely limited. Kita steeled himself to speak. Lin Ye is just a non-occupational individual. The higher-ups at Long University probably won't waste such a precious resource on him. You're right, Long University certainly won't give it to him. Hattori Hanzo's eyes flashed with madness. So this pass we the Cherry Blossom Empire will provide. The hall instantly fell silent. Director Sato abruptly raised his head thinking he had misheard. Sending strategic resources to the enemy. Wasn't that pure insanity? Fools, use your brains. Hattori Hanzo kicked over the swivel chair in front of him. The secret realm can produce treasures that permanently increase basic attributes. This is an irresistible, deadly temptation for any low-tier occupational individual. Hattori Hanzo paced in the ruins, becoming increasingly excited. As long as we create an accident to let him obtain the pass, he will definitely not be able to resist such a tempting opportunity to rise to greatness. Kita adjusted his glasses, his eyes gradually brightening. Director, you have great insight. The Beast Forest secret realm only allows first-tier occupational individuals to enter. Once inside, no one will be able to protect him. Moreover, the dangers within the secret realm are extreme. By then we won't even need to lift a finger. Lin Ye will be devoured by monsters, leaving no trace behind. Letting him die at the hands of monsters would be too merciful. Hattori Hanzo snorted coldly. I will arrange for the Empire's finest first-tier genius to go in. I want Lin Ye to be skinned alive and have his muscles drawn out so he knows the cost of insulting the Cherry Blossom Empire. Longjing University Lakeside Villa. Lin Ye sprawled on the expensive leather sofa, wildly killing enemies in the canyon. Xinyu sat on the single sofa opposite her, head lowered as she stared at her account balance on the terminal. Current account balance 1987 credits. Xinyu felt like she had been dreaming these past few days. Ever since she started collaborating with Lin Ye to fish, the assassins from the Cherry Blossom Nation appeared like clockwork around the villa. She didn't even need to go to the trouble of scouting. As long as Lin Ye stood in the yard, the assassins would pounce like sharks sensing blood. Then she just had to strike from the shadows, send the bodies to the security department, and credits would pour directly into her account. But today the fishing activity was forced to halt. Because for the entire day not a single shadow of an assassin was seen. It seemed the Cherry Blossom Nation finally realized this place was a monster spawn point and decisively stopped sending people. Xinyu looked at her nearly doubled credits. A complex emotion suddenly surged within her. She stole a glance at Lin Ye, who was furiously outputting in the voice chat due to teammates giving away kills. These past few days Lin Ye had been wandering around every corner of the school. On the surface he seemed carefree, but Xinyu knew how dangerous Lin Ye's situation was. The assassins from the Cherry Blossom Nation were all experts in stealth and invisibility. Several times poison darts had even flown past Lin Ye's scalp. He had completely entrusted his safety to her and unreservedly placed his absolute trust in her. But what if she made a mistake? What if an assassin withstood her burst damage and desperately plunged a knife into Lin Ye's chest? A sudden wave of intense guilt surged within Xinyu. Lin Ye used his life as bait, dancing on the edge of the blade while all the credits flowed into her pocket alone. This made the usually principled and aloof assassin feel extremely uneasy. This guy, although he talks back and is extremely shameless. Xinyu muttered to herself, but in the end he does all this to help me. As an SS-level assassin, if I were to take all the benefits for myself, how am I different from those heartless capitalists who exploit their employees? Remembering that the assassins she had dealt with these past few days were all experts in stealth and invisibility, Xinyu suddenly recalled a remark Lin Ye had made that day by the artificial lake. He said he needed a skill book for counter-invisibility. Just consider it paying his salary. Xinyu gritted her teeth, secretly deciding, if something happens to him, where would I find such a useful experience farming machine? I'll buy it, and quietly leave it on his bedroom desk later. Xinyu resolved firmly, she must not let Lin Ye know it was her who bought it, or else that bastard would surely say something that would mortify her. Senior, what are you staring at me for? Have you noticed that I look more handsome today? Lin Ye teased as he noticed Xinyu staring blankly at him. Xinyu snapped back to reality, her expression turning cold as she habitually retorted, stop being so narcissistic. I was thinking how lucky you are that you haven't been stabbed by a poison needle these past few days. Just then there was a rhythmic knocking at the villa's front door. Xinyu instantly entered a combat stance, flipping her wrist as a dark red dagger slipped into her palm. Lin Ye also paused his game, raising an eyebrow. Senior, you're too tense. Have you ever seen an assassin so polite that they knock on the door? Xinyu moved to the door, glanced through the peephole, quickly sheathed her dagger, and opened the door. Standing outside was none other than Wang Chonglin, the president of Longjing University. President, Xinyu respectfully nodded. Since you're looking for Lin, you'll go to the security office to hand over the case file from this morning first. After saying that she didn't give Lin Ye a chance to plead for her to stay, her shadow flickered, and she vanished into the... Wang Chonglin gave a meaningful glance at Shun Yu's retreating figure before turning with his hands behind his back, entering the living room with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Lin Ye slumped on the sofa, his smile widened even more. Lin Ye, how have you been settling in at school lately? Pretty good, President. What brings you here in person? Lin Ye sat up, casually exchanging pleasantries. Wang Chonglin took a seat on the sofa where Shun Yu had just sat, directly getting to the point. In half a month, the 100 schools competition of universities worldwide is about to commence. Wang Changlin paused for a moment, noticing Lin Ye's bewildered expression, and immediately explained. The 100 schools competition is actually our customary term. It originally refers to a large special secret realm that opens at a fixed time each year known as the Beast Forest. Since it only allows first-year occupational individuals to enter, and the timing happens shortly after university admissions each year, it has come to be known by this name. This year-long university has 5 opportunities to enter the secret realm. I wonder if you're interested in participating. The 100 school competition. The Beast Forest. Lin Ye slumped on the sofa holding a can of chilled sparkling water, showing no intention of sitting up straight. Principal, you must be joking. Lin Ye waved his hand, decisively refusing. What would I do as an unoccupied person? Deliver takeout to the beasts inside. Wang Changlin sat opposite, observing Lin Ye's stubborn demeanor with a slight frown. This kid clearly had the strength to delve into the abyss secret realm, but insisted on pretending to be a useless person. Young people should not lack ambition. Lin Ye, the Beast Forest is not an ordinary secret realm. Wang Changlin leaned forward, his tone becoming extremely enticing. Not only are there various rare materials inside, but more importantly, there are heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can permanently enhance basic attributes. Wang Changlin emphasized, raising 2 fingers. When Su Wanqing participated in the 100 school competition and entered the Beast Forest, her mental and physical attributes increased by a full 20 points. This is a permanent enhancement with no side effects. In a situation where talent, occupation, and level are the same, a difference of 40 points in attributes is a significant advantage. Lin Ye's entire strength was derived from his attributes. Wang Changlin believed that even a peerless genius like Lin Ye could not refuse the allure of permanent attributes. Lin Ye was indeed taken aback, but the reason was completely different from what Wang Changlin thought. 40 points in attributes. Is that it? He had gained more attribute points just by living off Xinyu in the past few days. Go into the secret realm and fight desperately against monsters. Compete with geniuses from various countries. Such a dangerous and laborious task is nowhere near as appealing as living off soft meals. Principal. Lin Ye put down the sparkling water, his expression turning very serious. 20 points in attributes is indeed impressive. However, I cannot go. Why not? Wang Changlin was taken aback. The slots are too precious. Lin Ye said sincerely and with righteous indignation. Our long university only has 5 slots, and I'm sure many geniuses this year are eyeing these slots. Lin Ye sighed and continued, as an unoccupied person having already triggered protests from the entire school for obtaining a pass to the Abyss secret realm. If I take another slot in the competition, it would ruin others' futures and surely evoke public outrage. I don't mind being scolded since I'm used to it, but you, principal, would definitely bear a lot of pressure. I cannot let my selfish desires make things difficult for you, so it's best if I don't participate in this 100 school competition. Wang Changlin opened his mouth, but all the arguments he had prepared were blocked back. He looked at Lin Ye's innocent face, knowing full well that this kid was making excuses, yet a warm feeling surged in his heart. Although he could suppress the dissent regarding giving Lin Ye the pass, it didn't mean he wouldn't feel tired. When everyone else cares about how high you can fly, it's really heartwarming to have someone worry about how tiring it is to fly. Are you really not going? Wang Changlin was not ready to give up and confirmed one last time. Absolutely not going. My strength does not allow me to be ostentatious, Lin Ye replied decisively. Wang Changlin stood up, shaking his head helplessly. As he reached the villa's front door, he paused and glanced back at the living room. Actually, not going is also fine. The assassination attempts from the Sakura Nation have been extremely rampant these days. If they learned that Lin Ye was participating in the 100 school competition, they would certainly target him in the Beast Forest. Although Lin Ye was powerful, it is better to be safe than sorry. Not participating in this 100 school competition might indeed be a better choice. Take a good rest, Wang Changlin said, leaving after pushing the door open. At the same time, in the logistics department of Longjing University, in the Special Skill Exchange Library, Xinyu handed over the case files of the 2 assassins she had just dealt with to the security office, and her account gained an additional 200 credits. At this moment, looking at the dazzling array of skill books in the exchange list, she felt a surge of ambition. Finally, I get to experience the joy of having more options for exchange than those that are not exchangeable. Xinyu murmured, switching to the page of detection skill books. Golden level skill, Eagle Eye technique. The detection range is only 5 meters too short. Xinyu shook her head, directly eliminating the golden level skill. Epic level skill, Eye of True Sight. Xinyu looked at the skill book priced at 800 credits, her fingertip hesitating for a moment. This skill has a broad detection range and very high priority for judgment, and can even ignore some level suppression. But Xinyu immediately withdrew her hand. No, this skill is too strong. Xinyu frowned. If this kid learned this skill, it would be difficult for her to remain hidden beside him in the future. Moreover, what if he used the Eye of Breaking delusion to spy on her? As a dignified SS-level shadow assassin, she absolutely could not leave such a safety hazard. Xin Yu's gaze continued to move and finally landed on an ancient book radiating a brilliant glow in the middle. Diamond-level skill, Eye of Breaking Void. Exchange price 500 credits. Skill description: after activation, it can see through all invisibility effects within a radius of 15 meters that are below its own level by no more than 20 levels. Ineffective against high-level spatial concealment or spatial stealth. Xin Yu's eyes brightened. This skill is perfect for Lin Ye. With it, Lin Ye would be able to detect those third-tier assassins from the Sakura Nation in advance, greatly increasing safety. On the other hand, this skill is only diamond level, while her stealth is epic level plus the bonus of her SS level shadow talent. If Lin Ye learned this skill, he could see through others, but he would definitely not see through her. Perfect. Xin Yu's lips curled into a proud arc as she directly swiped her card to deduct 500 credits and took out the diamond level skill book. Walking out of the exchange library with the skill book, Xin Yu was in high spirits. Not only did she repay Lin Ye a favor, but she also successfully added a layer of insurance to prevent Lin Ye from obtaining higher quality skill books in the future. I really am a little genius. Late at night, in the second-floor bedroom of the lakeside villa, Lin Ye finished his shower wrapped in a towel and walked out of the bathroom, drying his wet hair. He walked to the bedside and paused. On his nightstand, there was actually a skill book radiating a faint glow. Lin Ye chuckled lightly, picked up the ancient book, and the system prompt sound followed. Detected diamond-level skill book, Eye of Breaking Void. Diamond-level skill book. Sister Wanqing is back. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, glancing around, but found no signs of Su Wanqing's return. It can't be Sister Wanqing. It can't possibly be that stingy Xin Yu. Xin Yue, who had been invisibly watching Lin Ye's reaction, got so angry at being called stingy that she drew her dagger and waved it fiercely at Lin Ye. As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. The host has received a feed from the SS-level heterogeneous powerhouse, Xin Yue, triggering the soft meal reward. Lin Ye sighed inwardly, realizing that the sun had risen from the west. Xin Yue, this miser actually bought a skill book for him. His mind raced as he quickly understood the reason for this item appearing by his bedside. Xin Yu must have made quite a fortune these past few days, feeling somewhat guilty and buying this as a salary and a life-saving radar for him. However, seeing the line ineffective against high-level spatial invisibility or space stealth, Lin Ye nearly burst into laughter. Xin Yu is an SS-grade shadow assassin. Her stealth abilities are of epic quality, and they come with dual characteristics of high-level shadow and spatial concealment. This calculation could be heard echoing from 3 streets away. It would not only allow him to detect assassins from Sakura country in advance, but also guarantee that she could remain completely invisible before him. This girl is truly cunning, only wanting to hide in the shadows to spy on us, while not allowing us to see anything of her. Just less than 3 meters away from Lin Ye, in the shadow of the wardrobe, Xin Yu blended into the darkness, proudly lifting her chin as she observed Lin Ye's naive expression. What is this guy looking at? Shouldn't he hurry up and learn the skill? Once I learn it, I can test it out and see if this skill can truly detect my invisibility. Though she had absolute confidence in her stealth, Lin Ye's unpredictable antics were too numerous. She needed practical tests before feeling assured. Although Lin Ye couldn't see Xin Yu now, he had already guessed that the woman was definitely crawling in darkness within his room, viewing him as if he were blind. Unfortunately, her plans were destined to fail. Ding. Critical reward triggered. Diamond grade Eye of Void Breaking modified by the Soft Rice system, quality upgraded to Epic grade Eye of Illusion Breaking. Eye of Illusion Breaking modification: after activation, it can see through all invisibility effects within a radius of 30 meters that do not exceed its own level of 15, and has a certain probability of breaking through clones or transformations. Lin Ye looked at the changes on the panel, a hint of a smug smile creeping onto his lips. Just this wave of strengthening from the Soft Rice system had already rendered Xin Yu's little thoughts useless. Epic against epic, and it could even ignore a 30-level gap. With just this one skill, Xin Yu would be utterly exposed before him. Moreover, he still had his talents yet to be unleashed. Lin Ye slapped the skill book forcefully. The skill book transformed into countless sparkling light points, surging madly into his forehead. At the moment Lin Ye learned the skill, the dormant golden finger within him suddenly activated. Ding. God-level talent, God of all trades effect triggered. The underlying logic of Epic Eye of Illusion Breaking begins to reconstruct. Reconstruction complete. Skill evolved into God-level active skill, Heavenly Eye of Illusion Breaking. As the system's cold prompt fell, Lin Ye felt a sharp pain in his forehead, followed by an extremely cool energy coursing through his visual nerves and spreading throughout his body. Heavenly Eye of Illusion Breaking God level. After activation, it can summon a freely controllable and non-physical Heavenly Eye of Illusion Breaking, invisible, unobservable, indestructible. Absolute true sight. Wherever the heavenly eye of illusion breaking gazes, it ignores all grade-level invisibility, spatial concealment, formation barriers, and environmental obstructions. Breaking illusion, the heavenly eye can see through any transformation, disguise, mental camouflage, and transformation effects. Duration consumes 1 mana point per second after activation, with no cooldown. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, extremely satisfied with the heavenly eye of illusion breaking that was enhanced by his talent. Ignoring all grade-level invisibility means that from now on, regardless of what rank assassin the opponent is, they will be as exposed as if they were naked under a streetlight before him. This is simply a dimensional strike against all stealth professions. Furthermore, being able to see through disguises and illusions, the value in intelligence warfare and assassination prevention is immeasurable. He immediately used the skill to summon the heavenly eye of illusion breaking. A phantom golden eye the size of a fist floated about half a meter beside Lin Ye's shoulder, with subtly shifting rainbow patterns on its surface. The moment the heavenly eye of illusion breaking was summoned, Lin Ye's perception range suddenly expanded several times. He tried to control it with his mind, and the golden eye glided towards the ceiling as if it were an extension of his body. There were no magical fluctuations leaking, no light spreading, and even the air showed no signs of movement. With a thought, Lin Ye directed the eye to pass straight through the bedroom's solid wall floating above the corridor. He closed his eyes, and his vision instantly switched to the perspective of the eye. Every tile pattern in the corridor, every speck of dust accumulated in the corners was revealed in detail. He continued to guide the eye, drifting outside through the second-floor French windows soaring above the courtyard outside the villa. The lake view in the night was all within sight. Even the black beetles ravenously munching on the grass far away were clearly visible. Lin Ye recalled the eye back to his side, opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. This is no longer just a simple stealth-breaking skill, it's practically an all-seeing map. Seeing Lin Ye's actions, Shunyu immediately realized that he had already learned and utilized the skill. "Come on," she said, her gaze focused on Lin Ye. "I want to see what new tricks you can pull this time." Shunyu instinctively held her breath, maintaining her invisibility as she stepped out from the shadow of the wardrobe. Lin Ye had already discovered Shunyu the moment he summoned the heavenly eye of illusion breaking, but he still pretended to be unaware. Seeing Shunyu step forward, he guessed she was probably trying to test whether he could see her. Shunyu approached Lin Ye, gazing at his face just inches away, her heart involuntarily quickening. He really couldn't find her. Shunyu's heart was filled with joy, a tremendous sense of accomplishment flooding her entire being. This time the credits were not wasted. Not only did she provide this guy with insurance, but she also perfectly preserved her dignity as an assassin. "I truly am the smartest shadow genius of Longda." Lin Ye watched as Shunyu struggled to suppress her smile, barely managing to maintain her composure. He yanked off the towel and lay down on the bed after a few exhausting days. "Finally, I can get a good night's sleep." Shunyu instinctively wanted to turn away, but then suddenly stopped. "I'm now the audience and I've seen it before, so what's there to avoid?" Though she said this, her face still turned beet red. Watching Lin Ye's seemingly nonchalant smile, a strange thought suddenly popped into Shunyu's mind. Could it be that this red egg Lin Ye can see me and is pretending to act? Although her rationality told her this was impossible, the thought grew stronger in her mind. This guy Lin Ye has too many secrets. Who knows what unexpected surprises might happen? Shunyu gritted her teeth and made an extremely bold decision. "I want to see if you really are putting on an act." Blushing, she resolutely raised her hands, reaching for the metallic clasps of her dark leather armor. "I don't believe you won't react." The metal lock sprang open, and Shunyu took a deep breath, gripping the hem of her dark leather armor with both hands before abruptly lifting it upward. She was left with only an extremely elastic black tactical sports vest on her upper body. The fabric tightly wrapped around her upper body, outlining breathtaking curves. The taut lines of her abdomen were exposed to the air, slightly contracting with her breath, glistening alluringly under the lights. She fixed her gaze on Lin Ye, who lay on the bed, trying to discern any signs of surprise or evasion on his. Lin Ye on the bed had his hands clasped behind his head, staring fixedly at the chandelier on the ceiling. Barely. Could it be that he really can't see? Shunyu had absolute confidence in her figure. No normal man could remain unaffected upon seeing her like this. As expected, he can't see me, Shunyu thought with a sense of satisfaction. A diamond level skill is indeed diamond level. Before my absolute stealth, he can only act like a blind man. What she didn't know was that the broken illusion eye above was broadcasting in high definition with a 360-degree view. On the surface, Lin Ye appeared calm as a seasoned dog, but inside, he was roaring with excitement. Holy shit, did Senior really go this far? She's being too harsh on herself. To verify the effective range of a probing skill, she actually staged a live strip show. This man is always full of tricks. I suspect he's still playing me. Shunyu thought fiercely. To ensure absolute certainty, she decided to intensify her probing. Shunyu bent down at the edge of the bed, unabashedly thrusting her body towards Lin Ye. At the same time, she crossed her hands, gripping the hem of her black tactical vest, reaching behind to unfasten the hidden buckle, and slowly rolled it up. Lin Ye watched the scene unfolding right in front of him through the broken illusion, his scalp prickling. He struggled to control his breathing, desperately reciting calming mantras in his mind to suppress his Buddhist instincts. Yet if a man can endure such a situation and isn't gay, he could directly enter the palace. Just as Shun Yu was about to remove her final layer of defense, revealing her proud assets in their perfect form, her sharp peripheral vision inadvertently swept across Lin Ye's body, and her movements suddenly froze. The thin white towel draped over Lin Ye's waist inexplicably rose by 20 centimeters. The air froze at that moment. Shin Yu's eyes widened little by little, her gaze locked firmly on the outline. After a brief mental blackout lasting 2 seconds, her reason evaporated instantly, her cheeks flushed bright red all the way down to her neck. Lin Ye. A voice filled with suppressed rage exploded in the room. The epic stealth was abruptly lifted, and Shun Yu bent down abruptly to grab the leather armor on the floor, holding it in front of her chest. With a flip of her right wrist, the dark red bloodshadow blade appeared in her palm, pointed directly at Lin Ye's throat. The sharp edge pressed against him, the blade tip almost touching his chin. "You bastard. You can see me after all. You just wanted to take advantage of me." Shin Yu was furious and embarrassed, her ears burning, her voice trembling. She had actually lost her last line of defense in front of a man. This was simply the greatest embarrassment of her. Seeing that he couldn't keep up the act anymore, Lin Ye simply sat up, opened his eyes, and put on a dazed expression as if he had just awakened, helplessly spreading his hands. "Senior, why are you standing in front of my bed in the middle of the night?" Lin Ye's gaze naturally swept over Shin Yu's fair skin. "And why are you dressed so lightly?" Shin Yu's chest heaved violently, her hand gripping the knife trembling. "Stop pretending. You definitely saw me just now. It's a misunderstanding." Lin Ye raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, looking utterly aggrieved. "I was dreaming. I just dreamt of several succubi dancing for me, and you woke me up." As a normal man in his prime, having a physiological reaction from a colorful dream in the middle of the night is quite reasonable, right? "You're talking nonsense. I'm going to kill you." Shin Yu was so furious that her mind went blank. If it was just a dream, how could the timing be so precise? She had just taken her clothes off, and this bastard had already reacted. Shin Yu's murderous intent almost solidified into reality in the room. The humiliation of her assassin's dignity being trampled on made her want to bleed Lin Ye on the spot. Lin Ye sighed, knowing that pretending to be foolish was no longer an option. "Senior, let's not act impulsively. Blades have no eyes. If we hurt each other, it won't be good." Lin Ye spread his hands, a glimmer of light flashing in his palms. Several black semi-transparent ribbons and a few meager pieces of fabric lay quietly in his hands. The unique luster of the equipment flowed over those pieces of fabric, emanating a deadly allure. Divine equipment, dream weaver's bind. The air suddenly fell silent. Shin Yue, who had been full of rage, found her eyes freezing upon seeing this equipment. The sharp dagger paused at Lin Ye's neck, her killing intent dissipating at a visible rate. Her breathing quickened instantly, her gaze darting back and forth between Lin Ye and the equipment. Lin Ye offered the dream weaver's bind forward. "Regarding my earlier reaction, I have an explanation worth 200 points of constitution. I wonder if Senior can accept it." Shin Yu swallowed hard. The equipment she had longed for day and night was now within reach. As long as she wore this set of equipment, her health points would double, allowing her to directly challenge the Abyss Advancement Secret Realm and completely pull ahead of other geniuses. The assassin's dignity began to waver wildly in the face of absolute numerical temptation. "This is my most treasured item," Lin Ye said lazily. "If Senior still thinks my sincerity is lacking, then I really can't help it." Saying this, Lin Ye pretended to retract the Dreamweaver's bind. "Stop!" Shin Yu slapped Lin Ye's hand away and fiercely snatched the Dreamweaver's bind to protect it against her chest. "You finally have some sense. This isn't over. You've taken such a huge advantage from me. Since I've accepted this equipment, consider it compensation for your voyeuristic emotional distress." After saying this, Shin Yu clutched the equipment and rushed into the bathroom attached to the bedroom. Click! The door locked behind her. Lin Ye lay on the bed, rubbing his neck, which had been pressed into a red mark by the blade, his mouth curving into a wild grin. The bathroom door could block the view of an ordinary person, but it couldn't stop the broken illusion eye. The golden eye in the air silently drifted towards the bathroom, easily penetrating the frosted glass door. Inside the bathroom, Shin Yu looked at herself in the mirror, her face burning hot. She quickly changed into the pink Dreamweaver's bind. The moment she donned the Dreamweaver's bind, an immense and gentle vitality surged into her limbs and bones from the equipment. Shin Yu couldn't help but let out a soft, comfortable moan. She immediately pulled up her personal attribute panel, her base health points skyrocketing from over 3,500 to nearly 7,000. The overwhelming joy instantly dissipated her previous embarrassment and awkwardness. She admired her extremely daring appearance in the mirror, unable to resist turning around. Actually, upon closer inspection, aside from the lack of fabric, the design of this equipment is quite beautiful. Xinyu mumbled to herself, completely falling into the delicious fragrance law. Lin Ye witnessed everything through the broken illusion eye. 2 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Xinyu stepped out. She had put on a loose white shirt that Lin Ye had left in the bathroom over the Dreamweaver's bind. The hem of the shirt just barely covered her thighs, while her long straight legs were exposed to the air. Deliberately leaving a few buttons undone at the collar, the pink straps underneath were faintly visible. Now, with the divine gear, Xinyu's entire attitude had done a complete 180. She approached the bed, her voice betraying her excitement, and she no longer mentioned the earlier incident of being seen. The size is perfect. Xinyu tugged at the hem of the shirt, her gaze subtle. Thank you for your compensation. Lin Ye opened his eyes, unabashedly scanning Xinyu from top to bottom. It suits you very well. The pink straps clung closely to Xinyu's fair skin, outlining breathtaking curves, and an extreme allure washed over him. Lin Ye shifted to the side, patting the empty space on the bed. Senior, this set of equipment comes with matching after-sales service. Care to give it a try? Xinyu bit her lip, her heart racing. She did not refuse. Instead, she obediently sat down at the edge of the... Since she had already taken this equipment, she decided to let it all go. After all the advantage had been taken, being coy now would only seem petty. Lin Ye stood up, drawing closer, the distance between them surpassing the safe social distance. Xinyu's entire body flushed a light pink, swallowing hard, unable to meet Lin Ye's eyes. Just as Lin Ye was inhaling the scent of her shower gel, preparing to take down this seemingly aloof assassin who was all talk, but had a soft heart. A sudden flicker of an extremely abrupt black shadow flashed at the edge of the vision from the broken illusion eye he had set on top of the villa. Lin Ye lay on the bed as the broken void eye in midair locked onto the abrupt black shadow with no blind spots. The shadow lightly landed on the railing of the second-floor balcony. To the eyes of ordinary people or common detection skills, it was merely a slightly larger stray cat lazily licking its paws. Yet under the absolute vision of the golden eye, the layer of furry illusion was instantly stripped away. Inside was a short ninja from Sakura Country dressed in a deep black stealth suit. Transfiguration type. These little guys are living quite well and are keeping up with the times. The assassin from Sakura Country evidently had enough of brute force and had begun to adopt a stealthy approach. The dwarf assassin pressed against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, attempting to use a specially made stethoscope to pick up sounds from inside. At that moment, Xinyu had just settled at the edge of the bed. With the collar of her shirt slightly open, the pink straps faintly visible, a dangerous and ambiguous aura filled the air. Lin Ye's gaze flickered, and he suddenly sat up, grabbing Xinyu's slender wrist and forcefully pulling her down onto the bed. "What are you doing?" Xinyu exclaimed, but before she could finish, Lin Ye's tall figure had already heavily pressed down, silencing her words. "Shoo." Lin Ye covered her mouth with one hand, his upper body pressed tightly against her, his lips almost brushing against her ear as he spoke in a very low voice. "There's an assassin touching the balcony." Xinyu's pupils constricted, her muscles instinctively tensing as the shadow magic within her body began to stir subconsciously. "Don't use magic." Lin Ye's hand slipped from the bottom of her shirt into forbidden territory, his breath deliberately fanning against her neck. "If you scare him away, you won't be able to earn any credits." Hearing the word credits, the magical energy that Xinyu had just gathered instantly dissipated. She twisted her body, trying to escape Lin Ye's wandering hand, but brushing against him only made her tremble and lose her power to resist. A barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. He released his hold on Xinyu's mouth, his fingertips naturally resting on the pink Dreamweaver bind. Xinyu trembled all over, biting her lip hard, her mind at war. Rationality told her that she should kick this opportunistic bastard off the bed. But with 200 points of physical equipment on her plus a substantial credit withdrawal machine waiting outside. For the credits? I'm doing this for the credits, not because I crave his body. Xinyu frantically hypnotized herself, slowly closing her eyes as her body gradually relaxed, half pushing and half accepting. Lin Ye secretly chuckled, his thoughts moving as he activated the internal protective array of the villa, raising the soundproofing and shielding levels of the entire bedroom to the highest. Not to mention the cat outside. Even if a deity came, they wouldn't be able to hear any sound from inside. The atmosphere quickly heated up, and the white shirt was casually tossed onto the carpet. Just as Lin Ye was about to strike, his movements suddenly paused. His fingers hooked onto the metal clasp of the Dreamweaver bind, quickly stripping off the pink straps from Xinyu's body and tossing them onto the distant sofa. "What are you doing?" Xinyu's eyes were dazed, her face flushed deep red. "You're not thinking of going back on your word and taking the equipment back, are you?" "Sister Yue, your figure is so good you really don't need these encumbrances." Lin Ye panted, whispering in her ear. Though what he said was true, the main reason was that he was afraid the perception sharing attached to the Dreamweaver bind would affect Su Wanqing, who was in the secret realm. Shen Yu trembled violently, no longer struggling, and actively cooperated with Lin Ye's actions to remove the Dreamweaver bind. As soon as the Dreamweaver bind was completely off, she immediately stored it back into her item slot. Lin Ye watched her movements and couldn't help but smile. Naturally, he had no reason to take back what he had given. Then he cast aside all reservations and completely took control of the rhythm. The night was deep and the room was filled with charm. Several hours later, Shen Yu, wrapped in an air-conditioned blanket, lay on the bed feeling as if her body had fallen apart. She stared blankly at the ceiling, and the logical center of her brain finally rebooted. Wait, this is the top Lakeview Villa of Longjing University. The walls were engraved with top-tier protective arrays, not to mention a third-tier assassin. Even a fifth-tier professional's mental probing could be blocked. How could an assassin transformed into a wildcat possibly see or hear anything happening inside? Shen Yu suddenly sat up, which pulled at her sore waist, making her gasp in cold air. She turned her head and glared intensely at Lin Ye, who was leaning against the headboard looking refreshed. Lin Ye. Shen Yu grabbed the pillow beside her and smashed it hard against Lin Ye's face, feeling a mix of shame and anger. You big liar. The villa's array is active. He can't hear anything. Lin Ye caught the pillow, his eyes bouncing up and down with Shen Yu's movements while he said playfully, Sister, weren't you just performing so passionately? How come you're blaming me now? Pa. Shen Yu was furious. I must be possessed. I've definitely been poisoned by those brainless short dramas on the campus network, like the overbearing jobless strongly petting the cool female assassin lately, that I would stoop to acting out this idiotic script with you. She found an extremely awkward way to back down, refusing to admit that she had actually enjoyed it a bit. Lin Ye looked at the proud demeanor of the aloof assassin in front of him and began to climb his hands again. No. Shen Yu seemed startled and fled off the bed, her legs almost buckling as she stumbled on the carpet. She hurriedly picked up the equipment from the ground and began to put it on. What about the assassin outside? A high-grade shapeshifter is a big deal. We absolutely can't let him escape. Although her legs were still a bit weak, she couldn't afford to lose those credits. This is her baseline as a worker. Don't look for him, sister. Lin Ye stood up and pulled her back into the blanket. He already ran away the moment you begged for mercy. Shen Yu's face instantly flushed bright red like a boiled crab, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide and shut up. However, he did leave us something interesting before he left. Lin Ye waved his hand, and the butler robot in the villa immediately delivered something to Lin Ye's hand. A hard card emanating a faint blood-red glow and embedded in a dark golden frame appeared between his two fingers, as if by magic. Shen Yu was taken aback, her gaze landing on the card, her pupils suddenly constricting. In the center of the card was a vividly printed ferocious beast head. A pass for the grade school competition. Shen Yu exclaimed in shock. How could Sakura Country give you such a precious thing? Isn't it obvious? Lin Ye toyed with the pass in his hand, a trace of extremely dangerous coldness flashing in his eyes. Ordinary assassins can't enter Long University. They intend to invite me into the trap and legally kill me in the secret realm. Lin Ye's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Going through all this trouble to send warmth, if he didn't take this opportunity, wouldn't it be a disservice to the international friend's goodwill? He didn't care about free attribute points, but since a rare opportunity to snipe at little guys had presented itself, how could he let it slip away? The Sakura Nation has really invested heavily. Shen Yu glanced at the card, her voice still somewhat weak. What do you plan to do? Although the Beast Forest secret realm is filled with opportunities, countless talents have perished within its depths over the years. It is not a simple monster farming dungeon. It is a gladiatorial arena for the world's top first-tier professionals. To seize the rare treasures that can permanently enhance attributes, assassination, alliances, backstabbing, any vile means are fair game. Lin Ye had always pretended to be weak, hiding behind Wanqing, but this time, he would probably find a way to shirk responsibility. What else can I do? I have to go. Lin Ye casually tossed the card onto the bedside table, spreading his hands. International friends have brought the food right to my mouth. It would be rude not to eat it. The treasures inside can permanently enhance attributes. Although I am just a powerless bystander, I still wish to grow stronger. I can't hide behind you and Sister Wanqing forever. Shen Yu bent down at the edge of the bed, unabashedly thrusting her body towards Lin Ye. At the same time, she crossed her hands, gripping the hem of her black tactical vest. You can't just stand by and watch me go in there to die, can you? Do you have any outdated armor or unused scrolls? Just a little support for your younger brother would be great. Upon hearing the words, powerless bystander, Shen Yu's face twitched violently and her legs uncontrollably trembled. As a peak second-tier assassin, she may not specialize in physical attributes, but she had undergone a significant transformation after advancing to the second tier. Yet in front of this man, she was still tossed around like a novice learning to walk, no different from a helpless infant. Keep pretending who can outplay you. Shin Yu rolled her eyes in her mind. If you are truly a powerless bystander, then who was the person who almost broke my bones just now? With your monstrous physique, if you enter the beast forest, you would just be there to help those first-tier geniuses overcome their internet addiction. Clearly going in there to slaughter, yet you still have the audacity to act pitiful and beg. Although internally, she was full of complaints looking at Lin Ye's sincerely infuriating face, she ultimately pouted and opened her storage panel. A faint glow flashed and 5 vials of different colors landed on the bed. The red one is a high-tier instant recovery potion that can instantly restore half of your health. The blue one is a high-tier mental stimulant that can make you immune to intermediate illusions and hypnosis. Shin Yu picked up one of the vials swirling with pure black mist. Her motion paused as she visibly hesitated. Gritting her teeth, she shoved the black vial into Lin Ye's hand. This is the Shadow Dissipation Potion, which provides 10 minutes of epic stealth effect, erasing all traces and scents. I only managed to brew 3 bottles myself. I'll consider it a gift to you. The vial felt icy in her hand, and a familiar mechanical notification echoed in her mind. Ding. Detected that the host has received resource support from the SS-level opposite gender powerhouse. Shin Yu, triggering soft rice behavior judgment. Critical reward triggered. High-tier instant recovery potion adjusted by system rules upgraded to divine level instant recovery potion, restoring all health and mana and clearing all negative effects. High-tier mental stimulant adjusted by system rules upgraded to divine level mental revitalization potion, instantly healing all mental injuries and making you immune to any mental attacks for the next 10 minutes. Shadow Dissipation Potion adjusted by system rules upgraded to divine level void concealment elixir divine level after use. Enter an absolute void state lasting 2 hours. Attacking or casting skills will not break the stealth state, and it grants absolute immunity to any level of true sight and detection skills. Attacking does not break stealth. Absolute immunity to any detection. If this thing is taken into the beast forest, the enemies won't even know how they died. Lin Ye stored the potion away and looked up at Shin Yu. Shin Yu was about to challenge the abyss-level advanced secret realm, and such a life-saving trump card was something she could use sparingly. To his surprise, she took it out without hesitation. Though she often acted tough, Shin Yu was indeed all bark and no bite. No wonder she never let him interject. Senior sister. Lin Ye leaned forward, staring intently at Shin Yu. You even took out your bottom-line dowry. With Sister Wanqing not around, you are being so open-hearted with me, I simply can't repay you enough. Shin Yu felt a chill run down her spine under his intense gaze, and her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She instinctively pulled the blanket tighter and shrank back. Stop with the nonsense. I'm just afraid you'll die in there, and Wanqing will come back looking for me to settle the score. Plus, this is a reward for your earlier performance. No thanks needed for great favors. Lin Ye pressed down on Shin Yu's shoulder, completely cornering her to the edge of the bed. He leaned down close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her neck, his voice low. Since you have filled the gap in my trump cards, I can only use my strength to fill the holes in your defenses, senior sister. The air around them solidified in that moment. Shin Yu was stunned for a full 2 seconds. Then her face flushed from white to red to purple, as if she had been pressed on the fast-forward button. You. Shin Yu's breathing became heavy, her entire being flushed from her neck to her ears. She had just been touched by how this jerk had spoken a human word, but he turned around with a declaration so lewd it pierced her to the bone. Get lost. Shin Yu was utterly enraged, raising her leg to kick Lin Ye in the stomach. Lin Ye chuckled lightly and sidestepped out of the way. Using that momentum, Shin Yu sprang off the bed. She didn't even bother putting on her shoes, grabbing a white shirt off the carpet and throwing it on haphazardly, escaping the master bedroom barefoot, as if she were fleeing for her life. Bang! The door to the adjacent guest room was slammed shut. Click! Locked from the inside. Lin Ye sat on the disheveled bed, listening to the commotion from next door. Shin Yu paced back and forth inside, kicking something over in the process, and finally a heavy thud indicated she had thrown herself onto the bed. It went quiet, though she acted tough, appearing indifferent as if the sky had fallen and it had nothing to do with her. When it came to crucial moments, she had no qualms about giving away her life-saving potions without batting an eye. Someone like her is far more reliable than someone who is sweet-talking. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze, picking up the hard paper card, emitting a faint bloody glow from the bedside table. His fingers brushed over the dark golden border, and the fierce beast's head on the card came to life under the light. The 100 Schools Competition, Beast Forest. A meat grinder for the world's first-tier geniuses. The Sakura Nation has gone to great lengths to deliver this pass to him, merely hoping that he would legally perish within the secret realm. Inside there would be no protection from Su Wanqing, no covert guards from Shun Yue, and no protective formations from Long University. Only the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Lin Ye gently flicked the card, the thin piece of hard paper flipping in the air before landing steadily back. To maintain the persona of a soft rice man, he could easily crush everything with a single punch, but could only cower behind women pretending to be submissive. Having held back for so long, it was time to stretch his muscles and bones. Lin Ye stored the pass in his item panel and turned off the bedside lamp. I hope your bones are tougher than those of the 9th level ferocious demonized beasts, otherwise this hunt might be a bit too dull. At Longjing University, the No. 1 teleportation plaza. Beside the massive circular magic array, 5 fully armed freshmen stood in a row. All were at the peak of level 19, a single step away from advancing to the second class. The team consisted of Li Feng, a heavy shield warrior, Zhao Ming, a blood mage, Yi Chunyu, a holy light priest, Zhou Ying, a shadow assassin, and Sun Che, a ranger. This was the most elite lineup among the current freshmen at Longjing University. For the 100 schools grand competition, the Academic Affairs Office had scraped together every resource, equipping them overnight with a full set of top-tier gear. Li Feng toyed with his tower shield, about to discuss positioning with Zhao Ming once they entered the secret realm, when a figure in the distance caught his eye. At the plaza entrance, Lin Ye, clad in a loose casual outfit, strolled over leisurely, sipping an iced sparkling water through a straw. Damn, why is that freeloader here? Li Feng's smile froze instantly, and with a jerk his tower shield crashed onto the stone floor with a loud thud. The other 4 followed his gaze, their expressions turning grim in unison. All 5 tensed up as if facing a formidable enemy. What's he doing here? Zhao Ming lowered his voice, his throat bobbing. Could he be using Su Wangqing's connections to replace one of us? Don't panic. Assassin Zhou Ying said not to panic, but his hand instinctively rested on the dagger at his waist. Our spots were earned through the arena battles. Even if Su Wangqing has influence, the principal wouldn't go back on his word. They tried to reassure each other, but their eyes remained fixed on Lin Ye. He stopped at the edge of the teleportation array, took a long sip from his straw, and even waved cheerfully at them. No one dared to respond. The 5 stood frozen like wooden posts. Fortunately, Lin Ye made no further move, simply pulling out his phone to comment on short videos of young women. The 5 finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, assuming he was just there to watch. Wang Chonglin, accompanied by Vice Principal Jiang Fuhai, stepped out of the void. He spotted Lin Ye at once, a flicker of surprise in his eyes before he regained composure. That kid had turned down the spot half a month ago. He was probably just out for some fresh air, observing his peers. Wang Chonglin averted his gaze, walked up to the 5, and his expression turned solemn. I won't waste words. His voice, amplified by magical power, rang clearly across the plaza. The 10,000 Beasts Forest secret realm holds both opportunities and dangers. The celestial treasures within can permanently boost attributes, but you only have one life. Li Feng and the others straightened their backs immediately. Once inside, you'll be randomly teleported to the outer area. Your top priority is to regroup. Wang Chonglin raised a finger. Second priority, beware of teams from other countries, especially Sakura Kingdom and White Eagle Kingdom. He paused, his tone turning icy. In past competitions, these 2 nations always ganged up on us. So if you encounter players from other universities, try to form alliances. At all times, ensure your own safety is the foremost concern. Lin Ye, who had been playing on his phone, paused, slightly perking up his ears. As for the task of seizing secret realm passes from other nations' professionals, that's an additional mission only if you can guarantee your safety. Don't be greedy and rush in recklessly. Yes, sir. The 5 roared in unison. Lin Ye glanced at the secret realm pass, in his inventory, realization dawning. He had originally thought the 10,000 Beast Forest was just an ordinary dungeon where geniuses from various countries fought monsters for loot, never expecting such a battle royale style plundering mechanism. If he collected all the passes within the secret realm, could he let Dragon Kingdom monopolize it? Those little islanders really paid a heavy price to lure me into the secret realm to die. A sinisterly benevolent smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's lips. Since you've been so enthusiastic in sending me a ticket once I'm inside, if I don't revoke your eligibility to compete, how could I live up to this internationalist spirit of warmth delivered across the ocean? Time was up. The massive circular magic array at the plaza's center began to activate. Mysterious blue runes lit up one by one, interweaving into a spatial light portal 5 meters high in midair. As the spatial passage stabilized, a dense aura of wilderness and bloodlust surged from within. The passage is open, go. Wang Chonglin bellowed. Li Feng and the others took a deep breath, drawing their weapons. Before turning, Li Feng deliberately looked back at Lin Ye, sitting on a stone block, a flash of undisguised superiority in his eyes. So what if he had connections? So what if Su Wangqing protected him? On this grand stage of global geniuses, he could only sit on the bench as a spectator. The true path of the strong was reserved for those who fought their way in through skill. Let's go. Li Feng snorted coldly, leading the way toward the light portal. The other 4 followed, brimming with confidence. But after just a few steps they saw Lin Ye, straw in mouth, strolling casually toward the portal. Li Feng and his team froze. Wang Chonglin was stunned too. All the university officials present nearly had their eyes popping out. Lin Ye tossed the empty sparkling water can into a nearby recycling bin, hands in his pockets, and walked straight to the front of the light portal. Lin Ye, what are you doing? Vice Principal Jiang Fuhai shouted frantically. The passage is locked to the roster. Without a pass, forcing entry will tear you apart in the spatial turbulence. Lin Ye didn't look back. He pulled out a dark gold-bordered card engraved with a ferocious beast's head, held it between his index and middle fingers, and casually waved it in the air. As the card touched the spatial light portal, a blinding blood-red light burst forth. The portal flickered a few times, swallowing Lin Ye whole. The entire one teleportation plaza fell into a deathly silence. Li Feng remained frozen mid-step, his right foot suspended in the air, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. He went in. He just swaggered right in. Wang Chonglin stared at the shrinking portal, his mind buzzing. Where did he get a pass? Jiang Fuhai roared in disbelief. The passes for 10,000 Beast Forest are all held by top-tier universities. How did a jobless guy like him get one? Even Wang Chonglin, known for his sharp mind, was baffled. No wonder the kid turned down my offer. He could even get his hands on something like this. Li Feng, all 5 of you go now. Wang Chonglin turned and shouted at the still-dazed group. Jolted back to reality, Li Feng hurriedly led the charge into the light portal. Wang Chonglin clasped his hands behind his back, staring at the now-closed magic array, his expression a mix of emotions. 30% shock, 30% absurdity, and the remaining 40% pure schadenfreude. Since Lin Ye had entered the secret realm, this 100 schools grand competition was about to turn upside down. The sensation of being pulled through the spatial passage suddenly vanished, and Lin Ye's feet landed on the damp, decaying leaves. The surroundings were dimly lit with towering trees, each thick enough for 10 people to embrace, blocking out the sunlight, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of rotting vegetation. This was the outskirts of the beast forest. Lin Ye stuffed his hands into his pockets, and a flash of golden light appeared between his brows. An illusory eyeball the size of a fist and swirling with colorful patterns materialized out of thin air. This was the breaking illusion Heavenly Eye. With a thought, the eyeball shot straight up into the sky. The maximum control range of the Heavenly Eye was linked to his mental attribute. His current mental attribute was 121 points, and the maximum height it could reach was exactly 121 meters. The eyeball effortlessly penetrated the dense canopy and hovered in midair. Lin Ye's vision was split in two. One half depicted the dark jungle visible to the naked eye, while the other half displayed a bird's-eye view from the Heavenly Eye. This sensation was remarkably peculiar, with no delay or discomfort. He began scanning the landscape through the Heavenly Eye. Suddenly, a burst of crimson light erupted in the eastern sky. The light coalesced in midair into a totem of a long sword crossed with a shield, lingering without dissipating. This was the emblem of Qingbei Military Academy, specifically used as a signal to rally teammates. Li Feng and his 5 members from Longda also possessed similar means, yet Lin Ye did not spot Longda's emblem within his field of vision. Although Wang Chonglin had specifically mentioned that encountering someone from Qingbei Military Academy could lead to an alliance. However, Lin Ye had no interest in this. Acting alone allowed him greater freedom of movement. Soon after, at the edge of the Heavenly Eye's vision, 3 pink petal symbols rose in succession, the gathering symbol of Sakura Country. Sakura Country had only 6 slots available to enter the secret realm, so they had directly unified their symbol. Lin Ye adjusted the angle of the Heavenly Eye, peering through the layers of leaves to lock onto the area below where the pink smoke was rising. Deep in the jungle, 3 figures clad in tight-fitting black stealth suits were moving rapidly. These 3 did not head towards the pink signal flare, but rather adjusted their direction, flanking in a fan shape, rushing towards the signal landing point of Qingbei Military Academy. They pressed against the tree trunks and bushes, utilizing their professional skills to conceal their forms, and they didn't gather immediately, but instead rushed towards the Qingbei Military Academy's emblem. It's just like a dog that can't change its nature. Regardless of the world, there are always those with a death wish. The Heavenly Eye in the sky locked onto the nearest target, and Lin Ye snapped his fingers. Void step. He vanished from his original spot. 3 kilometers away, Chiba Kojiro crouched on a branch, holding a short blade coated with dark green poison in his left hand and gripping the bark with his right. Although their primary mission in the Beast Forest was to hunt the unclassed Lin Ye from Longjing University, if they could snatch a slot in the secret realm from a Longwa professional, it would also yield considerable rewards. The moment the signal flares from Qingbei Military Academy and Sakura Country lit up, Chiba immediately made a judgment, and along with 2 companions launched an ambush on the Longwa professionals. Chiba took a deep breath, his leg muscles tensing, preparing to leap to the next tree. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. A boy dressed in loose casual wear without even a piece of armor appeared on a branch less than 2 meters away. Chiba's heart raced. He hadn't sensed any spatial fluctuations or magical aura. How did this person— What the breaking illusion Heavenly Eye sees does indeed count as being within sight. Lin Ye glanced at the bewildered Chiba Kajuro, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Congratulations, you've become the first beneficiary of the whole map teleportation. As Chiba recognized the face of this person, his eyes widened instantly. Lin Ye, the unclassed individual who caused devastating losses to Kamikaze organization and made Hattori Hanzo the organization leader grind his teeth in anger. He actually walked right into his trap. Chiba's heart surged with joy. He originally thought it would take considerable effort to find an unclassed individual in the vast beast forest. He never expected this guy to have such bad luck being randomly teleported right under his nose. Chiba had no intention of pondering how Lin Ye had appeared out of thin air. As an unclassed individual without any equipment, even if he possessed some special teleportation scroll, it would absolutely be unable to withstand his lethal strike. This strike was executed with extreme speed and an awkward angle. It was difficult for anyone who wasn't a top-tier first-class professional to block. Chiba watched Lin Ye remain with his left hand. The short blade lunged towards Lin Ye's heart, while his right hand simultaneously drew another short knife from his waist, swinging it horizontally towards Lin Ye's neck. Dual knife technique, cross strangle. This strike was executed with extreme speed and an awkward angle. It was difficult for anyone who wasn't a top-tier first-class professional to block. Chiba watched Lin Ye remain unresponsive, a cold smile forming in his heart. Waist is waist facing an attack. He didn't even have a hint of instinctive reaction. As the dark green poison blade was about to strike Lin Ye's neck and left chest, Chiba had even begun to envision the scene of being received by the Emperor upon returning home and receiving accolades. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly Chiba heard a series of bone-cracking sounds, and these sounds were exceptionally clear, as if right next to his ear. Then he felt a darkness before his eyes, instantly losing consciousness. From Lin Ye's perspective, he saw the little shorty rush over with a lewd expression, as if he had thought of something. He had originally planned to just take the attack heat and counter it, but he was worried about getting splattered with blood. So at the moment the attack was about to hit him, he raised his right hand and threw a plain and unremarkable straight punch, hitting the little shorty's face. Boom! Chiba Kojiro exploded into a cloud of crimson mist like a tomato smashed by a heavy wood. Chips and blood rained down in a flurry. Lin Ye retracted his fist, disdainfully shaking off the bloodstains from his knuckles. I need to get a ranged skill for the future. He lowered his head to scan the pile of fallen leaves around him. An elite Tier 1 assassin should have at least a few pieces of epic-level armor and various life-saving potions and scrolls. Yet the ground was utterly bare. Only a dark golden-framed card was quietly floating. This was the Secret Realm Pass. Aside from that, the Sakura Country professional had not dropped a single hair. This broken secret realm is just highway robbery. The kickbacks are harsher than those of the agents from the beautiful country. He walked over to pick up the card, confirming it was the pass for the Beast Forest. Once a participant dies aside from this pass that proves their identity, all other belongings were directly erased and devoured by the rules of the secret realm. Lin Ye cursed while playing with the card in his hand. He had originally hoped to make a fortune in the secret realm and seize the unclassed individual's equipment to sell for credits to Shinyu. Now it seemed that this path to wealth had been cut off. Lin Ye sighed in disappointment and casually stored the new Sakura Country Secret Realm Qualification Revocation Task Progress 16. The breaking illusion Heavenly Eye in the sky immediately locked onto the next target less than 100 meters away from the Qingbei Military Academy professional. It's actually a healer. That girl's luck is a bit poor. Lin Ye raised his hand and snapped his fingers in the outskirts of the beast forest amidst the dark thickets. Clang! The dull and harsh sound of metal clashing. Qin Manching, a freshman at Qingbei Military Academy, and an S-level holy word priest gripped her platinum staff taller than herself with both hands and swept fiercely to the left. The howling wind swept the fallen leaves away. Yet her attack missed. Two figures dressed in deep black stealth attire darted between the tree trunks, moving with incredible speed like maggots on a corpse. Damn it, the speed difference is too great. Qin Manching gritted her teeth, barely avoiding a short knife that brushed past her visual blind spot, thanks to the momentum from swinging her platinum staff. The wound on her arm cut by the blade's aura was oozing black mist, the pain and numbness from the toxin steadily eroding her nerves. Her stamina was rapidly depleting, each breath felt like pulling on a torn bellows. Although her combat skills ranked in the top 3 among this year's freshmen at Qingbei Military Academy, the disparity in attributes due to her profession was far too significant. Facing these two agile assassins from Sakura Country as a priest, she had managed to last this long through prediction and positioning, which was nothing short of a miracle. A genius from Dragon Country. Nothing special. One of the assassins named Inoue hung upside down from a branch, tossing an emerald green poisoned kunai in his hand with a mocking glint in his eyes. Running out of stamina soon, the other assassin panted heavily, surviving 3 of our attacks. You should be proud. Qin Manqing glanced at her status bar. Her health had already dropped to 40, and her magical energy was nearly depleted. After consecutively casting the holy word purification 3 times to clear the toxins, her mana bar was almost empty. Even if I die, I must take someone down with me. Qin Manqing steeled herself, thrusting her platinum staff into the ground, adopting a defensive stance. Just as the 2 assassins prepared to launch a fatal strike. Buzz, an extremely discordant sound echoed in the air. The space about 3 meters to the right of Qin Manqing suddenly distorted. A boy in loose casual wear with his hands in his pockets appeared out of nowhere. Lin Ye had just landed, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder. The scene fell into instant silence. Qin Manqing was dumbfounded. The 2 Sakura country assassins were also taken aback. However, the assassins reacted extremely quickly. Inoue fixated on Lin Ye's face, his pupils suddenly constricting, then burst into a frenzied laugh. It's Lin Ye. That jobless Lin Ye. May the great Amaterasu bless us. He actually teleported here alone, without even wearing any armor. The eyes of the 2 Sakura country assassins instantly turned bloodshot. In their eyes, Lin Ye was no longer human, but a moving gold mine, a promotion order for a 3-level rise, a medal of merit personally awarded by the emperor. Forget about that priest. Kill him. Inoue unhesitatingly abandoned the nearly depleted Qin Manqing. The 2 pushed off the branches, transforming into 2 black shadows, one left and one right, pouncing toward Lin Ye like ravenous wolves. Qin Manqing stood frozen, her mind racing. Lin Ye, the jobless individual who cleared the Abyss secret realm from Dragon University. Wasn't it said that Lin Ye refused to participate, and even principal he had urgently canceled the escort plan? How did he end up here? And he just teleported here directly. Even more absurdly, this guy was not even wearing the most basic leather armor, swaggering into a meat grinder filled with first-tier geniuses. Watch out for their poison blades. Qin Manqing had no time to think further. The ingrained obedience and instinct to protect her comrades as a military student surged to the forefront. She glanced at her health, which had dropped to 1/3, then at the bare Lin Ye. Qin Manqing squeezed out the last bit of her mana, and the tip of her staff erupted with a blinding golden glow. Holy word shield. After casting her skill, Qin Manqing's legs gave way, gasping for breath, her hand, holding the platinum staff, trembling slightly. Lin Ye, who had just landed and was locked onto by 2 rabid dogs, was originally preparing to raise his hand to resolve the battle when he suddenly felt a warmth enveloping him. A golden shield lit up. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, turning to look at the pale-faced Qin Manqing. Was this girl out of her mind? She was nearly dead, yet she handed her life-saving skill to me, a full health bystander. A healer from the military academy. Are they all this reckless? Ignoring their own safety to protect their teammates. Lin Ye was just about to complain when the 2 Sakura country assassins had already arrived before him. Die? Waste of dragon country. Inoue's short knife stabbed directly at Lin Ye's heart, while the other assassin's kunai slashed towards Lin Ye's throat. Both of their faces were twisted with sickly ecstasy, as if they had already envisioned Lin Ye's blood splattering at the scene. Ding! The short knife aimed at Lin Ye's heart was unexpectedly blocked by the seemingly soft holy word shield. Lin Ye helplessly shook his head. This girl meant well, but unfortunately, she was only causing trouble. The attacks from the little sun didn't break through the defense, and even the holy thorn protection couldn't be triggered, so he had to handle it himself. He accurately clutched the wrist of the hand that was about to slash at his throat. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The assassin's eyes bulged in an instant, a piercing scream stuck in his throat that hadn't even escaped. Lin Ye's right hand was already clenched into a fist, casually pushing forward. Bang! This punch struck his chest directly. The assassin didn't even have time to scream, his entire upper body exploded. Blood mist mixed with shattered innards sprayed outward in a fan shape, staining a large section of the tree trunk red. What the hell? Inoue beside him was terrified by this horrific scene, his mind blank. He blew someone up with a punch. This is a jobless individual. A strong desire to survive jolted Inoue back to reality. Without hesitation, he activated his life-saving skill Shadow Escape, turning into a cloud of black mist, attempting to flee. Running away? You came all this way to deliver a ticket, and I haven't even said thank you yet. Lin Ye scoffed, pushing off the ground with his right leg. His figure shot out like a cannonball, instantly catching up to the black mist. He spread his fingers, a faint golden light appearing at his fingertips, directly probing into the mist. Come out. Lin Ye grabbed Inoue by the neck, forcibly pulling him out of the escape technique and slamming him hard onto the ground. Boom. The ground was smashed into a deep pit, and the surrounding decayed leaves and soil shot up into the air. Inoue's bones shattered completely, blood oozed from his 7 orifices, and after a few convulsions he fell silent. Two dark gold-framed secret realm passes slowly floated up from where the two had vanished. The battle was over in less than 3 seconds. Sakura Country's Secret Realm Qualification Confiscation Task, Progress 36. After taking care of the two little sons, Lin Ye headachedly looked towards Su Manqing. Originally, he had planned to collaborate with the healer to deal with those two little sons who sold blood to kill themselves. This way he could save someone reasonably without exposing his own strength. But the opponent's shield skill completely disrupted his plan. Just as Lin Ye was contemplating how to persuade her to keep his secret, he suddenly noticed Qin Manqing gazing at him with an expression of fervent admiration, as if she had seen her idol. Is this the value of a 10-minute speed run in the abyss? Qin Manqing stared blankly at the platinum scepter in her hand, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye's face, which still bore a hint of laziness. Without using any skills, relying purely on physical strength, he shattered a first-tier elite assassin into a mist of blood with a single punch. Qin Manqing swallowed hard, her voice trembling. The once-gold military goddess now had fervent light burning in her eyes. Lin Ye turned around and met her gaze. Qin Manqing suddenly snapped back to reality, straightened her legs, and instinctively stood at attention to salute. But she had clearly forgotten that she had just experienced life-and-death combat, and her tight combat suit was already pulled to the limit. As she thrust her chest out, her exaggerated curves broke free from the constraints of the fabric, rising and falling dramatically. The fabric strained, producing a faint sound of tearing under pressure. Lin Ye's gaze collided with it unguarded, leaving him stunned for a full 2 seconds by this overwhelming physical assault. With such ample volume, she must be an SS-class profession. Lin Ye's eyes twitched, and he forcefully raised his gaze to meet Qin Manqing's. I need to discuss something. Lin Ye cleared his throat, putting aside his nonchalant attitude and adopting a serious expression. What you saw today? Qin Manqing, you can just call me Qing. Qin Manqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, her previously cold face filled with fervor. Everything will be kept confidential, I understand. I absolutely won't breathe a word. Lin Ye was taken aback. What exactly did she understand? Qin Manqing stepped forward, lowering her voice, her tone filled with pride, as if she could see through everything. Lin Xin, you deliberately disguised yourself as a freeloader. It must be to deliberately deceive those scoundrels from Sakura Nation and White Eagle Nation, making them lower their guard to buy you time to develop. Not wearing any gear to enter the secret realm is a deliberate show of weakness, making yourself bait to lure out all the international scum that pose a threat to Long Nation. Your foresight is profound. I have learned a lot, Commander. Qin Manqing saluted sharply, then held Lin Ye's gaze for another second. Lin Ye opened his mouth, all the clever lines he had prepared suddenly caught in his throat. This girl surely didn't just sacrifice her brains for her ample volume. All right, as long as you understand. Lin Ye nodded along, adopting a mysterious demeanor. This matter is of great importance and must not leak. I guarantee that I will keep my mouth shut. Qin Manqing puffed up her chest, but her expression dimmed. It's a pity my strength is too weak, otherwise I could help you cover. But I can serve as bait. No need to go through so much trouble. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively, trying to reassure her. You as a healer being surrounded by 2 high-attack assassins and still managing to hold on until I arrived, your combat quality already surpasses a lot of combat professions. Qin Manqing gulped down a potion, biting her lip, remaining silent. You should recover for a bit. I prefer to operate alone. Lin Ye had his hands in his pockets. I just surveyed the area. Within a 10-kilometer radius, there are no other professionals from any other nations besides you and me. After saying this, Lin Ye turned to continue confiscating the tickets to the little days. He had activated the map hack, and how could he enjoy himself while dragging a dead weight? 10 kilometers. Qin Manqing gasped. The SS-class forest ranger leading the team from Qingbei Military Academy could only scan a limit of 1 kilometer. Seeing that Lin Ye was really going to leave, Qin Manqing bit her lip, leaving a line of white imprints. Being indecisive was not the style of a military student. After hesitating for less than a second, she decisively made her decision. Lin Xin, please wait a moment. Seeing Lin Ye stop and turn around, Qin Manqing quickly walked up. Although I don't have the honor of fighting alongside you, Qin Manqing looked at Lin Ye, please allow me to bestow a blessing. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Qin Manqing's shield could perfectly defend against even small day attacks, so the buff she provided would certainly be effective. And besides, there was no reason to turn down a benefit offered for free. All right then, thank you. Qin Manqing closed her eyes, her lips moving rapidly. In the name of the holy word, I beseech the gift of vitality. Complex and obscure ancient incantations spilled from her mouth. As she chanted, the platinum gem atop the scepter began to shimmer. Mysterious golden runes spread from the scepter to the ground, quickly outlining a miniature magic circle with a diameter of 2 meters. Lin Ye crossed his arms, watching with interest as Qin Manqing cast her spell. 1 minute passed. The prelude was a bit long. 3 minutes passed. and Lin Ye shook his leg. If this were actual combat, he would have been turned to ashes multiple times by now. 5 minutes passed, and Lin Ye sensed something was off. The casting time was so long that this was definitely not a normal skill. After 10 minutes, Qin Manking's chanting finally concluded. She spread her arms, and an ethereal and sacred voice emerged from her lips. Holy word life link. All the runes and vitality at the top of the platinum scepter transformed into golden chains linking Lin Ye and Qin Manqing together before swiftly vanishing. After completing all this, Qin Manqing leaned on the scepter gasping for breath, but Lin Ye's gaze towards her was brighter than ever. Lin Ye stood still looking down at the golden halo gradually fading from his chest. A warm yet powerful life energy exploded within his limbs. Hint: you have received a permanent enhancement from SS class Holy Word Priest Qin Manqing Holy Word Life Link. Lin Shin, this is my limited talent skill. When we are in the same team, you can gain all my base attributes. Lin Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. All base attributes. Didn't that mean he would be advancing further down the path of numerical monsters? Moreover, with Su Manking's growth as an SS class profession, the attributes she could add would only become more considerable as her level increased. It turned out to be a limited skill that could only be used once. No wonder it required 10 minutes of chanting. Lin Ye glanced at Qin Manqing, whose face had turned somewhat pale, and his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Although Qin Manqing likely used this skill just to be able to team up with him, it was undeniable that this skill was not only extremely precious, but also incredibly powerful. And it would be hard to find a healer with such ample healing capacity. Teaming up with her didn't seem like a bad idea. Just as Lin Ye was torn about whether to team up with Qin Manqing, the long silent freeloading system in his mind suddenly chimed in. Ding. Detected that the host has accepted an SS class opposite sex powerhouse using a legendary limited skill for permanent enhancement. Freeloading behavior judgment successful, triggering freeloading reward. Lin Ye looked at the freeloading system's reward, gasping in astonishment, his gaze fixated on Qin Manqing. I've never seen such a tempting free meal. This teammate Qin Manqing must be welded to my side. Ding. Detected that the host has received an S-level enhancement from a foreign powerful being using a limited skill for permanent augmentation. The effect of the S-level limited skill Holy Word Life Link is doubled. The words "we go our separate ways" that were on the tip of his tongue got stuck in his throat. This is no mere healer encountered by chance. This is clearly a high-level mobile healing pack, an attribute amplifier issued by the system. Lin Ye glanced at Qin Manqing. She was leaning on a platinum staff, her face pale from overextending her mana, yet her eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness reminiscent of a new recruit awaiting inspection from a superior. Ahem. Lin Ye cleared his throat, slipping his hands back into his pockets, his expression shifting with remarkable ease. But then again, this is after all the 10,000 beasts forest. Lin Ye surveyed the dark forest around, his tone tinged with a hint of compassion. As a healing class without any offensive capabilities, you are indeed in great danger without teammates. Lin Ye casually pointed in the air, and a party invitation popped up directly in front of Qin Manqing. Meeting his fate, I cannot bear to see a fellow suffer. Let's team up and I'll lead you. Qin Manking's eyes widened instantly. Lin Ye actually took the initiative to invite her to team up. Without a moment's hesitation, she clicked the confirmation button with the speed of someone who had been single for 19 years. Ding. Team successfully formed. Current team, size, 25. Rest assured, Lin Ye. Qin Manqing gripped her staff excitedly. I will absolutely not hold you back. From now on, whatever you say, I will unconditionally obey. Very good. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction and casually opened his personal attribute panel. As a level 19S level Holy Word Priest, Qin Manking's base health value in her naked state was approximately 700 points. The additional constitution attribute she provided to Lin Ye could nearly increase his health by 1,900 points. After the system's 200 doubling correction, this health amount became more than 5,000 points. But Lin Ye also had the effect of Holy Thorn's protection that doubled his maximum health. Just from the health value alone, Lin Ye had gained over 10,000 points out of thin air. Coupled with the various basic attributes shared from Qin Manqing, after doubling Lin Ye's four-dimensional panel swelled once again. Lin Ye took a deep breath, exclaiming the system was impressive. He was now completely sprinting down the path of numerical monstrosity, and there was no turning back. Then Lin Ye's mind raced, and a bold idea took shape in his head. The greatest fortune in the 10,000 Beasts Forest was the production of rare treasures that could permanently increase basic attributes. If Qin Manqing consumed these treasures to increase her attributes, the effects transmitted to him through Holy Word Life Link would also be doubled. One treasure yielding threefold effects. Lin Ye's gaze towards Qin Manqing changed instantly. This was not just a teammate. This was a living compound interest financial product. Let's go, I just found an elite monster. Lin Ye turned without hesitation, his steps light. They'll take you to farm. Qin Manqing was momentarily stunned, but quickly followed. She had no doubts about Lin Ye's words. After all, Lin Ye had means to scout a 10-kilometer radius, so finding an elite monster was like child's play. The attribute-increasing treasures do not grow like wild fruits on trees, but drop from native exotic beasts in secret realms. The higher the exotic beast's level and strength, the higher the drop rate. With such powerful vision, Lin Ye's claim to farm attributes was likely not an exaggeration. Qin Manqing gazed at Lin Ye's back ahead, resolutely deciding that regardless of what the monster dropped, she would firmly refuse. Lin Ye led Qin Manqing swiftly through the jungle. 10 minutes later, the two stopped in front of an open area that exuded a pungent sulfur smell. A gigantic exotic beast over 4 meters long, covered in thick black scales, was chewing on the carcass of a dead giant python. Level 20 second-tier mutated elite ironclad rampage rhino. Qin Manqing, having been accepted into the Qinbei Military Academy, had a solid foundation in academics and recognized the monster at a glance. The ironclad rampage rhino is known for its extraordinarily high defense. Even a level 19 berserker could only barely break through its defenses. Moreover, its charge comes with an absolute stun effect, making it a true rookie killer at the outskirts of the 10,000 beast forest. Qin Manqing quickly entered combat mode. She raised her platinum staff and silently chanted an incantation. Holy light blessing. War's pulse. Swift wind. 3 dazzling golden rings of light landed successively on Lin Ye. He felt his body lighten dramatically, with his strength and agility attributes temporarily boosted once more. The regular buffs of an S-level healer are indeed impressive. Lin Ye moved his neck, producing a crisp. He could have directly activated Blood God's Judgment to utilize the true damage based on percentage of maximum health, taking out both the monster and its armor with a single punch. But considering that doing so would easily dampen Qin Manqing's enthusiasm as a support, after all, she was his new source of income, and the emotional value still needed to be adequately provided. You stay here and don't move, Lin Ye instructed, suddenly exerting force underfoot. Bang! The spot where he had just stood exploded into a shallow pit the size of a basin. Lin Ye's entire figure transformed into a blur, instantaneously crossing a distance of 50 meters, appearing directly at the side of the ironclad rampage rhino. The rampage rhino sensed danger and let out a deafening roar, raising its sturdy forelegs, bringing down an overwhelming force towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye did not dodge, exerting force from his waist. His right arm's muscles bulged, and without any skill, light, or shadow, he delivered an extremely simple and unadorned straight punch. Boom! The fist struck precisely at the joint of the rampage rhino's descending foreleg. The sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the swamp. The proud black scales of the rampage rhino shattered like thin paper in the face of Lin Ye's terrifying power. The massive body of the rampage rhino lost its balance from the impact of the punch, tilting to the side. The long health bar above its head evaporated nearly 2/3 instantly. Before it could emit a scream, Lin Ye had already turned smoothly, using the twisting force of his waist to deliver an extremely fierce uppercut, crashing solidly into the soft jaw of the rampage rhino. Crack! The rampage rhino's jaw was completely shattered. Its limbs twitched twice, the health bar entirely emptied, and it no longer moved. Qin Manqing, hiding at a distance, was stunned. Although she had previously seen Lin Ye punch through an assassin, assassins were, after all, fragile. This was a mutated ironclad rampage rhino known for its defense. Yet before Lin Ye, it was as weak as if made of paper. Just as the ironclad rampage rhino took its last breath, 2 glimmers of light appeared on its corpse, entering the bodies of both Lin Ye and Qin Manqing. Qin Manqing looked at her status bar, her voice trembling with excitement. Lin Ye, the experience points from this monster are too high. Lin Ye, glancing at his experience bar almost filled to the brim, instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom. That was close. The experience points from this monster are way too high. I almost leveled up. Lin Ye stared at the experience bar that was nearly full, his face darkening. Although that punch had effortlessly defeated the ironclad tyrant, what surprised him was the sheer amount of experience this level 20 mutated elite had granted. If he relied solely on killing monsters to level up, he would lose the system's soft reward of all attributes 10 upon leveling up. That was a whopping 40 attribute points. Yet if he intentionally refrained from killing monsters to preserve these 40 attribute points, he would miss out on the heavenly materials within the beast forest that could permanently increase his base attributes. On one hand was the easily attainable permanent attributes, and on the other was the substantial safety net provided by the system. Could he really not have both? Forget it, I can't let a minor setback prevent me from moving forward. Lin Ye sighed internally after pondering for some time, without finding a solution. He decided to unleash his full potential and defeat more elite monsters, attempting to make up for the lost attribute points with the heavenly materials that dropped. Just as he mentally prepared himself, ready to accept the harsh reality of not relying on the system, Qin Manqing, beside him, suddenly sighed. Lin Shen, the experience from this ironclad tyrant is too high, but I wasted it all. Qin Manqing looked at the corpse of the tyrant, her tone revealing a sense of loss. Lin Ye turned around and remembered that as a top freshman from Qingbei Military Academy, she had specifically capped herself at level 19 to participate in this secret realm. Until she completed her second transition advancement task, any experience she gained from killing monsters would directly overflow and dissipate. It's quite a pity. Lin Ye casually echoed her sentiment, feeling more troubled inside. If you wasted experience and I wasted attribute points, didn't that mean their efforts were in vain? Lin Shen, you're only level 10, right? Qin Manqing seemed to have thought of something, flipping her wrist to pull out a parchment scroll from her storage space. This is an experience transfer scroll. Since my experience is just evaporating away, I might as well transfer all of mine to you to avoid waste. Lin Ye was stunned. He certainly recognized the experience transfer scroll. Although it was quite expensive, it was an essential leveling tool for top support classes. Since support classes typically had little offensive capability, this type of scroll was used to redistribute a portion of a teammate's experience to prevent significant level gaps. But now Qin Manqing, a healer, was actually offering to reverse the operation and forcefully give him her experience points. Lin Ye's mind raced. Getting experience points gifted by a beautiful teammate should count as eating soft rice, right? Isn't that inappropriate? Lin Ye struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth that were about to rise, feigning reluctance more exaggeratedly than during the new year when receiving red envelopes. This scroll is quite valuable. Using it on me would be a waste. Not a waste. Not at all. Qin Manqing became anxious, not even giving Lin Ye a chance to refuse. She directly adjusted the experience distribution and tore the scroll open. If it weren't for you, Lin Shun, I would have been killed by those two assassins from Sakura Nation just now. It's an honor to help you. A soft white light connected the two of them. For the next 12 hours, all the experience that Qin Manqing gained would be transferred to Lin Ye. Almost simultaneously, a heavenly sound echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has accepted an S-level opposite-sex teammate's selfless experience transfer, triggering soft rice behavior assessment. The host will receive additional attribute point correction upon leveling up all attributes 10. It worked. Lin Ye was overjoyed, looking at Qin Manqing with renewed admiration. With this operation, he could unleash his might in the secret realm without concern, while steadily reaping the system's attribute bonuses. This was like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric switch, winning big. Lin Shun, we struck gold. Qin Manqing's voice interrupted Lin Ye's ecstasy. She half-squatted before the shattered skull of the ironclad tyrant, cradling a crystal that emitted a dim red glow. Blood Tyrant Heart Core Special Consumable grants a permanent increase of 1 point to Strength attribute upon consumption. This was the fundamental reason why the Beast Forest was regarded as a meat grinder by geniuses worldwide. 1 point of strength might seem little, but it could easily create a gap in the early stages. Little by little, small differences would be magnified infinitely in the later stages. Qin Manqing held the heart core, extending it toward Lin Ye, with clear eyes showing no greed. Lin Shun, hurry and consume it lest the night grows long and dreams multiply. Lin Ye looked down at the crystal but did not reach out to take it. Qing, this heart core should not be given to me. You should consume it yourself. Huh, me eat it. Qin Manqing was taken aback, her hand frozen in midair. Isn't that a waste? How can that be called waste? Lin Ye looked at Qin Manqing's tightly stretched battle suit and spoke earnestly. There's a life link between us. When you increase your attributes, it's equivalent to me increasing mine. That's true. Qin Manqing's attitude softened somewhat, but as a healing class, consuming a strength-increasing item isn't very useful for me. How can it not be useful? Lin Ye saw that Qin Manqing was wavering and immediately seized the opportunity to persuade her further. I noticed it when you were fighting against those two assassins just now. Although you are a priest, your combat skills surpass many melee classes. Qin Manqing lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. In military school, the instructors say that even medics must be prepared to fight in hand-to-hand combat on the battlefield. So I usually practice my martial arts rigorously. Exactly. Lin Ye clapped his hands, taking advantage of the momentum. Your skills are already quite good, you just lack basic attributes. If you had enough strength and agility, those two assassins would have been no match for you. This beast forest is fraught with danger. I can't always protect you. So you should eat this heart core to fill in your shortcomings. Qin Manqing stared at Lin Ye, dazed. In the beast forest, where even brothers could stab each other in the back for a bit of attributes, Lin Shun actually offered her the heavenly materials that dropped. In the beast forest, where even brothers could stab each other in the back for a bit of attributes, Lin Shun actually offered her the heavenly materials. Qin Manqing's eyes glistened with tears. She tightly grasped the blood tyrant heart core, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Shun, I understand. I will never let you down. I will become your strongest support. Without hesitation, she swallowed the heart core. A faint light flickered around Qin Manqing, and her strength attribute permanently increased by 1 point. Meanwhile, Lin Ye glanced at his personal panel and sure enough his strength attribute jumped up by 2 points. He suppressed the overwhelming joy surging in his heart and took a deep breath. It truly was possible. As long as Qin Manqing continued to be by his side and consumed treasures, his attributes would skyrocket at double the speed. This was the correct way to boost attributes. Lin Ye turned his head, gazing into the dark and deep primordial jungle around him. What others perceived as a sinister and perilous secret realm was to him a treasure trove for boosting attributes. Let's go continue boosting attributes. Lin Ye grabbed Qin Manqing's wrist, striding forward with determination, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a bandit who had stumbled upon a gold mine. I'm going to turn you into an unprecedented melee priest. Boom. The massive body of the level 25 mutated leader, the bloodthirsty demon ape, crashed to the ground, splattering mud and water everywhere. This terrifying beast, which had been rampaging at the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts forest, now had a gaping hole in its chest with dark red blood gushing out through its thick fur. Lin Ye retracted his right fist, casually wiping the blood off his knuckles, not even out of breath. You have slain the level 25 mutated leader, the bloodthirsty demon ape, gaining experience. Due to your binding with teammates, through the experience transfer scroll you receive 100 of the experience from this kill. The host's level has increased to level 15. Just as Lin Ye was about to celebrate, the cold, yet pleasant mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is continuously receiving selfless experience contributions from S-level allies. Soft rice behavior confirmed. Triggering upgrade critical compensation, all attributes 10. Lin Ye let out a long sigh of relief and directly called up his personal panel. Name Lin Ye. Occupation jobless. Level 15. Health 55,820. Mana 3,797. Strength 352. Agility 342. Constitution 456. Spirit 252. Talent God of all trades, God level. Skills Holy Light Barrier, Holy Thorn Protection, Blood God's Judgment, Void Walk, Breaking Illusion's Eye. The above data includes the bonuses provided by Qin Manqing. Looking at these extraordinarily impressive stats, Lin Ye's mouth curled up in a wild grin. Over 55,000 base health. To think this is without wearing any gear. Lin Ye's current health is more than 10 times that of an S-level shield warrior of the same rank. Even a third-tier defender would feel shame and retire on the spot upon seeing this panel. Most of this is due to the soft rice upgrade compensation provided by the system, but Qin Manqing's Holy Word Life Link also contributed greatly. After doubling her base attributes, Qin Manqing shared them completely, meaning Lin Ye essentially had the full attributes of two people. This soft rice keeps getting better and better. Lin Ye closed the panel satisfied and smacked his lips. Lin God, there's more loot. Qin Manqing, holding her platinum staff, quickly ran to the corpse of the demon ape. Skillfully she stabbed the bottom of the platinum staff into the demon ape's skull, giving it a gentle lift, and a crystal glowing with dark red light fell into her hand. Demon Ape Blood Crystal Special Consumable permanently increases Constitution by 1 when consumed. Your luck is just too incredible. Throughout the day, Lin Ye had led her through the jungle, and each time they stopped there would be an elite monster or even a boss waiting for them. The distribution of monsters in the 10,000 Beasts forest is utterly chaotic. Encountering a monster relies purely on luck. But in front of Lin Ye, bosses were like cabbages in his own garden, always easy to find. You should eat it. Lin Ye didn't even turn his head, his tone extremely bland, as if it were not a treasure fought over by many, but merely a mint candy bought from a roadside stall. Without hesitation, Qin Manqing stuffed the blood crystal into her mouth. After this journey of persuasion, no teaching, she had fully accepted Lin Ye's logic. Eating treasures to increase attributes is equivalent to indirectly enhancing her combat power, which means she wouldn't be holding Lin God back. A soft glow flashed, and Qin Manqing's constitution increased permanently by 1. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ye's constitution attribute on his panel jumped up by 2 points. Seeing Qin Manqing's face filled with a determined expression of "I will definitely work hard to protect you," Lin Ye couldn't help but praise her loyalty inwardly. Swapping left hand to right, a single treasure yielded 3 times the benefit. Not only did he gain attributes for free, but he also earned a devoted S-level worker. This was the ultimate operational model that would bring tears to any capitalist's eyes. Lin God, your luck and drop rate are truly terrifying. Qin Manqing, holding the staff, looked at Lin Ye with eyes that were slowly filled with a fervor akin to reverence. In the past, the instructor said that the drop rate of treasures in the 10,000 Beasts forest is less than 5%, but our drop rate so far has been nearly 70%. Lin Ye, with his hands in his pockets, remained unfazed. What a joke! I have full map hacks on how every monster we've killed has been an elite or a boss. If the drop rate were any lower, then this hack would be useless. Lin God, your attributes are so comprehensive, Qin Manqing said seriously, with extreme strength, a terrifying constitution, and now showing such outrageous tracking and detection abilities. Truly a hexagonal warrior with no weaknesses. Not even close. Lin Ye sighed, pretending to be humble, while also selling his misfortunes. Lin Ye looked at his clean hands, and just too short on skills for long-range attacks. And I lack large-scale AoE skills, making it hard to clear monsters efficiently. Qin Manqing silently tightened her grip on the platinum staff, unable to help, but Sayu Lin God was truly too humble. However, what he said was true. Once they exited the dungeon, she would definitely save up more credits to exchange for some long-range skills for Lin God. The two found a clean rock to sit and rest. Qin Manqing took out some clean water from her storage space and handed it to Lin Ye. Strangely enough, Qin Manqing opened the water bottle and took a sip. There are so many students from various countries in the 10,000 Beast Forest, yet we've been killing monsters in broad daylight without encountering a single practitioner from another country. Our luck is just too good, directly avoiding all trouble. Lin Ye took the water bottle, a meaningful smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Good luck. In his divine eye vision, this jungle was bustling with activity. 12 kilometers to the southeast, 3 practitioners from Curry Nation were targeting a lone female mage from White Eagle Nation. 9 kilometers to the northwest, a 5-man team from White Bear Nation was bulldozing through a herd of beasts. Even directly to the north, he spotted 3 classmates from Dragon University. They were not avoiding encounters, rather he intentionally steered clear of these groups, which is why Su Manqing misinterpreted their good fortune. The secret realm had just begun, and of course, he would seize the opportunity to gain more attributes. Once the Battle Royale mode started, he would slowly harvest the secret realm passes later. Our luck is quite good, Lin Ye casually replied, standing up. Qin Manqing immediately stood up, as well gripping her staff tightly. Lin God, where are we headed next? Should we continue killing monsters? Lin Ye did not answer, his gaze through the perspective of the breaking illusions. I was firmly locked onto the east. Just a moment ago, at the edge of his divine eye vision, about 14 kilometers away from them, a massive white bear comparable in size to a fully loaded transport truck was roaring at the sky. This was the largest and highest level monster Lin Ye had seen since entering the dungeon. At least a silver level boss, and possibly even a gold level one. What intrigued Lin Ye even more was not the monster itself, but the scene surrounding the boss. On a towering ancient tree that required 5 people to encircle, Lin Ye crouched on a thick branch more than 30 meters above the ground, looking down at the clearing ahead. Qin Manqing was pressed tightly against his right side. To avoid revealing her shape, she nearly leaned most of her body against Lin Ye's arm. As a top freshman of the Qingbei Military Academy, Qin Manqing's stealthy movements were nothing short of textbook level. She held her breath, her gaze sharp as she focused on the ground below, not emitting a single excess wave of magical power. Yet she overlooked one crucial point. Her figure was undeniably too conspicuous. The tight combat suit stretched to its limits conveyed the breathtaking softness directly to Lin Ye's arm as they pressed against each other without any gaps. With her deliberately lowered breathing, Lin Ye felt an intensely challenging physical friction on his arm. While quietly adjusting his weapon, he fervently recited a calming mantra in his heart. This was why he had it better. If an ordinary person faced such an SS-level weapon, they would have likely succumbed to anemia long ago. Qin Manqing lowered her voice, her lips almost touching Lin Ye's ear. That is a level 25 golden tier boss, the Winter Giant Bear. Following her gaze, Lin Ye noticed the broken sky eye above had already taken in the situation below. In the forcibly cleared space, a giant bear over 6 meters long, covered in thick ice blue armor, was roaring towards the sky. The ground was littered with intersecting ice spikes and scattered broken wood. Around the giant bear, 16 or 17 professionals were frantically launching their assault. Leading them was a blonde elemental mage from the White Eagle Nation. He waved a staff embedded with lightning gems, loudly directing in fluent international common language. Front row, hold your ground. Its movements are slow, maintain aggro. The berserker from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, use your heavy strike to hit its left leg. Swordsman from the Romantic Nation, watch for your timing to intervene. We are fighting for the glory of all humanity. Take it down, and we will share the treasure. The blonde mage shouted slogans while standing in a rather cowardly position at the farthest safe distance from the giant bear. With a few harmless lightning orbs in hand, he chipped away at the ice on the giant bear's body. Lin Ye couldn't help but snicker at this makeshift hodgepodge of a team. This truly reflects the White Eagle's battle style. You go up, I cover, you die, I benefit. Qin Manqing nodded in agreement, her expression serious. This kind of team lacks even the most basic trust. Without a main tank to absorb damage, and with a loose formation, they would be eliminated in the first round of simulated combat at military school. As they spoke, the situation below suddenly changed. The berserker from the Pickled Vegetable Nation was deceived by the blonde mage's rhetoric, roaring Shiba. Raising his battle axe, activating his berserk skill, and struck down hard on the left hind leg of the Winter Giant Bear. Clang! The battle axe collided with the ice armor, sending sparks flying. In the next second, the berserker exploded into a burst of azure ice flowers. Instantly, he along with his axe was frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture. The winter giant bear turned its head, its massive paw cutting through the air with a deafening whoosh as it swiped carelessly. Boom! The ice sculpture shattered. The berserker from the pickled vegetable nation turned into a shower of ice debris and flesh scattering everywhere. A dark gold-framed dungeon pass floated up from the remnants, quietly hovering in midair. The other professionals around gasped in shock. What kind of monstrous skill is this? The swordsman from the romantic nation was so frightened, he stumbled back, his fine sword trembling in his hand. Don't panic, it's just a passive skill triggered by chance. The distant blonde mage shouted reassuringly, this skill has a low trigger probability, that guy was just unlucky. Everyone continue the assault. A dual-wielding warrior from the Curry nation gritted his teeth, relying on his agility to turn into a shadow and circle behind the giant bear, viciously stabbing his blades into its back. The blue light flickered again. The dual-wielding assassin followed in the berserker's footsteps, similarly becoming an ice sculpture crushed into powder by the giant bear's paw. Another pass exploded forth. This time the remaining individuals completely collapsed. The probability is low, yet it triggered twice in a row. Having killed 2 people, the winter giant bear's eyes turned blood red. It completely ignored the trembling melee fighters around it, leaping violently, as if it were a blue meteor directly crashing towards the blonde mage who had been shouting the loudest. Oh shit! The blonde mage's face turned pale, the composure and commanding demeanor from earlier evaporating instantly. He tore open a high-level wind acceleration scroll, a green light radiating from him. May God bless you. I'm going to find someone for support. Leaving behind a particularly hypocritical remark, the blonde mage turned into a gust of wind, dashing into the depths of the dense forest faster than a rabbit. As the commander fled, the temporary alliance instantly crumbled. The remaining dozen individuals cursed in their native languages, not even bothering to pick up the passes on the ground, scattering in different directions. The massive blue bear acted like an out-of-control heavy tank, each pounce and swipe accurately claimed. In just a few seconds, 5 more unfortunate souls who ran slowly met their demise under the bear's paws, leaving behind no complete corpses. After eliminating this group of unwanted guests, the winter giant bear shook off the blood and ice debris clinging to its fur and slowly walked back to the center of the field, taking heavy steps. Its massive body lay back down in the frost-covered clearing, closing its eyes to continue napping. 7 dungeon passes radiating a dark golden glow quietly floated in midair over the mess of broken wood and ice. On the treetop, Qin Manqing stared in astonishment. It just scattered. What else? Leave it for the giant bear as a snack. Lin Ye adjusted his position, pulling out his arm that had gone numb from being pressed. A level 25 golden boss was an insurmountable wall for most first-tier geniuses at this stage. Furthermore, they were a group of individuals with ulterior motives. But to Lin Ye, this bear was merely a large sandbag. With a health pool of 55,000 plus the damage reduction from Holy Thorn protection, he should be able to withstand a few of the giant bear's attacks without significant issues. The only thing that bothered him was that passive skill that could freeze people. Although I won't be instantly killed if I'm frozen, I'll most likely be forced to trigger my resurrection passive. Lin Ye calculated in his heart and found the problem manageable. Ching, stay here and don't move. I'll go down to collect the tickets and the boss together. Lin Ye stood up, just ready to jump down to reap the rewards. Suddenly the broken sky above stirred slightly. In the shadow of the bushes less than 10 meters from the 2 passes, a transparent figure emerged. A small gnome-like assassin clad in a deep, gray, tight-fitting outfit was crouched in the grass, moving toward the passes in the air like a slippery loach stealing oil. Another little squirt from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. This little brat had been watching from the sidelines while the foreigners fought fiercely. Now that the monster was gone and the alliance had disbanded, he came out to pick up the leftovers. How fortuitous. Task progress increases by 1. Stay right here. Lin Ye patted Qin Manqing's tense shoulder. He'll be back in a second after I take down the boss. Qin Manqing blinked, still pondering if she had just been taken advantage of when Lin Ye vanished right beside her. The gnome assassin's heart swelled with ecstasy. Snagging 7 tickets without lifting a finger would surely earn him the mechanist's admiration. His fingertips were about to brush the floating dark gold pass. A casual sports shoe suddenly descended from the heavens, carrying a terrifying downward force, and stomped squarely onto the back of the gnome assassin's head. Bam! A sickening muffled explosion echoed. Before the gnome assassin could even let out a scream, his head along with half his shoulder was driven deep into the frozen earth. A pristine dark gold pass rose from the headless corpse. Are you people from Sakura country always so fond of scavenging? Lin Ye, hands in his pockets, disdainfully scraped his shoe sole on a clean blade of grass nearby. Sakura Country Secret Realm Qualification Seizure Mission Progress 46. He deftly collected all 8 passes including the one dropped by the gnome into his inventory. The commotion here wasn't overly loud, but the stench of blood was overwhelmingly pungent. The frost giant bear lying in the center of the clearing twitched its nose, then snapped open its crimson eyes. The wrath of being disturbed from slumber combined with the fury of its territory being invaded drove this level 25 gold boss into a thunderous roar. A visible wave of frigid air mixed with sharp ice shards surged wildly outward. The bear rose to its feet, its massive frame as tall as a 2-story building casting Lin Ye entirely into shadow. It swung a bare paw the size of a wash basin, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as it came crashing down toward Lin Ye. What's the use of being big? So noisy. Lin Ye advanced instead of retreating, clenching his right fist as his muscles bulged instantly. Blood God's Judgment activate. 20% of maximum health as true damage was now infused into that single punch. Even a 3rd-tier heavy shield warrior standing here would be blasted into fragments, shield and all. Boom. As fist met paw, a sound like a thunderclap exploded across the jungle. The immense recoil force caused the ice layer on the ground to crack and shatter. The frost giant bear's colossal body was actually forced back 3 steps by this monstrous strength. Its prideful icy blue armor shattered into pieces, revealing bloody, torn flesh beneath. Lin Ye, however, raised an eyebrow, his movements pausing for a moment. This punch should have unequivocally drained its health bar, but after a chunk vanished in an instant, it stubbornly remained at 80%. Forced health lock. This gold boss possessed a special defensive mechanism. The maximum damage from a single hit couldn't exceed 20% of its total health. Damage lock plus passive hard control. This boss plays even dirtier than I do. Just as he was griping, a deep blue light flashed intensely on the bear. Arctic cold surged back up along his fist. Before Lin Ye could retract his arm, a thick, unyielding layer of ice encased him. In the blink of an eye, he became a crystalline ice sculpture. The probabilistic freezing passive that had plagued the former International Temporary Alliance, causing heavy casualties, had triggered on its very first attack. The bear steadied itself, rising in fury. Its 2 enormous paws raised high, they descended with the crushing force of a mountain, aiming to smash the ice-encased Lin Ye. God, Lin. On the treetop, Qin Manking's pupils contracted sharply. Gripping her platinum staff tightly, her mana surged as the staff's tip erupted with a blinding golden light as brilliant as the sun. Divine word, absolution. A radiant pillar of holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping the ice sculpture below with pinpoint accuracy. Crack. The unbreakable ice layer, upon contact with the golden light, dissolved and crumbled like snow under a scorching sun. The bear's roar was almost upon him, its paws less than half a meter from Lin Ye's head. Breaking free from the ice, Lin Ye didn't even blink. He pivoted his body, channeling the torque from his waist into a ferocious uppercut that slammed brutally into the bear's chin. Another explosive boom echoed. The bear's massive frame was jolted upward by the punch, sending several thick, blood-streaked, broken teeth flying into the air. Its health bar above its head precisely evaporated by another 20%, stabilizing at 60%. Nice teamwork, perfect timing. Lin Ye flicked ice shards off his wrist and gave a thumbs up to Qin Manqing in the tree. Up in the branches, Qin Manking's cheeks flushed slightly, her fingers white-knuckled from gripping the staff. And finally, not just a decoration, watching God Lin's one-sided massacre. A burning, uncontrollable fervor blazed in Qin Manking's eyes. Her crowd control removal just now was impeccably timed, dispelling God Lin's freeze milliseconds before the bear's attack landed. He'll be the perfect support, letting God Lin unleash his full potential without a care. Qin Manqing mentally cheered herself on, then immediately brandished her staff, layering buffs like War Rhythm and Swift Wind onto Lin Ye. Down on the battlefield, having figured out the boss's mechanics, Lin Ye completely cut loose. Health lock, huh? Max 20% damage per hit, huh? Then he'll just throw more punches. Lin Ye suddenly pushed off the ground, his entire form turning into a dark red blur as he unleashed a relentless storm-like assault from all angles around the frost giant bear. Every punch was heavy and powerful, accompanied by a dull, spine-chilling thud. Despite its massive size and terrifying area damage, the bear was reduced to nothing more than a giant punching bag against Lin Ye's agility, which exceeded 100, and the unyielding true damage of Blood God's Judgment. It roared in fury, swinging blindly in all directions, but couldn't even graze Lin Ye's clothes. Thud. Another heavy blow smashed into the bear's chest. The health bar dropped to 40%. A deep blue light flickered again as polar cold erupted, encasing Lin Ye in ice once more. Divine word, absolution. With experience from the first time, Qin Manqing released the skill almost as soon as the ice formed. Instantly dispelled. Lin Ye seamlessly followed up with a low sweep kick like a steel whip, crashing viciously into the bear's knee joint. Crack. The bear's left leg snapped backward, its massive frame losing balance as it collapsed to its knees with a thunderous crash. The health bar dropped to the final 20%. After enduring a relentless beating, the frost giant bear entered a deathly frenzy. Its icy blue fur bristled, the surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing, and countless razor-sharp ice shards crystallized in the air. Roar! The bear opened its gaping maw, a blinding deep blue light gathering deep within its throat. It abandoned futile close combat, preparing to unleash a devastating area effect breath. Trying to channel right in front of me. Lin Ye scoffed, kicking off the ground with his right leg as his body soared. He twisted his waist midair, his right leg descending like a battle axe, tearing through the air with a sonic boom and cleaving fiercely into the bear's cheek. The devastating force interrupted the bear's casting animation, smashing its entire head deep into the dirt. The health bar instantly plummeted to 10%. The dying gold boss didn't expire immediately. Instead, the blue light on its body became unprecedentedly intense. Tiskin and Rage Mechanic 2. Gold bosses really are troublesome. Lin Ye's brow twitched as he was about to land the final blow, but the image relayed back by his heaven-defying eye in midair made his expression shift. Qingqing hit the deck. As a top student of Qingbei Military Academy, Qin Manqing had the obedience to orders ingrained in her bones. Her brain had yet to register the situation when her body instinctively lunged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 azure crescent-shaped wind blades whistled past her scalp, severing the thick tree trunk behind her. The broken wood crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh, God always favors the prepared. From the shadow behind the treetop, 5 figures leaped out in a semi-surrounding formation. Leading them was the blonde mage who had just fled moments ago. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom, thank you for helping to exhaust the stamina of this big, clumsy bear. The blonde mage shouted in broken Chinese. As a return favor, we will help you relieve the pain of the secret realm. He originally intended to return to collect the secret realm pass, but happened to see the boss was already left with low health. The team attacking the giant bear had only a tank and a healer left. Moreover, that tank seemed to have his equipment smashed by the boss. This was practically a luxurious gift delivered right to them. Listen up, guys. The blonde mage issued orders methodically. Knight, swordsman, assassin, take out that female healer as fast as you can. Andrew, prepare your skills. Once that unlucky one is killed by the giant bear, we will immediately take over the remaining boss and all the passes. The plan was nothing short of perfect. 3 top-tier melee classes surrounded a fragile healer, resulting in no suspense. The 3 melee fighters from the White Eagle Kingdom grinned as they charged towards Qin Manqing. The assassin activated stealth and vanished into the shadows. The heavy-armored knight raised his steel shield and charged, while the agile swordsman followed closely behind, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Qin Manqing stood up from the ground, dusting off her knees. She watched the 3 charging towards her, not only refusing to retreat, but igniting a fervent flame in her eyes. Having consumed attribute crystals along the way, her strength and agility had soared to unprecedented levels. The anger from being bullied by 2 minor foes had not yet dissipated, and now this group of ruffians dared to interfere with her support for Lin Shun. Holy light blessing. War rhythm. Swift wind. Qin Manqing skillfully cast buffs on herself, causing her already exaggerated attributes to rise even further. She gripped tightly onto the half-human height platinum staff, took a deep breath, and advanced towards the knight's charge instead of retreating. Get out of my way. Qin Manqing exerted force from her waist, channeling her strength through her spine as she swung the platinum staff down violently onto the knight's steel shield. Clang! The deafening sound of metal shattering echoed across the clearing. The knight's previously disdainful smile instantly froze on his face. His prideful steel shield was struck by the gem-encrusted magic staff, creating a deep dent. The tremendous recoil transmitted through his arms, causing the knight's bones to emit a painful twisting sound. He was launched backward like a man hit by a speeding dump truck, his feet leaving the ground, crashing heavily against a tree unconscious. The air suddenly fell silent for a second. The assassin from the White Eagle Kingdom, who had just prepared to flank, stood frozen in place, his invisibility wavering violently due to shock. Is this really a healer? Which priest can send a heavily armored knight who focuses on boosting stamina, flying with a single blow? Although the assassin was stunned, Qin Manqing was not idle. She swung her staff, delivering a swift horizontal strike. The platinum staff whistled through the air and struck the assassin in the lower back. The assassin let out a piercing scream, his body curling up like a cooked shrimp, blood sputtering from his mouth as he flew away. He rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop, his health bar instantly evaporating by more than half. The remaining agile swordsman trembled, looking at this one-handed, staff-wielding, fierce-looking female healer, gulping down his saliva, and without hesitation, turned to flee. Meanwhile, Lin Ye observed the last remnants of health on the winter giant bear preparing for a desperate counterattack and delivered a swift and decisive downward strike. Boom! His right leg came crashing down like a battle axe onto the giant bear's skull. The immense force drove the heavily armored bear's head deep into the mud. The ice shattered, and the violent life force dissipated in an instant. The level 25 golden boss was utterly defeated. You have killed the level 25 golden boss. Winter giant bear experience points have been fully transferred. Your level has been increased to level 19. Your level cannot be further increased. You must complete the advancement to continue leveling up. Ding. Detected that the host continuously receives S-level altruistic experience points from teammates. Soft rice behavior confirmed successful. Triggering upgrade critical compensation all attributes 10. The blonde mage maintained his casting posture, his smile completely frozen. His brain crashed. This guy who wasn't even wearing equipment actually stomped the golden boss to death. What kind of monster are you? The blonde mage screamed unhesitatingly, pulling out a high-level wind-type teleportation scroll from his storage space, preparing to use the same trick again. You ran once, and you think you can run again. Lin Ye had no intention of letting go of these two passes that had come straight to his doorstep. He gathered his strength and shot out like a cannonball. The blonde mage hadn't even had time to tear open the scroll. Lin Ye's smiling face was already right in front of him. I don't know if God favors the prepared, but I do know he certainly doesn't have time to meet you today. Lin Ye raised his right hand, fingers spread, and slapped the blonde mage across the face. Smack! The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed. The blonde mage's head exploded under the immense force, his headless corpse slumping down limply. The fire mage nearby, holding a staff, was so frightened he wet his pants, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground, unable to utter a word of plea. Lin Ye had no interest in hearing his nonsense. He delivered another slap, turning him and his staff into a cloud of bloody mist. Skillfully picking up the two dark gold passes, Lin Ye clapped his hands and turned to look in Qin Manking's direction. He originally thought the three melee fighters could pose some trouble for Qin Manqing and was preparing to provide support. However, the scene that unfolded before him made Lin Ye the instigator feel a chill run down his spine. It seems I have cultivated a melee healer, not a berserker healer. Qin Manqing stepped on the chest of the agile swordsman, trying to escape, pinning him firmly to the ground. With her hands raised high, clutching the prestigious platinum staff, she slammed it down like a pestle. This is for ambushing me. This is for interrupting my support. This is for hindering Lin Shen's output. Each strike was fiercer than the last, accompanied by the dull sound of bones cracking. The agile swordsman was beaten to a pulp with no strength left to scream, his health bar teetering on the edge of death. The nearby assassin, who had just tried to struggle to his feet, caught the corner of Qin Manking's eye. She swung the staff again, striking him. The assassin's vision went dark and he fell to the ground with another scream. Lin Ye's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This was disastrous. A once cold goddess of Qingbei Military Academy, a top-notch support, had been turned into a bloodthirsty berserker by him. Lin Ye looked at the agile swordsman smashed into the ground and coughed lightly. Qingqing, do you need help? No need. Qin Manqing swung her staff, thoroughly knocking the agile swordsman unconscious, turning her head with a flush of excitement on her usually pale face. She panted, wiping the sweat from her forehead, her eyes filled with a sense of dissatisfaction. Lin Shen, you take a break. These three weaklings are not enough for me to warm up. Qin Manqing waved her staff, creating a gust of wind. I feel like I can take on 10 right now. Lin Ye rubbed his temples helplessly. This girl had completely let loose. All right, then you take care of the remaining 2. Qin Manqing nodded firmly and turned to approach the bloodied assassin who had just been knocked down by holy light and was clutching his waist, trying to escape. She raised the platinum staff high, preparing to deliver the final blow. Whoosh! Suddenly a sharp whistle cut through the air. The target of the arrow was not Qin Manqing, but the bloodied assassin from the White Eagle Kingdom, lying on the ground. Stealing kills. Qin Manking's eyes narrowed, and with a sharp twist of her waist, the platinum staff whipped up a chilling gale, striking first. Bang! The staff crashed solidly onto the assassin's head like a great hammer, smashing a ripe watermelon, red and white, splattering with the surrounding dirt. Almost at the same instant, the assassin's health bar emptied. A penetrating arrow wrapped in lightning just barely reached its target, skimming past Qin Manking's clothing and embedding itself with a thud into the ground nearby. Lin Ye stood in the back, hands in his pockets, silently giving a thumbs up in his heart. This girl really knows how to protect her food. Qin Manqing straightened up, shaking the blood off her staff, her gaze turning coldly towards the direction from which the arrow had come. The bushes at the edge of the dense forest were roughly pushed aside, and 3 figures rushed out. Leading was a ranger with a longbow, followed by a heavily armored shield warrior wielding a tower shield, and a blood mage holding a staff. Given the setup, they had intended to stage a dramatic rescue of a damsel in distress. However, as the three burst into the clearing that was leveled to the ground, they stood frozen in place. Lying on the ground was the massive headless corpse of a winter giant bear, surrounded by the severed limbs of practitioners from the Pickle Kingdom and the Romantic Kingdom. Not far away, a beautiful female priest from Qingbei Military Academy stood with one hand, holding a bloodied staff, her feet planted in a puddle of unidentifiable flesh. Ranger Sun Che swallowed hard, the words he had prepared suddenly stuck in his throat. Qingbei Sun Che forced out a greeting. Qin Manqing gave them a cold glance, noticing the dragon emblem on the chests of the three, and her hostility lessened slightly. I'm fine. Your arrows are a bit off target. Sun Chi's face reddened as he wanted to explain to salvage his dignity, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure standing at the edge of the clearing behind Qin Manqing. Dressed in loose casual clothing, without even the most basic armor, hands and pockets, he was leisurely observing the surrounding leaves. Sun Chi's embarrassment froze on his face, turning into extreme disbelief, followed by unabashed disdain. Lin Ye. Sun Chi's companion, the heavily armored shield warrior Li Feng, also recognized Lin Ye and let out a startled cry. No way, it really is that Muqing guy. He hasn't died yet. The blood mage Zhao Ming's expression darkened as he flicked his gaze between Lin Ye and Qin Manqing, a sneer playing on his lips. Impressive, Lin Ye, you managed to attach yourself to a powerful figure wherever you go. This shameless talent truly is unparalleled. In the face of the three classmates' scornful remarks, Lin Ye not only did not get angry, but seemed to puff his chest out as if he were being praised. Are you jealous of me? Unfortunately, this talent is not something ordinary people can learn. Zhao Ming's face flushed red, raising his staff as if to strike, only to be stopped by Li Feng beside him. Qin Manqing had originally worried that Lin Ye would become friends with classmates from the same school, and she would lose her job. But she was surprised to find that their relationship with Lin Ye seemed far from harmonious. Moreover, she couldn't understand who gave them the courage to dare to insult Lin Shun right to his face. Qin Manqing suddenly stepped forward, the platinum staff heavily striking the ground, causing the ice shards around them to buzz. Without Lin Shun, At that moment, she suddenly felt a gentle tug on the corner of her garment. She turned her head and saw Lin Ye behind her, subtly signaling her with his eyes, then gently shaking his head. Qin Manqing instantly understood Lin Ye's message. He did not want to reveal his strength. It turned out that Lin Shun had concealed his strength even from his schoolmates to deal with those foreign practitioners. Moreover, the fact that Lin Shun did not hide his strength from her indicated that he considered her more trustworthy than his classmates. I absolutely cannot reveal his strength, lest Lin Shun's plans fall to ruin. Qin Manqing took a deep breath, forcibly swallowing the words that were about to escape her lips, then straightened her chest, her expression indifferent as she looked at the three from Long University. I happened to be teleported together with Lin Ye when I entered the secret realm, so I teamed up with him. Is there a rule at Long University against teaming up with students from other schools? The three from Long University were completely dumbfounded. They looked at the imposing female priest before them, as if gazing at a completely brainwashed lunatic. Are you crazy? Li Feng incredulously pointed at Lin Ye. He's a non-classed individual with no combat power whatsoever, purely a burden. Exactly, this opportunity in the secret realm is rare. Zhao Ming put on a face filled with concern, as if he was only looking out for her. If you bring a liability, don't even think about obtaining attribute-enhancing treasures. When you encounter a large group, you won't even be able to escape. Shut up. Even if Lin Ye is a non-classed individual, he is still one of our compatriots from Long Nation. Qin Manqing glared fiercely, her platinum staff pointing directly at the noses of the three as she spoke sternly. When our compatriots are in trouble, it's our duty as soldiers to step up. Qin Manqing's voice rang out with authority, echoing through the empty forest. If you don't want to take him with you, feel free to leave on your own, but as long as Qin Manqing still draw breath, I will never abandon him. This statement was so righteous that it left the three from Long University red-faced, unable to muster a single retort for a long time. Lin Ye, hiding behind, felt so moved, he wanted to award Qin Manqing the trophy for best heartfelt ally of Long Nation. These little phrases came one after another, requiring no effort from him, and the food was delivered straight to his stomach. Ding. Detected that the host is being protected by an S-level ally of the opposite gender. Mooching behavior confirmed, triggering system crit. Reward special item golden blood essence. The long-lost system notification sounded explosively in his mind. Lin Ye was overjoyed. This type of soft support from Qin Manqing had finally come to fruition. Not only was the bowl large, but there were also many ways to be fed, truly the ultimate soft support. He walked to the boss's corpse and collected the drops. Then he secretly took the golden blood essence from his inventory, holding it in his hand. Qingqing looked quickly. The boss dropped something amazing. Lin Ye ran over to Qin Manqing, holding the glowing golden crystal, as if trying to take credit. Although Qin Manqing heard Lin Ye's exclamation, she did not turn around. Instead, she continued to watch the three from Long University with vigilance, fearing they would change their minds and attempt to steal Lin Xin from her. After all, throughout this journey, the attributes she gained from following Lin Ye had even surpassed her original attributes, and she had grown numb to Lin Ye's astonishing drop rates. It wasn't until Lin Ye displayed the properties of the crystal in front of the others that Qin Manqing's bright eyes widened in shock. Her red lips slightly parted, her breath halted. The three from Long University were now utterly struck, as if struck by lightning. Is this really something that could drop from the 10,000 Beasts Forest secret realm? The crystal, shimmering with golden light, glowed brilliantly in Lin Ye's hands, particularly eye-catching amidst the jungle. However, even more striking was the translucent attribute panel hovering above the crystal. Golden blood essence, consuming it permanently increases all attributes by 10 points. The air was deathly silent. The staff in Zhao Ming's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Li Feng's hands holding the tower shield began to tremble uncontrollably. Sun Che rubbed his eyes and leaned forward, nearly having his eyeballs pop out. All attributes 10. Everyone present had at least an S-level profession, and with the top-tier advancement secret realms provided by elite universities, even main attribute growth was only around 10 points. But the growth of other attributes was pitifully low. Consuming this stone was equivalent to offsetting at least 7 or 8 levels of shortcoming attributes, which could be crucial for future growth. If this item could be taken out of the secret realm, it would be enough to have the top financial magnates outside fighting over it. Is this really what that golden boss dropped just now? Zhao Ming's voice was hoarse as atoms, apple bobbing violently, as greed nearly overflowed from his eyes. Qin Manqing was also stunned by this heavenly attribute. But she quickly regained her composure, not taking the golden blood essence offered by Lin Ye. Instead, she took half a step back, gripping her platinum staff tightly. Lin Ye, this item is too precious, Qin Manqing said firmly, her gaze clear. You should use it yourself. Her words were heartfelt. This kind of ultimate item that skyrocketed all attributes would be wasted if she consumed it. But if Lin Ye took it, his foundation would undoubtedly become even more profound, leading to greater power during future advancements. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, thinking how this silly girl had gone stubborn again. If I consume it myself, I would only gain a mere 10 points in all attributes. What a loss. Just as he pondered how to force this hot potato into Qin Manqing's mouth, the trio from Long became impatient. What the hell, are you out of your mind? Zhao Ming couldn't hold back anymore, pointing at Lin Ye and cursing. You, a worthless blank slate without even a profession, are going to consume an ultimate item that grants 10 to all attributes. Do you even deserve it? Li Feng echoed, his tone sour enough to pickle vegetables. Exactly. Letting you consume this is simply a waste. What can you do with 10 to all attributes? Can you carry 2 more bags of cement at the construction site? Sun Che's slightly more rational glanced at Qin Manqing, warily, his eyes shifting as he began to twist the argument. Students from Qingbei, we are all from Long Country, and in this secret realm, we should emphasize resource allocation. He took a step forward, adopting a grandstanding posture. You are a priest, having all attributes is useless. He is an unclassed individual, consuming it would be in vain. Why not give this blood essence to the 3 of us? We 3 will output and tank, and with this item our combat power will soar. At that time we will protect you, ensuring your safe exit from the secret realm. What do you think? Qin Manqing was both angry and amused. How could there be such brazen people in this world? They had mocked and belittled her at first, and now they talk about patterns and resource allocation upon seeing an ultimate item. Her fingers tightened around the platinum staff, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. Seeing Qin Manqing on the verge of an explosion, Lin Ye quickly grabbed her arm. His expression instantly fell. The once carefree smile vanished, replaced by 3 parts self-doubt, 3 parts endurance, and 4 parts feigned strength. They are right. Lin Ye lowered his gaze, his voice deep and slightly hoarse, evoking sympathy. I am just an unclassed individual without combat skills. It would indeed be a waste to consume such a good item. At this point, Lin Ye, you still. Qin Manqing became anxious. Lin Ye raised his hand, interrupting her words, looking sincerely into Qin Manqing's eyes. Qing, this golden blood essence can only reach its most perfect effect if you consume it. Lin Ye emphasized the words most perfect heavily. If you become stronger, I can be safer. You eat it, and it is equivalent to me consuming it. He forcefully placed the golden blood essence into Qin Manqing's palm, then stepped back half a step, forcing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Please eat it, don't let me lose even this little value. As these words left his mouth, Qin Manqing's eyes turned. The life link only activates during team play, and the advancement secret realm can only be entered individually. This meant that when he later advanced to the 5th level, experiencing percentage growth in all attributes, he would not enjoy the attribute bonuses he had brought. Yet he selflessly allowed such a precious golden blood essence to be used by himself. Lin Ye actually trusted me so much. He must see me as one of his own. Ooh, I absolutely cannot let down Lin Ye's trust. Lin Ye, I understand now. Qin Manqing took a deep breath, the fervor and emotion in her eyes. Almost without any hesitation in front of the trio from Longda, she directly shoved the golden blood essence into her mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Glug! Instantly, a golden light enveloped Qin Manqing. Zhao Ming and the others watched helplessly as this invaluable treasure was consumed like candy by a healer, their hearts suffering a heavy blow. You really ate it. Li Feng was so angry that his voice cracked. The tower shield slammed heavily on the ground, his eyes red. Such waste. What a waste. What does a healer need strength and agility for? Zhao Ming frantically tugged at his hair, jealousy twisting his features. Lin Ye stood quietly to the side with his hands in his pockets, appearing submissive, but in his mind the system prompt sounded like a chorus. Ding! Qin Manqing consumed the golden blood essence, all attributes 10. Due to the effect of holy word life link, the host's all attributes 20. Lin Ye felt so comfortable that he nearly moaned. He raised his head, looking at Zhao Ming and the others, who were so furious they were about to vomit blood, with a gaze filled with resentment and grievance. This boss was originally defeated by Qingqing. The items dropped should naturally be consumed by her. How dare you speak out here? After digesting the effects of the blood essence, Qin Manqing felt an explosive power within her. She stepped forward, dragging her half-person tall platinum staff across the ground, leaving a deep trench. A terrifying sense of oppression radiated from her. Having consumed so many crystal cores along with this golden blood essence, Qin Manqing's current strength and agility had already surpassed Sun Che the Ranger. You? Li Feng was pressured by this aura to take a step back, his palms sweating as he gripped the shield. He had a strange illusion that the person standing before him was not a priest, but a top-tier berserker. If that staff hit down, his shield would shatter along with his head. What are you showing off for, you soft rice man? Zhao Ming glared at Lin Ye through gritted teeth. When the Battle Royale mode starts, let's see how long this waste can be arrogant. Sun Che tugged at Zhao Ming's sleeve, signaling him not to provoke this unreasonable priest, urging him to leave quickly. Lin Ye still maintained his submissive demeanor, even too lazy to retort. Cursing a few times wouldn't cost him anything. He could consider it listening to a comedy. If he angered Qin Manqing, perhaps he could earn another round of soft rice rewards. Just as the trio from Longda prepared to leave in defeat, the sky suddenly darkened. This was not a normal overcast. It was a thick, viscous black fog, emitting a pungent foul odor. The thick fog surged from the edges of the secret realm, without any warning, like a black wall connecting heaven and earth, slowly advancing towards the center of the secret realm at a visibly rapid pace. What the hell? Why has the Battle Royale mode started early? Isn't the Battle Royale mode supposed to start 12 hours after the secret realm opens? It's not even 10 hours yet. Li Feng stared intensely at the descending black energy wall in the sky, the muscles on his face twitching violently. Our luck is just too bad. Zhao Ming's face looked as if he had discovered half a cockroach in his hamburger, and indescribable discomfort washing over him. It's one thing to not encounter many elite monsters, but the black mist has appeared ahead of time. Sun Chi's complexion was no better than Zhao Ming's. I've only added 8 points to my agility so far, and now they're forcing the circle to shrink. Li Feng gritted his teeth, his face filled with reluctance. I've only added 9 points to my constitution. This trip to the Beastwild Forest is a total loss. Qin Manqing stood not far away, tightening her grip on the platinum scepter. 8 points. 9 points. She glanced at her attribute panel. A first-tier boss blood crystal, a second-tier mutated demon ape heart core, various scraps dropped by elite monsters, plus that invaluable golden blood essence from earlier. She had gained a whopping 98 points in basic attributes. Qin Manqing swallowed hard. In less than 10 hours, she had nearly 100 points in attributes. This kind of gain was so surreal, she wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Qin Manqing turned her head, her gaze toward Lin Ye, completely transformed. Lin Shun had bestowed upon her such a miraculous opportunity. Even if she had to give her life for him, she could never repay this kindness. Lin Ye was unaware of what Qin Manqing was imagining at that moment. He was focused on the gradually disintegrating remains of the winter giant bear not far away, lost in thought. We just took down the boss not long ago, and the black mist has already appeared ahead of time. Since the Beastwild Forest secret realm opened, there had never been a record of defeating a golden boss. It seems that defeating a golden boss can trigger the Battle Royale early. No, it only summons the black mist ahead of time. It doesn't actually start the Battle Royale. While Lin Ye pondered the broken illusion, Heavenly Eye overhead was also busy continuously searching for random exit points. Generally speaking, when the black mist appears, the secret realm will randomly refresh some teleportation arrays that can be used to exit the realm, referred to as random exit points. However, Lin Ye searched around and found that within the entire visual range of the broken illusion, Heavenly Eye, not a single random exit point was in sight. As expected, something's not right and no random teleportation points have spawned. This means that defeating a golden boss can only summon the black mist in advance and will not refresh any random exit points. Lin Ye glanced at the spreading speed of the black mist and quickly drew a conclusion. In less than 2 hours, the black mist would completely engulf the entire secret realm. This also meant that the fixed formation at the center of the secret realm was the only exit point this time. A subtle smile crept at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth, unnoticed by anyone. I thought I had wasted 2 hours grinding attributes, but it turns out there was an unexpected gain. Just as Lin Ye was filled with excitement, the Dragon University trio also began to calm down from their panic. Sun Che took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and turned to Qin Manqing. Students from Qingbei, the battle royale has started early. Things are about to get chaotic in the secret realm. The riffraff from Sakura Country and White Eagle Country will definitely join forces to hunt us down, and you two are alone. Encountering a large group is certain death. Li Feng frowned, glancing at Lin Ye, who seemed powerless. A flicker of struggle crossed his face, but he ultimately gritted his teeth and said, "We're all from Dragon Country. You two should come with us." Zhao Ming snorted coldly. "You're taking advantage of this soft rice boy. But let me be clear, if a fight breaks out, we'll only take the damage. Don't expect us to have the energy to protect you. You'll find a bush to hide in." Qin Manqing was taken aback. She had originally thought these three from Dragon University would take the opportunity to make things worse for Lin Ye. She didn't expect that at this critical moment they would still have a sense of the bigger picture. Though their words were still sharp, she was about to refuse, as having them around would hinder Lin Ye's full performance. Whoosh bang! A piercing shriek cut through the air. In the eastern sky, a burst of crimson light suddenly exploded, condensing in midair into a phantom of a long sword and shield, crossing the glow, flashing fiercely blood red. It's King Bai's distress signal. Qin Manqing's face changed dramatically. Zitong and the others are in trouble. Sun Shi's face darkened. It's to the east, about 5 kilometers from here. Qin Manqing raised her platinum scepter, ready to rush over, but as she took a step, she suddenly stopped, looking back at Lin Ye. "Qingqing, saving people is a priority. You don't need to worry about me." Lin Ye understood that Qin Manqing was asking for his opinion, but to avoid revealing his strength, he deliberately interpreted her action as concern for himself. "Taking me along will only slow down your rescue speed, and I won't be able to help much. Then, just be careful." Qin Manqing took a deep breath, looking at Lin Ye fiercely. Lin Ye nodded, lowering his voice, and quickly said in a tone only Qin Manqing could hear, "Remember, after rescuing them, don't waste time looking for random exit points. Head straight to the fixed exit point at the center of the secret realm." Though Qin Manqing didn't understand Lin Ye's reasoning, she had reached a point of blind obedience to his words and immediately nodded emphatically. "Let's go." Qin Manqing no longer hesitated, turning to cast the speed buff of Swift Wind on the three, leading the charge towards the direction of the signal flare. Li Feng and the others quickly followed suit. Before leaving, Zhao Ming specifically said to Lin Ye, "Stay safe, soft rice boy, and don't die in the secret realm or Goddess Su will definitely be heartbroken." Watching the four figures completely disappear from sight, Lin Ye let out a long breath. Those guys delivered the head of the foreign devils just in time. I don't even need to find an excuse to act alone. He took out the white crystal dropped by the golden BOSS, the winter giant bear, from his inventory. Cold snow crystal permanently increases 2 points of constitution and 2 points of spirit attribute upon consumption. Cold snow crystal, compared to the attribute items he had previously obtained, not only provided even more attribute points, but also lacked the limitation of being a special consumable. This meant that cold snow crystal could be taken out of the Beast Wild Forest secret realm. I didn't expect that a golden level boss could drop such good stuff. Lin Ye locked onto another golden boss closest to him with the broken illusion. Heavenly, I snapped his fingers, and his figure vanished from the spot. Now I have a gift for Sister Wanqing, and Xinyu as well. 13 kilometers away, a mutated swamp giant crocodile, covered in dark green scales, lay resting in the muddy pit. It had just sensed the abnormal fluctuation of magical energy in the air, and before it could open its eyes, a pale fist had already struck its brow without any embellishment. Bang! The indestructible dark green scales shattered like fragile paper, and the massive crocodilian skull was directly concaved and twisted under the terrifying force. Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering, this level 25 golden leader didn't even let out a scream. Its health instantly depleted, and its enormous body crashed into the mud, stirring up a cloud of foul sludge. Clearly this creature did not possess the damage-locking skills of the winter giant bear. Lin Ye shook off the mud from his knuckles, bent down, and retrieved a crystal emitting a faint green glow from the shattered skull of the swamp crocodile, casually tucking it into his inventory. This procurement efficiency is still a bit lacking. Although the combination of Void Step and Eye of Breaking Illusions allowed for full map teleportation, the 30-second cooldown still slowed down his pace of zero-cost purchases. If Void Step had no cooldown, he would have long ago wiped out all the prominent bosses in the Beast Forest. Eye of Breaking Illusions floated in midair, capturing the movements within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Lin Ye did not wait idly. Using the bird's eye view from the celestial eye, he quickly locked onto another large storm, saber-toothed tiger 8 kilometers to the northwest. As the countdown reached 0, a smirk curled at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth, and his figure twisted and vanished once more. The once invincible golden bosses in the Beast Forest were finally about to meet their most formidable father. While serving as a merciless harvester, Lin Ye took a moment to glance at the battlefield 14 kilometers to the east. The situation was exactly as he had anticipated. The team besieging the Qingbei squad consisted of more than 20 people with a highly complex composition, a mix of individuals from tropical island nations. These people were clearly a makeshift army, each harboring ulterior motives, all relying on others to charge in and take damage while they hid in the back, shooting arrows to claim kills. Though the Qingbei squad was outnumbered under the captain's command, their formation was tight, relying on the terrain to barely hold their defense. A bunch of rabble. When Qingqing arrives, it will be their doom. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze. With Qin Manking's absurd base attributes and the 3 workers from Longda who were boiling with pent-up frustration, this makeshift army was about to face disaster. He no longer focused on that side, locking his gaze onto a molten fire beast spewing flames, and once again stepped into the void. East battlefield. The dense jungle had been blasted into a large area of charred ground by concentrated magic. The captain of the Qingbei squad, the S-class forest ranger Fang Zitong, was half kneeling behind a charred tree trunk, breathing heavily. Her leather armor was riddled with small cuts, her once pristine longbow now dull and lifeless, and the magical energy within her had completely run dry. Beside her, 3 members of the Qingbei squad were similarly battered. The heavily armored shield warrior's tower shield had several terrifying cracks. "Captain, we should retreat. The brothers can't hold on any longer." The shield warrior coughed up a mouthful of blood and shouted loudly. "Where to retreat? The black mist is already closing in." Fang Zitong gritted her teeth, drew an iron arrow, and knocked it to her bowstring. "The battle royale has started early. Retreating now would make us live targets." Outside the encirclement, a rock knight from the Monkey Kingdom stepped forward, hefting a heavy sword, and struck his kite shield with a loud clang. "The geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom give up resistance." He mocked in broken Chinese. "Your magical energy is exhausted. Hand over all your tickets and treasures, and I might show mercy and let you die quickly." The surrounding makeshift army erupted in laughter. They deliberately slowed their attack tempo, enjoying the despair of their prey, as if they were cats playing with mice. Fang Zitong's eyes were cold. Without wasting words, she released her fingers. An arrow transformed into a streak of light, headed straight for the knight's face, but the rock knight merely contemptuously raised his kite shield. Clang! The iron arrow, devoid of magical enhancement, was easily deflected. "Since you seek death, then let me fulfill your wish. Attack!" The knight's smile vanished as he ordered a full-scale assault. More than 20 professionals surged forward simultaneously, and colorful magical lights converged in midair, just as the Qingbei squad prepared for a desperate fight. From the rear of the jungle, a deafening cry suddenly erupted. "Everyone get out of my way." A figure wrapped in dazzling golden light, moving at a speed that defied logic, crashed through the surrounding bushes and rudely entered the battlefield. Before the rock knight could react, he saw a busty female priest leap high into the air. Qin Manqing tightly gripped the prestigious platinum staff with both hands, twisting her waist, sharply channeling all her strength into her arms. The staff emitted a piercing wind as it came crashing down toward the knight. "Seeking death." The knight snorted coldly and raised his steel kite, shield reinforced with solid rock barrier. How could an S-class heavy armored professional not withstand a priest's physical attack? Crack! The knight's cold smile instantly froze as the immense recoil traveled up his arm, and the bones in both his arms shattered. He didn't even have time to scream. His entire body flew backward as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing heavily into the ground, his chest cavity collapsing completely, and he died on the spot. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief. This is a priest. Which priest can smash a fully intact rock knight along with his shield with a single blow? Qin Manqing didn't give them time to think. She landed gracefully, turned, and with a rush of wind her platinum staff swept toward a dazed assassin from the Fish Kingdom. Bang! The assassin's head burst like a smashed watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere, the headless corpse collapsing limply to the ground. One blow for one kill, clean and decisive. Li Feng, Sun Che, and Zhao Ming, who charged out behind her, were also blinded by rage. Though they weren't as absurd as Qin Manqing, they were still top elites from Longjing University, more than enough to deal with this disorganized makeshift army. It's the reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom. That girl has abnormal attributes. Where's the mage? Quickly control her. The makeshift army instantly fell into chaos. Several freezing spells and slowing spells struck Qin Manqing, but they held for less than a second before being forcibly negated by her holy word, absolution. Qin Manqing bore the magical bombardment, carving a bloody path through the crowd. Each swing of her platinum staff was accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking. The already scheming makeshift army, upon witnessing their main tank get one-shotted, had their already fragile mental defenses completely shattered. Run, run fast. Someone shouted, and the 20-plus encircled individuals instantly scattered, abandoning their helmets and armor, fleeing in all directions in a frenzy. Don't let them escape. Counterattack. Fang Zitong was the first to snap back to reality from her shock. Without hesitation, she grabbed the longbow on the ground and led the remaining team members in pursuit. The battle crumbled like a house of cards, concluding within just 5 minutes. More than 20 assailants left behind 14 corpses. The remaining individuals fled into the dense forest, utilizing the intricate terrain. As the battle subsided, the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and char. Fang Zitong approached Qin Manqing, leaning on her longbow, her gaze lingering on the blood and flesh-smeared platinum staff. For 2 seconds, her eyelids involuntarily twitching. Manqing, thank you for arriving in time. Fang Zitong sighed in relief, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. But your melee ability, isn't it a bit too exaggerated? Qin Manqing wiped the blood splattered on her cheek, a wave of warmth surging in her heart. If it weren't for Lin Shen's selfless mentorship, she wouldn't have the power to wreak such havoc on the battlefield. I encountered a bit of fortune, and my attributes have improved a little, Qin Manqing casually deflected. Fang Zitong did not press further. Everyone in the secret realm had their own secrets. She turned to look at the horizon. The black mist connecting heaven and earth had already overtaken the distant hill, advancing at a visibly rapid pace toward them. The Battle Royale mode has started early. We don't have much time left. Fang Zitong's expression became extremely serious as she turned to the remaining team members and the 3 from Longde, quickly issuing orders. Everyone gather the loot quickly and split up immediately. Form groups of 3 and disperse to find random escape points. Fang Zitong pointed decisively toward the center of the secret realm. The black mist is closing in early. The fixed teleportation array in the center of the secret realm will undoubtedly become a meat grinder. We are not in good condition. Going there is tantamount to sending ourselves to death. We must find a randomly refreshed escape point and leave the secret realm before the black mist completely engulfs this place. Li Feng and Sun Che exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This was indeed the most prudent and rational tactical arrangement. Just as everyone prepared to gather their things and disperse. No way. A crisp and resolute rebuttal abruptly interrupted everyone's actions. Fang Zitong turned in shock to find that it was Qin Manqing who spoke. No way. The crisp voice decisively interrupted Fang Zitong's command. Everyone turned in shock. Qin Manqing strode to the front of the group, her platinum staff thudding heavily on the ground. Her expression was solemn as she surveyed the crowd. There's no time to scatter and search. We must head straight to the fixed teleportation array at the center of the secret realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into dead silence. 3 seconds later, the Longde trio. Have you lost your mind? Li Feng gripped his cracked tower shield, veins bulging on his neck, spitting as he yelled. The slaughter fest has begun. The central array is a natural meat grinder. All the elite forces from various countries will be fighting there. In our current state, are we just walking into a slaughterhouse to become experience fodder? My hands are shaking holding this staff. Zhao Ming chimed in, his face pale as he added, not searching for random teleport points, and just joining the center means we're lining up to die. Even the other 3 members of the Qingbei team exchanged glances. Manqing, this doesn't conform to the common sense of the secret realm, a rogue whispered, swallowing hard. Qin Manqing listened to the Longde trio's uproar, her gaze icy. She was of course aware of the breach of common sense. But this was Lin Shen's order. Reflecting on their journey, Lin Ye could easily point out elite monsters, and with a casual word precious treasures would drop. If Lin Shen said to go to the central array, then that was certainly the only place where survival was possible. However, Lin Ye's existence must never be revealed. Lin Shen pretended to be a nonentity, even hiding it from Longdas alumni, clearly setting up a grand scheme. She absolutely could not ruin Lin Shen's plans. Qin Manqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within her heart, and calmly threw out the excuse she had prepared. I know exactly what I'm saying. Qin Manqing locked eyes with Fang Zitong. I understand the core reason for the early outbreak of the Black Mist. The underlying rules of this secret realm have changed. For special reasons I cannot reveal specific details to you. Qin Manqing's tone was extremely firm. but I can guarantee with my life that the perimeter absolutely cannot produce any random escape points now. Wasting time searching for random points is just waiting for death. The only path to survival is through the fixed array at the center of the secret realm. Her words rang with conviction. Everyone present gasped in shock. Changes to the underlying rules. Knowing the core reason. The Long Trio's faces were filled with disbelief, while the Qingbei team members fell into deep suspicion. The atmosphere on site was tense to the extreme. Fang Zitong remained silent, gripping her longbow, her gaze piercing like a blade, trying to find a hint of panic on Qin Manqing's face. Qin Manqing met her gaze unwaveringly, her eyes resolute and fervent. 10 seconds later, everyone shut up. Fang Zitong raised her hand forcibly, suppressing Li Feng, who was about to complain. "Captain," the Qingbei rogue exclaimed anxiously. "Follow orders." Fang Zitong redirected her longbow, pointing towards the deepest part of the secret realm. "The entire team will change course. Follow Manqing, target the fixed array at the center." As the captain, Fang Zitong chose to trust her comrades unconditionally. Moreover, the extraordinary attributes Qin Manqing had just displayed were certainly not gained without reason. She must have encountered some incredible opportunity in this dense forest, even touching upon the truth of the secret realm's anomalies. Li Feng and Zhao Ming exchanged glances, gritting their teeth in anger, but not daring to act alone. They could only follow behind the main group, feeling deeply frustrated. The team began to speed towards the center of the secret realm. Along the way, the black mist advanced faster and faster, and a pungent foul odor permeated the air. But soon Qin Manqing noticed something was off. Fang Zitong was not taking the fastest direct route, but instead led the team in a series of peculiar turns along the way. 20 minutes later, the team stopped by a dry riverbed. This is one of the coordinates with the highest probability of random escape point refresh in the historical records of the 10,000 Beasts Forest secret realm. Fang Zitong examined the empty riverbed, her brows furrowed. There was no array, no blue light, only a pile of rubble. Maybe we just had bad luck and didn't refresh here. Li Feng muttered, unwilling to give up. The team continued to advance. Another half hour later, they came upon a charred grove filled with lightning-struck trees. This was also a historical high-frequency refresh point for random escape points. Still, it was eerily silent, without even a trace of spatial fluctuation. At this point, Li Feng fell silent, and Zhao Ming's face began to pale. As the team rounded a hill, they reached the third high-frequency coordinate. In the center of a dilapidated ancient altar, there was only half a withered bone, and the shadow of the array was nowhere to be found. 3 consecutive high-frequency points, all empty. Li Feng's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. According to probability theory, the chance of missing 3 high-frequency points was less than 1%. Now the facts were laid bare. There really were no random escape points in the perimeter. If they hadn't listened to Qin Manqing earlier, they would have surely scattered in search of random points. Once caught by the black mist, it would be impossible to save them. The members of the Qingbei team looked at Qin Manqing with eyes that had shifted from hesitation to shock. "Manqing, what exactly do you know?" Fang Zitong felt a storm brewing in her heart. She had deliberately taken a detour to these 3 coordinates, just to verify Qin Manqing's words. Now it was proven that Qin Manqing not only knew about the early outbreak of the Black Mist, but was also fully aware of the changes to the underlying rules of the secret realm. Qin Manqing did not explain, gripping the platinum staff tightly. She lowered her head, desperately hiding the fervent admiration in her eyes. "Lin Shen, what level of existence are you? Hurry up, don't waste time." Qin Manqing suppressed the excitement in her heart, and urged again, "The central array is the only path to survival. It will be troublesome if we are late." This time no one refuted. The Long trio scrambled to catch up, moving faster than the Qingbei team members. At the same time, to the northwest of the 10,000 Beasts Forest secret realm, in a wide basin, hundreds of professionals from the White Eagle Kingdom, Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and Kimchi Kingdom were gathering. William, the S-level Thunder Knight leading the team from the White Eagle Kingdom, looked grimly at the corpses on the ground. "Commander, all 7 scouting squads we sent out have been annihilated." A White Eagle assassin knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. They searched 12 regular escape point coordinates and found no teleportation arrays. In the end, they were directly consumed by the approaching black mist. William clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. That fool Andrew went to pick up stragglers, and as a result, both he and his team vanished completely. Now this damned black mist has erupted early again. William kicked over a nearby boulder in frustration. "No random points. What the hell is wrong with this damn secret realm?" Nearby, a first-tier genius ninja from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom stepped forward quickly. "Sir William, the black mist is advancing rapidly. If we don't find an exit, soon our coalition will be slaughtered here. I don't need you to teach me how to do my job." William shouted angrily, drawing his thunder greatsword and pointing it at the sky. "Since we're not refreshing random points, there's only one exit. William turned around, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of elite professionals in the basin. Everyone abandoned the hunt for scattered teams and advanced to the fixed teleportation array at the center of the secret realm as fast as possible. At the center of the Beast Forest's secret realm lies a vast basin nearly 1,000 meters in diameter. In the very heart of the basin stands an ancient, colossal, circular stone array. The surface of the stone array is engraved with intricate six-pointed star patterns emanating a flowing deep blue light, like rippling water. This is the only safe passage to the outside world, activated early due to the commencement of the survival game mode. At this moment, the perimeter of the teleportation array is completely blocked by a dense throng of people. The coalition formed by the White Eagle Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the Kimchi Kingdom comprises over 300 individuals tightly encircling the formation. On the edge of the formation, several freelancers from tropical nations stand drenched in sweat within the beam of light. Among them, an archer has a golden progress bar floating above his head displaying 810. Activating the teleportation array requires a full 10 seconds of reading time. Please let me go. There are still 2 seconds left on the read time, and the black mist is coming. The archer's face is filled with terror as he stares desperately at the progress bar. Less than 20 meters away on a massive boulder, William the S-strength Thunder Knight leading the White Eagle Kingdom leans on a heavy sword crackling with violent lightning. Leave? Did I give my consent? William smirks mockingly, swinging his sword fiercely, unleashing a powerful thunderous sword aura that crashes into the ground. Sizzle. Boom. The lightning instantly engulfed several individuals on the formation. Accompanied by their screams, 3 freelancers from small nations were instantly turned to charred remains, collapsing to the ground in silence. The progress bar above the archer's head shattered with a loud bang, and the deep blue light of the formation. William coldly sheathed his great sword, looking down at the surroundings, his voice tinged with thunderous magical power, causing pain to the ears. I will say the rules one last time. First, everyone present must obey my commands. Second, no one is allowed to leave the secret realm without my permission. Third, all tickets obtained from now on must be submitted to me. Anyone who dares to keep them will die. William drew his great sword, pointing it at the trembling freelancers from small nations outside. Be a good dog, and once we have slain all the people from the Dragon Kingdom, you will naturally be allowed to leave. A deathly silence fell over the basin, and under the overwhelming numbers and strength, no one dared to make a sound. Hokage Hanayuki, leading the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, stepped out of the shadows and bowed respectfully to William. Your Excellency William, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is willing to follow your orders. As long as the people from the Dragon Kingdom dare to show themselves, they will meet with devastating blows. William nodded in satisfaction. The others from different nations looked at Hanayuki with undisguised disdain. You Cherry Blossom Kingdom only has 2 small kalami left. How dare you brag so boldly? Yet they also understood that they had no choice. The 10-second red time to leave the secret realm is an insurmountable chasm. As long as the coalition remains here, continuously launching ranged skills, no one can hope to escape alive. Everyone immediately form a line in front of the formation. When the people from the Dragon Kingdom arrive, make sure to crush them outside. 15 minutes later. Commander. A scout from the White Eagle Kingdom rushed over, pointing towards the dense forest to the north. The people from the Dragon Kingdom are coming. With the sound of hurried footsteps, the treetops on the northern side of the basin shook violently, and flocks of birds took flight in alarm. The bushes at the edge of the jungle were pushed aside. Qin Manqing, Feng Zidong, and others were the first to burst out of the thicket, followed by 70 or 80 survivors from various Dragon Kingdom universities gathering along the way. As they came to an emergency stop at the edge of the basin and saw the situation ahead, the hearts of all the Dragon Kingdom students sank to the bottom. Over 300 coalition freelancers were arrayed in a fan shape, shielding the teleportation array behind them. In the front row were tanks wielding heavy shields, in the middle row were melee fighters, and the back row was densely packed with mages and archers. Colorful magical halos flickered among the enemy ranks, representing various buffs and re-data launch area skills. Damn it, we're late. Li Feng gripped his cracked tower shield, swallowing hard. These brutes have really blocked this place off. Zhao Ming's face turned pale, his fingers gripping the staff, showing white knuckles. We're doomed to 3-layer defense. We are completely trapped here. The Dragon Kingdom students behind them also fell into despair. Feng Zitong took a deep breath, gripping her longbow and turning to look back. The skyline has been completely obscured by a thick black mist resembling a towering black wall that moves forward with a suffocating sense of oppression. There is no way out. The black mist is less than 2 kilometers away from us, and it will swallow this place in at most 30 minutes. With the coalition blocking the front and the black mist pursuing from behind. This is no longer a disadvantage, it's a situation of certain death. Qin Manqing stood at the front of the group, her expression equally grave. Oh, talented ones from the Dragon Kingdom, welcome to hell. William stood atop the boulder, resting the heavy sword on his shoulder, openly displaying his mockery. Do you see that patch of black mist behind you? Its presence should not be pleasant. I now offer you two choices. William raised two fingers. First, the men must leave all equipment and attribute treasures and break their own legs. Then kneel on the ground like dogs and shout the White Eagle Kingdom is the number one in the world 3 times. I may consider allowing you to crawl into the teleportation array. As for the women, William's gaze roamed lasciviously over Fang Zitong and Qin Manqing. Come over, kneel down, serve our coalition's warriors well, and you will stay in the White Eagle Kingdom as dogs living well. The coalition erupted into unrestrained laughter. Hanayuki drew his ninja blade and licked the edge. Your Excellency, William is merciful. But the one with the golden staff, please be sure to let me torment her. And what is the second choice? Fang Zitong stared coldly at William. The second choice. William's smile faded, and his gaze turned venomous as death. What a spring and all. Qin Manqing quickly scanned the battlefield with her peripheral vision. If Lin Shen were here. Thinking this, she shook her head vigorously, her gaze dimming. There are too many enemies, even Lin Shen might. I hope he doesn't act impulsively and can escape the secret realm amidst the chaos. Qin Manqing tightened her grip on the staff, and a surge of holy light erupted from her body. In the Dragon Kingdom's code, there are no cowards who surrender without a fight. Better to stand and die than kneel and live. Prepare for a strong charge. The Dragon Kingdom students behind her were ignited by these words. Since death is inevitable, even if they are swallowed by the black mist, they will take a few with them. Although Li Feng and Zhao Ming knew this was an utterly hopeless situation, they still braced themselves to push forward. Holy light blessing. War rhythm. Frenzied blood. The surface of the platinum staff glowed with blinding golden light, as Qin Manqing cast all her buff skills on her teammates and herself. Fang Zitong's killing intent surged, her longbow drawn like a full moon, magical energy wildly converging into a blue wind arrow. The battle was about to erupt, and the smell of gunpowder in the air reached a peak. With a bunch of remnants like you. William laughed loudly, swinging down his heavy sword. Since you are eager to meet God, I'll grant you that. Front row, raise your shields. Mages, prepare for bombardment. Over 300 coalition freelancers simultaneously unleashed a terrifying pressure. Hundreds of mages raised their staffs at the same time, colorful elemental magic energy wildly converging in the air, ready to unleash a devastating magical storm. At this critical moment, enemy attack. A piercing scream suddenly erupted from the rear of the coalition. A mage from the White Eagle Kingdom who was chanting a fire spell didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded into a cloud of blood. The headless corpse fell stiffly to the ground, the staff in his hand flying far away. The Romantic Kingdom mage who was conjuring an ice shard was stunned still, with warm blood on his face. What happened? Was there a magic backlash? He turned around in confusion. The next second his pupils constricted suddenly. A dark golden light appeared from the headless corpse, the pass that had just dropped from the Beast Forest's secret realm. However, this pass had just floated up less than half a meter before vanishing without a trace. Enemy attack. There are assassins. The Romantic Kingdom mage finally reacted, screaming in terror. Before he could finish speaking, his chest suddenly caved in, revealing a blood hole that was transparent from front to back. The pass that had just emerged from him also flashed and disappeared in midair. Surrounded by people, yet no one could see what the attacker looked like, nor did they know how the attack was executed. Panic spread through the rear ranks of the coalition like ink dropped in water. The previously prepared magical storm disintegrated in an instant. Who? Come out. Where? Where is the assassin? William's sneer instantly froze on his face as he turned around sharply, his eyes wide with rage. Don't panic. He slammed the thunderous sword heavily onto the ground. Use area attack skills to flush him out. The coalition mages, originally thrown into a state of panic by the sudden assassination, were now grasping at straws, frantically squeezing the mana from within their bodies. Hundreds of mages simultaneously waved their staffs. Firewalls, ice storms, lightning, nets, poisonous swamps. Colorful height-tier area magic intertwined, forming a devastating torrent of elements that ruthlessly slammed into the empty ground behind the coalition. The earth trembled violently, with soil being overturned several meters deep. The furious magical elements instantly engulfed the area. William finally grinned sinisterly. Under such an all-encompassing bombardment, even a golden boss would shed its skin, let alone a frail assassin who only dared to hide in the shadows and launch sneak attacks. However, the smile on his face had not fully formed before it completely froze. The roar of the explosion had yet to dissipate when a heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupted from the rear of the coalition. Oh, what is this? My health bar. Help priest heal me. The dozen or so height-tier mages who had just participated in casting area skills hadn't even reacted to what had happened. They looked down in terror, watching their originally full health points instantaneously deplete, without any external force attacking them. Then under the horrified gaze of their companions, as if they had seen a ghost, the bodies of these dozen mages began to twist violently. Their chests suddenly caved in, and then with a bang they exploded into a mist of blood. Dozens of dark gold-bordered passes to the secret realm floated up from the blood mist. But before they could rise halfway, they mysteriously vanished into thin air as if swallowed by an invisible void beast. The entire scene fell into silence. Only the wind whistled through the smoky air. William's arm holding the heavy sword froze midair, his eyes nearly